fix all the mistakes of my vine giant, and seeing there are high chances of me fighting Elijah, Jill, and Ellen today and using it in the fight, I rather fix every mistake the humanoid have I will not get that chance in a break or during the fight with them. While Sarah kept beating my humanoid, I kept fixing every problem it has, and it is quite nice of her to increase her power with every move. It is helping me a lot in finding the tiny problem. One thing about you had not changed. Mitchell, you are hard to beat even when you are down, she said with a smile, but I could tell she is very angry at not being able to beat me despite using immense strength. She had begun to channeling that anger to harvest even more power from her inheritance. It is not just me who is getting benefits from her, she is also getting benefits from me. She is using me to get herself even angrier and channeling that anger to harvest more power. At first she was doing that unconsciously, but now she is doing that intentionally. Unintentionally, I may have given her a solid way to harvest the power from her inheritance, and I like it even one bit, especially since she is a member of Sky Saber. I would have been fine if it has been Rachel. She is a free-natured person, but Sarah is narrow-minded, just like her organization. Still, I did not do anything, let her beat me like a dead dog, even intentionally taking more steps back to fan her ego. As such, half an hour passed, and I had fixed nearly all the problems the humanoid had. On the outside, the humanoid looked the same, but on the inside it had changed very much, and now that the humanoid is fixed, it's time to finish this battle. Hee hee. I let out a laugh and stopped from taking a step back before swing my sword at her. Seeing that, her look of surprise appeared on her face before aura blazes around her, and she attacked in kind. CLLANNNG. Step, our weapons clashed, creating a huge shockwave in the arena and also in the hearts of the crowd as Sarah took a step back. She had a shocked expression on her face as she could not believe this had happened. I did not give her time to process, and my huge diamond vine humanoid appeared in front of her and swung my sword at her, and she responded on time despite being shocked. But this time, my sword did not clash against her but flew past her sword. She tried to catch up with my sword, but her speed is too slow, and seeing that employed her defensive method, the most powerful one like a blur. Her wings appeared on the front of her, covering her whole body. Hee hee, CLLANNNG. I laughed seeing that and attacked the weakest spot on the wings, while others may think I moved and attacked her back since wigs are busy at the front and protected by a defensive shield, which is as strong as the wings. Any defensive method that leaves any area of the body unprotected is not a good defensive method, and this one is her inheritance's best defensive method. How will it leave anything unprotected? Stab, stab, stab. My attack did not break through her shield, not I had expected it to, but it shook giant angel Sarah from top to bottom and made her took steps back. As she did, I appeared next to her and launched another attack, not giving her any chance to respond. She seemed to be quite furious by my sudden charge as I felt her aura is climbing explosively, but this aura will not give her the strength to fight against me. CLANNNG. My sword clashed against her defensive wings again, sending a powerful shockwave of energy that these metallic feathers are on the wings are trying very hard to consume. Step, step, step. While this time my attack failed to break her wings, it still sent her back. The defensive wings will not be broken easily. It is the best defensive method of her inheritance. If it had been broken by a few of my attacks, it wouldn't be the best defensive method of the angel inheritance. Not to forget, her strength is increasing every moment, making her defensive method stronger and stronger. CLANNNG, CLANNNG, CLANNNG. I continued to attack her wings over and over, always attacking the same spot. Sarah seemed to have noticed that I am attacking the same spot over and over, but she was not able to do anything against it. She tried moving her wings at the last possible second to creating energy spunk like earlier, but nothing worked. She could do very few things against me seeing I am making her steps back repeatedly. In the past 1 minute, there had not been a second where she stood on the same spot. I am not giving her a chance. The only thing she could defend and try to harness more power from her inheritance, so that she could become powerful enough to discard the defensive method and respond to my attacks with her attacks. That is not going to happen. I will not give her a chance to do that. I want to finish this battle in the next few minutes, and I will do that no matter how much her strength increased, and while it may not seem like it, I am halfway done in breaking her shield. Due to my repeated, fast attacks, there is a shitload of my inheritance energy spread those wings. Usually such a defensive method destroys the energy immediately, but due to me repeatedly attacking every second and releasing a large amount of energy into it, it was not able to destroy my energy, which spreading into all its weak points. Her defensive method would have broken by now if not for her continued rise in strength every moment. She is harnessing power from her inheritance and using it to fortify her defensive wings further. She is very aware of what is happening to her wings, and she is actively pushing against my energy every time I attacked her wings. I could see her energy pushing against mine. This battle had lasted longer than I had thought. Well, I can't be at fault for it. It is mostly due to Sarah, who is surprising harnessing power from her inheritance. In this battle, she had made enough progress than normal kings would not make it their lifetimes. Even monsters would need at least a month to make such progress, but Sarah making is less than an hour, and she is still progressing. She is far more talented than I had thought, controlling her fury in such a way that she would be able to harness an immense amount of power through it. I am sure she had understood the mechanism of harnessing power through an inheritance, which makes her extremely dangerous. If she did not die before she matures, she would be one terrifying tyrant, and I sure the grim monsters watching the battle had moved her up in their threat list, upper than Victor, who holds the power of storms. Crack, another of my attack landed on her wings, and I heard the sound I had been waiting to hear. A faint crack appeared on one metallic feather. The crack is very faint, and it even started to heal, but it did not matter, as the destruction of the wings is not far. Crack, crack, crack. Hee, a laugh rose through my mouth as I launched another attack, and this attack created cracks one more than 10 feathers, and the attack after that create even more cracks on the metallic feathers. You, Sarah said with a look of horror on her face and started to push back against my energies, but it is a losing battle for her. The damage is already done. She could push back, but it will not help her much. Crack, crack, crack. I smiled at her from the vine giant's temple and continued with the attack till they covered the whole wings. Bang! A loud banging sound rang out through the arena, and the wings covering Sarah broke into pieces like glass and spread on the flood before disappearing. Sarah watched me in horror as I destroyed her defensive method, and immediately she began to summon another one, but the speed of its forming slower than it should have with her strength. With me destroying her defensive method, the shock of it has hurt her badly, but despite the grievous shock, she had wasted no time in activating another defensive method. Her reaction is quite admirable, but it will not going to help her. I poured more energy into the sword like I had not in this battle, powered up its weight enchantment further, and I swung my sword at Sarah. BANNG. My attack had broken through the newly forming shield like it was paper before striking Sarah on the chest with the back of my sword. She tried to defend with her sword, but her sword was too slow. BANNG. As my sword struck the angel, she shot back like a rocket and crashed on the force field hard. CHER, CHER, CHER. As the angel crashed on the force field, the millions of crowds stood up from their spot and cheered loudly. They cheered so loud that they had broken the record they had made a few minutes ago. Hearing such joyful cheers, I couldn't help but wave my gigantic hands at them before I began to suck back the vines inside me. At the same moment, the vines came inside me. The giant angel also turned to energy, and Sarah revealed herself. She's standing by the force field with her mouth bloodied. Some blood also could be seen on her hands and legs. The last attack was pretty powerful even if I used the side of the sword and not the edge. It is still powerful seeing the amount of energy I had poured into the weight enchantment of my sword. Sarah is now looking at me with complicated emotions in her eyes. All the fury she had earlier is gone. There is nothing of that had remained in her eyes. For a moment I had thought she would not be able to accept defeat and became more furious and attacked me crazily, but nothing of that sort had happened. She is silent with complicated emotions running through her heart. The winner is Michiel Zar, Marla announced, drawing out another round of defeating cheers from the crowd. Congratulations on winning, Michiel. I accept my defeat, Sarah said as she walked to the other side of the arena with a forlorn expression on her face. I looked at for a second before I flew toward the participants' area with a smile. The battle was beyond amazing. Her increasing power had made it very interesting, far more interesting than I had thought it would when I entered the arena 50 minutes ago. Clap, clap, clap. As I flew into the participants' area, I was greeted with the standing approach and calculated eyes, even my girlfriend looking at me those eyes, thinking how will she beat me if we were to battle. I smiled at them and sat back on my chair. This battle had made little tired, so I took a couple of steady breaths and closed my eyes. I would have to fight one more battle or two if things changed, so I have to be at my peak condition, as the opponents from now would be even stronger. We rarely able to see such battle. The strength shown by these elites is more than enough to contend against the emperors, Marla said, drawing out some surprised gasps from the crowd. Forget the normal emperors, but we will even able to even fairly powerful emperors. The current strength of the top 10 is far from what a normal emperor could contend. Even Jonah with her Empire of Mist will not have a problem in defeating a bunch of normal emperors. Marla had far too understated our abilities, likely to save the ego of the emperor stage powerhouses that are watching. Now it is time for the final battle of top 10, Myra Alexander of Mistson vs. Raina Addington of Bloodsun. Marla announced the name of two last participants of the top 10. I don't know who for I should cheer for. One is my girlfriend, while the other is my very good friend. Both of them are powerful, but I already had an idea who will win, but that does not mean the battle will be easy. the battle will last for an hour or even more, seeing how close their strength is. 321. The countdown begun as both of the opponents looks at each other. The air between them begins to charge, even without them releasing any of their auras. Fight, the audience shouted, and both of them released their auras and summoned their inheritance armor and bloodline armor as they moved toward each other with their weapons vibrating with power. Intense cold began to radiate from Reyna's body, and snowflakes appeared around her. The crystalline snowflakes around her are not only extremely beautiful, but they are extremely dangerous as well. They could easily freeze a normal king. Myra is no slouch either. A faint bloodline aura released from her that smelled like a grandmaster crafted perfume, and around her, yellow and white chrysanthemum petals appeared. These petals looked normal, there seemed nothing special about them, but seeing them appear, Reyna's eyes became alert. Soon, they appeared next to each other and clashed from the start. They are using powerful attacks. Both of them did not seem to have a mind to waste time using the subpar attacks. Both of them have something special in them, while Reyna has Apex Plus, which is extremely rare that only 2 recorded cases of it hold. Myra bosses the chrysanthemum bloodline of Alexander family, and is not a normal bloodline either but a prime one which had also appeared only a few times in the past 10,000 years. Till now, Myra had not revealed the specialty of her prime chrysanthemum bloodline. All the attacks she had performed till now were attacks that regular chrysanthemum bloodline have. In the last fight, commentator even doubted when she has a prime chrysanthemum bloodline in not so subtle words. She had prime bloodline, I am sure of it, as I had asked her about it, but she did not reveal anything else about it. It is said every prime chrysanthemum bloodline is special and different. All prime bloodline which had difference till now had been different from each other, but all of them have shocking powers. Crown of Frost. Suddenly, a beautiful crown of snow appeared on Reyna's head, and blood-freezing snow appeared on the whole area, and it begins to concentrate on Myra, who is clearly having a problem in contending against it. Strain appeared on Myra's face as snow pressured her, but suddenly that strain disappeared, and a soft smile appeared on her face. Imperial chrysanthemum, she said, and yellow and white petals appeared around her. They appeared like autumn and began pushing back against the snow. The area turned beautiful as it divided into 2 seasons. Half of the arena is filled with a frozen cold that could even freeze the kings instantly, while the other half is filled with autumn. Not only chrysanthemum flying everywhere, there is also beautiful sunlight. They both are pushing against each other, but no one is getting the upper hand in the arena each. The contest went on for a few minutes before both then launched the new attack, and this time with their weapons. Metallic clashes begin to ring, which created a ripple across the force field. While they fought, the cold and autumn around them grew as they continued clashing, pushing against each other. It had created quite a beautiful scene, the most beautiful scene that ever happened in the battle. I wanted to skip watching this battle and work on the upgrade of my inheritance, so I could finish it as soon as possible, but the scene in front of me too enchanting for me to take my eyes off. There is another reason I did not do that. Once Myra comes to know I did not watch her battle, she will chew me alive, and she likes to hold a grudge, so I better keep my eyes on this battle. While I am watching the battle, I am also trying to crash on the upper floor of my refinement tower. During the past week, I had been making progress in it, and I felt like today would be a day I would break through the 5th floor. I really need the boost that pure energy gives and also multiplied storage. Elijah, Ellen, and Jill are not simple opponents to fight against them. I will have to use all my strength. Even with my current strength, I am not feeling confident that I could defeat them. All 3 of them are very powerful, and the real abilities of Ellen and Elijah are a complete mystery to me. It is only Jill's abilities that I have some idea due to her inheritance connection with the Academy, but I might wrong seeing how different moves inheritances holders have even if they have the same inheritance, especially when it comes to powerful inheritance as the Abyssal Star inheritance. One harnesses abilities and moves from inheritance that suited them best. An Apex inheritance have thousands of moves and arts in them, and it gives one what is most suitable for them. So I will be fighting blind against 3 of them. I hope Myra and Reyna revealed some of their abilities. It will be quite helpful to me if we met in the next round. All the battles till the final will be finished today, and tomorrow there will only one battle. If I win all the battles today, I will reach the final, accomplishing the dream that the Academy held for more than 1,000 years. It is not only for the Academy but also for me. I want to fight the strongest members of my generation. This will be the only chance I get, as once the championship is over, all of them will change, hide away and train in secret locations, or change their identity to fight in grim battlefield. I will have to do the same. Most of the people from the top 1,000 will do that. After every championship, the rows of assassinations occurred. Grim monsters used assassins, spies, or they themselves tried to kill any participants they found. People like me have to be extra careful to kill those who entered the top 10 grim monsters, even sacrifice their tyrants. It is a fair trade for them, seeing they are only sacrificing the normal tyrants for an elite who kill hundreds of our level, and it held true when we became tyrants. Gasp. I was daydreaming when a sudden change occurred on the battlefield, and both of the participants used their power moves, and move of Myra shocked all those who were sitting in the participants' area, and those who could see what her move represent: life and death. Myra launched the attack that has the shadow of life and death. Life and death are one of the prime laws that govern the whole universe, and a bare show of them changes many things. I am feeling quite shocked. Myra, having the life and death element prime chrysanthemum bloodline changes things. Having the two elements in her bloodline is guaranteed her becoming a super powerhouse in the future, and grim monsters will have to try very hard if they want to kill her. It is saying in the world that those who touch my life and death element are very hard to kill. I don't know if it's true or not, but I like to believe it, as the rules I had comprehended have descended from these two prime laws. With Myra revealing the true nature of her bloodline and using her core moves, she gained the edge over Reyna. Till now, they have been an equality match, but now it is Myra who had an edge. It should not be a surprise to anyone, the Apex Plus Constitution is powerful, but a bloodline with two prime elements is even more powerful. In just a few minutes, Reyna had gone on completely defensive. She had summoned the defensive method, which is about average, but with the power of her constitution, it had become powerful. But the powerful defensive method is under strain with a constant barrage of powerful attacks. Myra is launching one powerful attack after another, not giving her Reyna even a little breathing space. Within a few minutes of a barrage of powerful attacks, Reyna's defensive method came close to breaking point. It won't be long before it is destroyed. Reyna seemed to understand that, and because of that, she decided to stake it all in one powerful attack. And what attack it was, it had shocked the audience, but regretfully, Myra successfully neutralized her attack and attacked her with her own. Bang. Reyna crashed on the force field hard, as she could not defend against Myra's attack, but Reyna did not seem disappointed when she got up. There was a soft smile on her bloodied face. The winner is Myra Alexander, Marla announced amidst the loud cheer of the audience. With the audience I also cheered. It is my girlfriend who had won, of course I am going to cheer for her, but it had been Reyna who had won the battle. I would have cheered for her too. Both of them are pretty strong, but Myra is stronger due to her powerful bloodline. Not to forget, Reyna's combat style had a deep flaw. Many people who were watching the battle were able to see that flaw. Reyna and Sophia are rare twins. They have a natural telepathic connection that very few twins have. They did not tell me much about their connection, but from what I could observe, these two cannot speak to each other telepathically but could feel each other's emotions, which is powerful than speaking by words. Not many people knew about it, but Reyna and Sophia had been trained to fight together since they are children. When they fight together with their opposing elements, they produce strength, which is many more times than their fighting strength. If Sophia and Reyna had been fought against Myra, she would have lost even with her powerful bloodline with life and death element. Even I am not sure whether I could win against them if I fight them. Myra soon flew into the participants' area, and 4 of us had cheered with Myra's battle over. The top 5 had been selected. It was quite battle. All the battles of the top 10 had been amazing in their own way, Marla said, as she flew toward the center of the arena. With top 5 selected, it is time for quarterfinals to begin. But before that, it is time for 2 hours. Our participants will need time to reach to peak condition to give us grand battles. So, dear audience, bear this break and watch the performances as the battles will resume in 2 hours, Marla said and disappeared from her spot. And at the same time, a dark blue force field covered the participants' area, cutting us from the crowd's view. Mitchell, take all the rest you can. You will need it when you fight against me, Ellen said as she appeared next to me. You stole the words from my mouth. Ellen, I was going to say the same thing to you, I said to her. Her smile widened hearing that. Good, you still have that spark. I thought you lost it when you got beaten bloodied by me, she said and tapped on the shoulder before leaving the participants' area, but not before giving a challenging smile to Myra, who appeared behind her. You two seemed awfully closes, Myra commented as she appeared beside me. Her eyes are shining with slight jealousy. Haven't you heard? Ellen and I are childhood friends, I replied as I took her hand in mine. The jealousy in her eyes eased up a little by the gesture, and she sat on my lap. So you must know quite a few things about. Why not share some with your girlfriend? She asked. To that I smiled. She probably knows about Ellen's strength more than me, since the intelligence network of the Supremes is far wider than ours. The only things I know about Ellen are qualities, which I think is an important intelligence. An expert analyst gleaned quite much information from it. You are such a miser. Other boyfriends would have answered the question immediately when their sweet girlfriend had asked them. Myra as she pushed me hard on my shoulder. Soon the smile on her face disappeared and her expressions turned serious. What do you think my chances are against those 3? she asked suddenly. Hearing her question, I couldn't help but smile in my mind. Myra is really stubborn. When I did not answer her question, she rephrased it another way, and this time she's demanding more information, and she knows I am the best person. Except for Elijah, I know all three of them on a personal level. Ellen and Jill are good friends, and she is girlfriend. Even if I did not know their abilities, I could predict them. All three of them are very strong. You should not hold back even a little fighting against them, I said seriously. Even Elijah, she asked back, and I nodded. From what I heard, the Supremes are not able to much about Elijah's real abilities either. Ever since he had returned from the ruin, he had kept his abilities hidden very well. Even now, the Supremes are trying their all to find out all about him. They even went as far as bribing their leader. But they are not able to find out against him. He had become one of the greatest dark horses ever graced the world championship in past 1,000 years. And what about you? What tip you have for me if we met in the next round? She asked. The smile had returned to her face, and her eyes are twinkling like a star as she asked me the question. The same, you should not underestimate me, baby, I said, and kissed her before she could say anything. The kiss had lasted long before we let go. I will let you rest then. If we meet in the next round, you will need your strength to survive against me, she said, and got off from my lap and left the participants' area, but not before giving me a peck on the lips. The participants' area is empty. The other participants had left. I had no interest in leaving. I had already told Alina that I would not come to the box. I have too much work to do, and these 2 hours will be spent well working on the upgrade of my inheritance. With no time to waste, I tapped few buttons on the controlling interface, and a dark green energy layer surrounded my chair, creating total privacy. After tapping on few commands, I laid on my chair and closed my eyes to go to my inheritance space. The seeds this time are better than I had imagined. If they can mature, we will have fewer things to worry about the coming war, said Patriarch Bradford with a sigh. They have to mature first, Bradford. Remember what happened 190 years ago, Matron replied. Hearing her, another sigh couldn't help but escape from the lips of the Patriarch Bradford's lips as remember that incident. About 200 years ago, during the Achilles' Great War, the grim monsters were able to assassinate 80 of elites of that generation's championship, and they did it within 3 days. He still remembers that day. His senior servants had marched into the pyramid and gripped the neck of the leader of pyramid for his grave oversight. The leader had resigned that day, and it was good he did. The one who took his place after that was quite capable and was able to salvage the war. Still, since that day, another layer of screening was added when selecting the leader of the pyramid. They not only need to have the strength to hold their position, but also need to have a tactical mind too. This precedence was available before. Ramona Hawthorne, in her great overhaul of Pyramid, had made sure of that, but over the years, it had whittled away. Even perfect things would regress over time. The leader this time is not like that idiot. This little girl from Crystal Domination is quite capable, Patriarch Bradford said, looking at the current leader of Pyramid. Matron Mavis hummed an affirmation before she turned to him. What do you think of my student? Matron asked. She is quite good. She had not let her inheritance down. Patriarch Bradford commented. He had over 400 years of experience. He can see things that others could not. How do you think she will fare against the others? Matron asked back. He gave her a look before he opened his mouth. She will be able to defeat that brat from Rivefield Academy and that little girl from Wingod Temple after revealing part of her real strength. These two are powerful and have the same potential as your student, but these two will need some time to get the same strength as your student. He stopped for a second. The real challenge you student have is from that girl from Crystal Domination and that brat from Sundering Peak. The bloodline of this crystal girl is extremely powerful. I think barely any bloodline of this caliber had appeared in our world, and strength she will reveal will be shocking. On the other hand, that brat from Sundering Peak is a complete mystery, but I could feel he is very strong as you student, but from some reason, I am very different vibe from him. That is making me have an intense dislike for him, Patriarch Bradford commented and looked at Mavis. It is first he had spoken about his feelings to Mavis. You are feeling the same too? Mavis asked in surprise, and I nodded. Seeing her reaction means she is getting the same reaction as me from that brat. Yes, this feeling of hate appeared when I looked at that brat, and sensing it, I scanned that brat using all my abilities but found nothing wrong with him. I have even sent inquisitors of my bloodson to his organization. There is something very wrong with this brat, and I feel like we need to know it as soon as possible or something bad will happen, I said, letting out all I am feeling. Surprise again flashed in Mavis's eyes, hearing me, and thoughtful expressions appeared on her face. Our diviner had said that something big would have a championship that will change the course of the future, Mavis said softly, and a huge shock ran through his heart. Nearly every Supreme had the diviner they are treasures, but Hawthorne C had the strongest. They are the only organization in the whole world that had diviner inheritance. It had founded by their founder and her partner, Excellency Roosevelt, in a very dangerous ruin. That ruin is so dangerous that very few were able to return from that ruin, but all those who returned have gotten a huge harvest in it. So, it was due to your suggestion that Pyramid had released the Bloodhounds. He said a month ago, he received a missive saying someone had authorized a group of bloodhunters in Orcas City. The Bloodhounds are one of the super elite divisions of powerful tyrants. They comprise powerful tyrants, who are the very best detectives in the whole world. They are mostly used in tracking powerful powerhouses of Grim race. They are extremely good at finding the traces of Grim monsters' activities. The diviner stated that this championship would change the course of the future, and that got to involve the mischief of the Grim monsters. Yes, it was me, but they were not able to find much except that Grim monsters had to spend fortunes in issuing missions to low-level assassins, Mavis said with a sigh, clearly worried about the mischief of Grim monsters. The championship had left only 2 days, half a day already over so, only 1.5 a day had remained, and since the Bloodhounds were not able to find anything concrete after a whole month, it means the plan of the Grim monsters are running too deep. There is another possibility that is Grim monsters had nothing to do with an event that will change the course of the future, but I do not believe that even for a bit. Don't worry, whatever Grim monsters are planning, we will deal with it. The whole Orcas city is brimmed with human powerhouses, and there is even Pyramid. If Grim monsters tried to do something, we will solve it immediately and teach them a lesson that they will not forget for centuries, I said with a laugh while cracking my knuckles that had put a small smile on Mavis's face. We might be old, but we are not weak, and it had been quite a while since he had fought with Grim monsters, and he hoped some of their old guys show up. He would love to kill some of them. Dear Lords, everything went according to plan, either today or tomorrow. The whole human world will watch. There would be a beacon of their race killed in a most gruesome, humiliating way by the Grim monster, said the old werewolf with a toothy smile. The heads of the most powerful tribes smiled and looked at the huge screen where numerous past battles are playing, marking down those with great future potential for an assignation. Assassination costs a fortune, especially when it is human territory. Not only a huge amount of wealth is spent, but they also have to use their spies, which had been integrated into human society. The most loyal humans and spies have needed centuries of work to place them in human societies. Putting spies is not easy work. In more than 10,000 years, humans have learned many things, and for their spy to infiltrate even the lowest level organization in the central continent needed centuries of clear record. Even the lowest level organizations go over the records of 5 generations, employing DNA signatures to family energy signatures to truth seekers. Everything is employed. Nobody wants a traitor or worse spy in their organizations. Still, with enough planning, we could place a spy in organizations below Supremes. It is a totally different matter to place a spy in the Supreme. The chances of spies successfully infiltrating there are nearly impossible. Let's watch the show them. Let's hope the host of Celestial Inheritance is not weak, said the foxwomen, getting a laugh from all the tribal leaders. All of them know how foolproof this plan is. The host of Celestial Inheritance will die. The question is whether he will die today or tomorrow. The 2 hours break is nearly over. There is barely 15 minutes before the championship begins. While outside it may have been 15 hours, but inside my inheritance space, I have more than an hour. I wish I had more. I am very close to perfecting the upgrade, but still, very far. I would not be able to do it before the semifinals. I will have to fight my battle or battles of today with my current strength. It will be a very tough battle. I don't know whether I will be able to qualify for the finals tomorrow or not, but I will try hard. The final will be amazing, and I want to be in it. Fight the strongest of my generation. I worked on my inheritance for a few minutes before I closed it and began working on my vines, creating humanoids from it. In the ruin, I had not thought about them, but ever since the teacher gave me an idea, I had been thinking about them very much. It is not just about creating the huge humanoid, but creating the smaller ones too, and an army of them. I have thought about creating thousands of them, hundreds of thousands of them, even million. Others might say it impossible, a fool's dream. Even if I have the energy of 100 powerful tyrants, I would not be able to reach 10,000, forget 100,000, but I did not say I would use my energy. My self-created inheritance and the unique constitution allow me to do things that are near impossible to others but possible to me, and as long as I tried, I might be able to create an army of millions when I reach tyrant stage. Currently, I should focus on perfecting the humanoid. I had fixed most of the mistakes, and now I want to make some improvements that I had thought during the fight. One of the improvements would change the humanoid's face. The face of the humanoid is too ugly, though I should not focus on the limited time I have in improving its looks. I still couldn't help but spent few minutes making its face look good. The ugliness from the humanoid is gone, though it did not become beautiful. It becomes nice to look at, and that is fine by me. After I worked on the face, I began to work on improving different aspects. I continued to work on it, till there is only 1 minute have remained till the championship begin. I opened my eyes and removed the energy shield that was covering my seat and saw everybody returned, and now sitting at their chairs with fresh faces. I am the only one who looked like I had just woken from sleep. I circulate my energy inside and outside, removing all the traces of tiredness from me. It's a good thing I am wearing the ant crease uniform, otherwise I would have had to straighten them up with my energy. A few seconds later, I looked as fresh as others and waited for a blue energy field above disappear. I did not have to wait for long as a few seconds later. The blue energy shield has disappeared. Welcome to the quarterfinal of 10,000th World Championship, Marla announced as she appeared center of the arena, wearing a completely different gown than before. All of you already know the rules, but I will state them again. Of the top 5, the one who had finished his battle quickest will reach semifinals directly, and that would be Elijah James, who had finished his battle with a second. She stated and looked at Elijah. Congratulations, Elijah, Marla said that he nodded with his trademark smile on his face. The remaining 4 in the top 5 will fight the battles, and 2 will emerge. Winner will reach semifinals and fight against Elijah for the seat of final. If Elijah wins the first semifinal battle, then he and his next opponent would be reached directly final. If Elijah win the first battle and lost the second battle, he will still go to final and fight against the first winner or semifinals, which he lost against, and if Elijah lost both of the semifinals battles, then the 2 opponents who will beat him will reach the finals. She stated out the rules to the excited crowd. The rules may seem a little complicated, but they are not. They are very simple, and most of the crowd had understood them, and those who did not are too dunce to understand anything. As per rules, Elijah had finished the battles quickest. He will directly go to the semifinals. The 4 of us, Mary, Jill, Ellen, and I, will fight in 2 groups. If I win the battle of my group and Myra of her group, then 2 of us will fight Elijah in the semifinals 1 by 1. If it is Myra who won the match against Elijah, she will directly reach the final, and I will have to win my battle against Elijah to reach the final. If I lose the battle against Elijah, then it will Elijah who will reach the final and battle against Myra one more time. But if Elijah wins the semi-final battle against Myra, then I will not have to fight him today, since he and I will reach the battle completely. It means if Elijah wins the first semi-final battle, he will not have to fight the second semi-final battle. He and his opponent of the second semi-final battle will fight in the finals tomorrow. Elijah will have to win only 1 battle from now on to reach the finals, while 4 of us will have to win all the battles to come at us. Losing a single one means losing the chance to finals. It is time for the first quarterfinal battle, Marla said loudly, exciting the already excited audience. A screen with 4 images and names below them appeared, and they began spinning, and 3 seconds later, the 4 names separated into 2 groups. Seeing that, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face, and I looked to my right and found Ellen is looking at me with the smile mirroring mine. After all these years, we will finally fight again, and this time it will be in front of the whole world. While I will fight against Ellen, Myra will be fighting against Jill. It is now the question of which group will battle the first. The first semi-final battle will be between Jillian St. Palin of Hawthorne CVs, Myra Alexander of Wingod Temple, announced Marla, and the crowd went mad like crazy. These 2 women have proved themselves in the battles, and both of them possess the specialties that only appear in the world once in thousands of years. As their names were announced, both of them got up and flew toward the arena with a very serious face. Both of them know it would not be going to an easy battle. It is going to the hardest battle they have fought in the championship or their whole life, and they are going to give their all to win it. While they may be serious, I am very excited. There is a very high chance that I might be able to meet one of them in the final, and the data I will gain about them in the final battle will help me a lot against them if I meet them into the final. 321. They landed on the arena, and soon the countdown has begun. As their gazes became intense, sparks begin to fly around their bodies as they begin to build their strength inside them. Fight. The countdown finished, and both of them immediately burst out of immense strength as they moved toward each while their inheritance armor appears on their body. Till now, since the championship begins, Jill had never shown her armor at max. She had covered herself with her abyssal fire as she did at her last battles, but in this battle, she had finally revealed her inheritance armor, and it is a lot different that of the Ramona Hawthorne. I have seen the images of Ramona Hawthorne, and her inheritance of every stage and the inheritance armor she had at King Stage is lost different. The biggest difference was that Ramona Hawthorne's inheritance armor was an armor, while Jill's inheritance armor is a battle robe. Her battle robe looked extremely amazing. It donned all the inheritance armors, including the angel forms of all angel inheritance holders. Her battle robe is black and looked like it is made of abyssal fire itself, and above the robe she is wearing silver light armor, which looked like it is forged from the silver light itself. Seeing the armor, it is very clear she had reached the 3rd level of Forma, a level higher than Sarah, who had reached the highest form in the championship, and now her record broken by the Jill. The third level of form provides one's immense strength, and when one has inheritance as the Abyssal Star inheritance, one could not imagine what degree of power it is providing. Jill is not the only one who revealed the amazing inheritance armor. The bloodline armor revealed by Myra is no less amazing. It is different from the bloodline armor she wore in her battle against Reyna. Its grade is way above that. She had not revealed her full power in the last battle. In the earlier battle, she was wearing armor, and now she's wearing a yellow, and while beautiful gown, there's even a beautiful crown made of yellow and white chrysanthemum flower on her head. Unlike the holy white gown of Ellen, Myra's gown had pieces of armor covering her fatal spots. These pieces of armor looked very delicate. They are made of flowers, but I have no doubt these pieces of armor would be as strong as the totem artifact she is holding in her hand. Seeing Myra in such regal form, I couldn't help but get attracted to her even more. If she had been beside me, I don't know whether I would have been able to control my hands or not. I shook my head of those thoughts and focused on the fight, as it is going to be very interesting. It did not take them even a second to reach close to each other and launch powerful attacks. Clang. When their weapons clashed, I felt like the whole arena would crash, and the force field covering it would shatter, but nothing of that sort happened. But the attack had really rattled the force field. It was just the start of the battle. After the first attack, many more attacks came, and each of them more powerful than the previous began to rattle the force field with intensity. Their battle had started with the bang, and their momentum began to rise. To people watching, it looked like both of them are being matched equally, but very few could spot the real detail of their combat that is telling them that one participant is holding a faint edge over the other. Jill had been suppressing the Myra in the battle, and she had been doing that since the first attack. It was obvious, as the suppression is very faint, but it is visible to those with keen eyes. It is not a surprise to me. I had expected Jill to suppress the Myra due to her legendary inheritance. It's not like Myra's bloodline is not strong, or her attacks are not powerful as Jill's. Both of them are using similar strength attacks. It could be even said that it is Jill's attacks are a little weaker, but despite that, she is able to faintly suppressing Myra, and reason for this her technique and control. Jill's technique with her weapon and her energy control is really great. It is above that of the Myra. Until now, Myra was one of the participants who had one of the best techniques of weapons and energy control, but now Jill had beaten her to it. I couldn't help but marvel at her gaining such weapon techniques, and energy control is not easy. Even when on have world's best teacher, they are not easy. They could only help to a certain degree at one that has to refine one's battle technique and energy control. The quickest and most reliable way to improve the battle techniques is life and death battles in an untamed environment. There are thousands of studies done throughout the thousands of years, and the life and death battle is the best way to refine the battle techniques and gain experience. As the gaining fine energy control, one just has practice for hours, days, and months, and years. It is extremely boring to some. They would prefer to fight hundreds of life and death battles than spend hours every day refining the energy control. That is why many people have refined battle techniques, but they would lack energy control. Both Myra and Jill have great energy control and technique. They have already surpassed the most Emperor's stage powerhouses. Only a select few could compare to them, especially Jill. Clanng. In just a few minutes in the battle, they begin to use their real strength. Myra started to use the attacks that contain the hint of life and death, while Jill revealed the real power of her abyssal fire that in one time used to terrify the shit out of the grim monsters. Ramona Hawthorne alone burned the armies of millions of grim monsters and turned them into her abyssal fiends with this abyssal flames. She alone was the army herself. Her abyssal flames began to burn through the attacks that contains the shadows of life and death and started to suppress Myra even more. But Myra did not back down in front of those legendary flames and brought out even more power. The strength of their attacks has reached such height that sparks could be lightning up across the whole arena. Usually, after a powerful attack, the residual energy is quickly sucked by the arena. There is a powerful absorbing formation inside the arena. The absorbing formation, much in any arena where kings battle, the arena may look big, but it is small, and when the energies of kings filled it and reached certain density, they became extremely dangerous. It is why few seconds after the attack, all the residual energy is quickly sucked by the formation, but now both of their attacks are producing so much energy that the absorbing speed of formation is not powerful enough to absorb all the energy. Few more minutes have passed, and their attacks have become even stronger, and now the sparks in the arena could even be seen by common princes and the kings. The power of their attacks has reached the mind-blogging level. Myra, who was clearly defensive for few minutes, has refused to use the defensive method. She had to answer Jill's charge with her attacks, which I think is a very smart move. Going complete defense against an opponent like Jill, who has his packed with powerful attacks, is not wise. She will break your defense when she does you will lose, as she will not give you a chance for any offensive. Half an hour had passed, and battles had reached its final phase. Myra is letting out all she had been hiding. It shocked the crowd when she finally revealed her trump cards. Some of her trump cards were powerful enough to send Jill very close to the force field. With the help of her trump cards, she was able to gain the complete edge over Jill for whole minutes before Jill began to dominate her again and began pushing her against the force field. Bang! Myra resisted with all her strength, but Jill was quite adamant and had the power to back it up that she had made Myra finally crash into the force field. The crash was not loud. If she had meter more, she would have been stopped herself from crashing against it, but that is a scenario she can't have. She had lost. Jill had defeated her fairly. The winner of the first quarterfinal battle is Jillian St. Palin, Marla announced amidst the roar of the crowd. My heart couldn't help but tighten up seeing Myra walking out of the arena with a sad face. Seeing her, I couldn't help but feel sad. I wish she had won, but Jill was too powerful for her to defeat. Though she had not lost as badly as the other Jill opponents, she still lost. Winning and losing is part of life. I still remember the first competition I had participated in. I was not even able to make it into the top 10 of that competition, where participants were mere thousands. Soon Jill returned to the participants area, and the three of us welcomed her with her applause. Her battle very much worth it. What a chilling battle it was. If I had been fought against two of them a decade ago, I would have lost within 5 minutes, Marla said, as she quieted down the crowd who were still cheering for the Jill. Now it is time for the second battle of quarterfinals. It would be between Ellen Ashford of Crystal Domination vs. Mitchell Czar of Riverfield Academy. Marla announced, and the crowd begins to cheer resoundingly. As my name is announced, I closed my eyes and released all the consciousness restrictions I had placed on myself. In the previous battle, I had released some but not all. Before the previous battle, I had only released 25 of the restrictions, but now I released them all. I am very sure to fight against Ellen. I would need to use every speck of my strength, so I released every restriction I had placed on me, but it conscious or unconscious. A second later, I opened my eyes and flew toward the arena. As I did, I immediately attracted the gazes. I have gotten used to the gazes of tyrants and could bear them as long as they did not consciously put the pressure on me. Suddenly, I am under intense gazes of powerful, and these gazes belong to very powerful people, and they are very intense. I had frozen on my spot, and if not for the familiar presence covering me, protecting me from all those gazes, I would have definitely fallen on the ground. The gazes of the tyrants have never been so intense on me, and the only reason I could think of that they had sensed the changes in me when I released all the restriction, and that got them a little surprised. As all the intense gazes, except for one which emitted enmity, others were inquisitive in nature, and no single one of them had seeped inside my body. All the gazes have scanned me on the surface. Sigh. Taking a light sigh, I began to flew toward the arena and soon passed through the force field and entered the arena. Thud, it took you quite a lot of time, feeling nervous to fight me? Ellen asked with a teasing smile. Nervous me? No, I just stopped to think about which way I should beat. There are too many sure ways running in my mind, I said back. You seem to forget the way I beat you last time. Don't worry, soon I will have you refresh that memory, she said confidently. Oh really? I asked back. Our banter continued, and even judges seemed to be enjoying that, as they hadn't begun countdown even after 2 minutes. They usually do it within 30 seconds of both participants entering the arena. 320. I had just thought that when the countdown begins and we both stopped talking. Fight, the crowd roared excitedly, but to their shock, none of us summoned our inheritance hell. We did not even call back our powers, we just continued looking at each other. Don't hold back, Mitchell. If you dared to underestimate me, you would find yourself crashing on the force field sooner rather than later, Ellen warned seriously. You always stole the words from my mouth, Ellen, I said with a smile, and the next moment powerful aura burst out of me. So as from Ellen as our bloodline armor and inheritance armor appeared on our bodies. Our armors were out, self and weapons in our hands as we looked at each other for the slightest movement. Unlike before, this time, Ellen is not wearing a holy gown. This time, there is real armor on her body that hugged every inch of her body perfectly. The armor is wholly white, and it looked like it is made of solidified divine energy. The armor is beautiful, the most beautiful I've seen despite not having much decoration. It is simply breathtaking. The armor has completely covered the explosive aura released from her, and now only a faint aura is released from her, which gave off a very soothing feeling that made me put back my weapon and sleep in its glow. Nice piece of diamond you have. Any girl would love to wear so much diamond, she quipped. You must have a lot of monsters as pets. That holy glow you are releasing would be a great thing to put them all to sleep, I quipped back. Soon we fell silent. I opened my mouth to say something, but no words came out. Look, it is really a time for us to fight. So shall we begin? I asked finally after a moment of silence. Yes, she replied back. And the next moment we disappeared from our spot with the speed that no participants of championship had able to display. Even Elijah's speed, which he displayed to defeat Jonathan in a single move, is nothing compared to it, and this speed we're moving are without using any move. I could tell that Ellen is not using any moves like me. We are just using the strength of our bodies and increment our inheritances have prepared such speed is enough to finish a couple of monsters within a few seconds. This battle is going to be liberating for me. I had held back too much till now in this battle. I will use it all, display the moves that have never been seen by anyone in the whole world. Soon we appeared next to each other and attacked. The attacks are just of physical strength, but they are more powerful than the normal attacks of the monsters. Clang, step. Our weapons clashed and surprise flashed across her face as she took a step back. My, such a physical strength. You have become quite a brute, Mitchell, she said in surprise. I hope you did not lose any of your intelligence in gaining such physical strength, she added while completely discarding the gasp from the crowd, seeing she had taken a step back in the first clash. She's not the only one surprised by this clash. I am too quite surprised by her physical strength. Others may not understand it, but I used all my physical strength in this battle and could only make her one step back. My physical strength is extremely good, no one in the championship could match it, but Ellen had come pretty close to matching the attack just now. She had bored it with her physical body, without using any defensive or offensive move. If it had been other monsters in her place, they would have clashed directly on the force field hundreds of meters away if they did not use any of their moves, but all Ellen took was one step. Don't worry, physical strength is not the thing I have and muttered the first boost. As I did, a powerful aura flared across my body. Nice, Ellen commented, seeing my aura flaring up, and the next second her aura flared up too, and we both attacked again, and this time our attacks are lots faster and stronger than before. Earlier our attacks were just of physical strength with enhancements from our armors, but now we are actually using our moves naturally. Our attacks would be stronger than before. CLLANG. Our weapons clashed with no one is getting the edge before we launched the second attack, and this time, Ellen had disappeared from her spot and appeared at my left with her sword already covering half a distance from me. A smile appeared on my face as my sword abruptly changed the direction, but still kept the grace and power of attack despite the abrupt shift of the direction. CLLANG, CLLANG, CLLANG. Our weapons clashed again, and this time, I disappeared from my spot and appeared behind Ellen and swung my sword at her neck. My sword had covered more than half a distance to her neck when suddenly, a sword glowing in a gentle, holy glow appeared in front of my sword and blocked the attack. Deafening sounds began to spread through the arena with us fighting all over it at each attack. We would disappear from our spot and tried to attack the other sneakily, but since we both have powerful senses, we can easily track each other's movements and respond. Usually, I did not change my place in battle, or at least in the first phase of it, but Ellen brings out the competitiveness me, and I wanted to beat her in everything, and I am sure she also feels the same. It had been happening since the first day I joined the school. She was the teacher's favorite before I joined the school, but after I joined, she had to compete with me for the teacher's attention. The competitiveness of us continued to increase till we began to compete in every small thing. And I think this was the reason why she had gone after the girl I had a crush on. I was quite angry with her when she did that, as it had gone very personal, and she understood that too, as she had repeatedly apologized to me for a month, and we even attended a couple of therapy sessions in school due to this subject. We still compete just as before, but we have never let it become unhealthy like that time. CLLANG. You seem to have learned quite a few things in that ruin, Ellen said as I smoothly deflected her attack. Her attack is quite finer than the ones she used before. The technique and energy control in it was phenomenal. Normal monsters would be crushed under such attack. A few I nodded and attacked her. The attack was slightly stronger than the previous attack, but when she saw it, her eyes widened in surprise, and she moved her sword speedily to intercept it, but she found her sword could get close with my sword. There seemed to invisible waves around my sword that are pushing against anything that came near it. These waves are one of the advanced applications of battle techniques and energy control. Those with keep eyes could. My sword is making moves like a wave as it moved toward Ellen. These wave movements are very small. They are like slow vibration. One needs to have advanced control and technique to do something like it. The smile in Ellen's eyes disappeared, and a smile appeared on her face as her sword moved toward mine, and this time it did not get repelled. CLLANG. Her sword clashed against mine. She had stopped my sword before it got too close to her. I tried to move my sword by crushing the energy running in the sword, but she evaded it easily. She created her own waves to evade mine. You are not the only one who knows the tricks, Mitchell, she said as she looked at me with a confident smile. Let me see how many tricks you have. Then first boost, I said, and activated the first boost. As the first boost activated, strength begins to fill into every part of me, giving me immense power. After the King stage upgrade, The power of the first boost increased a lot, and it became a lot more comprehensive and balanced now. There are barely any inconsistencies. When it filled part of my body with strength, I feel amazing whenever I activated it. Holy Grace, she said right after I activated the first boost and terrifying aura released from her. This aura is very powerful, so powerful that air around her bend to its will. The flavor of this aura is opposite of mine. While mine is burning like a wildfire, hers is like a gentle river, but one should not mistake its gentle nature for the weakness as this aura compelled you to. It is extremely powerful. One can see that with the soul compulsion the aura is trying on me. Nice little trick your aura have, I said while being extremely alert about her aura. The compulsion of the aura is very powerful, far more powerful than any soul attack my previous opponents have tried. I have to be even more careful from now on. This is just aura, not even an attack. If she launched a powerful soul attack and able to blank me for even a moment, it would be game over for me. A second would be more than enough for her to beat the shit out of me. We continued to look at each other as our auras bloomed, and as they occupied more space, they begin to clash. Sparks, sparks, sparks. Sparks begin to light up like fireworks as an auras clash. Two giant electric wires are clashing against each other, creating huge sparks, and these sparks are beautiful as my silver aura clashed against her holy white aura. For the other people, it may seem like a simple clash of auras, but those with knowledge shook seeing us control aura to such a degree that we are using it to fight against each other. Kings can only release aura and not fight with it like we are doing. One needs to have the fine control to do that, as unlike one ability, which one can control, the aura is fleeting like air. One has to control it by projecting one's will outside, that too very few kings could do. Our aura is pressing against each other, and I am winning. I had already pressed her aura back a few inches, and forced her to create a wall that I have to. I am very impressed with, as I will not breach it in a short while. You are good, Mitchell, Ellen said, and her aura disappeared, but as it did, her sword appeared, and it is coming toward me at an extremely fast speed. She is using her move. The auras we released earlier were produced due to the powerful moves we have activated. They did not contain much power and held no harm, at least not to us, but this attack is powerful. It is the same attack she had used at last to defeat the victor, so one can imagine how powerful this attack is. A smile appeared on my face as I saw the attack. Thick energy of the first boost spread through me and giving me strength that I only had in the ruin. All that restricted strength came out and merged with my sword as it moved toward Ellen's sword. The air begins to vibrate around us as our moves got closer and closer, till the sparks begin to fly. The residual auras released from our weapons was enough to burn the air apart. CLLNNG. Our weapons clashed and released the shockwave like never before. It had rattled the whole area, but both of us did not pay any attention to it, as our focus is on our weapons, which are trying to move toward each other. I am trying to move past her sword and attack, but she holds my sword in a death-like grip, not letting my sword move even a centimeter. In both technique and control, Ellen is inferior to me. The clashes a few minutes proved that still the difference between is very small. It could be said she is very close to me, which makes doing anything against her hard. Due to her inferiority, she could not do anything against me, but I also could not do much against her when she wants to defend against me. CLLNNG, CLLNNG, CLLNNG. I struggle against her for a few seconds before I stopped and began attacking directly, seeing that bright smile appeared on her face. She's just slightly inferior to me in technique and control, but in strength she is powerful. Fighting against her few minutes, I was able to sense her strength faintly, and that had shaken me to the core. She is hiding a lot more strength than I had imagined. She is bubbling with power, and what she is using right now is just a surface of that of power. If I want to win against her, I would need to all I have and all I had learned. On top of that, I would also need some luck. The bloodline of her really powerful, far more powerful than the Phoenix bloodline of the Elena, and I am very fortunate that I had performed some experiments when I am fighting against Elena. The more powerful the bloodline is, the more difficult it is to sense its strength, and in my fight with Aline, I had experimented with my rule-breaking strength and killing rule, and with the help of them, I was able to predict the strength of even those with bloodline. I did not breach them. Even rule-breaking power is nothing compared to these terrifying bloodlines, but with a sensory rule like killing rule and rule-breaking power, I observed her aura and attacks are very deep level, and that gave me an idea about her strength. This trick of mine is very truthful. I've used it, be it bloodline holder or inheritance holder, and it predicted their real strength every time. We continued to fight for a few minutes before Ellen suddenly stopped, and seeing her stop, I had stopped too. You have not disappointed me, Mitchell. You have grown powerful enough to know the truth, she said, and a small energy dome covered both of us. The energy dome is very weak. The only function it had was to block noise and visual to outsiders. What truth? I asked back while having a faint idea what she is about to say. Will you believe me if I told you I had shown less than 20 of my strength right now? she asked with a serious face, but I could see the faint trace of pride hidden in her eyes. She is proud of her strength, and who wouldn't be if one is as powerful as her? Oh, that I know about it. Your bloodline is not as tight-lipped as you think, Ellen, I said in her shocked face. She is totally shocked she could believe I had known about her real strength and remained calm about it. If someone else had been fighting her and knew about her real strength, they would have wet their pants already, not to forget the strength she had shown, until now as powerful she had defeated Victor with it. Well, then I hope you will not lose too quickly in front of real strength, she said with a sweet smile, and whole body shuddered seeing it. Divine transformation, she said softly, and she reverberated through the whole arena the dun she had creating directly vaporized when her voice hit me. I did not care for any privacy done, like all my attention is being captured by the thing happening in front of me. A cocoon of royal purple energy covered her, and on cocoon, golden runes begin to appear on the cocoon. These golden runes looked very long, they looked as old as time itself, and within a second, they coved the cocoon whole. I wanted to use all my strength to crack this cocoon and beat her up when she was mid-transforming, and I would have done that without remorse since it is a battle if not for me sensing huge danger from the cocoon. Crack, crack, crack. So I waited, and I did not have to wait for long. A few seconds later, cracks begin to form on the cocoon and spread speedily within a second. They have covered the whole cocoon. Bang, the cocoon exploded. It's a good thing I was prepared for it and already moved back 100 meters. If I had not, I would have swept up in the energies of the explosion, which would have been nasty seeing its power. The cocoon exploded before all of the energy went back and merged into a humanoid form, and when all the energies merged into humanoid form, it revealed itself. Gasp. A collective gasp came out from the millions of audience as they saw Ellen. She again comes back to wearing a gown, but this gown is totally different from the holy white gown she had materialized in the previous battle. It is shimmering royal violet gold gown that reached the floor of the arena. It looked like it is made of liquid gold. The way it had hugged her whole body, aside from the gown, there is the crown on her which looked like it made from the delicate violet strings and embedded with a golden diamond. It is not only she had changed, but her totem artifact had also changed too. It had become a little slimmer, and now had the purple blade and golden handle. She's now barely releasing any aura, but the very faint aura I sensed from her made all the hair on my body stood up. It is nice to get up you got yourself, I said with a slightly mocking tone. There is nothing to mock about her look or the gown. The gown is extremely beautiful in that it looked like it's made of the goddess, and with her natural beauty, it made Ellen look like she goddess herself. Humph, what do you know? Madeline said she loves it, she said with Humph, pointing out how her fiancé loved it. So shall we begin then? I asked, and she nodded. As she nodded, we both moved this time. There was no aura flaring or sparks flying, but everyone in the crowd realized that the battle from now on would be like the one they have never seen before. Inside me, my rules begin to pour more in thick liquid, and this liquid is different, and inside it, crystalline dirt could be seen shining. This liquid is the peak power of the first boost, and I am using it first time outside of the ruin. CLANNNG, CLANNNG, CLANNNG. It did not take us a moment to reach close to each other, and we begin clashing. There was no waiting, no talking, just fighting as fast as we could. We are fighting at blinding speed that most people in the arena could not follow our battle. We are just too fast for them. The only thing they hear is defeating sounds and see the tarrying force field, which is rattling the force field every second. The crowd has completely lost in seeing our battle. Both of us are too busy fighting that we did not hear what the crowd is shouting. The speed we are fighting loose, losing focus even for a second, will result in instant defeat. Our speed is too fast, and the power behind our attacks is too great. Our attacks are powerful enough that other than the top 5, everyone just gets defeated in a single attack. Even someone like Sarah and Raina would not last more than one move even when they use their inheritance. I don't know what Ellen had gone through, but I know one thing: her bloodline may be powerful, but she had worked extremely hard to gain such power from her bloodline. It is visible in the way she fought. CLANNNG, CLANNNG, CLANNNG. Our attacks have got faster and faster, so fast that even monsters had to use quite a bit of concentration to watch the fight. Since her transformation, we have exchanged thousands of moves, but nobody could gain the edge over the other. We are equally matched. The power behind the attack is greater than mine, but I beat her in technique and control, thus effectively neutralizing the edge she had over me. There may be no one is gaining the edge right now, but it would take a second to change that fact. One smallest mistake from any one of us and it will cost us great. It could result in the defeat, so we both are very careful and fully concentrated on the battle. Other than the battle, we are not caring for anything. Punishment of LANCES. She said, and hundreds of purple golden landed materialized behind her without warning and came toward me, piercing through the air. These lances looked amazing, and when they tear through the air, I felt like even a group of emperors would not be able to do anything against them. The speed of the lances is phenomenal. If anyone unprepared were to face such powerful lances, they would be dead before they know it. Thankfully, I was very much prepared, and the moment she launched, the runes inside me lit up. Rose blades, I muttered, and hundreds of beautiful rose blades materialized behind me and tore through the air to clash against the lances. My rose blades are a third of the size of the lances, but they are equally beautiful with their red blades and green handles. Not to forget, they are very dangerous. They will be able to stop the lances. Clang, clang, clang. My rose blades begin to clash against the lances, each of their clashes with deafening sound, and have shockwaves strong enough to rattle the force field in hundreds of them clashing. Colorful charting energies begin to spread through the whole arena. The air begins to burn. The chaotic energy has become strong enough that a normal king would become heavily injured just spending a second in the chaotic energies, and within a minute, a king would be completely vaporized. The lances and rose blades continued to clash as we did not stop summoning them. We are continuously summoning them to attack each other, but due to the close strength of both attacks, no attacks were able to gain the upper hand. The chaotic energies have reached a whole new level. Even I begin to feel slightly uncomfortable in it. It is a good thing, the formation in the arena repeatedly sucking up the energy. Otherwise, it would have become over of chaotic energies, and from what I read about them, they are very dangerous. The attacks are getting faster and stronger, and they begin to take more and more energies while I fight. I am also refining the energies crazily. My attacks need huge energies. If I did not have such refining tower, I would not have been able to have such huge amount of energy to power up my attacks. About 10 minutes passed, and when I noticed small curving up on the lips of Ellen, and I sensed very faint changes in energies, the change was very faint, that very king's ability to notice it. I did notice it, and it shocked the hell out of me. Ellen is about to launch a very, very powerful attack, and I shouldn't waste any time in taking all my strength before she finished me off in a single move. Honor of Divinity Everwings. We both powered up at the same time as said her move in her strange, hypnotic, oscillating voice, and gold and purple runes covered her body, and at the same time, I summoned the Everwings, giving the glimpse of my new move to the world for the first time. We have summoned out our most powerful moves. I could feel this powerful move is at her limit, and everything is my limit. If I want more strength, then I will have to burn my blood, which I am unwilling to do in championship, and using it will automatically lose the battle. The sacrificing types of attacks are forbidden in championship. Those who used it would directly be disqualified. As we summoned our most powerful moves, we did not attack immediately. She would have attacked me if I had been a moment late in summoning my wings, but I had summoned my wings at the same time she activated her attack, so I lost the chance of a surprise attack and finished me up in a single move. Wings, I don't know you had wings, they look quite on you, Ellen praised. The sparkles quite suit you too, I said. The purple and golden runes appeared on her gown, and sword are shining enchantingly. So this is it, hun? She asked. Yes, I said. We do not have to explain it all. This is our last move, and my most powerful move when I use the Everwings with the first boost, which I am doing right now. If Ellen could take out something even more powerful, then it will be game over for me, since I could not burn my blood, which if I did, it would be grant me enough power that I will full confidence to face Elijah, Jill, and Ellen in battle together. They might have something like blood burning too, but chances are low usually. Most inheritances and bloodlines kept such abilities locked until they reached the tyrant stage. Let's begin then, she said, and the next moment she became a blur to me. Even with all my senses working, she had become a blur. I had to concentrate all sensory powers and employ my sensory field to see her, and I did. I flapped my wings and moved toward her with the greater speed. She is coming toward me. We appeared next to each other as we have teleported, and as we did, our weapons moved. There is nothing grand about our attacks. Our weapons are blazing with the fire or covered in lightning. Nothing. I look like I am swinging the sword like I usually do, while Ellen's sword is covered with enchanting runes, which made it look beautiful, not grand. Our swords moved toward each other like a normal sword about to have clashed against each other. CLANNNNG. Our sword clashed, and for a moment, nothing had happened before a very sharp clashing sound rang out. The sound nearly broke the curtains of our ears, and the force field produced from it had shaken the arena as if there is a loud earthquake. The force field, on the other hand, stretched half a meter like rubber before ripples spread across it. The audience let out a huge gasp seeing such a grand display of power from such simple attacks, and burst out in the cheers. CLANNNNG, CLANNNNG, CLANNNNG. We did not focus on the loudest cheer we have ever heard from the crowd, nor could we see it as right after the first. We disappeared from our spot and clashed 10 meters away from us before disappearing and clashing into different places in the arena. The power behind her attacks had shocked me to my core, and the most shocking thing of all is the energies that came with the attack. The energies were concentrated and completely different from the other type of bloodline energies I've ever seen. The bloodline energy of the Ellen is a lot different, and if any energy could come close to it, Then it is the energy of angel inheritance that Jim and Rashiel have, but their inheritance paled a lot in front of Ellen's. If I am not wrong, then there is divine energy present in bloodline energy, which makes it very powerful, and that also explains such a resilient body that Ellen has. Divine energy is one of the most precious energies of the world as it could be used to anything. Only gods have it, and there are no gods in our world. Some people have found the diving crystal before, including Her Excellency Roosevelt. She had left the detailed record of it, and I was able to read some of it, and what I read about it had shocked the hell out of me. As I said, divine energy could be used to do anything. It could give you a constitution, increase your body or soul tremendously, and make totem artifacts powerful beyond compare. In the intelligence, it is guessed that Ellen's bloodline of godly nature is the bloodline of a very powerful god, and fighting with her, I am very sure she has the god's bloodline and thus divine energy. No wonder she has such a powerful body and soul to match me in body and soul, which I had strengthened from eating hundreds of green source. My runes are eating this divine energy. It is the first time something like that had happened ever since they begin transformed. They never ate any energy when it comes to they just converted it and gave me back. But now they are eating all the divine energy present in the bloodline energy while converting the rest. CLNNNNG, CLANNNNG, CLANNNNG. The attacks of us got more and more powerful, and I began to use more and more energy from First Boost and Everwings. Every second, thick melted crystalline liquid is coming out of the runes spread through me. I do not want to admit it, but I am reaching my limit of strength. It won't be long before I reach my limit, and if Ellen continues to increase the strength behind her attacks, I will be in trouble. The thought of that couldn't help but make me smile. Ever since I had returned from the ruin, nobody was able to push me to my limit. I've won all my battles very easily, including the one I had fought with Sarah. Ellen is the only one who had pushed me this far, and I couldn't help but proud of my friend. I like this feeling of reaching the end. It forces me to dig out more potential. Nearly every day in the ruin was like this, but ever since I had come back, I had nearly forgotten that feeling. I should be thanking Ellen for that. With the strength she is displaying, there is a good chance I will lose, but it is not sure. If I lose with having inferior strength, I would have died in the first week I had trapped in the ruin. CLNNNNG. Our weapons clashed again, but this time my body shook, and I had barely stopped myself from taking a step back. So you do have a limit, she said while flashing her pearly white teeth in victor before attacking me, and this time her attack is far more powerful than before. Seeing the way she is looking at me, it is clear she wanted to splatter me at the force field. Seeing her powerful attack coming, I gripped my sword tightly, moved it toward hers. From now on, the real challenge begins. Anyone could win with superior strength. Those who win with the inferior strength are the real champions, and I very much plan to win this battle, even if Ellen is stronger than me. Her sword came at me, and it wanted to stab me into my chest directly, but how can I let her do that? My sword moved according to hers. She is faster, but I have more skills. I followed her sword accurately no matter how she wanted to trick me. I could see slight frustration appear on her face when she realizes she could not get past my sword. CLANNNNG. Our swords moved closer and they finally clashed, and as they did, it took all strength I have to myself as stable as possible as I begin to take a step back. And like a vicious viper, she and her sword followed me, not giving me single chance to stop and stabilize myself. Seeing her sword coming, I moved my sword according to her. I knew she would do something like it, and for it I had been prepared. CLANNNNG, step, step, step. Again her sword clashed against mine, sending a huge amount of energy at me. The bloodline energy had been immediately sucked by my runes, and so is most of the physical energy, and what my runes did not suck, a small amount spread all my body and soul while rest spread in my wings. My runes could absorb all the energy I could give them. There is no need for me to transfer some small amount to my body, and the wings are great at sucking energy in every diamond feather of the wing. They had to swallow formation to swallow and convert the energy, and storing formation is store the energy. My runes are the only thing that could swallow the energy, but they are the most efficient ones. They barely lose any energy during the conversion process, while the wings lose 15, which is huge. Still, I am sending the small portion of each energy into the wings, and since the battle had begun and they had been storing the energy into the small little storages, I have not used the energy in those storages. The time of them had come. I will use them when I became sure I could defeat Ellen. It is one of my trump cards. CLANNNNG, CLANNNNG, CLANNNNG. Stab, stab, stab. Attack after attack descended on me. Ellen did not seem to want me to give a chance as she is raining down attack after attack at me, and she is coming from every direction, up and down. She wanted to defeat me, and for that she is leaving no stone unturned. She is using everything in her arsenal to defeat me. I am quite shocked at the strength she is displaying. I am not the only one to feel that. She had transfixed the crowd with her strength, and now they are cheering for her to defeat me. While she's trying her all to defeat me, I am trying my all defend. I am using the old trick that requires me to stay long in battle and make my opponent use as many moves as she had. Michiel, you had already reached your limit, why don't you just accept the defeat? Ellen asked while continuing to attack from all sides. Who said I have lost? As long as your blades are not the only neck or I crashed on the force field, I am not lost, I replied with a smile, and this seemed to irk her even more, as her attacks have become faster and more powerful. So I have to beat you till you have become bloodied Hun, she said, and her attacks have become even more forceful. With my amazing runes, it had become very difficult to draw blood out of me. One had to hit directly hard enough to see any blood from me as long as their weapons clashed against mine, and there was no overpowering difference of power. One will have a hard time seeing my blood. Still, that does not mean I am invincible among those with the same strength as me. Those with the greater skill could defeat me. They just have to hit me a couple of times on a fatal spot, and it will be game over for me. Few more minutes have passed, and I could feel Ellen getting angry as she too had reached the limit and seeing no way to defeat me. I am barely able to defend against her attacks but still defending. Until now, she was not able to breach my defense. Bang clang banclang. Seeing normal attacks are not working, she tried attacking with different methods, but all these methods were weaker than the previous attack. I easily dealt with them all and even started fighting back with her before she again used the same attack, and I had fallen back to defense. This attack of her very powerful. It is like a ravenous storm that is hell-bent on causing destruction. It is very hard to stop such storms. The only way one could stop it, let it do whatever it wants and spend its energy till there is none remained. It will not happen with Ellen. She had a very powerful bloodline. She's powerful enough that she could keep attacking me with this attack for hours. Even a day. I can't predict it very well due to the involvement of the dive energy. I couldn't help but sigh when I think about divine energy. Ever since I read about it, I couldn't stop dreaming about it. It will make many things easy for me if I got my hands on it. Even small pieces as a grain of sand would be fine. Her Excellency Head Mystery Roosevelt have found it, and if I am not, she may have used it on her inheritance. I could tell that as I would do the same, and since she was also like a host of creation heart inheritance, an only person who successfully practiced creation heart inheritance. Half an hour passed, and now it had been nearly 2 hours since we began fighting, and I have collected enough data on her and formed a plan to deal with her. CLANNNNG. She attacked me again, and I moved my sword according to it, and when our weapons clashed, I did not step back as I used to before, even used sword power to stop my momentum. As before the attack, I was moving back as she never gave me a chance to stop. Her eyes went wide as saucers as she saw me stopped her sword without much shaking. I had not only stopped her sword, but also crushed the momentum of it, and this utterly shocked her, seeing she had been very careful against tricks from the beginning and remained careful even after she began to dominate me. How? How? Ellen asked in shock. She could see I had stopped her attack even without shaking, and I had not used any extra strength. I had used the similar amount that I had using for more than half an hour. I had destroyed the momentum of the sword before it could push me back. The only thing she could not understand is how I did that when she was extremely careful about this thing. She's not the person who underestimates her opponent. Even if she is dominating in the battle, she would especially not underestimate me. You find out, I replied and disappeared from my spot and attacked her from behind, one of the spots where she had intentionally created the weakness to fill the other weakness she had, another weakness, and I am attacking it. She had hidden it very well, but I was able to find it in some other weaknesses. CLANNNG. She reacted fast and barely able to defend against my attack, and this time too, I had broken the momentum of her sword. CLANNNG. The attack was just beginning as I began to attack her weaknesses, and despite having the strength greater than me, she had reduced to responding passively. She first did not understand how I am doing, but as we clashed more and more and I targeted her weakness at every attack, she understood, and realization dawned on her face with a trace of horror. You mapped me, she said in shock. She was more shocked than before when I blocked her attack without much shaking, as she understood the implication of what I did. This implication is a reason she had a trace of horror on her face. Mapping is what one called when one studied others' fighting style deeply, that they identify all the mistakes the other has. I had been doing that since I got the killing rule. But what I did with Ellen is much deeper. It needs far more than a sensory rule and analytic mind. The members of Supremes, especially the core ones and even more important members, heirs, are given very special training. In this training, they have to comprehend one sensory rule and train their battle style to such a degree that no one can map their battle style in a matter of few hours or even a day. Even with the powerful sensory rule as the killing rule and analytic mind I had blessed with, I would not be able to do it if not for my experience in the ruin. From silver ghouls to green kings, all of them were expert fighters that had honed their fighting styles for centuries and millennia that when I started fighting them, I had barely able to win against them. I had fought thousands of life and death battles with them, and through these battles, I had earned immense experience. This precious experience has not only helped me refine my battle style that barely anyone with the same level as me could match, but it had also given me a huge amount of data. With the help of data, I could even map extremely complicated battles style of Ellen. There are ways against such methods, and I am sure as Ellen understood it, she had already begun to change her fighting style, but it would take some time, at least half an hour, with her capabilities. I have to defeat her in that time, or I will have to begin over again, and in that, many things could happen. Don't think you will be able to defeat me, Mitchell, because you have mapped me. There are ways to go around that, she said, gaining back her previous confidence. Yes, there are ways, but you will be defeated before that, I said while attacking her. Oh yeah, let me see how you do that then, she replied with a confident smile which put a smile back on my face. She had already begun covering her weakness, but it does not matter, my mapping is not simple even if she is covering her weakness, she revealing new, and since she is doing that very fast, she is having a problem hiding them very well. She is better than I had thought, but still, I have 20 minutes, and I am very sure I will be able to defeat her. It is time to use that then, I said to myself, and the next moment I activated a formation. Just as I did that, my diamond wings begin to shine, and that shine spread through my whole armor. My wings have collected power for nearly 2 hours, and it is time to use it. Their storing formation had only filled 16 in 2 hours, which means I have about 2 hours to finish the battle before the power runs out, and I will finish it. I felt the intense power coursing through my whole body, giving me strength that is equal to that of Ellen. As the strength spread through my body, I had disappeared and appeared directly in front of her and attacked. Seeing me appeared in front of her so fast, a great shock appeared on her face, but the shock did not stop her from responding. She moved her sword toward mine, but I changed the direction of my sword, seeing that she stopped moving her sword and put it into the defensive posture. She clearly understands that with both of us having the same strength and with me being mapping her, she would not be able to stop my sword. Instead, she would give me a clean way into her, which she did not want to happen. CLANNNG. Stab. My sword clashed against her, creating a huge shockwave and sending her back. Since the first clash, it was the second time I was able to do it, but it will not be the last. In the next 1.5 minutes, I will make her repeatedly take a step back till I defeated her. CLANNNG. Stab. Thud, she begins to take a step back with every attack I had launched, and soon we were on the floor of the arena. It is Ellen who directed her steps at the ground. If she wanted, she could have continued taking the steps back, but no, she had come down on the floor thinking, it will slow me down seeing I am using my wings to move around. She is partly right, my speed had slowed down by the little, which had given her little breathing space. I could see then in her expression. Unfortunately, she did not know it is my favor that she is on the ground. It makes defeating her easier. If we had fought in the sky, I did not have this much confidence as I have now in defeating her. The moment my feet landed on the ground, I began preparing for my attack, and it is now ready. I had to launch it as soon as possible. Ellen knows me quite well, and if she will soon realize something will happen and take precaution against it, and this bad for me. So as soon as my attack before ready, I did not waste a second and launched it. Rose Vines. I activated Rose Vines, and at the same time, I used all the power I had stored in the wings and moved toward her. Her expression changed suddenly when a terrifying aura burst out of me. It was very powerful, and it should be since I had used every ounce of my strength in this attack. Seeing my sudden burst of strength, she seemed to understand something weird is going on, but she did not have time to anything against it, and my sword coming toward her at an extremely fast speed, and it is attacking the biggest mistake in combat style, which she had beyond well hidden. Unfortunately, I was able to see it, and I had not targeted it until now because of the right moment, and this is the right moment. Seeing my attack is very much in the battle for her, she also burst out with strength. Using every ounce of strength she had kept hidden and reached very close to me. Her power is not surprising to me, and as I know she had kept little bit hidden for the emergencies. This time, instead of defining, she chose the offense as she moved her sword toward me, seeing that smile couldn't get hello, but appeared on my face and frowned appeared on hers, and feeling of something is wrong deepened inside her mind. Just before our swords about to clash, the feeling got very intense that she decided to activate the best defensive method. Unfortunately, she is late. If she had employed the defensive method when she first got the feeling, she would have survived it, but now she will not. CLLLANNNG, Kutch. Our weapons clashed, and at that exact moment, the tents of vines came out of the ground at a very fast speed. Sensing vines piercing through her half-activated defensive shield easily, she made a snap decision and decided to use the momentum of clash to move back. The attack was very powerful, and it created huge momentum that she shot back like rocked. A smile appeared on her face as she saw leaving the vines behind despite their incredible speed, but soon, her smile froze when she saw a delicately thin vine, thin as the string, being attached to her ankle. She is shocked seeing the vine, not because of its tiny size compared to other vines that are coming toward her, but because she did not sense it. She had a very powerful bloodline. It gives her very powerful sensory powers, and when it added to the sensory rule, she comprehended to a very high level. It's very difficult for anything to catch her off guard without her knowledge. Even the most powerful emperor-level assassin of her organization was not able to get close to her before she sensed him, but this delicate vine had got her ankle without her knowing, and now it's growing up but also moving upward to bind her. She had read about his vines. From what she had read, they are mostly used in harvesting the grim monsters and bind. At first, their binding strength graded subpar, but as her organization's analyst researched during the championship, they graded its high difficulty, something which she could cut with her sword. I saw Ellen's expressions froze when she saw the vine, and they became serious when the vines began growing thicker and moving up to bind her, seeing that Ellen wasted no time getting rid of it. She charged her sword and swung it toward the vines. She is very gutsy to try using her full power to cut the vine that is attached so close to her skin, but that Ellen, for you, she never shy away from doing anything once she set her mind. Clang, her sword hit the vines hard, and it was even able to go half a centimeter deep into the vine. Ellen was shocked seeing it. She thought the strength she used was more than enough to cut through these vines, but all her strength was only able to reach half a centimeter inside it, and just as she removed her sword from it, a tiny gap she made got filled. It had shocked her even more. There were a huge amount of energy she had added into the gap. She was planning to attack the same spot again, but that spot healed the moment she removed the sword, and the powerful energies she had released earlier, that were powerful enough explode a monster, guzzled up by the vines. She still moved her sword to attack again, but just as her sword reached up, vines climbed into her hands and bound her despite having a very powerful repelling force covering her hands. She had covered her arms with very powerful repelling force when she first noticed the vine, but the witch now had divided itself into the multiple vines tore through that repelling force and binded her arms so strongly that she became unable to move them to launch the attacks. My vines reached Ellen's arms, and despite very powerful protective energy covering her arm, the vines tore through it and bound her arms just like the rest of her body, and also consumed the protective energy that is covering any part of her body. Now, except for her head, every part of her body bound in the vines. She now looked like a shackled goddess, bound with delicate vines. Ellen is struggling hard against the vines, and all she could do is move them ever so slightly, and she can do that because I will try it if I wanted to. I could have made them tighter that they could not move even an inch. I let them little loose, not because she is my friend. I will not do that. This is battle, and I will give my all without showing any mercy. I had kept them little loose because I wanted to watch her struggle fruitlessly, thinking that a way out is around the corner. This feels a little sadist, I know. My vines are extremely powerful, and they close reflection of my special inheritance runes. Even Ellen, with all her strength, will not be able to break these vines. Scorching divine. She struggled for a whole minute before her terrifying aura rose from her, and the next moment, dense violet and gold flames came out of her body. These flames seemed to be a reflection of her conviction she had, and they attacked the vines with a vengeance. A huge amount of dense purple and gold fire came out of her that begins to burn the air itself, but when it targeted the vines that had bound her, she saw her dangerous fire is getting sucked by the vines. She even had hoped that her fire will burn the vines from inside, but a few seconds passed, and no result came out while my vines greedily sucked these twin-colored fires. This twin-colored fire contained the trace of divine energy that my runes loved very much. Within a minute, all the fire sucked by the vines, and Ellen is fuming seeing her powerful attack turned into failure. She even glared at me before she summoned out another powerful attack. She launched attack after attack at my vines. She is relentless despite the failures. She's bringing out one attack after another, and after the fifth attack, I noticed the power behind her attacks is growing. Her bloodline had begun acting up and providing her with more power. Seeing that, I wanted to throw her at the force field and finish the match. She might launch a really powerful move that will get rid of my vines, but my greed for divine energy and my thrust to see how my creation will contend against moves from powerful bloodline held me back. I know I should not be greedy, but I can't move my mind to throw her across the force field. I want to see her struggle to use her strongest move against my vines. If I want to have some chance at the next round, I want to know the limit of my abilities. I have knowledge of all my other abilities as I have used them widely, and many people were able to deal with them. Ever since my runes begin changing, my vines have never been broken, Even all-powerful green kings with their strange abilities have not able to break, and I want to see whether Ellen, who is more powerful than any green king I've faced in ruin. At first, her bloodline has reacted slowly, but soon, I could feel her bloodline without putting all my focus on it. I have sensed many bloodlines, but never has any bloodline has given me a sense of vastness as of the Ellens. The feeling it gives me is far above that of the Phoenix bloodline of Alina has. I watched her launch attack after attack on my vines. Each attack is more powerful than the previous. I watched it all and recorded everything in my mind, from the power of Ellen's attack to the reaction of my vines against it, and most of my focus is on my runes, on how they consume the trace of divinity in the energy vines sent to it. Are you finished? I asked 10 minutes later, the attacks of Ellen still going strong, but I felt like it is enough. I have watched enough, and now I want to throw her force field. What's scared that I will break through your little vines? If you're that scared, then you can fling me at force field, she replied angrily, hearing that a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. Nice try, but with you I will never take such risk, I said and moved her toward the force field. I will never throw her like a ragdoll. I will not release my vines off her till her body touches the force field. Only then will I release those vines. Her earlier statement was a provocation. She wanted to throw her at force field as I had thrown her Herman, but I am not. I am sure once she released the grip of my vines, she could stop the momentum, no matter how fast I've thrown, and once she released, I don't think I will be able to capture her again. Hell, she will able to beat me to a pulp with her current strength. So I better not release her until her body part touched the force field, and I won official. She is looking at me with very angry eyes, seeing how I am moving her toward the force field like a little girl who had extremely naughty, and her parents don't have any choice but to bind her to get her home. Seeing those angry eyes, I smiled and watched as she continued to launch the attacks on my vines in the hope of getting free. Even in such hopeless condition, she had not given up. She's still trying her all to win, and I couldn't help but admire her will and tenacity. Finally, my vines reached near the force field, and as it did, I moved it toward the force field like a sling, using all my strength. I still had to take revenge for last time. It will be no fun if I did not draw up even slight blood from her and broke some of her bones. Bien and NG, she smashed on the force field hard. I had not shown her any mercy. I have very much had intentions of making her bloody and break some bones of her. The force I had thrown her into the force field is really great. If I had used a similar amount of force on Herman, I would have killed him, but to Ellen, it is not much. It will break some of her bones at most. I had not forgotten the beating I had taken from her, and how much fun she had breaking my bones in the name of the spar. Thud. After hitting her on the force field hard, I finally released her, and she fell with a thud. She had not fallen unconscious by the throw. She had just become disoriented a little. She will need a second to two to recover fully. Need any help? I asked as I appeared in front of her and fetched my hand for her. She glared at me intensely before a smile appeared on her face, and she took hands to get up. The vines were a nice move. You have kept your best for the last, she said as she hit me on the shoulder. Congratulations on the win. Savor it well. Next time when we fight, I will break every bone of your body, she said while looking at me from up to down as she has already decided which of bones she is going to break. Feeling her gaze, I couldn't help but shudder internally. She is right. If we fought again now, I would not be able to defeat her, and with her strength, she would beat me to pulp within 10 minutes now that she knows all my tricks. I have nearly used all my trump cards in this battle. From mapping one combat style to showing the powerful Everwings, I will have a difficult time in the semifinals when I battle against Elijah. The winner is Mitchell Czar of Riverfield Academy, Marla announced, and right after that, the quiet crowd cheered like never before. Seeing such cheers, I couldn't help but waved my hands to them. In the Grand Hall, the atmosphere is quite different here. Everyone is very surprised by the battle's result. Not a single one of them, except for those of Riverfield Academy, have thought Mitchell would win. Even in the Riverfield Academy group, there were still people who had not thought Mitchell would win. They are the people who do not know the reality of Mitchell's inheritance. Only leader and council member know the truth, and even they have sworn the oath to not let this fact out without the headmistress's permission. Marina, congratulations, you got very talented student, said the leader from Crystal Domination Station. She is Lady Vivian, the older sister of the leader of Crystal Domination and teacher of Ellen. There are not many things I regret, but now I am regretting not taking Mitchell when my student had asked me to, she with a sigh before her expression turned neutral. The people of Crystal Domination Station and Riverfield Academy Station got surprised to hear that. Lady Vivian is one of the most powerful people of Crystal Domination, and if rumors to be believed, more powerful than her younger sister, leader of Crystal Domination. She is also their best recruiter. The best the Crystal Domination had in 1,000 years, that now they had talents equal to that of the Hawthorne Sea, and Marla, the previous champion, was also the person she recruited into the organization. So, admitting a mistake is a big thing. People as powerful as her rarely do such things, especially in such a public setting. While some people are happy with his win, some are very angry like those from the Sky Saber, as things just got very difficult for them, as the difficulty of killing him had increased hundredfold, even thousandsfold. He had established himself to be the best talent of the decade, of centuries seeing his performance, and now Pyramid will try their all to protect and nurture future powerhouse, who will become another wall in front of grim monsters. Doing something to him will have great repercussions, even for Supreme, but still, they will do it. No one can besmirch the honor of Sky Saber and Live. Mavis, how strong do you think his vines are? Patriarch Brandfort asked in these vines. Even if anything had surprised him more was the resiliency of the vines, the surprise of vines even greater than that of the winner of this battle. They are very strong, stronger than they should have in their current stage. The vines have even power to bind the even top emperors, Mavis said, while having a hard time believing the words she said. Yes, from what I had understood, they seem to have been able to contend against the traces of divine energy contained in that little girl's energy, Patriarch Bradford muttered softly. He was lucky enough to see the divine crystal in his life. His predecessor had found few grains of them, along with very precious treasures, which are most precious treasures of Bloodsun. He had research and knew how deadly they could be, even they present in a very faint form. Will your student would be able to deal with if she faces these vines? He asked, hearing that smile that appeared on Mavis's face. The strength of these vines remain in their surprise attack, and now she knew about them. She will be very careful against them when she faces this boy, Mavis said, completely dodging the other meaning of the question, whether or not Jill will able to break out of vines once she is caught. He did not ask the question again and looked at 3 people who had reached the semifinals. Only 2 battles have remained after the semifinal. There will be a final tomorrow. He is feeling quite worried about tomorrow. If grim monsters make a move, they will make it tomorrow on the day of the final, where nearly all people of Central Continent and the whole world would stick their eyes to their screen to watch the final. I opened my eyes as our long break had nearly passed, and I opened the privacy shield I had erected. The quarterfinals are over with Jill and I winning our respective battles. Now, in the semifinals, we both will fight Elijah one by one, unless he wins his first battle, and then he and another participant that had remained to battle will directly fight in the finals. If I fight against Elijah now and lose, he won't have to fight against Jill, as he would reach the final directly and fight with Jill there. In the past hour, I had been working on my inheritance, and now there is only a small percentage of work had remained, which I am very sure I will be able to finish by tonight. I very much want to level up right now, seeing most of my moves have been revealed, and it will be very hard for me to defeat my next opponent since they have already seen all my moves. But I stopped myself from doing that. If I had did that, not only I had revealed a lot of my secrets, but also I would not have been satisfied with my inheritance as its creator. I want my inheritance as perfect as possible, and for it, I do not skim on the work or time I had put into it. I wanted it to be perfect as I could make it, and only when it satisfies all criteria, I use it. The upgrade is nearly perfect, with one last inspection that will be finished in the night. I will be ready, and this time, I had perfect resources which I did not have in the ruin, so the upgrade I will get from the level up going to be even greater. I assume you all are as excited as for semifinal as I am. Marla asked the crowd as she speared in the center of the arena. Your cheers are telling me you are very excited about it, she said after hearing defeating cheers from the crowd. So let's see who will fight against Elijah in the first battle of semifinals, Marla said, and the images of Jill, Elijah and I appeared in front of her. Elijah's image is on the other side, while the image of Jill and I is side by side, and now they are spinning, and 3 seconds later, one image flew toward Elijah's side, and it is the image of Jill. Seeing that bright smile couldn't help but appeared on my face, as now, I wouldn't be the only one whose all the trump cards have been revealed. Both of them have the nearly same strength. To defeat one of them, will have to reveal all one's trump card. This battle would give me all the data I need to fight my next battle. The battle is between Jillian St. Palin of Hawthorne Sea and Elijah James of Sundering Peak. Marla called out their names, and the crowd welcomed them with deafening cheers. Both of them got from their spot and flew toward the arena while not looking at each other even once. Only when they reached the arena they looked at each other, and both of them have the battle fire burning in their eyes. 320. The countdown begins a few seconds later, and their gazes became more intense as they readied themselves for the big battle. Fight, the crowd roared, and both of them disappeared from their spot, leaving the air with the burning sparks as they moved toward each other with great speed. It took them a moment to summon their inheritance armors, and as they did, they launched their attacks. Their attacks are powerful from the beginning. The attack that Jill used is more powerful than the attack she used to defeat Myra, so I can imagine the caliber of the attacks they have launched. From the next moment, the arena begins to shake wildly. There was not a second when the force field had not stretched and ripple. Both of them had burst out with terrifying strength, and did not hold back anything. The battle is intense from the start. And top of that, both of them seemed to be an equal match of each other, as none one was able to gain an edge over the others despite using the power moves. The crowd had been mesmerized by them, as not one single person in the crowd decided to make a noise, all of them watching the battle with silence. I also activated all my ocular abilities. As I watched the battle, it is quite regretful that I could not sense the power and flavor behind their attacks due to the force field's protection. I could only use my eyes to the best of my abilities and collect as much data as I could through them. 15 minutes passed into their battle when a sudden change had occurred, both of them gone through the shocking level of transformation when both of the revealed level 1 advance form of their inheritance. It had shocked the whole arena. The first 3 common levels of inheritance rare, but kings have them. Then comes 3 levels of forms. Only very few kings have them, especially the last level, which usually emperors and tyrants have. The advanced form is only tyrants could have, and in my memory, served right then, it had been more than 1500 years since any king had revealed the advanced form of inheritance while still being king. Saying it is extremely rare would be an understatement, but no 2 people have revealed the level 1 advanced form together. I would not have been surprised if it had been only Jill would have done that, as she had legendary inheritance and her predecessor had also performed this feat in her time, but Elijah revealing level 1 advanced form had shocked the hell out of me. It is no easy feat, but he was able to do that, which makes him no simple person. He has a similar level of talent as that of Jill, who had the legendary inheritance. Abyssal Star Inheritance, nothing special about it, Elijah said as he pushed Jill into the force field. I had thought I would get some real challenge from you, but your strength was just so-so, Elijah added as he licked his bloodied teeth. The whole crowd is watched in shock as Elijah defeated Jill, holder of legendary inheritance that once shocked the world, and now another holder of it lay defeated by the force field. Elijah is mocking Jill, and all she could do is looked at him with a look of defeat. It is clear she is crushed by her defeat, and Elijah's mocking had crushed her further. She had the inheritance of Ramona Hawthorne, and Jill the first person to get the same inheritance as her. The inheritance came expectations, people judging her every move and her every battle to her shining predecessor. The pressure she had on her fragile shoulder was immense, and she had worked her ass off not let down those expectations from her organization and the whole world. Until now, she had done everything perfectly, winning every battle in perfect textbook style, but this defeat had crushed her and crushed what she had done till now. Losing one battle did not mean anything, but this battle is her everything, and the mocking she had got made everything worse. I could see a single tear coming off from her left eye as she begins to walk out of the arena with a face full of disappointment she is feeling toward herself. The winner is Elijah James of Sundering Peak, Marla announced, and the crowd began to cheer. Though they cheered loudly, their cheer was uneven as if they can't decide cheer or not, and now everybody around them cheers. They also cheered, but could not able to bring the same amount of cheer as before. Now that Elijah James has won the battle, there will be no second semifinal battle. Instead, Elijah James and Mitchell Czar will fight the final tomorrow, Marla announced, and the crowd cheered at the prospect of final, and their cheer was consistent this time. I hope you will be able to put good performance tomorrow and not be a disappointment as her, Elijah said while smiling wolfishly before leaving the participants' area. I did not reply to him, just continued to look at his back and think about the feeling I had felt from him a second ago. When he talked to me, he did not reveal any aura, but for some reason, all hairs from my body stood up. This reaction was enough to let me know that Elijah is far stronger than he had shown in his battle with Jill, and it couldn't help but shock the hell out of me, asking myself, how could one be this powerful? I had experienced hell to get the strength I have, but Elijah just gave me the feeling that he could crush me in a single, more only very powerful emperors have given me such dangerous feeling. But Elijah is clearly a king. If he were not, he would not have been able to step into the arena. Aside from Marla, whose aura is registered into the arena's interface, no people other than the kings could walk on it. Forget that, in the Great Hall, there are very powerful people sitting there. I've even heard there are 2 living fossils present there. With them under control, it impossible to fool. Even when one using the artifact, one could not fool the old monsters. They have more powerful artifacts on them. I shook my head and walked out of the participants' area. The feeling I got from Elijah had put huge pressure on me. I do not fear losing, even if it is the battle of world championship, but for some strange reason, my heart is telling me that I could not lose to Elijah. I have to try my all to win tomorrow's battle. This strange compulsion from my heart is putting even more pressure on me, and now I will have to win in any condition. Soon I met Professor Josephine and others from the academy, and we flew toward the mansion. I wanted to meet my parents, but my father told me they would meet me tomorrow before the battle. It was quite a battle. I had not that this Elijah would be this strong to defeat Jillian, Elena said with a slight shudder, and I couldn't help but nod. Today is a good lesson for both of you. Never underestimate any opponent. Always keep an open mind in the battle, advised Professor Josephine. Council offered training to that girl, but our request had been denied. If we had trained that girl for even 6 months, the result of the battle would have been completely different. We had produced the Ramona Hawthorne, and the Academy still had the capability to produce another one. Those bastards from Hawthorne C2, proud to let a lowly Emperor-grade organization train their precious jewel, said Professor Jenkins, clearly revealing in Joy Hawthorne C's defeat. Hearing that, I couldn't help but let out a sigh. Professor Jenkins is wrong to say that. It is not Jill's fault that she lost the battle. She had tried her all, and never dared to underestimate her opponent. Her only fault is that her opponent is too strong and very skilled. I had called her before exciting the participants area, but Holowatch is switched off. I called her brother William, who picked up and said she is fine, but I know she is anything but fine. It is quite a blow. Soon we reached the manor, and the professor asked everyone to leave, including Alina and Professor Jenkins, and now only 2 of us remained. Converted isolation field cast by the professor. Will you finish the upgrade tonight? She asked. Only a few people know the progress of my inheritance, and the professor is one of them. Yes, I will be done with the upgrade within 3 hours. I replied. Good, I will ready the formation then, she said, and left while I remained in the garden. Minute more before left for my room. There is too much to do tonight. After taking a cold shower, I sat on my bed and closed my eyes. The next moment, I found myself in my inheritance space. Without wasting any time, I began working on it. There are only a few things that have remained to be done in the inheritance upgrade. I should be finished in 2.5 hours outside. Inside, it will be more than 10 hours. Time passed by, and soon more than 10 hours had passed inside the inheritance space. I am nearly finished. In few minutes, the upgrade will be ready. It is a good thing I had taken my time with inheritance. I had found some mistakes in it. The mistakes were not big, they were tiny still. They were mistakes, and hold the threat to destabilize my inheritance. Finally ready, I said with excitement when I looked big runic humanoid in front of me. I would have been ready with upgrade nearly 3 weeks ago, but I had some new ideas and wanted to make changes according to it. Now that I see the humanoid in front of me, I felt it's all worth it. All the hard work I had put on it is worth it. I admired it for minutes before I opened my eyes and walked out of them. My room. It is time to level up. Click. Soon, I reached in front of huge doors and pushed in. They opened with a click, and I went in. As I walked inside, I found myself in a big hall, and the hall is covered in fully drawn runic formation or formations, as I said. There are 2 formations drawn on the hall floor. The center formation is a formation I've created. It is needed for the level up, and another one is isolation formation, on which his command professor is sitting. The second formation is big, but the most eye-catching thing about it is not the formation, but the hundreds of precious resources that are placed in the formation. These glittering resources are very precious, a level above what I had used in the ruin. I looked at resources, and when I saw they are exactly as I asked for, I walked to the center of the formation and sat on it. As I did, Professor activated the isolation formation. I had no reason to hide my breakthrough, but I still want sufficient isolation. It is during the breakthrough my inheritance ruin became most visible, and I have the least control over them. So if someone powerful is snooping around like an old monster, the wards of the mansion will be barely able to stop someone like them. Only under the protection of someone like Professor will I be able to feel completely relieved. After checking everything one more time, I closed my eyes and entered my inheritance space, where I tapped on the runic humanoid couple of times before I threw out of my inheritance space as the level up began. The runes inside me lit up, so are the runes I am sitting on. As the formation activated, the resources came toward me in their smoky form, and soon I found myself covered in fog of herbal energies. A second had passed when another type of energy covered me. A very dense, worldly covered me. The energy is so dense that I had not felt before. The professor is funneling the worldly energy toward me as I asked her to. For a few seconds, nothing happened. When runes began to appear on my body, every part of me is covered densely in the tiny runes. There was not a single part of mine that hadn't been covered in some runes. Shoo! As the runes appeared, they created suction force like never before and began to energies in wild abandon. It is the first time runes have appeared outside of my body. It is due to the formation I've drawn, in the purpose for to use the specific resources for the specific inheritance runes. In the I ruin, I have no choice but to use all the resources I had. I did not have the luxury to choose, as I barely had resources to reach the king stage. But now, I have the resources that will help me make the use of my inheritance as its highest. My inheritance is based on the 7 elements of the constitution and bloodlines it had sucked. In the first phase, I will fill my runes with the energy of the constitution's elements. These resources are related to that 7 elements, 6 to be exact, as the Academy had no resource to supplement the rule-bending power. So instead, I asked for the strange, unexplainable resources the Academy has. It is a poor choice to use them, but I did not have any other choice. As for the other 6 elements, they have the perfect resources for them, and now these resources will now help me get a great power-up due to the elemental connection they have with my runes. The runes inside me are breaking, and new runes are being created with their energy they have sucked from the resources. The rate of sucking is increasing with time. The runes are not only sucking the herbal energy, but also worldly energy, which I have in a great amount. Every second professor is bringing me a great amount of worldly energy. The tyrant's control over the worldly energy is phenomenal. One of the conditions to become tyrant to have great control over the worldly energy, and Professor is no ordinary tyrant. Her control over worldly energy is not any ordinary tyrants could match. SHOO. Time passed by, and around 15 minutes later, the upgrade imprinted itself into me, and just as that happened, runes began to shine brightly and started to suck the energy as if they are possessed. I watched the powerful resources disappear by second, and the runes begin to suck even more worldly energy. That Professor begins to funnel more and more worldly energy to me. I had expected my runes to become ravenous, and despite the complaints of some councilmen that I am asking for more resources than I should, I had asked for more resources. Now, even if these runes go even crazier, I have enough resources to satiate their hunger. The runes, I exclaimed in shock as I saw the Mitchell inheritance runes appearing on his body. I had seen the Mitchell's inheritance runes before when he was designing the inheritance. He had asked about my views on some of his designs. His designs were pretty basic, but they were very original. The ideas he used were never seen before. Despite being very basic design, his inheritance had provided him with the better than average strength, but the runes I see right now are completely, utterly different from what I had seen last time. Their basicness is completely gone. The inheritance formations that appeared on his body are exceedingly complex, far more complex than any king could create with the runic knowledge they have. His knowledge of runes had already reached a great height that now barely any king or emperor can match it. Only tyrants could match to his knowledge. If he can create an emperor-level inheritance, then there would select few people in the whole world who would be able to match him in his runic knowledge. Her Excellency Headmistress, when reached tyrant stage, no one in the whole world could match her in runic knowledge, and due to this knowledge, once all the wards of Academy activate, the whole power of 9 Supremes won't be able to break through its wards for at least a week. The other thing that shocked me even more than the complexity of runes is their materialization. These inheritance runes are no simple imprinted runes anymore. She can sense strange power in them, which means they had materialized. Which should not be possible after becoming a member of the council. She got to know many confidential things that, even in Supreme select few know. The notes left behind by Her Excellency Headmistress had been very enlightening. Materialization requires extremely rare resources such as divine crystal, and among other things, and had followed a very complicated procedure. She gets to read about these procedures from the Her Excellency Headmistress's notes. For her future successor, she had left those extremely precious resources. I previously doubted Mitchell would have the ability to get those resources, seeing the conditions and tests that Her Excellency left behind for her successor, but after seeing his performance in runes, there is hope that he might able to acquire them. He might have already materialized the runes, but the resources she had left were so rare that even old monsters Matron Mavis would fight hard for them. These resources would help, but Mitchell very much once he acquired them. The runes have appeared in his body, seeing that I funneled the worldly energy around the mansion and funneled them around the Mitchell. A second after I did that, Mitchell's body begins to suck them at a frenzied speed that surprised me greatly, as he is not only taking the worldly energy, but also herbal energy of precious resources. As the runes suck the energies, some of them begin to break and formed anew. The upgrade began to imprint itself on the Mitchell, and it lasted for about 15 minutes when another change occurred. The runes shone, and madness begins as they wildly begin to suck the energy. The suction speed increased by 5 times, as the runes have crazily begun to suck the energy crazily. I had to funnel more worldly energy to meet his demand for worldly energy, as the herbal energy is also declining rapidly. When Mitchell first time gave the receipt for resources, I was present and quite shocked seeing the list, as not only resources he is asking are very rare, but also their quantity was also great. The amount of resources he asked for is enough for a powerful emperor to level up several times, but he is using them on a single level up. Time passed by, and this powerful suction lasted for 6 minutes before it begins to slow and stopped. When it finally stopped, there had been barely any resources that had remained. As the runes finished sucking the energies, the rules flashed blindingly, and I could feel the shocking changes begin to happen in Mitchell. The energies inside me had finally stopped, but my excited heart is still kept beating loudly. I've had reached the mid-level of King Stage, and the strength I've got greater than I had imagined. To be honest, strength I am feeling had shocked me, but it is very much welcome. To fight against Elijah, I will need strength. I still remember the feeling I got from Elijah. It had matted deep to my core, made me feel like I am nothing in front of me. But with such power, I feel like I now have the real chance against him. I looked at my holowatch and walked back to my room. It is nearly 12. My level up had finished a little earlier than I had expected. If I had not used the formation, it would have taken the double time. Soon I came back to my room and directly entered the practice room. There is one more thing I have to do, and I hope I will succeed in doing it. It will play an important role in tomorrow's match. Are you sure what you observe is true? Lady Marla asked. She is completely different from a host of this world championship who shared her name. Yes, I replied. I did not get angry at Lady Marla. She likes to be extra careful in all things, and due to that, she came out irritating. Well, it changes things, she said while looking at the other council members sitting beside her. It looked like he deserved that thing. Let's begin discussing, Lady Marla said, shocking few council members as the thing she had suggested is no simple thing. She is referring to a shocking thing. That thing was once instrumental in destroying a supreme. Are you ready? Professor asked, and I nodded, and the next second I flew toward the arena with Professor and others. There are 2 new additions to our group. These 2 new additions are Councilwoman Marla and Councilman Harrison. They have come to Orcaz City in the morning. I wish the teacher had also come, but she could not come due to her duties and will only able to watch the battle remotely. It sucked, but there is nothing I could do about it. 5 of us flew toward the arena, and as we flew, cheers couldn't be heard from below. We are surrounded by drones, and our footage is being broadcasted to billions of screens across the world. It is very intimidating, but this past month was quite an experience that now I could keep my emotions contained without breaking a sweat. A few minutes later, we have reached the arena, but before I could go inside, I will have to deal with media. Just a thought of that making my head hurt, but I sucked it up and walked toward them with a smiling face as I have been doing that for past few days. It took me nearly an hour to answer their questions, but now I am finally free. No more questions, at least till my battle with Elijah is finished. You are getting better and better at dealing with them, Alina said as we walked inside the arena. To that I could only smile. Yes, the past few days I had become better with each try. Soon I spotted my parents at the entrance of the participants area. They were alone, and as always, she did not bring my sister. The battles of champions IPS are not for little children like her to watch. Professor and others said their wishes before they left toward their station, and I walked toward my parents. You can't imagine how proud I see you reach this stage, Mother said as tears have appeared in her eyes. My mother had also participated in the championship once upon a time and have even been able to reach the top 5. She would have been able to win the championship, if not for higher-ups from her organization had forbidden her from using the Empire of Mist. If she had used that, then she would have been easily able to win the championship. From what I was able to find out, Mother's Empire of Mist was lots stronger than that. Jonah, she had it for a much longer time. This moment is a very important part of your life, but there is more to life than this championship. Don't try too hard to win it, she said, and when she said it, her eyes became quite piercing as if they are looking at my soul. Yes, Mother, I said. She indirectly asked me not to damage my base during the battle. Some people get too crazy during championship battles that sometimes they ended up damaging their base. Your opponent seemed pretty powerful. Can you defeat him? My father asked bluntly, receiving a blaring glare from my mother, seeing that he smiled sweetly at my mother before she turned to me. I am not sure, I replied truthfully. I could still vividly remember the feeling I got from the Elijah yesterday, and even with such a great power upgrade, I am not sure whether I could defeat him or not. Do not pressure too much, and do your best. It will not matter to us whether you will win or lose, Father said as she patted me on my shoulder. My father is a simple man with simple dreams. He does not wish to become a powerhouse to anything that most people. The only he had was to do his research in a quiet room. Best of luck, Mitchell, and your father said. Don't stress about it too much. Fight with a calm mind, Mom said as she hugged me. A few seconds later, I let my parents and walked into the participants area. This time, there is only one seat in the participants area, and it is for me with my name flashing on it. This participant area is only for me. As for Elijah, he is sitting on the other side arena. Since it is final, it is obvious they will sit us on the opposite side for the greater show. As I entered the participants area, the crowd cheered loudly. Today, their voice is brimming with power to see the final. Many powerhouses have come from afar. Cheers from them have vibrated the whole arena. I waved at them before I sat in the arena and looked at huge screens that are around the arena. They are showing an advertise. EMENT of products to snippets of previous battles. They are even showing the probability of winning. The probability of me winning is only 20 when I saw it yesterday. I couldn't believe it as I did not expect it to be this lower. I had expected my winning probability to be at least to be 45-50. My performance was no worse than him. We even got injured while there was not even blood on me during my battle with Ellen, but they still gave him 75 to 80 of winning. The reason for my low assessment was that since Ellen and I are childhood friends, she did not get too heavy with me, and that gave me a chance to win. What a bullcrap. If anything, she was hard on me and more careful than she would have been against any opponent I won that battle my merit and nothing else. These bastards always underestimate me in this battle. I will show them by winning if I win. These bastards will earn a lot less money than they would have by me losing. Cheer, cheer, cheer. Marla finally appeared wearing a shimmering long red gown, and seeing her appearance, the crowd let out a mad cheer as it is time for the final to begin. Welcome to the last day of World Championship, the final, Marla said as she appeared, bringing a loud cheer from the crazily excited crowd. Are you all excited for the final? She asked, and again she got the answer in deafening cheer from them. It is a good thing there are absorbers across the arena. Even the ears of tyrants would not be able to bear such loud sounds in the semi-contained space like the grand arena. The past month had been filled with exciting battles. The battles of the battles had broken the many records. It would not be wrong to say this is the best world championship that occurred in anyone's living memory, Marla said emotionally. She is right, the battles of this time have shattered all the records. If one compared all the battles, then this championship, arguably the best in the past 1,000 years. Thousands of battles have been fought, each battle bringing out best elites of the world till only 2 of the best have remained, and now, the 2 you will fight, and we will have the greatest elite of this generation, and if I may be bold say, the greatest elite of the century, she said, and that strangely quite the audience. Her words have got quite a meaning, and they have got millions of people looking at Elijah and me, and had all the cameras of Arian focused on 2 of us. It is my great pleasure to call the finalists of World Championship for the last battle, to fight for the title of Battle King of this generation, Marla said as she flew out of the arena. Cheer, cheer, cheer. The crowd begins to cheer as our names were announced, and at the same time, dense runes appeared on the arena as it begins to stretch from inside. It silenced the crowd within a second as they watched in wonder. It happened in the final of every World Championship, but it still filled the audience's heart in wonder. They are stretching the space inside the arena covered in the force field. Nothing will change on the outside of the arena, but on the inside, there will be a huge change. Few seconds later, the runes have disappeared, and now the space inside the force field has been strengthened by 7 times, which is absolutely huge now. Even if I fight in vine human form, I will not feel the constraint of the space. Marla returned inside the force field and looked around the arena with a bright smile before turning toward the crowd. Now the arena had been ready. It is time to call out the 2 champions for the final battle, she said, and the crowd cheered madly. The crowning battle will be between of Elijah James of the Sundering Peak V's, Mitchell Czar of the Riverfield Academy. Marla announced. A crowd became even madder as they cheered for us. It is time, I said as the expression on my face became serious. It is a battle I wanted to fight since I entered the championship, and now I am going to be fighting it. My heart is feeling very heavy. It is literally screaming at me that I will have to win this battle. I rarely get such huge instinctive urges, but when I do, I take them very seriously, as they have never been wrong. I just wished I knew if I could win the battle. Elijah is too strong for me to predict my win against him, and even I know it will be very difficult for me to win the battle against him. I may not be able to predict the outcome of the battle, but I will try my all to win it, use every speck of it. With that thought in mind, I removed the box from my storage and opened it. I could feel thousands of gazes at me, but I did not care. I opened the box and took out a 6-inch long silver brooch. It is a simple brooch with the shape of a silver river. There are not many ostentatious designs on it, but despite that, it is very elegant. Whoever forged it must be an accomplished artist. The 2 council members who came in the morning have given me this and asked me to wear this during the final match. It is not a magical artifact from what I can sense, as they are not allowed in the arena. The council members said it is one of the heirlooms of Academy, which is a big thing, but I think there is something more to it, as when I saw their expressions when they looked at this brooch, I felt like this brooch is more than heirloom of the Academy. I had asked Professor about it, but she dodged the question, and Alina did not know anything about it. I took the badge off the box and placed it on my chest before standing up and flying toward the arena. I could see the screens focusing on me, and some even focusing on the brooch. I am wearing commentators, who usually seem to know pretty much everything, has got stumped by seeing the badge. They did not know what it is. This is quite disappointing, as I was hoping they would know something about it. Still, there is hope, billions of people watching it, and if this brooch had appeared in history, people would find out, and it will not take them long. There are many organizations that are exciting for thousands of years, and they keep records of everything. I am sure many people would scanning their records for any mention of this badge, and once they know it, they will tell immediately. Since I wore it and billions of people watching it, It is there, or their organizations change to shot to fame. Fame is very important, especially to low-level organizations. A simple mention of their organization's name on the world stage will help them get better seeds for their organizations. Soon I entered the force field and came face to face with the huge battleground, which is stretched 7 times of original side, but it does not feel different, except for being way bigger than before. Thud. I observed it for a second before flying toward the center, and a few seconds later, I landed on the ground, opposite Elijah, who gave me a wolfish smile when I looked at him. A minute before. Rock of Silver River, 2 old women shouted in unison in Grand Hall. Huge shock could be seen in the eyes of the 2 very older women. One who shouted is Matron Mavis, an old monster from Hawthorne Sea, and the other is Angela Leon, the old monster from the Wisdom Tower. The current leader of Wisdom Tower is her direct descendant. Old monsters from each Supreme had decided to attend the World Championship final due to the warning they have received through the diviner of their organization. However, other than Patriarch Bradford and Matron Mavis, the others are not present in reality. The 2 women looked at each other before they turned their heads toward the headmistress of Riverfield Academy, who was present in projection form, but when she felt the gazes of 2 old monsters, she shuddered visibly. "Little girl, what's the meaning of this?" Old monster Leon asked. Her voice is chilling as if she is very angry. "You should not have given the brooch of Silver River to your student just because he reached the final of championship. The brooch represents the great history, and it was once worn by the 2 most powerful people the world had ever produced." Old monster Angela thundered in her soothing voice as she looked at the headmistress of Riverfield Academy before she turned toward the council members of Riverfield Academy. "And what are all of you thinking, giving the brooch to your headmistress student because she asked by it? Have you forgotten the dignity of that brooch and courage that Marcella Roosevelt has shown? She pinned this badge on the chest of her student," she roared as she looked at each and every member of Riverfield Council in the eye. From the day Riverfield Academy had been established around 4,000 years ago, each of the headmistress or headmaster of it came from the Wisdom Tower, as the one who established the academy was a member of Wisdom Tower. It is Wisdom Tower that used to choose the next leader of the Riverfield Academy, but that tradition broke away when the 11th headmistress of Riverfield Academy forged the brooch and declared her student Ramona Hawthorne as her successor in front of the whole world. It was a courageous decision, not because it is going to put Academy on the crossroads of Wisdom Tower, but because Ramona Hawthorne was hunted by the most powerful Supreme of that time, and that Supreme even officially declared war on the Academy due to that decision. Though the brooch remained in the chest of the Ramona Hawthorne only for a few days before she gives up that position and left the Academy to protect it. The brooch is later worn by Her Excellency Catherine Roosevelt, who was the daughter of Marcella Roosevelt, who later went to become the leader of the Wisdom Tower and bring them up from their lowest stage. Due to it was once worn by their glorious leader and founder, the brooch is very important to both Supremes, and they would not let anyone besmirch the honor it represents. Grand Tower Mistress Leon, it is the council's decision, not headmistresses, to give him brooch of Silver River. It is the unanimous decision of all council members that Michiel Czar deserved to be the 3rd owner of brooch of Silver River, Councilwoman Marla said, shocking the whole Grand Hall. No one can believe what they had said, their words indirectly saying that they believe Michiel Czar, their member, have the potential to become the next Hawthorne or Roosevelt, which is a crazy thought to all of them. Some even started laughing visibly, especially from Sky Saber and their affiliate organizations, loudly saying people of the Riverfield Academy have gone crazy. Those 2 had reached the height till no one was able to reach in more than 3,000 years. People had not even accomplished 10 of the things that those 2 were able to accomplish. Angela Leon is fuming by what she heard and about to open her mouth to say what she feels when she felt a gaze from the Hawthorne Sea table. "Angela, the battle about to start soon." Matron Mavis said. She looked at Mavis and understood what she means to convey. She has no doubt Mavis is also furious, as the brooch was forged in keeping founder in mind. "The brooch is property of Riverfield Academy, and I have no right to say anything, and since you decided to give the brooch to your student, I want to see what he has to deserve it. I will join all of you soon," said Angela Leon in a voice that has no hint of anger before her projection disappeared from Grand Hall. Her words have surprised quite a lot of people. It had been quite a while since 3 old monsters will come to watch the championship in person. It is already very rare for the old monster to watch the championship with their projection, though they may secretly, that did not count. 3 old monsters are one place is rarely happened. They are strategic resources. They do not leave their place unless it is very important. They prefer to live in isolation or spend in guarding a very important location of human territory. Elijah and I looked at each other without saying anything. Elijah has that wolfish smile on his face that he had flashed yesterday, and he is also projecting that hair-raising feeling at me. Though today, I did not shudder visibly in front of it, still it had shocked me and made me question again that whether I will be able to win against him or not. I immediately throw out that thought as there is no use thinking about it from on. The only I could do is fight with every speck of energy I have, and I had shown that to Elijah when I looked directly into his fearful gray eyes. My reaction surprised him, but soon the surprise disappeared, and his wolfish smile on his face grew bigger, and for some reason, I begin to felt like prey to his hunter. I do not like this feeling at all. 321. The countdown begins even then. We did not move our eyes away from each other. We continued looking directly into the eyes of each other. Fight, the crowd said in unison in their loudest voice yet, and as they did, inheritance armor appeared on both of our bodies. It all but took an instant for them to appear. Elijah did waste even a moment. Just as the crowd shouted fight, he came at me with the speed that would even monsters will find it blurring. He had directly summoned his level 1 advanced form. A beautiful golden brown armor had appeared on his body, projecting strength that would easily make the knees make a normal king's knees shake. Seeing him coming at me, I did not move. I just stood waiting for him with my sword ready. A small surprise flashed into his eyes before disappearing as he appeared in front of me and swung his sword at my neck. The way he swings his sword and the way he looked at me while doing that made me feel like he really wants to decapitate me, and the strange thing is while doing that, he did not emit even the tiniest bit of killing intent. I know that because it is extremely hard to hide the killing intent from me, even if it is spec due to my constitution and killing rule. I had comprehended. Seeing his sword coming at my neck, I also swung my sword. The attack was direct, but I am searching for the weakness. If I found a great one, then I would not hesitate to activate the first boost, and Everwings together and finished him off. Clang, our swords clashed, and I couldn't help but feel surprised. The physical strength behind that attack is far greater than I had imagined. If not for yesterday's level up, I would have been flung back by this attack. I am not the only one that is being surprised. He also looked surprised seeing me taking his attack before the wolfish smile appeared back on his face. Myra's rage, he said, and a terrifying aura burst out of him. The aura is so powerful that it scared me. First boost. I did not waste any time. Just as the terrifying aura burst out of him, I immediately activated the first boost, and it is a good thing I did. If I had been a moment late, I would have found his sword in my chest, as it had already crossed distance halfway into me. This attack of him is no simple attack. It is the second most powerful attack of him. Yesterday, he had used 7 to 8 different attacks before revealing this one, and now he had directly used it as his first attack. It is like he wants to finish me as soon as possible. I reacted to his sword immediately. My sword became a blur as it moved toward his sword, and when it had reached it, I found it trying to invent my sword in a very skillful manner. I am shocked seeing the level of skill he used. It is even above that of Ellen, equal to mine. It had shocked me greatly because yesterday, he did not reveal this degree of skill when he fought against Jill yesterday. CLANNG. His sword clashed against mine, immediately stopping its ascend. I had not spent 6 months into the ruin for nothing. If his skills had notched above mine, I would still be able to stop it. The old ghouls in the ruin had given me enough skills to do that. Just as our weapons clashed, he called back his sword and swung it at me even faster speed and more power. I could feel the challenge in his gaze, wanting me to stop the attack as possible. Seeing the challenge, my lips curved slightly in a smile, and I moved my sword to respond to his powerful attack. CLANNG, CLANNG, CLANNG. Our weapons begin to clash at a very fast speed. They are clashing so fast that only monsters level kings and above were able to see our movements. With each move, they are getting faster and stronger. If it had been yesterday, I had not been able to fight with such flexibility and strength. The level up of yesterday had done much more than increasing my strength. With me using a specific amount of resources for the specific runes, was instantly able to increase the coordination between my body, soul, and inheritance. It is extremely helpful to me, and due to it, not only could I summon the energy faster, but I can also react faster. It is the difference of a fraction of seconds, but it is helping me a lot. I wish I could have been able to use the resources rune-wise, but my runes and body were not ready for that. Even at King Stage, I would not have been ready if not for the Diamond Seal. It had not only helped my body and soul, but it also altered my runes. It had helped me take that step a level before. If not for Diamond Seal, I would not have able to use the resources by runes before I reached the Emperor stage. The level up yesterday has to gain many good things. It may not have given me a chance to add the new move, but it helped me immensely. All the moves I had in my arsenal had improved drastically, including the first boost I am using. It had become a lot more efficient than before. We continued fighting, attacking every second, not stopping even for a moment, which is likely why we had exchanged 1,000 moves in nearly 5 minutes. Hee hee, you have not been a disappointment so far. Let's see how you deal with this move of mine, Elijah said with a laugh, and his aura became even more terrifying. Golden blade, he said, and golden sheen appeared on his sword. I became very serious seeing this as this move defeated Jill. I harnessed more strength from the first boost, while thinking rapidly for a reason for his intense attacks in less than minutes. He had used the most powerful moves he used in yesterday's battle, in which he took nearly an hour to use them. Why is fighting such intensely? It is not a wise strategy when one has to win the battle, but to see the way he is fighting, he did not seem to care about winning, or may these moves are not his trump cards, and he is just expanding through them fast just to test me. This thought had terrified the hell out of me. Jillian and NG, our weapons clashed, and I felt as if a mountain had crashed on me under its power. I shook visibly. No wonder Jill had lost under this attack. This seemingly normal move, which does not contain much flash, packed the serious power. If I had not been prepared, I would have flung back like a ragdoll. I am shocked by the power of the attack, though I had expected it to be powerful since Jill had been defeated by it, but not this powerful. My shaking was the physical aspect of the skill, but this has not shocked me despite it being above what I had imagined before our swords struck. The shocking thing is the ravaging energy that came with the attack. The energy is in huge amounts and is very sharp and heavy. It is powerful enough to tear through the defenses of powerful kings and turn them into the bloody mist. This powerful energy, in combination with physical prowess, had spelled doom for Jill. Unfortunately for Elijah, it is the energy I specialized in dealing with. My runes are the best method to deal with them as long as there is no huge difference of power between us. His energies would not affect me. Still, that does not mean his attacks would not affect me. They will affect me hugely, and if I am not careful, it will not take him even a second to put his sword on my neck. As his sword clashed against mine, he tried to use to slide past it, but I had kept his sword locked in mine. Good, you were able to defend against my first attack. Let's see how you do against the next few, he said with a laugh and launched the attack, and this one was even faster and stronger than his previous attack. Jillian and NG, my sword clashed against his second attack, and this time I did not even shake. I was prepared much better for the attack, and even had a huge amount of energy poured into the weight enchantment of my sword. Jillian and NG, Jillian and NG, Jillian and NG. But that was just a start. From the next moment, a wave of golden blades came at me. They so fast that barely any king stage powerhouse able to see them. Even I begin to use some of my ocular ability. The name of moves and effect it creates is very simple. It just made his blade golden, but when one experiences the attack, one truly understood the power behind it. I feel like the golden torrent had surrounded me. The golden streaks are coming toward me from all directions, and they are very skillful. If I did not have the experience from the ruin, I would not have been able to deal with such attacks. This had been the part where Jill had begun to lose the battle. Elijah's skillful execution of his attack had left her hounded. All she could do is defend against his attacks passively. She tried many methods, from mid-range to long-range attacks to field attacks domain, which was very impressive by the way, but all of them were failed to slow down the golden blades of Elijah. While I am also fighting passively, I am not at disadvantaged against him due to my unique runic advantage. The most powerful aspect of his attacks won't work on me. To me, his attacks are very fast and skillful. As long as I dealt with them, his attacks would not affect me. A minute had passed, and in the minute, we had exchanged more than 100 moves, but not a single move had been able to do anything against me, and that seemed to make his angry. The smile on his face all but disappeared, and he is looking at me with a gaze that made me feel like he wanted to cut me into the thousands of pieces. Feeling such gaze-killing intent couldn't help but rose in my heart, but I kept in my heart. I had not let it out. You are good, very good, far better than that disappointment I had fought yesterday, he said as he suddenly stopped attacking me. The anger couldn't help but blaze in my heart hearing it, but I had controlled it and looked at him, waiting. He had so much strength hiding inside it, and I want to see what he used the next against me. Since we have reached this stage, let me show the most powerful method of Stevheim inheritance, she said. An aura in the form of rusty golden flames burst out of his body. Stevheim burst, he said, and came at me with a blade bathing in golden flames. These golden flames are very different from aura golden flames covering his body. The flame on the blade is the real deal, while the ones covering his body are the side effects of flames covering his blade. The flames on his sword are completely different. The flames on the blade look like they are made of melted gold, while the golden flames are covering his body, looking lost like normal flames but of golden color and a lot more dangerous enough to burn a king to the ashes. Seeing the flaming blade coming toward me, I did not hesitate to harness more power from the first boost and pour more energy into my sword to power up the weight enchantment further. CLLNNNG. Our weapons clashed, and half of those liquid flames climbed toward my sword, while the other half exploded like a water balloon and came toward me. I watched in shock horror as the splashed golden blobs coming toward my armor at blurring speed, while the other half of the golden flame already climbed half of my sword despite facing the resistance, and now coming toward my hands which are holding the sword. If it had been yesterday, I would have immediately activated my defensive method to deal with it today. I will do nothing of that sort. I want to see how my armor deal with it. It is a very dangerous thing to do, but I want to do it. He might have said it is the most powerful attack of his inheritance, and his words sounded true, but I do not believe them. The feeling I got from it made me feel his strength stronger than this, and if my armor did not defend against the coming attack, then it will be near impossible for me to defeat him. So I let the golden liquid flame came at me, and I did not resist like I am in shock at what is happening and could not react to the condition. Glup. Pat, 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 the golden flame flowing through my sword and kindles of it came at me at once as they struck me. I felt like I had been struck by a hammer. I shook visibly and barely able to stop myself from taking a step back. As the flames stuck me, they seeped inside me and turned into a sea of flames, wanting to burn to cinders, but as they tried to do that, there is suction created through my body, and a second later, all the energy got sucked into my runes and all I felt slight heat. Powerful attack. I praised the praise was genuine, as the attack was really powerful if not my armor's defense. Even my strong body would have burned to ashes by the fiery metallic energy. A stumped expression appeared on his face before they turned smile before turning into a mad crazy laugh that made all the hairs of my body stood up in attention. Ha 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 ha. He laughed and laughed crazily. I did not dare to use this chance to attack him. I can feel it will not be successful. He continued to laugh for more than a minute, till tears began to stream out of his face, but soon he stopped and looked at me with all seriousness. You are powerful, far more powerful than any king, but it is to be expected from a host of celestial inheritance, he said, wiping the tears out of his eyes. His words struck me like thunder. A shock and horror appeared on my face seeing him, knowing my greatest secret. The clear heart inheritance is a celestial grade method, and very few people know about. I have this inheritance. Even my parents did not know about it, not even Supremes knew about it, but this person from the Emperor grade organization know about it somehow. You are powerful, far more powerful than any king, but it is to be expected from a host of celestial inheritance. The words rang out in great hall. It shocked everybody. Every person sitting in the hall is important and very knowledgeable, especially about the things that could have a huge effect on the world, and celestial inheritance one of them. Every person here knows about Her Excellency Catherine Roosevelt, also known as the Saintess of Silver River, the only person in the world that Ramona Hawthorne could not defeat. She herself admitted that on the record. Fighting was not Saintess of Silver River's specialty, but she could still defeat everyone in the world except for Ramona Hawthorne. It is common knowledge among the higher-ups that Saintess of Silver River, Catherine Roosevelt, had crafted her inheritance using clear heart inheritance, a celestial inheritance. Even Ramona Hawthorne once said she would instantly discard her abyssal star inheritance in favor of creating her own inheritance if she could. Seeing the glory of clear heart inheritance, thousands of people used that inheritance, but not a single one of them was able to move past a duke stage. One has to create his own inheritance if the design is one's. The inheritance core will not imprint on one's body and sound. For thousands of years, people tried that inheritance but remained unsuccessful until this day, if what Elijah said is believed to be true. All the people in the Grand Hall moved their necks, from old monsters to leaders and higher-ups of all organizations, and all of them are looking at the station of Riverfield Academy, especially at its head mistress. Little girl, is it true? Asked Grand Tower Mistress Angel, who had come personally as she said earlier. She is looking at the head mistress of Riverfield Academy intensely while breathing heavily. Her old heart, which had been calm for decades after seeing and experiencing everything for centuries, begins to beat faster and faster in intense excitement. This news means so much to the Wisdom Tower. It not only means immensely to the Wisdom Tower, but also the Hawthorne Sea and other Supremes. They all looked at the head mistress of Riverfield Academy. She looked at all of them before gently nodding her head in affirmation. Gasps, gaps rang out in the great hall, while the old monsters and leaders of Supremes' eyes begun to shine like a blinding light and their hearts beating wildly. Clear inheritance is one of the best inheritance in the world, and even in the universe it lets one create own inheritance, and those who could create it are not simple people, and these hosts tend to be very strong. The world had produced one who was successfully able to practice the celestial inheritance, but they have found records in runes throughout the years that state the prowess of those who create their own path. They know hosts of celestial inheritance are powerful, but they have one glaring weakness, or in this world, they have that weakness, and that weakness is knowledge. One needs the knowledge to create inheritance. The higher one goes, the greater knowledge they will require. It is not just knowledge of runes or inheritances, but other knowledge too. Like the knowledge about monsters, resources, energies, etc. One needs them all if it's not for that. How could Catherine Roosevelt have joined the Wisdom Tower, which nearly abandoned them when another Supreme declared war on the Riverfield Academy due to Ramona Hawthorne? Riverfield Academy is not supreme, and even if in 3,000 years Riverfield Academy had collected all the knowledge they could in the hope of producing another Catherine Roosevelt, they could not compare to Supremes. In the Supremes, the most excited Grand Tower Mistress Angela of the Wisdom Tower, there is a reason why they have called it the Wisdom Tower. The founder of it had found a library in Rune, this library filled with immense knowledge, that no Supreme could compare to it, even Hawthorne see, but if intelligence served correct, they all have quite a collection, dwarfed only by Wisdom Tower. While most Supremes are happy, thinking they might have some chance even if Wisdom Tower and Hawthorne see try to get him, two Supremes know they have no chance at all. The leaders of Sky Saber and Mistsan knew that he would not choose them when the time comes. One had its members tried to kill him, and other organization had brought unimaginable pain to his mother. He will never choose them. It is not the people of Grand Hall that know the meaning of celestial inheritance, but some important people present in the private boxes also know about it too, and people in the one box are more shocked than others. Sister is true. Michiel really has the celestial inheritance. She asked her elder sister if anyone knows the truth, then it would be her elder sister Michiel is her after all. Michiel did not say anything about his inheritance, except for its apex inheritance when his father had asked him about it, she said as she gripped her husband's hand. While she said it, she did not know about it. There is a smile on her face. She believed her son had celestial inheritance. He is a son of his father. After all, a true scholar. Only those with scholarly background had knowledge and guts to create their own inheritance. Not to forget the hints he left here and there when he talked about his inheritance. She did not understand the hints before, but now she thinks about it. She truly believes her son has a celestial inheritance. Still, she couldn't help but feel a little hurt for her son not telling about his inheritance, but she couldn't blame him. She did not teach him anything about fighting. If she had wanted to, she could have given him all the combat-related knowledge since he was a child, both practical and theoretical, but she decided not to. She did not want him to be related to Mistsan in any way, and she still thinks her choice was right when she looked at her son now. "Grandpa, what is that?" Suddenly Jonah shouted in alarm when she looked up. She saw different colored energies striking the force field of the arena from all the sides. How does he know? I asked myself. There are very few who knew about it, and I would have liked it this way till I am confident tell others that would have been in the tyrant stage. But now, everything had gone to waste with him voicing it out. It would take an instant for others to connect dots they would have already connected, and had got affirmation from a teacher. Still, I recovered in a moment and opened my mouth to say something when I stopped when I saw feral expressions on Elijah's face, and at that exact moment, I saw hundreds of colorful rays striking the force field of the arena before transforming into runes and spreading all over the force field. The runes. I said with alarm, these runes are grim runes. Anyone who had fought in the grim battlefield could tell them as grim runes. They are very distinct from the general runes we humans used. Surprised. I was just processing what is happening when I heard the voice beside me. It is not Elijah's voice, but very familiar. The accent is very familiar. It is of the grim monsters. I looked toward the voice and saw Elijah, and my eyes couldn't help but widen in horror. Elijah, who was fine a moment ago, now had hundreds of cracks on his body as he had bloated and continues to become bigger. He had already reached above 3 meters, but he is still becoming bigger and bigger at a surprising speed, and as he got bigger, the cracks began to widen further, and his skin began to the dryer. A few seconds later, he became 5 meters long and looked like an abomination. All the moisture from his body is gone, and now he looked like he is made of clay. I did not get a good feeling from this abomination that is growing in front of me, and I wanted to destroy it, but whenever I tried to move my weapon, I froze up in fear. My instincts are telling me that attacking the abomination would not be a wise decision, so I waited even if I did not want to. A few seconds later, the abomination reached above 8 meters height, and now I could barely find any semblance it had with Elijah. If I had not seen the Elijah turn to this abomination, I would not have connected these two together. Crack, crack, crack. After reaching a little above 8 meters, it stopped growing, and cracks begin to form on it. There are already hundreds of cracks, but thousands forming by second, till it reached the point where there is not a single surface of abomination that hadn't filled with cracks. Bang, gasp. The abomination exploded like a clay day doll, sending places all over the revealing the form in the, and when the dust is cleared, the form is revealed itself in front of the whole arena, and seeing it, millions of people gasped in horror. Ha 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 ha, humans bow under the glory of the grim race, roared Werewolf with a cruel smile. Yes, a grim monster had entered the arena, and not a normal grim monster, either a werewolf from the Golden Flame tribe, one of 3 most powerful wolfman tribe in the world, a minute before in Grand Hall. The 3 old monsters who were looking at the headmistress of Riverfield Academy, suddenly turned and disappeared from their spots and appeared beside the force field. By the time they have arrived, the hundreds of colorful rays already struck against the force field and transformed into grim runes that are beginning to spread all over the force field. "Girl, bring down force field," Matron Mavis said without looking back at the Lady Hera, the leader of the pyramid. This time she did quip back at order and simply took out a palm side controller and began tapping buttons, but soon, a shock spread on her face. "Matron, the force field is not responding. The central command of the arena had lost control over the force field." She responded before began shouting commands to her holowatch at the overseeing technicians in central command. "FUCK, these grim monsters." Matron Mavis cursed before she looked at Angela. "Any clues about it, Angela?" She asked her before glancing at the 4 old monsters that silently appeared beside her. Every Supreme had kept some of their old monsters had pyramid. The 4 that arrived are from the group that stayed in the pyramid. The others would have stayed in pyramid to deal with any other mischief that grim monsters had done. "What is this formation, Angela?" Matron asked again, hearing no reply from the Grand Tower Mistress. "These grim bastards have pulled a very sophisticated trick," Grand Tower Mistress replied. "This formation is jamming formation. Unless we did not do anything, it will do nothing other than leaving the control of force field from central command of the arena. Can grim monsters control it remotely?" Patriarch Brandfort asked, barely containing the horrifying aura that is bubbling inside him. "No, the grim monsters cannot control it remotely, but don't try to attack it, Bradford. A single attack and failsafe of the formation will activate, and it will destabilize the space and kill anyone that is within," she replied, and I sighed in relief. If those bastards could control it remotely, it would have been a disaster. These wily grim monsters had used the perfect moment. If they had done something like it, we would have easily broken through the formation with sheer strength and rescued that little guy. But now we have stretched the space inside the arena. It made things thousands of times harder, she explained, while cursing the grim monster even more. She had just found the hope for her organization and had a chance to have another Catherine Roosevelt, but these grim bastards have to interfere. Once that little guy is results, she will personally destroy a bunch of their outposts. "Grand Tower Mistress, how long will it take you to solve these runes?" the pyramid leader asked. "The runic formation is sophisticated enough to take me 40 minutes to undone it safely, but with this little toy I have, it will take me no more than 10 minutes, she said, and took out a black diamond, which seemed exactly the same as normal black diamonds, but it not. "It is a very precious formation tool, found in ruin 3 decades ago by Duke's stage child. She would have never revealed this tool if it is not that little boy with celestial inheritance in front of his worth. This little tool is nothing. She will sacrifice 10s of them without thought. What is the name of the world is that?" She was about to begin solving the puzzle when something strange happened that caught everyone's attention. The boy from the Sundering Peak began having changed. He started to get bigger and bigger, and his skin drier, and in few seconds, he had become an unrecognizable abomination. In their very long life, they have never seen something like this happen, and they desperately wanted to know what is happening, but they could not be passed through it, nor they could live in their sense in fear of triggering the formation. When the abomination reached about 8 meters long, it burst apart, revealing a grim monster. Seeing it, the minds of all old monsters got blown away. "Humans shudder. Today I will slay your champion, the holder of celestial inheritance, the one with the greatest potential. I will slay him in front of you and show you the strength of the grim race," the werewolf roared. It is a huge and 8-meter-long body filled with muscle and mark of golden flame on its temple, a symbol of his tribe. It has a golden armor with a flame design nearly covering every part of its body. The only head remained opened. Other than everything is covered in golden armor. As for the weapon, they have changed completely. It now had 5-meter-long, golden claws in both of its hands. They looked very sharp. I felt like they could tear through anything without much problem. The most shocking thing about it is its level. It is an Emperor stage grim monster, a peak-level Emperor at that, and releasing aura that made all the hairs on my body stood up. The silly thought I had before Elijah being Emperor stage powerhouse was not silly. It is Emperor stage powerhouse. As for how it has appeared here, and whether it is Elijah or someone other, I have no idea, nor I care. It is Emperor stage grim monster, and a pretty powerful one at that. And top of that, they have done something to the force field, so I don't think I will get any help soon. I will have to deal with this powerful Emperor stage grim monster on my own, against which I have no confidence but have no choice. Either resist till help arrives or die under those golden claws. "Human, you should feel proud that you will die under the claws of noble golden flame tribe," the werewolf said as he finally moved his gaze from the shocked crowd. I really missed this self-importance of these grim monsters, no matter what condition they are in, even in their last breath. They will not let go of this arrogance of theirs. Do you really think you can defeat me? I asked back with a confident smile. I have no confidence, but I could not appear weak in front of a crowd and the whole world that is watching even if I die. There had to be a smile on my face. If I died like a dog, it would damage the human's morale, and that is a bad thing. Good, you have some spine. An hour would be more than enough for me to break that into pieces, it said with the cruel smile that promised torture and came at me. It is a blur, a complete blur to me. If not for me activating all the ocular methods I have, I would not have even been able to see the blur. It had taken a moment to cross the 100-meter distance between us and attacked me with its huge claw, which is 2.5 times bigger than me and easily slices me to pieces. The speed of its claw was phenomenal in that it appeared in front of my sword just as it launched the attack. Clang. The claw clashed against my sword with noise that is enough to make one deaf for like, and had the power, more than I had imagined. Pa-pa-pa. As our weapons clashed, I stayed on my spot for a moment before I flew back like a rock while puking out blood that was mixed with pieces of my internal organs. Gasp. I could hear the huge gasp of the audience as they saw me moving back, bloodied. The people who were near the force field had not blocked the battle from the crowd. It is a quite gutsy decision, as if I lost, it will have repercussions. The attack was a simple physical attack without the usage of any move that had injured me greatly, making me marvel at the strength this grim monster has. The werewolf did not have any intention of letting me as I flew back. It followed me blurringly and launched another claw attack at me. Seeing the attack, my eyes couldn't help but become serious. The attack is no longer a simple physical attack. I could see golden energy covering the claws. It is not a move, but he is using the energy. It looks like it is time to us that, I said inside me, and liquid diamond energy begins to pour out of my runes and spread into my body, giving me the strength like never before. Last night, I had not just leveled up, I was also able to make a breakthrough into my refinement tower. My mana is getting refined under the 5th floor, having 3 times more purity than before, which absolutely amazing. Earlier, I had been using the trickle of this energy, but now I am using the real deal, and it had given me more power than I had thought I would get. Yesterday, after getting that feeling from Elijah, a huge pressure built in my heart. I had channeled all that pressure into breaking the seal of the 5th floor. If not for that extra help from the pressure, it would have taken me few more days to break the tower's seal to me. A tiny frown appeared on the face of the werewolf as he saw my sword smoothly moving toward its claw and doubled the power and speed of the claw. Instantly seeing it, I am not surprised. The grim monsters are very insidious, especially these werewolf bastards. I have fought enough of them that I would not get surprised by any of their tricks. Clang. Its golden claw clashed against mine, sending out huge physical force and golden energy that wanted to burn me alive. But this time my armor is powered by this refined inheritance energy, which made its defense far more powerful before. As the energies touched my armor, they were instantly sucked inside. Though the physical force spread, I could easily deal with it any way I want. I let some of it spread into my body. A surprise couldn't help but flashed into the werewolf's eyes as it saw me dealing with its attack. It is not the only one that is surprised. I am also surprised too. The golden energy. I had expected it to be like the golden liquid flames that Elijah had used earlier, but they are not. Fire, the only thing that is common between them and everything else. They are fundamentally different. The golden flames of Grim Monster is way more powerful than golden liquid flames of Elijah. As the runes sucked and converted them, I sent all that raw energy into the formation of Everwings. Now, I do not need to use the move to store the energy in it. It is one of the changes I've made in the Everwing set. The surprise lasted on its face only for a moment before it turned back into the cruel smile it had before. With that smile on its face, it attacked me with its second claw during its first claw in contest. Wine mine. Its plan is quite good. Hold my sword with one claw and attack me with another. And since its skill similar to mine, it should have enough confidence to hold my sword for long enough till his other claw gutted me. Unfortunately, it is very wrong if it thinks it could hold me back with the same level of skill as mine. In the ruin, there were many ghouls who had much higher strength and skill than me, but they were still unsuccessful in doing that after I had painfully gutted by little more than 10 times. K-R-R-R-R-R. Its other claw came at me with more speed and more power, and just as it had covered 1/4 of the distance, my sword moved off from the claw. The werewolf was very alert and tied to stop, but did not able to. Hee. Still, it is a werewolf, and it would not be possible as it will let me go just like that. It let out a cruel laugh and moved his second claw at me. He looked quite awkward as using both of the claws together, and usually, werewolf did not attack with both claws same time as it makes them unbalanced and create more weaknesses which a smart opponent could easily exploit. I could also exploit it, but I will have to use more strength, and if I do that, I have no doubt it will use the energy moves, and I do not want that to happen. The slowly the battle will go, the better my chances of surviving would be, not only because of the help that will come but also because if it didn't, I would have enough data on him to survive on my own. Seeing two of the claws coming, I stopped my sword abruptly and placed it vertically in front of me when the two claws got close. CLANNG. Both of the claws clashed against my sword, sending me shooting back at even more speed. This disadvantage of huge weapons, if the werewolf's claws hadn't been more than 2 times bigger than me and had been the size of normal claws, I would not have been able to do something like that. Those two claws dwarfed me with their size, and I just placed my sword in such a way that it will clash with both claws, and prepared for the impact and the incoming energies, which I did. Thud. I landed on the ground and looked at the werewolf, who was looking at me from about 100-meter distance. It had not followed me with the second attack. If it had, then I would have had to use the move that I do not want to use this early. Can you answer my question? A werewolf asked suddenly. Its face looked quite curious. I wanted to say no, but since it time waste without a fight, I decided to indulge it. Sure, fire away, I said. How can no energies affect you? Earlier I had attacked you with enough energies that would explode an elite king, and the energies I had used just now are enough to explode 10 elite kings. But against you, they are doing nothing. As long as they touched you, they disappear. It asked. Hearing the question, I couldn't help but feel quite surprised, seeing how astute it is, and I would have said no, directly, if not secret of having clear heart inheritance hadn't been revealed. But now I will tell them the answer it, and others who are watching the battle had already had in their mind. I had created complex formation the energy, and send them toward the multiple crushing formations for it to be destroyed. I said, it is a very efficient formation, I said, and it is the truth. Though not about inheritance armor, is the truth about the ability armor which I had incorporated into my inheritance armor before my runes had changed. He seemed quite stumped hearing me an answer, as he had not expected the answer from me, and this answer strangely feels like truth. I don't know whether you have told me the truth or not, but it will be destroyed under my attack, it said, and a terrifying golden aura burst out of it. Loop in hell. It said, and 2 golden flamings wolf burst into its claws now. Instead of claws, flaming wolves could be seen in the place of claws, and they are giving hair-raising feeling to me. Hee hee. The chucked and next moment disappeared and appeared in front of me, and I found a flaming wolf coming at me. This wolf had covered its claw and some part of its hand, making him 6 meters long. It is big enough to guzzle me down whole with its big mouth. Seeing the first real attack coming at me, I did not try to dodge or activate the defensive method. They are not my best options. My best option is to respond attack with an attack, and that what I am going to do. Thick melted diamond energy came out of the runes, and it begins to spread through my body, giving me even more strength than I already have. With such strength coursing through my body, I had moved my sword toward the fiery wolf claw that is coming at me. The attack is very dangerous, and I have to be very careful about seeing it have the other claw ready for the attack. CLANNG, howl. My sword clashed against the fiery wolf, enveloping the claw, and just as they clashed, the fiery wolf let out a rage-filled howl and moved up from the sword and directly came at me. KRRRR. I was a little surprised seeing it, and about to move my sword against it when I saw another fiery wolf claw had reached me and coming toward me, so holding the first claw, I moved my sword a few inches so it could defend against the second claw. CLANNG, howl. The second claw struck against my sword, and a 6-meter-long fiery wolf came at me just like before. The first fiery wolf reached me and moved its mouth toward my head. I did not do anything and just let the fiery wolf came at me. Most of the focus on the 2 claws my sword is holding back. The werewolf is trying its all to move past its claws of my sword, so it could tear me apart, but my sword is holding them back. My sword is tiny compared to its claws. It is a little more than a meter long. While the claws are 5 meters long, it looked like a child's toy in front of its claws. The golden fiery wolf took my head before taking a rest of my body, and soon, I myself inside a 6-meter-long fiery wolf's body. It is very hot in there, hot enough that gold will turn to liquid in second. The next moment the temperature increased 3 times more as the second golden fiery wolf merged inside the first, tripling its immediately. Human, you are too overconfident. My loop in hell is not a pure offensive move, it is a caging move. Once caught, the golden fire of mine will painfully torture one till one turn to ashes, the werewolf said with a laugh. Gasp. A loud gasp rang out of the audience. Hearing it, they looked devastated seeing me captured in this insidious move, and partly blamed me, as they thought I had uselessly taken the risk fighting against this move head-on. I would have either dodged or used defensive method to deal with the attack. Inside the fiery wolf is an absolute furnace. The golden fire is not simple. I had heard about the fire of the golden fire werewolf tribe and how lethal it became when their tribe's inheritance merged with it, and now I am experiencing it. I believed it. No wonder the golden fire werewolf tribe is the top of all werewolf tribe and have their member in high table of grim race, but it will not be able to stop me. The the werewolf has underestimated me too much. I looked around the blazing golden fire that was attacking me from all directions and concentrated on my runes as I did. That suction is created from all of them. Shoo. Next second, blazing hot energy began to get sucked inside me after reaching the king stage. I could somehow control the natural sucking ability of my runes. Before reaching the king stage, I was not able to do something like that with my runes. The only thing I could do is activate, and deactivated the formation of my inheritance. This natural ability used to activate on its own, as the energies touched my armor whether I wanted or not, but now I could control it. It couldn't help but make me happy. Gasp, the runes kept sucking, and 3 seconds later, everything is over. The fiery wolf that had eaten me had got eaten by me. Seeing that crowd couldn't help but gasp loudly. It is not just the crowd that is shocked, but also the werewolf. You are not that powerful, but you have quite a few tricks to deal with powerful attacks. Lord has warned me about it. I should have listened to them. It said as rage began to appear in its eyes. You are not the opponent who will be dealt by with some simple attack. I will have to use some powerful ones to deal with you, it said, and as it looked directly into my eyes. Claws of Varinsod, it said, and a phantom of huge werewolf appeared behind it. This phantom also had golden fur and a symbol of flame on his head, but it looked a lot more regal, and when I looked into its eyes, I felt a fear like I had never felt before. I quickly looked away, and it's a good thing I did as the werewolf coming toward with its claws shining. Seeing the glistering shine and mute, terrifying aura that cloaking the werewolf, I know this is no simple move like last time. I had to take it a lot more seriously. Underestimating this attack would have my pieces lying on the arena the next second. Rose vine, I said, and 5 hands made of the diamond vine's hands holding red diamond sword, same design and size of my sword, came out of my back at the same time. My runes sucked more energy from the tower for the first boost and provided me with more strength. The 5 diamond vine hands to deal with the 2 claws may seem excessive, but it is not. If the power I am sensing from this attack is true, then I would need these hands and might even summon more. Those 2 claws of its glistering with power are vibrating in it. I had deployed the sensory field. It gave me information on this attack that it wanted to hide. If I were to deal with this attack as a normal attack, then I am FUCKID. I will be finished in a single strike. The first claw came at me. There is nothing special about it except for the glistering shine, but as it appeared, I moved my sword and 2 vines hands holding diamond blades toward the huge claw. I could feel the faint mirth in its eyes when it looked at 3 swords that are moving toward its claw, as it did not believe they could do anything against its claw. CLANNNG, puh, step, step, step. 3 swords clashed against its claws, and just as they did, my eyebrows shot up, and I puked the blood as I began to take steps back. The power behind the attack was too much. It is an attack that had a huge amount of energy melded into a very high-frequency vibration, that even if I am deal with all the energies, the vibration will still damage me. The attack is very insidious. If it had gotten the ideal result, all my internal organs and the bones would have shattered into pieces. Unfortunately for it, I had prepared against the vibrating attacks when I had few very nasty encountered in the runes. So I had designed the formation to deal with such attacks if they came, and now they came, the formation still. I had immediately poured more energy into the formation, as to form the next attack, it will deal with it even more effectively. A flash of surprise flashed into its eyes, seeing me fine, but anger blazes in its eyes, and it disappeared in front of me and appeared behind me and attacked while I am still taking the steps back. CLANNNG, the 3 remaining vines hands immediately moved back and clashed against the coming claw. As they did, the 2 momentums clashed inside me, and I stopped on my spot. It is a very nasty feeling having 2 momentums striking against each other. It gave me a vomiting feeling, which I controlled as the werewolf is fuming. You human bastards are full of tricks, it said with gritted teeth and came at me. And this time it came with even more power than before. It is using more than 3 times power than before. It couldn't skip my heart as I begin to harness more power from my first boost to deal with it. CLANNNG, CLANNNG, CLANNNG. Pub. Step. It begins to attack me with fury from all sides. The roiling vibrations are hitting me from every direction. It begins to move me like a puppet, sending me opposite of whichever direction it attacked me from me before stopping as it attacked me from other direction. Not to forget, it is the increasing power of its attack that is making me puke the blood repeatedly. To deal with its attack, I am reaching the limit of the first boost. It won't be long before I begin to harness all of its power, and that time I will have no choice but to use the Everwings. The worst thing is, I could not do anything against it. I want to use first boost plus Everwings and the second boost on top of that. The blood burning in these 2 moves will give me huge strength, far more than I had imagined, but I feared it would not be enough. If I used blood burning and it did not work, I would be completely at its mercy. It had a weakening period. It could be hours to days to months, depending on how much essence I had burned. So the only thing I could fight as slowly as possible with passing time, the chances of me being rescued would increase. It will also help me collect more data about it and prepare for my chance, as I do not think the rescue will happen soon. There is no hurry seen in Werewolf's face. It seemed to think it had all time in the world to finish me off. If it had only 10 or 20 minutes, it would not have wasted the 2 minutes and begin to use attack as powerful as this from the beginning. CLANNNG, CLANNNG, CLANNNG. Step. Another 2 minutes have passed, and I had got a good hang of the coming vibration and made a quick adjustment which had helped me enough that I had stopped puking, but there is nothing to celebrate. The first boost had reached its limit now. I couldn't harness any power from it, and if I want a power, then I will have to use the Everwings. So you have finally reached the limit. The werewolf said it did not take more than a few seconds for it noticed, as the power of my attacks had not changed at all. I did not reply to it. I just continued to respond to its attack. While my strength is not increasing, I could still deal with its attacks with the data I had collected. I have made a quick adjustment to my armor that will help me effectively deal with its attacks till they reached a certain threshold of power. Suddenly it stopped. I had thought, seeing me reaching my limit, it would continue its assault with full power, but it had just stopped after a few seconds, and now looking at some weird smile that made all the hair on my body stood up. I do not believe you have reached your limit. There are still some tricks you are hiding, and I would have loved to find out slowly, but unfortunately, I am on a time limit to finish you early, it said with a sigh. The expression on its face made me think of an unwilling kid who wants to play with his toy longer, but he had to God school. Here, instead of going to school, it has to kill me painfully, torturously at that. I let you have the honor to die under one of my trump cards, it said, and the air around him began to burn, and a heavy feeling came to me. It made me feel like I would soon getting crushed by something heavy. My Goddo's form, it shouted, and the next moment, a phantom of golden werewolf appeared behind it. This phantom is a lot more vivid, and the phantom is built like a mountain. You will now know the true power of Golden Flame Tribe Human, said, and the next moment, the phantom had shrunk and merged. For a second, nothing had happened, and I really had urged to attack it with my all, but that feeling of it will be futile had stopped me, and I watched as a painful expression came over its face, and as it did, it begins to grow very fast. It is like someone had put fast forward on a child's life. It is even faster than that. It is simply beginning to grow, and in just 5 seconds, it had grown over 50 meters before it stopped, and painful expressions had eased on its face. It had grown over 50 meters long. I simply looked like an ant in front of me. It could easily squash me like an ant in its fingers. Say what you have to say, human. Once I begin, the only thing that will come from your mouth will be the torturous screams before I squish you like an ant you humans are. It said in a booming voice. I felt like going deaf hearing it, that I immediately applied for the protection on them. You think only you can grow bigger, I said back to it before diamond vines erupted from every part of my body and enveloped me in a cocoon. Before that cocoon rapidly started growing with a speed that was no less than its. 5 seconds later, the diamond vine cocoon stopped when it had grown 54 meters before it begins to unfurl itself. 3 seconds later, the cocoon disappeared, and in its place is a slim diamond vine humanoid, which is made of beautiful red and green diamond vines. There are now 2 30-meter-long swords in my 2 hands, which are exact replicas of my totem artifact. My artifact this time is not hidden in one of the swords, but the center of my chest. There is no need to place it in one of the swords when I could project its power into 2. This vine humanoid looked way different than the one I had used in an earlier battle. There is a difference of sky and earth between them. It was not only bulky, but also bit to operate. This one, on the other hand, is made using all the precious data I had collected on this battle. It had the perfect dimensions so that I would be able to operate it without any problem. I was even able to better fashion my sword. It looked exactly like my totem artifact, which is serving as its core. You have quite well repackaged the crap that you had used last time, it said with its booming voice and came at me with its terrifying aura blazing. The claws of it had also grown big with its body, but now they do not look so big. They looked normal size now that we have the same size. Everwings. As I moved toward it, I summoned Everwings without using it. I would not be its match. It did not even take a moment for huge wings to appear on my back. The huge red diamond wings with forest green ting looked amazing on this huge humanoid. Flap. As the wings appeared, I flapped them, and the next moment I appeared beside the huge werewolf and swung my swords at him. Both are being enchanted with the enchantments of my totem artifact. A cruel smile appeared on its face as it swung both of its claws at the same time as me. One claw is coming toward my heart while the other toward my head, where I safely operate the diamond vine humanoid. CLLANNG, CLLANNG, step, step, step. My sword had stopped the 2 claws before reaching my humanoid's head and heart, but the huge momentum and energy had sent me taking a step back. The power of its claws are phenomenal that despite using more than 60 power first boost plus Everwings, I had to steps back. Huge energy entered vines before it came at me, and the first time since the battle begins, I felt slight pain when my runes sucked the energy for conversion. My runes may not have a limit, but these runes are present in my body and soul, and they have the limit. I have a very powerful body and soul and something special given by the diamond seal with its help. My runes could suck a lot of energy without damaging my body. But everything has a limit, including my body and soul. Once the energy reacted to that limit, the energy will start to harm me, and this time, the energy was in such an amount that it made me feel the pain. Though it is only slight pain and the limit is quite far, this werewolf is a very powerful Emperor stage powerhouse. It won't take long to reach my limit. As I dealt with every attack of it, I was never under the illusion that I could defeat it. I knew my limit, and I could sense its power. The most I would able to do is stall it. It is extremely hard for me to defeat this monster-level Emperor stage powerhouse from one of the most powerful Grimm tribe in the world. I hope those old monsters successfully break the formation and rescue me, otherwise, it would be very hard for me to survive. Ouchie, ouchie. The werewolf chuckled, seeing me taking steps back repeatedly, and appeared in front of me and attacked with double the strength of before. CLLANNNG, step, step, step. My swords clashed against its again, and I moved back at even greater speed while dealing with energies that came at me, which this time gave me lacerating pain. Feeling the pain, expressions on my face couldn't help but change abruptly. It looked like I did not have as much as time I had thought if it's keep increasing its power, such as speed, 3-2-4 moves, and the energies will begin to hurt me like they are intended to. This child is very good, Patriarch Bradford praised as he watched the battle in the arena with great interest. Such talent was barely born in millennia. He is lucky he could see such talent before he merged into the grave. The inheritance he designed is praiseworthy despite having much strength than his opponent. He is keeping his opponent busy without getting pushed back too much, commented Old Man Osborne, who had arrived from Pyramid when the alarm rang out. Did any of you help him designing that formation? She asked, though the requirement of clear heart inheritance to designing the inheritance with own efforts, a little bit of help is allowed. The women did not reply. They are too anxious to reply, but Matron Mavis had already known the answer from their eyes. Not his mother or teacher had helped him. This made her frown, but she did not pursue it further. Small cap N letter 1D07 letter 1D21. Small cap N letter 1D0F letter 1D20 letter 1D07 small cap L. Letter 1D0 for small cap H letter 1D00 letter 1D18 letter 1D1B letter 1D07 small cap RS. Letter 1D00 small cap R letter 1D07. Letter 1D18 letter 1D1C small cap B small cap L small cap IS small cap H letter 1D07 letter 1D05. Letter 1D0F small cap N. Letter 1D55F letter 1D560 letter 1D567 letter 1D556 letter 1D55D letter 1D557. She looked at Angela, who had black diamond floating above her head, as she is working on breaking the formation of the Grimm monsters. 5 minutes have already passed, and Mavis said she would take more than 10 minutes to solve the formation with her precious little toy. It is the fastest speed anyone could break the formation in the world. Angela is one of the foremost runic grandmasters in the world, and she specialized in breaking the formations there. Probably no human in the world that could break the formation faster than Angela. Still, I hope she would be faster. The little guy had reached his limit. He would not be able to last long in front of that bastard from Golden Fire Tribe. She had fought and killed many old monsters of the Golden Fire Tribe, but there was one person she was not able to kill. Even after fighting it 4 times, that bastard is nearly killable. It is also very wily, if I am not wrong. Then it is that bastard who sent member of its tribe here, and the question is, how did it do that? Everyone is asking the same question to themselves. In her over 400 years of life, she had never seen something like it. A grim monster coming out of the human. She had never thought this would be possible, and since it had happened, it means this grave news for humans. She, with Bradford, has scanned every participant in the top 100, and they did it daily. Though they may not have focused all their soul sense on them, still, their soul sense is strong enough to sense any tinkering done by the grim monsters, but she had sensed nothing from him in all the time she had scanned him. She looked at the little girl from the crystal domination and couldn't help but nod her head in appreciation. This girl is good, not only very powerful, but also cool-headed. In just 5 minutes, she had directed forces to secure the whole Orca's city, capture all the members of Sundering Peak in Orca City. Even Sundering Peak organization had besieged by the forces of Pyramid. She had also detained all the championship participants, more than 10,000 of them, including a student of her elder sister and my student. She had left nothing. She had done thorough a job, very impressive. She is far better than the last 2 leaders of Pyramid and will do a job leading the war within 3 years, which she is sure of it. If Grim Monsters did not start, we would start it. They have crossed the limit this time, and if we did not answer it, King, and then we wouldn't be humans. I had reached the limit, and now I will have to stop the energy from reaching me. Fortunately, I have a way that will help deal with the excess energy. It is one of the oldest tricks, and it will also help me collect more energy from it. I perform it during the healing, and it is related to the grim monsters. The only downside of this move that it is going to make me look ridiculous. Another of its attack came, and I moved my swords to deal with them. Its attacks are getting faster with each round, and time will come when I would not even be able to respond to its attacks. That time will come very soon. One problem at a time. I first have to deal with the excess energy issue. Once I am done with it, I will think of ways to increase my strength. If not, then I would have no choice but to burn my blood, which I don't think will be very useful, seeing it is still holding back quite a lot of strength. CLLANNG. Step, step, step. Our weapons clashed, and I took further steps back while at the same time floor of energy entered. Energy came from the sword, but as the energy reached the hands, rose flowers began popping up. Before anyone could blink, tens of golden roses covered my arms and some part of my shoulders. I am doing the same thing as I do when I heal, convert the energy into roses, but unlike curse grim energy or poison grim energy, it is very hard to cover the normal grim energy. I could not do it before, but now after reaching the king stage, I could do it, even with energy as strong as the emperor stage. By the time energy is completely spent, 252 roses have appeared on Vine Giant's arms and shoulder. To such a giant body, these many roses are nothing, but the eyes of people, including that werewolf, had popped out when they saw roses popping out one after another. It got surprised to see the flower appearing on my arms and shoulder, but that did not stop it for a moment from launching another attack which is stronger and faster than the previous one. CLLANNG. Stab, stab, stab. Its claws slashed against my swords, sending a huge amount of energy into me, which wanted to burn me to ash, but as it entered my arm, it immediately got converted into the roses. More and more roses appeared on my arm and shoulder, much more than last time, but covering the only small surface of the huge giant. But seeing the number of energies it is attacking me with, it won't be long before the whole giant got covered in the golden roses. Not to forget, soon his attacks are going to be too fast enough that I would not be able to defend against them, despite having all the skill. He. Suddenly I heard a chuckle from it. It did not launch the attack, but looked at the roses at my hands and shoulder. If I am not wrong, that energy-crushing formation you have seemed to have reached its limit, and you are using this little trick to consume my energy, right? It asked, but I remained quiet. I have no intention to answer its question. It is a good trick, but still not enough against me, it said, and attacked with claws that are burning with golden energy. FUCK. I couldn't help but curse seeing that attack and harnessed all the strength I could from first boost plus Everwings. I left nothing behind, not even speak of it, as the werewolf had used more than 10 times energy and speed in performing this attack. This attack had caught me off guard. I had thought I would have a minute, or at least 30 seconds, before its attack had reached this flower, but seeing me reaching my limit and flower begin appearing on me, it decided to launch the powerful attack. Its claws came toward me speedily, and my swords moved toward it, and when they were about to clash, I saw a cruel smile appearing on its face, and the speed of its claws had increased by 3 times suddenly. The alarm couldn't help but spread through me, and I moved my sword, but unfortunately my speed is too slow. Its claws had already reached my heart and my head before I could even stop my swords and call them back. Bam bam, a bamming sound rang out as its claws stuck me. They went meter deep inside me in my heart and my head, and if the claw in my head had gone few meters deep, it would have shredded me to pieces. Crack, crack, pa-pa. Still, I have not come back from this attack unharmed. The attack's shock was too powerful and reached me before vines could be absorbed. More than 20 bones in my body had already broken, and shock is wreaking havoc in me, breaking more of my bones. It is not just my bones that are getting broke, my internal organs have also been heavily damaged that I am puking nonstop. The power of this attack was too great, so great that half of the diamond vine giant immediately got covered in the golden roses, not to say its claws were to breach my vines a meter deep, the first time someone was able to damage my vines to this degree. When I looked at it, it looked surprised. It is staring at its claws, which had just entered a meter deep inside me. Its expression is looking like it could not believe that such powerful attack of its barely able to pierce the skin of giant. It probably had expected its attacks would tear me apart. The surprise lasted only a second on its face before a cruel smile appeared on its face. It is intense. Seeing that, a shudder couldn't help but ring through my body as I felt something very bad is coming, and I begin to consider all the options I have, including burning my blood for one powerful attack. Sky flooding golden fire lightning. It roared, and the golden lightning begins to come out of its body. Just one look at the lightning made me shudder, and I moved my sword toward it. It gave a glace at my attacking swords before focusing on the claws that are pierced Vine's giant. Clang, clang. Thick bolts of lightning begin to come out of it and begin to coil around its body as they grew denser and denser as moments passed when my swords were to touch its body. The lightning bolt came and repelled my arms. No wonder it did not fear my attack. It did not mean anything to it. It is like I am trying to attack it with the toothpick. So this is the strength of Monster, Emperor Stage Powerhouse. They are real monsters. My attack that contains nearly all my strength had easily repelled, not even able to touch fur. 5 seconds later, its whole body got covered in thick golden lightning. It looked like God of Lightning, with all this lightning covering its gigantic body. The lightning angel form of Rachel feels nothing in front of it. This power is really amazing, and I know what it is going to do with it, and I couldn't do anything but watch helplessly. Anything I will do will be crushed under these big powerful bolts of lightning. Human gets smite under the lighting of the grim race. It roared deafeningly, its voice is so loud. Even those in the arena who blocked their ears can hear it loud and clear. As it said, it laughed cruelly and sent all this golden lightning at me through its claws, in the places that had been pierced by its claws. It took only an instant for the lightning to charge at me, and before I know it, I had been completely covered in lightning. The lighting is far more powerful than I had thought, and it had covered me instantly, and now it's attacking every piece of my diamond vines, wanting to smite me into the ashes. Mitchell, a scream rang out of my mouth as the audience behind me gasped in shock. I saw my son getting attacked by the golden lightning, which could kill hundreds of kings in an instant. The old monsters had let me and my husband came near the force field, but they had hidden from the view, as seeing my face might disturb my son, and the slightest loss of concentration could make him lose his life. I gripped my husband's hands as I saw thick golden lightning covering my son. Such a powerful attack is enough to reduce any king to ashes. Old monsters have said that this formation, grim monsters had cast on the force field, could nullify the power of the amulets. No amulets would work under it. I have hope for my son's survival. He had that shield. Even in its weakened state, it should be able to protect Mitchell. I still remember the power of the shield, and how it protected me. The love of my life had sacrificed her life to give it its current form. It is a powerful artifact. It will save his life as it had saved mine. Grand Mistress, how much longer? I asked the old woman. I had asked this question more than 10 times, and like always, I did not receive any answer from her. Getting no answer from her, I looked at my holowatch and saw barely a few seconds had passed. Since I had last looked at it, only 7 minutes have passed. Matron Mavis had said Grand Mistress Angel had confidence in breaking the formation minutes. I hope she breaks the formation sooner and rescues my son. I don't want to put all my hopes in the shield, which is already tangled in dealing with the sentient curse, which is far more dangerous than the grim monster Mitchell is fighting. The golden lightning came at me with torrent, focusing more on my head and chest where its claws had pieces meter deep. First, it had come for my head and chest. From there, it had spread through the whole vine humanoid's body with the intention to reduce it to the dust. The golden roses began to pop out all over my body in just a second. 70 part of me had got completely covered in roses, and 30 is quickly getting covered. From the last attack, I had fortified defenses around me, and it would give me a few precious seconds before that golden lightning had reached me, and once it did, it would reduce me to dust. My armor is not powerful enough to resist such a powerful attack. I will have to do something that will help me rid of the lightning, and I have to do it fast. In 5 seconds, the lighting will destroy the defenses I've put and came at me. I could discard the vine humanoid. It will save me from the lightning, but it will expose me directly to it. I will be finished before I could do anything. This means there is no way in hell I would discard the diamond vine giant, which is the only protection from getting squished under its feet. Not to forget, I will not be able to summon another one. The vines not only require enormous energy to make, but they also contain power, which my runes are made of. It is the reason why I don't simply discard the vines like normal attacks, but call them back inside me. Losing the vines will be forever losing the part of the power of the runes, which will not only weaken them, but also weaken all my attacks, as everything is done by my runes. My brain began to move at lightning speed, going through the hundreds of ideas at the moment when suddenly, I've struck gold. Why I did not think of it before. I cursed myself, and the next moment I closed my eyes, and soon the vines surrounding me begin to change. They begin to transform into the runes. Yes, I am morphing the vines into the runes, and I am doing that at a very fast speed as hundreds of vines begin to morph into the runes. It is a very delicate work and requires huge mind power. It will not be narcissistic for me to say that no king stage powerhouse capable of doing what I am doing it does just not matter or control and scale, but also of knowledge. The formation I am creating is far more sophisticated than any formation a king stage powerhouse is capable of creating. It is not easy for me too, the pressure on me so much that I am bleeding through my nose. By the time 5 seconds are over, one formation is created, and just as that happened, the lighting made a crack in a barrier and burst through. but before it could reach me and turn me into ash, it met the formation which lit up and crashed into it before beginning to such its power. A smile couldn't help but appear on my face seeing that, but the next moment it disappeared, and I began to concentrate on work again. I had only created a single formation, and this is far from enough. It will give me a bare few seconds before it got overpowered by the lighting. I have to create nearly 100 such formations if I want to deal with lightning the lightning that had been enveloping me. So I begin to create another formation. To create the second formation, I only needed 4 seconds, and it was created just in time as the first formation had reached its limit. As the second formation is created, it connected with the first, and they begin to deal with the lighting that coming from the gap that widening every second. I begin to create the third formation, and then the fourth and fifth, and so on. Soon, I had completely lost myself in creating the formations one after another. Formations begin to appear in every part of the diamond vine giant. The human is dead. I couldn't help but feel giddy at that, thought the Lord had ordered me to finish the battle within 10 minutes. Though he said it would need an hour for their best scholar to break the formation, he also said that humans are very wily and tend to hide their abilities well. So, I have to finish it within 10 minutes. This is glorious moment for me, killing champion of human, a holder of celestial inheritance. My name will be etched on the grand pillar of the tribe. This glory is given only to grand lord of the tribe, and now it will be mine. It is why I was ecstatic with joy when I was selected to kill the champions of humans. Getting selected in this project means death. We had a mission to reach the highest in human society and do the maximum damage by collecting crucial intelligence or killing important people. Those jobs would have made my tribe remember me for a decade or two or a century at most, but with me killing the champion of humans, my name will be carved on the pillar of my tribe. I will be immortalized, and who knows, if my deed impressed the totem spirit enough, I might get the seed of reincarnation and reborn in the Genesis chamber. So I have to kill this human champion before those old humans bastards broke the formation and rescue this bastard too important to them, but unfortunately they will not have that chance. My golden lightning will finish it off even with all its tricks. It will not survive my lightning. Hun. Suddenly I noticed something when I looked carefully with my soul sense and ocular methods. My eyes couldn't help but shot up in surprise. My lightning had stopped damaging it, and now when it entered inside the giant, it simply disappeared, just like when it happened with this bastard's armor, which should not have been possible. He can sense that this vine giant is not its move, it is something created by the move, the vines. Not to forget, my golden lighting is not this puny human would dare to absorb. It will dust him to ashes instantly if he dared to do something like that. Still, he did not like whatever is happening. He would like it to finish this bastard off as soon as possible, and would not mind spending some more energy to do it. Sky flooding golden fire lightning. He said and began amassing the bolts of golden lighting, this time bringing out twice the amount of the golden lightning this time. He wanted to be sure to kill the human. 4 seconds later, his body got covered in golden lightning, and he channeled all this lighting into the head and heart of the vine giant. Reduced to ashes, human. He roared as she unloaded all the golden lightning into the vine giant this time. There is no way the human bastard will survive. I had created a total of 142 formations around the whole body vine diamond. They are more than I need, but I want it to prepare if it goes crazy, which I am very sure it will. It is the nature of grim monsters, and if I needed more, I would create more of them. All the 142 formations are conversion formations. They are to convert the lightning energy into raw energy, and that raw energy will go to the wings. In this small upgrade, I had removed the conversion formation from the runes, and only kept the storage formation, which had become bigger with the space taken up by the formation emptied. I did that so I will not have to incur a loss of energy that wings conversion formation in wings incurs. I could convert the energy from my inheritance runes and store it there. But I had not expected I would come across something like golden lightning, which I could not take inside my body and convert. It is a good thing I had made those changes now. I have big batteries in wings, where I could store a huge amount of energy that I am getting from converting the lighting into the raw energy. It is all being possible due to my vines, which have the power of my inheritance runes. If it had something else, it would not have been possible. The golden lighting is too powerful. Anything other than my vines simply turned to ash as they touched it. It had been just a moment since I had finished creating the conversion formations and about to move on to the next group of formations, as I did not want to be at the mercy of the grim monster again, when I felt lightning gathering around the grim monster again. I looked at the golden lightning for an obvious momently more powerful than the previous one before creating formation. Vine Diamond Jinet is not a move but is made of a move, so I had to add formations so that it would behave like a move, a faux move. I do not want to feel what I felt when the golden lightning had struck me the first time. I felt like death is near me. The vines are the most powerful and versatile move I have, and I want to add runes to it to make as much as powerful I could, so I could survive longer. I still felt it had something which could even crush my diamond vine humanoid strengthening. It would increase my chances of survival. Sala sala sala. I am morphing the vines into runes when the grim monster attacked again with lightning and thing time, the quantity of the lighting more than double the previous. The lightning covered the diamond vine humanoid before it began seeping inside, but when it did, it got sucked into the formations, and they begin to convert it into raw energy. All the 142 formations begin working together, converting the golden lightning and sending the converted raw into the storage into the Everwings. The golden lightning that grim monster had released been so powerful. In 23-second huge storages inside the wings have been filled up completely. Last night, I had thought that I would never be able to fill the energy storage formation in wings seeing how huge they have become, but now, the very next day, they have been filled. It's good thing I have prepared for it. The converted energies from the 142 formation, divided into two streams, one stream came to me, and began filling various energy storage formations I had in my armor, while the other half went to fill the newly created energy storages formations. I am creating one after another in Vine Giant. The golden lighting contains huge power. It is from the Peak Emperor monster, which had come from the top tribe. It is not that surprising it will have such powerful strength. The pressure I am feeling is huge. There is still a huge amount of golden lighting covering me, and I have to create storage formations faster and faster. My armor had a pace in which I could store the energy. Increasing the pace will injure me further, and I had just begun healing. My best bet is the Vine Diamond Giant since it is made of diamond vines. It does not have that problem. I could store a huge amount of energy in it, and the only thing I need is storage formations. Materialization. This is the materialization of runes, said Old Man Rufus. He is a member of the Wisdom Tower, just 4 decades younger than Grand Tower Mistress Angela. He had not only materialized the runes, but also projecting their power in its vines. Otherwise, these vines would have turned to ashes long ago, he added while feeling extremely giddy inside. The Grand Mistress would have felt the same if not for her being busy with breaking the formation. Still, this is amazing news. If this child survives, they will have to try everything to recruit him. Rufus, even if runes have materialized and he is projecting the power of it in its vines, he still should not have been able to bear the power of this golden lightning. He is creating the formations inside the right. Matron Mavis asked as she looked at him with twinkling eyes. This old hag. I cursed her inside my mind. It is very difficult to hide things from this hag. She had already snatched that little girl with Abyssal Star inheritance, and now she is planning to this one too. We will never let this happen. Grand Mistress will fight with tooth and nail against it. Yes, matron, he likely employing the formations inside, taking full advantage of his special vines. To be honest, what he is doing is quite shocking. The number formation he is creating is mind-blowing, and these formations are very good. If they were not, the lightning would have torn the vines apart by now, I replied. I am genuinely impressed with this boy. What he is doing is no king could do it. Hell, no emperor in Wisdom Tower is capable of doing that, and they have the best scholars in the whole world. Headmistress, you have done a remarkable job producing such admirable student, I said to Headmistress of Riverfield Academy, and my words are genuine. The headmistress had done a remarkable job, not only for producing such a student, but also hiding the truth about his inheritance successfully. If any of the Supremes come to know about it, we would have snatched him away long ago, before he could too much loyalty to the Academy, but now it is clear he is very loyal to his organization, and we will have to try the same approach we had tried with Her Excellency River Saintess. The headmistress did not look at me as if she did not hear me. All her focus is on Grand Mistress, who is completely focused on breaking the grim formation. From what I can, Grand Mistress nearly broke the formation. In minutes it will be finished, and we will be able to rescue him. We, the Wisdom Tower, will do that. You bastard, the grim monster roared, and I found myself going up before falling down at really high speed. BANNNG. The werewolf had smacked me on the floor had there still some golden lightning remained on my body, but the werewolf did not seem to care about it since is it not affecting me. BAMM, BAMM, BAMM. Why won't you just die, you bastard? All the moves I've tried, you always had the tricks. Deal with it. I am FUCKING tired of your FUCKING tricks. It roared before it begins to kick me madly. Is it gone crazy? I asked myself, seeing it crazily kicking me. I am not the only one who is thinking that. The crowd is also thinking the same. It is clear from their faces. His kicks are fast and powerful, but they are nothing compared to the golden lighting that is covering me. The kicking seemed to be a way of venting out its frustration. I all too happy to be its punching bag. It is not only wasting time, but also giving me time to create more formations inside me. The more time it will give me, the more prepared I will be to deal with its next attack. The golden lighting is not its most powerful move, it had indicated that itself. So when the powerful moves and they will come, I want to be prepared, and for that, I increase my speed of morphing vines into the runes, caring about the pressure I am feeling. A minute later, when it finally stopped, the craziness seemed to have lessened quite much after a minute full of kicking. As it stopped, it looked above at a bunch of old people who are standing by the force field, likely trying to break the formation covering it, and seeing the formation not broken, a brief relief flashed into its eyes before it looked at me, and its eyes again became furious. Like a magician, you seem to have a lot of tricks in your sleeve. You always have something that helps you against my attacks, right? It asked, and when it asked, its voice is gentle but full of fury. What can I say? I always like to be prepared, I said while shrugging my shoulder, which had drawn out a chuckle from quite a lot of people from the crowd. The werewolf itself surprised, and its surprise had quickly turned to fury as air itself begins to vibrate around it. Yes, yes, everyone likes to be prepared. Let's see how prepared you are for my most powerful move, it said, and the next moment, an earth-shaking power burst out of him. The strength it had released made the golden lightning he used earlier like average move. Whatever move it is going to make is going to be horrifying. Human, let me show you the move you have never seen before. Fusion ability, world-ending fire. It roared with hands wide open like the showman, and as it did, golden fire burst out of the fire symbol on its temple and spread into his body, and soon it got wholly covered in flames. It looked like a god of fire, originator of all fire. My fire, nothing is compared to this fire released from it, and seeing it, I had decided if I survive, I will try to make my fire as strong as its. This golden fire that covered it totally different. It had black dots twinkling inside. These black dots looked like specks of destruction, holding power to destroy anything they touched. This attack is no simple attack, it is a fusion-type attack, a merged attack between racial ability and inheritance art. Members of powerful tribes had racial abilities, and they are awakened when they reach the tyrant stage. Only talented ones awaken their racial abilities at the emperor stage. This werewolf of golden fire tribe awakening its ability is no surprise since it is monster. What surprised me is the fusion of special racial ability and inheritance method. It hard for even tyrant stage grim monsters to do that. But this Emperor stage werewolf did it. It seemed like the grim monsters had not spared any efforts to kill me. They even sent such talented werewolf to kill me. They might even be successful seeing the destructiveness this fire is emitting. I really have no confidence dealing with it. I don't know if I would be able to survive against it or not, but one thing is sure, I will try my all to survive. Take this, human, it said, and attacked me with its claws covered in the destructive fire which is covering its whole body. The most dangerous thing about this fire is twinkling black stars. They felt like black holes that consume anything that got close to them. They are giving serious scare. The fire really feels like a world-destroying fire. It is named. The black dots inside the fire looked like the personification of destruction itself. My body will turn to ashes if even a wisp of it touch me. My body is strong, but it is nothing in front of this fire. Rose petals, I really don't want to use the defensive method, but I have no choice but to do it. I haven't had finished creating the formation I needed, and if these flames directly clashed against vines, it will be disastrous. As I activated the rose petals, 3 layers of huge rose petals have appeared as the vine giant. I had kept the rose petals on standby the moment I saw the destructive fire, and now I activated it. I had poured all the stored energy I have in the petals. I have not only used all the raw energy stored in the vine humanoid, but also used the energy stored in my wings and armor. The destruction flames attack is very powerful that it would even hold power to burn my vines if used in enough quantity, and unlike my vines, these petals did not have natural energies of runes. To make up for that, I had poured all the energy I have and begin to morph vines into formations at speed like never before. I want the petals strong enough that they could resist this destructive fire. I am not going to be totally dependent on them, as I know they will not be able to bear the fire long than 3 seconds with energies I have providing them. But it is fine, as long they are able to hold the destructive fire for 2 seconds, I will survive. The beautiful pink petals in all 3 layers began to glow resplendently as a huge amount of energy poured into them. Whether it will be enough to stop the destruction flame claw coming at me, I will know in a moment. BANNNG, Kutch. The destructive fire claw clashed against the fetal like a meteor, having such power that tiles of the arena, which had been powered by a formation that made them impossible to crack, had not only cracked but turned to powder as my diamond vine giant had slid meter deep inside it. I would have been shocked by such a scene if I did not see another unimaginable thing. As the destructive fire claw clashed on the first petal barrier, the destructive fire spread. It immediately covered the first petal barrier and went to the second, which also began to burn before turning to the third. The third layer of petals began to burning, and now the fire came at me. This attack is no simple attack, it is a fusion of racial ability and inheritance art. It having a will is not surprising, but it is going to make things even more difficult for me. It had already made things harder it took, but instant for it to cover all the layer of my defensive petals, and now it is coming toward me. Shoo, the fire came at me and instantly covered Dimon Vine Giant as it covered the Vine Giant. I truly felt the power of the fire and couldn't help but be shocked. The fire is like anything as I've seen before. It is far more destructive than I had imagined. As the fire covered the Vine Giant, the formations appeared on the Vine Giant and began to suck the fire. I could think of the grim monster in the fire, which is resisting the formations. Seeing, I closed my eyes and concentrated on the central runic formation of inheritance and infused all my will inside it, and through it, I spread it into the formations of Vine Diamond. It is not the only one who could infuse the will into its attack. I had been able to do that for quite a long time, and in the ruin I had got much better at it in that now. I could use my will with needle control, especially with the help of my inheritance. My will spread through all the formations, and it begins to fight against the will of the werewolf as the formation sucks the golden fire. While it is happening, I had created more and more formations, as the current ones are insufficient to deal with. The destructive fire energy is very difficult to covert since it is very powerful, but once it does, it converts to a huge amount of raw energy. The converted raw energy immediately gets sent to the rose petals and vines, which are burning under the destructive fire. The petal constantly needs a huge amount of energy to resist the fire. I'm not only proving the raw energy I had got from converting, but also my own energy. I had been crazily operating my refinement tower, providing them as much as energies I need. I am doing a lot of things simultaneously, and it is giving me blinding pain. It is very painful and I just want to stop, but I could not, as stopping means dying, and since I have not been saved, I could not stop. More and more formation appearing inside and outside of the Vine Giant, and I am encompassing them with my will so that they could suck the destructive fire energy faster. BANNG. Barely 3 seconds had passed since the first destructive fire attack when I had another destructive fiery claw clashed against my rose petals, and this time the claw had more destructive fire than last time. Crack, crack, crack. As the second claw crashed into the rose petal fire, it spread into them like last time, but this time it had not only started to break them but begin to crack the petals. Seeing that, horror couldn't help appear on my face, and I began to create the formation at even greater speed. Pop, pop, pop. The strain on me had increased so much that veins on my head and in my eyes began to burst apart. Hell, my internal organs, which had just healed, begin to get injured under this strain. I have no choice but to bear this strain. As soon as enough formations are created, I would be able to take a sigh of relief and begin making preparation into killing it. Yes, I am going to kill this bastard. A few minutes ago, this was impossible for me, but now a daring plan formed in my head. This bastard had put me in so much pain, and if I did not kill it myself, I would never be able to myself my eyes. I will kill the bastard the most painful way. Even the plan is dangerous, and I might lose my life. I will do it as I have no choice but to do that. I don't think the rescue will come soon. It might be too late. So instead of waiting, I decided to become proactive and kill this bastard for good. Broken, I said with the victory smile. I had finished within 10 minutes as I had said. With my precious toy, I had only needed 9 minutes and 7 seconds to break the formation. I couldn't help but feel proud of my work. It is a very difficult formation, and I had cracked it within 10 minutes. I couldn't help but feel proud of myself. Though she had broken the formation, it did not look like it. She had kept the runes. She did not want those who are fighting to know. She had broken the formation. All the fun will be gone if they come to know about it. Matron, you have broken the formation. Please rescue my son, pleaded a young woman. I glanced at women who once would have become a pillar of the world with her empire of mist, but those idiots at Mist-san broke that pillar before it could grow to its potential. Well, no worries. She had produced such a talented son, and it did not belong to the Mist-san. Not yet, little girl. We will only rescue him when his life truly in danger, and right now, he is holding on, I said, and no old monster objected. The powerhouse is forged in blood and steel, fighting on the edge of the death, and the path he had chosen. Require him to do that. The only baptism of blood will make one unearth all the potential one had. The destructive fire is dangerous. A single wisp of it could burn that child to ashes in an instant, but it will not happen. With the formation broken, all of the use kept our senses locked on the child. The moment the child about to die, we will rescue him. Till then, let him fight the grim monster. Only such battles could make him grow to his potential. What do you mean you won't rescue him? Do you want my son to die? The young woman roared for her son, and black runes begin appearing on her body in just a moment. Her whole body got covered in the cursed runes. Mavis appeared beside her and clapped on the young woman's shoulder. As she did that, the cursed runes begin to disappear into her body under the suppression of Mavis's power. It is still a mystery how this girl had survived that battle. The curse master that attacked her was no simple curse master, But she survived, she and that bastard Cursamaster. How much time did she have? I asked Mavis telepathically, in her uncontrolled emotions. The curse had acted, and seen how it had covered her whole body, it seemed like it had reached the dangerous stage. Not more than 3 years. This girl is quite capable to fight off the curse cast by a student of that bastard for such a long time, but the curse had matured, and within 3 years it will consume her whole, Mavis replied, and she removed her hands from the shoulder as the young women had calmed down. Little girl, you don't have to worry, we will not let him die, but he had to fight till he could. Only this way he will able to grow to his full potential, Mavis said to the young girl, who this time did not burst and just nodded unwillingly as she watched her son fight for his life. Bannng. Another fiery claw stuck at me, sending even more fire at me with a vengeful will. I'm very happy that, unlike the other moves, it cannot launch this destructive fire repeatedly. It had to amass the power for at least 4 seconds before launching the next attack, and weight is more, if the quantity of the destructive fire is more. Was its 12th destructive fire strike, and with this attack, the destructive fire covering Diamond Humanoid has become even denser, wanting to burn the vines it is made of to ashes, but they are not successful. Crack, crack, crack. It may look like it is slowly burning the vines, and it is happening because I am letting it happen. Not only that, but I am also slowly damaging my rose petals, and with each attack, their damage became graver. To those who are looking, it looked like I am slowly losing the battle. Even werewolf have begun believing that it is very close to defeating me, and it is just a matter of time before its fire consumes me. Let's this bastard believe it with its whole heart when I counter-attack. Its reaction will priceless at that time, as at that contest of real life and death, the battle will start between us. I had finished with most of the formation, and now I again started creating the storage formation. What I am planning to do require a lot of energy, a lot, and I have that energy in the form of destructive fire. I just need to collect it and store it till I have all the energy I needed. Time passed by and it continued to attack me, and I created formation after formation and store. The energy stored the energy into them, which I had got from converting the destructive fire. It's over for you, human, and now break the werewolf and attacked me with its destructive fire claw. Bang. Its destructive fire claw clashed against the first layer of the rose petals, and unlike before when it was stopped by it, this time, the first layer directly shattered the petals into fine dust, and the claw came down toward the second layer with even more force. Gasp, bang. The crowd gasped seeing the first layer of my rose petals destroyed, but there was still hope in their eyes when they saw the second layer. But it got crushed as its claw crashed on the second layer of rose petals and destroyed it before crashing on the third, the last layer of petal defense. Bang, the destructive fire claw clashed against the third layer of rose petal, and it immediately burned like paper dipped in kerosene. It did not produce even a slight defense against the claw. With all the defenses broken, its claw went toward my chest. My swords went toward it to stop it, but the destructive fire covering flicked it away like a toy. Puch. The claw pierced into my vine humanoid chest, and this time it did not pierce just outer skin but deep. It had gone from one side and came out of another. The crowd gasped in horror when they saw it. Ha 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 ha, I've finally got you, human, and this time I will not let you off my grip, it said, and as it pushed the destructive fire into Vine Giant's chest through which it spread internally. The battle had taken longer to finish than I had imagined it to be, but it is finally over, it said, and lifted me while holding my chest. It even twirled me around in 360 degrees for all the crowd to see before placing its other claw on the Vine Giant's head. Puch, puch, puch. Human, watch how I will burn your champion into the ashes. The same will happen to those who will resist the grim race, it said, and pierced its fingers of its claws inside the Vine Giant's head one by one. When all of the fingers pierced through the head, the closest finger was just half a meter away from me. Human, you have struggled hard, but your struggles end here. Burn, the werewolf roared, and the next moment, all the destructive fire covering its body moved toward 2 of its claws. Till now, it had never used the destructive fire covering its body. It had produced new fire, but never used this one. But now it had used, and this fire far more dangerous than all the fire it had attacked me till now. I hope all the preparation I made will be enough. If there is the slightest mistake, this fire will burn me to ashes before I even begin executing my plan, I said to myself. The fire reached its claw before entering the Vine Giant's body. Through them, I could hear the horrified gasp from the crowd, but I have no intention to focus on that. The moment I had been waiting for has arrived. As the destructive fire burst into me, the formations lighted up like never before, not only active formations, but also the formations which had not been active since I morphed them from the vines had also lit up. The place where the runic formations are densest in my head, nearly every part of it filled with formation, so just as the sharp claw fingers produced fire, all of them lit up and began to suck the fire like crazy and convert and sent toward the storage formation. The runes appeared not only internally, but also externally, every part of my Vine Giant covered with them. so when they revealed, they began sucking blazing fire that covering the vine giant. The werewolf's eyes popped out in shock like never before, as it saw its most powerful attack is getting sucked at such speed. It was shocked so much that it wasn't able to react for a second. The shock is too much for it. The formations were so powerful, and I infused so much will into them that they had sucked 70 fire within a second and converted into raw energy. The werewolf understood something big going to happen, as it had immediately begun to remove its claws off me. It wanted to get away as fast from me when that happened, its instinct from deep down screaming at it to do that. Unfortunately, it reacted a second late. Everwings plus first boost plus second boost. I pour all strength of Everwings and first boost, and top of that, I activated second boost and began to burn my essence as I did. The bloody aura had covered the whole vine giant. I also poured all the raw energy I had collected, whether stored in my body, wings, or vine giant. All the energies, whether it's inheritance energy, essence energy, or raw energy, got divided into the 3 streams. 2 streams into the formation in my head and chest, while the third went to my sword and activated both of its enchantments with the power like never before. Sup, sup, sup. By the time I did that, the werewolf has already removed its claws of my chest and head when it suddenly saw something coming toward it at a very fast speed. Thousands of thin hair, thin vines shoot toward it. They come from my head and my chest. Bastard, you dare. Werewolf roared in rage, but immediately activated the defensive method. A golden barrier with grim monsters' murals begin to appear around it. By the time hair, thin vines reached it, the defensive barrier had been completely formed. Even King Stage Monster would not have been able to activate the defensive method fully this fast, but it is not King Stage Grim Monster, but Monster of Emperor Stage. Pup. There was a victorious smile in its rage-filled face, but immediately, that victorious smile stiffened as the hair thin needle pierced through its defensive method like it was paper and moved toward its body. This attack had contained raw energy of more than 10 of its attacks. For this attack, I had made the vines as thin as possible and poured them with all the energy I have. My totem artifacts enchantments have made these vines very sharp and heavy that they can have the ability to pierce through the defensive method of Emperor Stage Monster. A look of disbelief flashed into its eyes, and its aura shot up, and it moved its claws and defended against them, and its claws were fast enough each it before the hair-thin vines could pierce it. Clang, clang, clang. A loud metallic sound rang out as its claws appeared in front of my thin hair vines and began stopping them, seeing that smile couldn't help but appear on my face. Putch, putch, putch. If its claws could stop the attack, I wouldn't have burned my blood for it. Its claws were only able to stop the attack of a few hundred thin vines, while the rest had begun to pierce through it, including the few invisible ones that I had made using the rule's bending power as a precaution. The hair-thin vines began to pierce through it, and even that inheritance armor and emperor-level body was not able to stop the assault of my string. As the vines pierced through the body of Werewolf, their natural formation had activated. It is formation. I had the first formation cast on my vines when I designed them. They are made to do this original. They were made of harvest, the grim monsters, and that is what they will do now. My God, I said in shock, what a reversal of battle this is. They had never thought he would counterattack. The most they had hoped from this child that he would hang on the battle longer, and when he reached his end, could not contend against the werewolf any longer. They will save him. It is not she and others who looked down on him when they thought this. It is natural for them to think such a way give their huge experience. The difference of strength between them is too much. He is a mid-level king. Even he is a prodigy with celestial inheritance. The difference in power between him and the werewolf is too great. His opponent is peak emperor of the monster category, and on top of that, it is from the top tribe of Grim Monster and has fused his abilities. Such opponent no king could contend against, no matter how powerful they are. But now it looked like this child seemed to have some chance to defeat his opponent with that move of his, which seemed more powerful than golden fire the werewolf attacked a second ago, to be able to pierce such powerful defense with such ease. The attack he performed is phenomenal, as the way he utilized to collect energy to perform the attack. The runic knowledge of this child is really amazing, but at least surprising aspect of him given the inheritance he has. Harvest. I heard from behind me it is the current headmistress of Riverfield Academy that said it. Isn't this the move which the little guy used to turn the grim monsters into rose? Angela asked. The headmistress nodded. His roses are quite good. Gemma is quite interested in them, and had asked me to procure them for her when he could harvest them at Emperor and Tyrant stage, old Bradford added. This good move, but don't you think it bore some similarities to Her Excellency River Saintess's flowers from the Wonderland? I asked. Yes, it does bore faint similarities to it, Angela said before she turned toward the headmistress of Riverfield Academy. Little girl, how much inheritance blueprint of Her Excellency's inheritance have you shown to your student? Angela asked. Only Wisdom Tower and Riverfield Academy have the complete blueprint of River Saintess inheritance, while our Hawthorne Sea has the incomplete one. The Supremes have bits and pieces of it. None Mitchell did not see a single part of Her Excellency Headmistress's inheritance or complete part of any top inheritance. I only gave his accesses to thoughts and pieces of some mid-level inheritance. I wanted to have his ideas as original as possible, she said, shocking all those who were listening, especially Mitchell's mother and Grand Tower Mistress Angela. Grand Tower Mistress Angela had studied the inheritance of River Saintess, as she herself is creating inheritance. The other inheritances are nothing in front of River Saintess inheritance. It is vast and powerful. One can dream of creating such inheritance. Are you telling the truth, girl? Angela asked, and the headmistress River Academy nodded with a hint of pride, and who wouldn't have pride having such a prodigious student? Angel opened her mouth to say something, but she had stopped as the interesting turn had come to the battle. Ahhhhhhhhhh. The huge werewolf screamed loudly in pain when over 500 thin vines that pierced it returned to their original size and began the harvesting process, which is extremely painful to the grim monsters. The vines begin to come out of its body and wrap him, and expanding as they expand, the process became even more painful, that even grim monster could not think straight in it. Human, don't be happy yet. My mission was to kill you, and I will do it. My only regret is that I had to do it in this shameful way, it said, and an extremely powerful dark red aura burst through it. Let's die together, human. H-A-H-A-H-A, it said, and began laughing madly without care for the world. It had started self-destruction, and within a few seconds it will explode. I wanted to run away, but there is no place, even get as far as away from it. The explosion of it will really kill me. It is the core of Emperor Stage Grim Monster that will explode, and not normal Emperor either, but a monster with specialization in fire. Even if I somehow survive the explosion of its core, I will still die, as such a powerful explosion will destabilize the stretched space. I will be immediately thrown in space sea and shredded into pieces. Seeing the horror on my face, the werewolf roared even more loudly from the beginning. The plan of the grim monsters is perfect. They wanted to kill me at any price. Suddenly, the mad laughter of Grim Monster had stopped, and as it saw me come toward it, I had hugged it before it does anything, shocking not only it but also the whole audience, and it was not able to stop me despite feeling something is wrong with my actions. Puch, puch, puch. As I hugged it, Demon Vine Giant's vines began to unfurl and created a sphere with both of us inside before piercing through every part of it. Most of the vines focused on its core, which is burning like a sun as it prepares to self-destruct. Ahhhhhhhhhh. It begins to scream as it begins to feel pain like never before. All the thoughts it had vanished in pain it is feeling. It is not the only one that is feeling the pain. I am also feeling the pain as I forced my vines to suck the core's energy at their greatest speed. The vines sucked energy before gathering it into a smaller sphere of vines to create the essence rose. I had made the harvesting process safe. I had done great research on it due to the powerful energies that involve it. But now, I am making the process even faster. I want to finish sucking the core before it could explode. It is not only my mind that is under immense stress, but also my vine's steam could be seen coming from the vines that are covering the core. The slightest mistake on my part could break the vines and make the whole core explode, taking me with it. Still, after a few seconds, I got the hang of intense energy. It is not the first time I am trying to harvest the exploding core. I had done this many times. I just relaxed slightly when suddenly my expression transformed that of utter horror. An ancient power rumbled from deep inside, and it is rapidly awakening. It did not take a moment for me to know what type of power it is. A bloodline, this fucking grim monster, is awakening its fucking bloodline. I had heard about some bloodline hidden deep within one awakened when one had percipe of death, but this my first time seeing it happening, and it is happening to my fucking enemy. Seeing this happening, I wanted to pull out my hair in frustration after experiencing hundreds of near-death attacks. I was finally made a move, and it worked as it intended. I dealt with its self-exploding core by barely controlling the energies of it and had thought I had succeeded. But no, fate seemed to want to screw me over as this grim monster's fucking bloodline is awakening. I am in deep fucking trouble now. I could feel the bloodline is rising very fast. It is very primal and powerful. Once it is fully activated, it will take this bastard's strength to new heights, and that time, I will truly not be its match. The difference between us will increase so much that I will not be able to surmount it with all my tricks. The werewolf suddenly stooped screaming. It had barely able to control that mindless pain and looked at me, and this time its eyes are shining blinding fanatism. The totem spirit will not let me have useless death. Human, my bloodline is awakening. It won't long before its power filled every cell of myself, and when it does, you will be destroyed, it said while grinning cruelly. The vine giant had unfurled and transformed into the huge vine sphere. It is good, it did. If the crowd and the rest of the world had heard it, the confidence of them would have been shaking, seeing how hard it is to kill a grim monster. I would rather die hidden in the vine sphere than in the open. It will lessen the effect of my death. While there are chances that I will die, it is not completely fixed. If I am somehow able to drain it completely before its bloodline could fully awaken, I will survive, as there would no host for the bloodline to power up. There is one huge problem in that, though the bloodline is awakening faster if I continued harvesting its essence at the current speed, the bloodline would awaken before I finished harvesting even half of its essence. Still, I would harvest its essence at my greatest speed and weaken it as much as possible. So, even if its bloodline increases its strength, it will still be weaker than what it would have got when its essence was full. Even if doing that did not give me much of the fighting chance, I would still do it. I would not take death lying down. I would fight till there is last breath into my body, and who knows, the old monster might able to break the shield in few seconds, and I would be rescued. Having only a few seconds before the bloodline awakened fully, I used all my will to harvest its essence as much as possible, with me harvesting its essence in abandon, giving it quite a pain, and it begins screaming again while looking at me with extreme hate. If emotions have the power, the hate present in its eyes would have just taken an instant to turn me into the ashes. It is hating the pain, and hating me even more since I am the one that inflicting this pain on it. Seconds passed by, and I continued to harvest the essence of the grim monster crazily, when finally, the bloodline had awakened. Buzzz. A loud buzz came out of its shriveled, huge body, whose more than 1/3 of the essence I had already harvested. But as the bloodline activated and dark gold lights began to shine over its body, I felt intense resistance in harvesting its essence. My harvesting speed fell down more than 10 times, and with the speed of essence going down, the pain it has been feeling had lessened considerably, and clarity returned to its eyes. The bloodline, as it activated, started to bring the changes in it. Immediately, its shriveled body begins to fill up in just a few seconds. It had gained not only its lost vitality, but also got a huge increase in strength which had not stopped increasing. Its golden fur begins to shine even more brightly, and the fire mark on its chest started to go darker shade, all while its aura begins to increase wildly. Human, it's game over for you. With the bloodline of Golden Fire Tribe, you will be destroyed. It roared and began to move its arms and legs as its bloodline had finally consolidated inside him. A few seconds ago, it would not be possible for it to shake the vines, but it is now stretching them with its sheer strength. With this strength, it would not take him long to snap the vines apart. Scared human, you should feel scared. This time no trick of yours will abble. It abruptly stopped speaking, and surprise flashed into my eyes. Buzz, a faint buzz rang from deep inside me, and silver and green familiar ancient runes came out of me and spread through the vines. Soon all my vines got filled with green and silver runes, including those which are inside the werewolf. The werewolf had stopped mid-speaking and is now looking at the runes with horror. Its eyes are so horror-filled that he even forgot to break out of vines that it was doing before. Buzz, ahhhhhhhhhh. It's only a second for the green and silver runes to spread through the vines before they light up, and as they did, the werewolf screamed in soul-tearing voice. It is like these runes are tearing its soul. That is what is happening. These green and silver runes are sucking it whole, not only its essence but also its bloodline. The essence it is sucking is going toward the making of Essence Rose, while the bloodline is coming toward me. As it came inside me, it is divided into 4 parts. 2 parts went to Hidden Being and Ashlyn, to whom these runes belonged to, while the other 2 went to the egg that Nero had become, and the other one came to me and began merging with my runes. When I saw the process of merging, I couldn't help but get surprised. The strength contained in the bloodline is immense. My runes seem to love it too, as they are sucking it with the wild abandon. I could feel the life, the change that is happening into my runes. They are getting stronger by the second, and with them, my vines who contain the power of the runes. I had never thought that Ashlyn and Hidden Being would react. They had never reacted when I had harvested the grim monsters before. It is the first time they have done something like that. It is great news for me, as I know how much they loved Bloodline, and next time, if I come across the grim monster with Bloodline, they will help me again. Hell, I will search the grim monsters with Bloodline from now on, seeing the immense benefits they are providing to my runes. Crag. My vines finished sucking up its essence and bloodline, turning its huge body into husky gray on which cracks begin forming. Seeing the grim monster dead, relief couldn't help but a flood in my heart. Many times during the battle, I had thought I would be dead, and even if I survived, it would be through the rescue of the old monsters. But no, I had survived it on my own. I had not only survived, but also killed the grim monster. Though Ashlyn and Hidden Being's help is undeniable, still my efforts were greatest, and I very much deserve this victory. Dhub, the cracks on the huge werewolf husky body that it collapsed on its own, everything had turned into the ashes, including its weapons. Buzz, I watched the husky dust for a moment before, my mind attracted by my inheritance runes. The runes have begun to release residual energy they got from the bloodline, and now it is spreading through every corner of my body and soul. This energy is healing my injuries, filling up the essence I had burned earlier, and also strengthening my body and soul rapidly. Ah, the feeling this energy gave is amazing that the faint MOAN couldn't help but escape from my mouth. It is an amazing feeling that regretfully ended too quickly, but when I inspected myself, I couldn't help but be surprised. The increment is quite huge that if I fought with the werewolf again, I would not be beaten this badly and would even able to finish the fight soon. I checked my body a couple of seconds before I focused on the beautiful golden rose that is in front of me. It looked amazing and filled with immense energies. I could feel Nero's calling that he wants to consume it. Unfortunately, he can't have it. The old monster will want it. It will help them hugely in knowing how the werewolf had infiltrated. It is time. I said with a sigh and began calling back vines inside me at great speed. The vines began to shrink inside and came inside me as the huge diamond vine sphere I was covered in, began to shrink rapidly, and a minute later, I was standing in the half-destroyed arena with beautiful golden rose floating in front of me. To my surprise, I found the force field covering the arena had disappeared, and it had returned to the normal size, and a bunch of old people who were by the force field had also disappeared. Now only in millions of crowd had remained, and this crowd looking at me intensely without making a single sound, as if they could not believe I had survived the battle. Michel, 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 Mich. They remained quiet for exactly a second before they let out a defeating cheer. Their cheers were loud like never before. The sound had created the record that others will need centuries, even millennia, to break. I felt quite overwhelmed hearing their emotional cheer. The power and emotions are so dense in the air that one could stick out one's tongue and taste. The crowd continued to cheer for more than a minute before their cheering slowed down little as Marla had appeared. She came down with a smile, but when she looked at me, her expression had changed for a moment. She looked at me as if she is looking at something of a monster. Not only there was awe in her eyes, but there is also an equal amount of disbelief, as if she still could not believe I had killed the werewolf. That emotion lasted for a moment before the smile appeared back on her face as she landed beside me without making the slightest sound. Champion of 10,000th World Championship is Michiel Czar of Riverfield Academy, the battle king of this generation, Marla announced as she lifted my hands in the air, and she did. The crowd cheered out loud, a little louder than they had a few minutes before. Congratulations, you really proved yourself to be the holder of celestial inheritance, Marla said softly. It has surprised me, but soon a realization dawned on my face. The werewolf had announced to the whole world I had the celestial inheritance. Even if I want to deny it, it will have no effect. Those with knowledge had already connected enough dots to know that I really had the celestial inheritance. I know what this news will do. The last holder of celestial inheritance had achieved quite feats that from now on, I will be compared with her. I already started feeling the pressure and couldn't help but sympathize with Jill even more. At least it could be said that I had something that my predecessor was not able to do. Winning the World Championship, Her Excellency Headmistress had lost the Battle of World Championship on technical grounds. The World Championship battle between of her times was between her and Ramona Hawthorne. That battle had lasted for more than 12 hours. Even with her amazing strength, Ramona Hawthorne could not defeat Her Excellency Headmistress, but Ramona Hawthorne won on the technical ground. Her Excellency was on defensive stance while Ramona Hawthorne, the offensive. They had to declare her the winner, even if many Supremes of that time were against doing that. Suddenly, the whole arena quieted down as 3 people appeared in the arena. Their soft aura had silenced the raging crowd immediately, that not a single one of millions had dared to make a noise. Of the 3 people, the middle one, beautiful woman with exotic brown-colored skin. She is Lady Hera, leader of Crystal Domination, and also the leader of the Pyramid, one of the most powerful people in the whole world. Michiel Czar of Riverfield Academy, I, as leader of Pyramid, congratulate you on winning the World Championship, she said formally before a light smile appeared on her face. My elder sister made quite a mistake not accepting you when Ellen had asked her to, she said in my mind telepathically. I got quite alarmed hearing her voice in mind before I calmed down and smiled at her in response. Far away from Orcaz City. The silence had dawned on the hall, even though, except for one person, all of them are present in holographic projection. The silent suppression in the hall is intense, so intense that even a normal tyrant would get crushed under it if it stayed more than a second. Multiple screens are floating across the room, but all of them are focusing on the one screen, and that is that human bastard revealing itself from the huge vine sphere, holding a beautiful rose that is blazing in the color of Golden Fire Tribe's fire. They have read enough information about the host of celestial inheritance to know that it had harvested their man, and they could not believe it had happened. They believed it would be their man who will come out of Vine Sphere, holding a dead body of human champion. They were not wrong to think that the plan theirs was foolproof. The member they have chosen is very powerful that no king could contest against him, but that human bastard had too many tricks up its sleeve. It had the trick for every attack. If it not those tricks, their man would have finished him within 5 minutes off the transformation. Now he had failed, and responsibility for it fell on the Einmero. He is the one that devised the plan, and according to the custom, he will have to take the responsibility and hand the task of killing the champion to another member. The grim race is unforgivable if you fail. There is no second chance for you. It is the most glaring weakness of their ruling system, though it had its advantages. According to humans, the disadvantage of this system was too much. If humans had in their place, they would not have taken this task from one, as it is not entirely his fault. He had planned perfectly. Even others have accepted this plan was perfect as he could make. The mistake he made was that he did not think about the tricks the human could pull, but it was also not his fault. According to research he did, humans should not have such tricks. The difference of strength would have nullified all the tricks the human would have come with. Einmero accept the failure and hand over the responsibility of killing the human champion to Aumser. The old werewolf said as he looked at the projection of Krokman beside him. There was no hint of anger and dejection on werewolf face when he said, "It is as calm as water." The rewards of the World Championship had always been great. What they are were never made in public, but everyone knows they are something that everyone needs. Every champion, the winner of the World Championship, gets 2 rewards, one fixed resources that is enough for an average king to reach the tyrant stage, the other choosing 1 reward from the pyramid's vault. The things inside the vault are very rare, from king grade to tyrant grade, and one pick any one thing. There is no restrictions grade on what one can pick. Most people pick thing that will help them reach the tyrant stage. Tyrant stage is different from the other stages. There are too many requirements one has to fulfill before one could make a breakthrough into the tyrant stage. Michiel, we will expect you at Pyramid tomorrow. Lady Hera said. Her voice was soft, but everyone in the arena heard it. This is a price for winning the championship. It will not only be me that will be in Pyramid tomorrow, but also others of the top 10 will be there too. Unlike me, they will have a fixed reward. They will not get to choose their reward from the vault. Other than the prize distribution ceremony, there is going to be a huge party where anyone is anything will be present there. I assume this golden rose is a werewolf that you harvested. Lady Hera asked. I nodded and tapped on the roses 3 times. As I did that, the rose begins to expand till it became 10 meters long. Gasp. A gasp came out of the silent crowd as they saw the beautiful golden rose. The rose is really beautiful. One might not believe it had been harvested from that ugly werewolf. Lady Hera, Marla, and other Pyramid Council members' eyes begin to shine as they looked at the pyramid. They are shining not due to the excitement, but also due to them activating their ocular and soul abilities. To the crowd, it is just a beautiful golden rose, but to them is a fountain of knowledge. This rose had all the information about the werewolf. If one dug enough and have deep enough runic knowledge, they might be even able to find out how the werewolf had come out of the Elijah. This rose is something is only I could make without the rule-bending power. It is impossible to harvest in essence, and all the information contained in the rose. I will have to deepen my knowledge of runes with my current knowledge. I could only read the surface information of the rose also. I will have to start researching the Grim runes more, as the deepest knowledge in the rose is written in Grim runes. I was a little disappointed when you have killed that werewolf, but with this rose, we will get far more information than we would have got from the werewolf itself. Lady Hera, and looked at me with sparkling eyes. I could tell she wanted to ask many questions, but it is not time or place to ask them. I remained on the stage for 15 minutes more, answering all types of questions from Marla about the battle, satiating her and the audience's curiosity who are watching from all over the world. The one thing they are most curious about what happened in the Vine Sphere. All they heard is the mournful screams of werewolf that I let out now and then. Professor had teleported us directly to the mansion, and I finally felt relieved. The reporters were like sharks, nibbling every inch of what they could get. If I had not had to promote the academy, I would not have got near them. It still is not over. The days after tomorrow, I have the interviews with multiple channels. Just thinking about them, my head started to get hurt. I wish I had talent in dealing with people like Alina, who loves the reporters for some strange reason. Are you feeling all right? Mom asked. Yes, just a little tired, I said. This time my parents have come with me to the mansion, which is good. I had missed my sister. With them here, I will get a lot of time to play with her. You should get rest. We have lots of things to ask of you later, she said, and she put quite an emphasis on the latter sentence, increasing the headache I have even more. Okay, I said and walked toward my room. The headache and tiredness are not much, and I should have stayed with my family to answer all their questions. I am sure they have many, but there are some things I have to do first. As I entered my room, I closed the door and put out, "Do not disturb," before sitting on the comfortable chair and closing my eyes, and soon I am in my inheritance space. This battle had been the most fruitful battles I had ever fought, and it is not because of the bloodline power my runes got to strengthen with it is something more. It is an idea that will make my inheritance greater, far greater. Till now, I had been in control of the very precious resource, but I never thought of it using it such a way. But in this battle, I had learned to use that resource to its full potential. This idea is going to be very successful, I already know it. The only thing I have to do is make a perfect design worthy of it. I have to design that could use its full potential, and fortunately, I have time since this idea will materialize in the big upgrade of the Emperor stage. This idea is going to make me overhaul my inheritance yet again, and this time, the overhaul will be bigger, far bigger, and the strength I will get will be shockingly great. I will have to do great research for it. I felt like the knowledge I have is not enough for me to materialize that idea its greatest efficiency, and it is a good thing I have more than half of the study material I need. The 7 books provided by the hidden being filled with unlimited knowledge. Without them, I would not have been able to design such perfect inheritance, and now I have to study them even deeper while researching the ideas. I will also have to request the teacher and council to let me see all inheritance material we have in the academy, especially some snippets of Her Excellency Headmistress Inheritance. Till now, teacher had not let me research. She even restricted information on her inheritance that even princes could see. Now that I have officially become the teacher's successor, that meeting I had with the council after I returned from the ruin is about me becoming the successor. The council had decided to keep the news secret until I reached the Emperor stage, as it is usually done. But an hour ago, the professor had informed me that they have decided to make the new public, given me becoming winning the championship. It will help the academy gain greater seeds, especially when my winning is a hot topic. As I entered my inheritance space, I began to make notes of all the ideas I had not only made the notes, but also begin creating the outline of the formations. It is quite a stressful work, and my head begins to hurt even more, but I still continue to do that. The ideas I had are too important not to note down, though I don't usually forget the best ideas. I still don't want to take the risk, so I bore the intense headache and continue to do my work. In the battle, there was intense stress on my mind that hundreds of veins on my head and other parts of my body had popped up despite having immense physical strength. Though all the injuries I've suffered had been healed, I've got even stronger due to the residual energies of the bloodlines, and the tiredness I had felt due to it had remained. It would only go away when I genuinely rest, and I am doing the opposite of that. I continued making notes for an hour of outside time before I finally came out of my inheritance space. As I did not, the intense headache hit me. I had to massage my head for a minute before I could get up. After getting up, I walked to the bathroom and removed my dirty clothes before entering the cold shower. As the cold water fall on my head and cascade on my shoulder and rest of the body, I begin to feel relief from the headache I am feeling. I stayed in the shower for 20 minutes before I came out. I did not go out immediately. Instead, I laid on the bed and thought the battle. The battle was the most intense I've ever fought. I've never been such close to death for such a long time. The grim monster was too powerful. Every attack of his was able to kill me. It is because of my vines and quick thinking I've survived. I do not want to feel what I had felt in the battle against the grim monster. I had to work hard, not only to create the best inheritance, but also to strengthen my body and soul to its full potential and create Diamond Seal of Supreme Combat Exercise. I still remember the change they have brought to my inheritance runes, and I plan to create another Diamond Seal before I reach the Emperor stage. It will be hard seeing how difficult the Supreme Combat Exercise has become, but I will do it. What do you think, Grand Mistress? Will you able to find something concrete soon? She asked the old woman who is observing the golden rose in full concentration. The investigation about the werewolf infiltration is still going, but we did not find anything concrete. The energies that transformed into the grim runes came from hundreds of humans wearing different types of expertly crafted devices in the form of fashion accessories. These humans came from many small intelligence organizations. Most of them did not know what they were wearing, and those who asked their superiors were told these accessories are from a research institute and made to collect data on battles of championship. They all are in custody, and so are the thousands of participants. Some old monsters are helping deep scanning the participants with the help of the powerful artifacts. They had already released hundreds of participants. They can't detain them forever. Still, I don't think there is any grim monster is hiding inside the humans. The grim monsters are too smart for that. They had already sent one. They will not send another one in the same place and give us the opportunity to capture them and gather the information about their secret weapon. I hope that Grand Mistress will able to find something concrete from the rose that will help us find the grim monsters hiding in the human bodies. If we did not, then the loss they could bring us on will be immeasurable. The information in this rose is a too vast little girl. It will take some time to find the information we need. I had already called Robert and Jenny. With their help, The process will become a little faster, Grand Mistress replied without looking. Hearing that, I couldn't help but sigh. I knew we would not get an instant result, but I couldn't help but hope for it. The destruction this secrete weapon of the grim monster could bring is immeasurable. I watched the matron for a second longer before walking out. There are too many things to do, but first, I have to convene with others. There are some important decisions to be made regarding the Mitchell Tsar. His performance in the battle earlier showed the potential he had. If he continued to grow with current speed, then we might have another Saintess of Silver River in our hand. It is too far-fetched to think about that when he was still a king, but she couldn't help but think about it. We have dreamed of having such a powerhouse for thousands of years. Only with the leadership of such a powerhouse can we hope to push the grim monsters out of the central continent, even all the continents, just like it is done in 3.5 millennia ago. So, celestial inheritance, and you didn't trust your parents enough to tell us about it. My mother said. Her voice is soft, and there is no hint of anger that could be seen on her face, but I know she is quite angry. I wanted my sister to disturb the moment, as she sometimes does it when adults are talking, but currently she is busy eating the snacks from the bowl with Ashlyn and has no time to focus on the other things. I didn't want to worry you. Many people had tried the clear heart inheritance before me, and no one had succeeded except for one person. I wanted to wait till I succeeded before I tell you, I explained. Hearing that, the expressions on my mother's face had softened a little. So you wanted to tell us about it when you reached the tyrant? She asked back, and I nodded hesitantly. I had expected her to get even angrier, but instead her expression softened completely. Mitchell, we are your parents no matter what you do. We will always be proud of you, and we would have been proud of you even when you had spent your life as a common person, my father said, and Mother nodded with him. Don't pressure yourself, you will never disappoint us in anything, Mother said, and she came to hug me. She had not let me go for a whole minute to reinforce her point before she let go. From what I hear, the celestial inheritance is very hard. Is it hard? My father asked. I could see the shimmering curiosity in his eyes when he asked the question. Do you want to see it? I asked with a smile and removed a small device from my storage and activated it the next moment. An invisible field enveloped the whole room. Professor Earlier gave this privacy artifact, was given to me by Professor Earlier. It is quite powerful, she said. She had found it in one of the dangerous runes she had explored last year. No, you don't have to show us. Your inheritance is your deepest secret. My father declined despite having a deep curiosity about it. It's fine, I said and closed my eyes. If I did not trust my parents with my secret, then who would I trust? Gasp. A loud gasp came out of my parents' mouth, and 5 meters long runic humanoid appeared in the room, shimmering with multicolor runes that attracted the gazes of all, including that of my sister, who till now was very busy eating her snacks. My God, I had expected your inheritance design to be amazing, but not this amazing. Your knowledge of runes is equal to that of the rune master, at precipe of reaching grandmaster, my mother said in wonder, while my father had completely hypnotized by as he looking at it. It took him a while to come to himself, and when he did, he looked at me with a completely different look, a look he gives to people whom he truly admires. The moment to design the Emperor stage upgrade of your inheritance, you will become Rune Grandmaster, my father said. To that, I just smiled. For others, my runic knowledge may seem phenomenal, but to me, I had just barely scratched the surface of it. In the books that Hidden Being had provided me, there are concepts I barely able to understand, much less create something like it. Only when I create something like those runic concepts I saw in the book will I truly believe I've accomplished something. Till then, I will continue to work hard. Amidst the rows of reporters, I walked into the entrance of the pyramid, which is a lot bigger than I had first thought it would be. There are a lot of reporters waiting for me. When I arrived at Pyramid, I had to entertain them for 15 minutes before I went in, right on time with my appointment with the representative of Pyramid, which will take me to the vault. There are quite many reporters outside. I hope you did not have any problem. Familiar voice asked. No, I got used to them, Aunt Georgia. I replied. It is Aunt Georgia who spoke. Call me Inquisitor Georgia. I am on official duty, she said in mock seriousness. Inquisitor Georgia, I said with a smile, and she nodded, and we began to walk. As the winner of the World Championship, you will get 2 rewards from Pyramid. First is a fixed amount of rare resources. That is enough for an average king to reach Tyrant's stage, and the other is choosing 3 things from number 12 vault. Usually the champion could only choose 1 thing from the number 12 vault, but since it was the 1000th anniversary of the championship, the Pyramid Council decided to let the champion take 3 things, Aunt Georgia explained as we walk. On the way, we have come across many people. Many of them seem to have watched yesterday's battle, as they whisper and pointed toward me, and as we walked with Aunt Georgia. The pyramid is an ancient artifact, contained the space of small city inside, and this space is lot stable than the one outside, that even powerful tyrants will have a hard time in breaking that space. We have walked far inside that now we come across barely any crowd, and those who across us were all tyrants, who nodded at Aunt Georgia and looked at me before moving to their way. We had walked for more than 15 minutes before we reached a huge gate, which number 12 written in huge, bold gray letters. As we appeared from of it, Aunt removed the pyramid-shaped badge off her chest and placed it on a small surface as she did, while scanning ray released from it and began to scan us. There are 16 vaults in the pyramid. The first 5 vaults are only available to leaders, and nobody knows what is stored in them. As for other vaults, each of them stores a distinct type of things, Aunt Georgia said, and while Light continued to scan us. The vault number 12 is Reward Vault. It has always had been Reward Vault. All the rewards that Pyramid give to those who perform the exemplary services have come from this vault, Aunt Georgia informed, and a moment later, the wild disappeared. Sup, as the scanning light disappeared, its doors slid opened, and the only thing that is between us and the things in the vault is a gray layer of energy, which makes it really hard for one to see what is inside. Come, it is time for you to choose your rewards, Aunt Georgia said with a smile and walked through the energy layer, seeing I followed her behind and entered the vault. Gasp. A gasp couldn't help but appear on my face as I entered inside the vault. The first thing I noticed about it that it is huge, far bigger than I had imagined, and it is filled with things, and all of them looked very precious. The number 12 vaults, also known as Officer's Vault or Reward Vault, all the things here are very precious. Even the lower level thing could very useful to kings and highest level. Even tyrants would fight. You can pick 3 things, and nothing is off limit here, Aunt Georgia said, and there is a strange smile on her face when she said it. I looked at her for a second, thinking what her smile means before I moved toward the things around me. The first thing that had caught my eyes was the silver axe. It was placed on the white marble stool. Above the axe, its information is flashing, and as I had thought, this axe was found in the ruin, the design of the axe different from the weapons we create in our world. This silver axe is a powerful weapon. It could merge with an axe-type totem artifact and increase its power. I looked at it for a moment before moving forward. I am not going to take any weapons. The only thing I am going to choose from here is rare and powerful resources that will help me when I break through the Emperor stage. The first 3 items I saw were weapons before I come across the herbal resource. This resource's palm is a piece of bark. It is brown in color with purple blotches here and there. The bark of Issei tree. The trees are found in central continent's southern marshes, a king-level resource with immense vitality. Potion made by this instantly heal a king that is at its last breath. It is also used in vitality burning poison. It is a great resource. It will greatly help your materialized runes, Aunt Georgia said behind me. I am not surprised she knew about the materialization of my inheritance runes. Those with enough knowledge would easily saw it in yesterday's battle. It is a good resource. I would have thought about taking it if it had been level higher, I said, surprising her little. I walked ahead, checking every resource I've come across, assessing their compatibility with my constitution's 7 elements that runes have inheritance, or the compatibility with bloodlines that my runes have consumed. I have found a few of them that will be beneficial for my runes, but their grade is too low for my taste. I would need at least at the high Emperor grade before I could even think about choosing them. And I am lucky that I am in the Vault of Pyramid. I am sure there are resources here that I need. The resources I might not find anywhere. I just have to find them. More than 1 hour passed since I had entered the vault, and I had gone through nearly 1/3 of things that had been placed here. Until now, 4 things have made it to my list. All these things are great. If I don't find anything interesting, I will choose 3 things from them. But that is not going to happen. I had only covered less than half of the vault space. There is a lot more, and I am sure I will find things ahead, and I am very much looking forward to it. After passing 3 more weapons, which are very good, but I do not need them, I've come across the potion bottle. In the bottle, there are 4 colors of liquids. It looks like someone had just added 4 different colored liquid in the bottle, but that is not the case. It is failed experiment of Emperor grade regeneration potion, a potion that could help in regrowing a limb. The regeneration potion of this grade are quite rare, and not to forget, the alchemist was not trying to make a normal regeneration potion. Usually when one drinks the regeneration potion, they can regrow their lost body part, but this newly grown body part is not strong as their original one. They had quite a time and resources to make that body part strong as other parts of the body. The alchemist was trying to make exceed regeneration potion. These potions regenerate the body part that has the strength of lost body part or close to its original strength. Using such potions, one had to spend minimal to no effort in getting them strong as original body parts. Though these exceed regeneration potions are amazing, they are hard to make. Saying hard would be an understatement, as they are extremely difficult to me, and there are maybe around 10 alchemists, including an old monster that could craft potions of that caliber. This potion is failed attempt of Grandmaster Goldsmith, and drinking one might even kill an emperor. The caution is written on the bright red words, but I am not the caution but the list of ingredients it had been used to make. When I finished going through the list, my eyes couldn't help but light up. The ingredients used in making it are extremely rare, and most importantly, the 75 of ingredients used in making it is what I need in the resources. Mitchell, this is failed potions if you drink it thinking you might have a chance regrowing the limb that might be lost in the future. Then don't. Grandmaster Goldsmith had clearly stated that it wouldn't work healing potions, Aunt Georgia warned. I know, Aunt Georgia, I said and walked ahead while taking that failed potions top of my list. The failed potions are better than all the things that I had on my list combined. I continued to walk ahead, giving each resource a few seconds before moving forward. Such 40 more minutes have passed, and my list has grown to 11, but the failed potion is still topping the list. Soon I come across a tiny pinky nail size of a piece of black wood and stop suddenly with an expression of shock appearing on my face, which instantly disappeared as I controlled my emotions. But sure, Aunt Georgia had noticed. This wood was found in the storage of killed Tyrant Stage Grim Monster. It was quite bigger when it was found, but alchemists spent most of it. This unknown piece of wood is a great herbal catalyst of Emperor grade. It could be used in all the experiment, and alchemists had fought tooth and nail for it, till this tiny piece had remained, Aunt Georgia said, and looked at expectantly. My reaction earlier had made her quite curious. While my face may look calm under Aunt Georgia's gaze, but I am anything but calm. I am utterly shocked inside me. I am shocked because my runes reacted to the tiny piece of wood. My runes had never reacted to any resource before. It is the first time they have reacted. I don't know whether it is due to the bloodline they consumed yesterday or something else, but this reaction changes things, and also, I am getting this piece of wood. I wanted to know what is it about it that made my runes react toward it, and also, once I got back to the academy, I am going to ask the teacher to let me see the notes of Her Excellency Headmistress. It is time for me to get some guidance from my predecessor. I spend few seconds around the tiny piece of wood, as I do with other resources, before moving forward. Now I am very curious. I wanted to see if I could get a reaction from my runes again. I hope there are some more things in this vault that my runes liked. Little more than 2 hours have passed, and I finally inspected all the resources here, and my list had grown over 100. There's so many precious things in the last third of the vault. Half of them are of Tyrannid grade. Have you chosen the things you want? Aunt Georgia asked, and I nodded. There are hundreds of things I want from here, but I could only take 3 things. I would take a failed exceed regeneration potion, tiny alchemical black wood, and repelling rock, I said, hearing that surprised expressions couldn't help but appear on Aunt Georgia's face. She is very surprised by my choices. All 3 things are Emperor grade. If I wanted to, I could have chosen Tyrant grade material, but I do need them. Of the 3 things, 2 of them are very hard to find outside. Before I left for the pyramid, Professor had told me to choose the things I would need to break through Emperor stage. The academy will give me resources for breaking through the Tyrant stage. So with that worry gone, I was able to choose the things I would truly need for my breakthrough into the Emperor stage. There's a very good reason why I chose these 3 things and not others. The failed potions are made of extremely rare Emperor grade materials, and most of the materials are compatible with my inheritance runes. There are essences of nearly 100 very rare materials in it. It is like getting 10 things at the price of 1. The other tiny piece of wood, I have to have it. My runes reacted to it. There is no way I will leave it. The last thing is repelling rock. I don't what it is. Neither my runes reacted to it, but strange enough that I feel like very useful to me. The repelling rock looked like a violet blue rock, but it is not a rock. Not completely. It is made of very dense herbal essences that once upon a time used to be herbs that are above Tyrant grade. But as time passed, it begins to lose its efficacy and reduce to Emperor grade. Such things are quite common in the alchemical labs found in the runes. It was found in one of such labs a few centuries ago. The reason it is called repelling rock, because sometimes it repels thing. It repels air, water, anything that one throw on it. Only sometimes, half of the time they fell on it, while other half time they get repelled. There was the incident a decade ago when it begins to burn things. It had even melted Emperor grade metals, but that had happened only one time. Are you sure about these things? Aunt Georgia asked. Yes, I replied. She nodded and opened the screen on her badge before tapping few buttons. As she finished, a green light appeared on the 3 things, and Aunt Georgia collected them one by one. Now that you have collected your first reward, it is time for you to collect your second reward. You will get it from Lady Hera, Aunt Georgia informed as we walked out of the vault. It had quite surprised me. Who is Lady Hera? She is one of the most powerful people in the whole world. Even if my performance were so great yesterday, given her busy schedule, I would not have gotten the appointment with her. It is especially true after the mess Grim Monster had made by sending their member to a most fortified place of the humans. I am sure Lady Hera would be very busy dealing with its aftermath and perpetrators who help in causing it. Since yesterday, there is no place in Orkaz City that is not covered in the tyrant's soul sense. Their soul sense is very faint that king like me could not sense it, but to tyrant like a professor, it is very clear. Professor joked yesterday that such a number of probing consciousness are quite irritating, and if she had been on the battlefield, she would have repelled these consciousnesses hard. Knock, knock. 20 minutes later, we stood in front of the simple wooden door which amidst ancientness the pyramid is old, more than 10,000 years old, and since then the office of its leader hadn't changed. Come in, click. A voice came from inside, and the lock of its clicked opened. Go in, I will wait for you here. Aunt Georgia said. I nodded and opened the door before walking inside the big office. As I walked inside, I saw a huge glass wall from which one could see the whole view of Orkaz City. The pyramid is the tallest building in Orkaz City, and its leader's office at one of the most top floor. The office of Lady Hera is big, 3 times bigger than that of the teacher, and filled with things that are both ancient and modern. The most notable thing in the office is a rusty axe that had many cracks on it. It is a centerpiece. One might feel it will crack into pieces with the slightest push on it, but it will not happen. The axe may seem rusty, but had a faint aura that makes me shudder from my core. I don't think I would be able to touch the axe without getting cut into pieces from that faint aura along. It is Magnus' axe, the axe that decapitated leader of grim monsters in First Era War, Lady Hera said. There was a lot of information about the First Era War, a war in which the grim monsters had nearly successfully invaded the whole world, but if not for the Magnus, the Mountain Cleaver. He was the leader of human forces that led the charge against the grim monsters and stopped us from total extinction, but there is very little information about him. He is like a phantom. He appeared at the start of the war out of nowhere and disappeared within a week of war ending. There is no information from where he was born and where he came from, or what inheritance he had. People only know his name, Magnus the Mountain Cleaver. Take a seat, Mitchell, Lady Hera said. As I turned toward her, I walked toward her and took a seat as she had asked. Your performance yesterday could be said to be beyond amazing, and with the revelation of your inheritance, you know what will happen, right? She asked, and I nodded. I have a pretty good idea about what is going to happen. Every grim monster will be out for your blood. It is not only grim monsters, but also their spies and people who they paid an enormous amount of resources, or the people who you have a feud with will be out for your blood covertly and openly, she said with a sigh, and a small wooden box appeared on the table. Your performance and the inheritance you have made the pyramid rate you a millennia talent, and for your protection, the pyramid bestow you this, she said, and pushed a light wooden box toward me. I looked at him inquisitively, but seeing a smile on her face, I took the box in my hand and opened it. Inside the box is a simple black band, on which faint runes could be seen shining. It is protection band, a very powerful one. It is one-use item that could defend you against the attack of powerful tyrant and sent to you back flagged space, as long as it is within 1,000 kilometers, she said. I couldn't help but impress hearing it. The band is definitely not from our world. Even the most powerful protection amulets could only defend against average tyrants. Since it is from the ruins, it will work in most areas, where even normal protection amulets did not work. So unless there is a jammer or tyrant who had the special ability to disturb the space, I will be relatively safe from the above-average tyrants. I would still be in danger if pretty powerful tyrants attacks, so I will have to be careful in not coming across the powerful tyrants. She is right. If those things had happened, the humans' morale would have plummeted, and the consequences of that would have been unbearable. In the same way, now that I had won, it would create a positive effect. The result had already begun appearing from the grim battlefields, and this positive effect would last quite long. This is your second price. There are enough resources here to level average king to tyrant stage. Though these resources would not take you tyrant stage, still they will surely be very useful to you when you reach the emperor stage, she said frankly, and passed me an opened wooden box. Inside the box was storage. Some of these resources are useful to me, while others I could exchange for the resources I want. There is one more thing I have to give you, Lady Hera said as I put the storage ring inside my storage. She took out a blue pyramid-shaped badge, and it floated toward me before attaching to my chest. Every champion and to runner-ups, but due to potential and inheritance, the access you get is far above the normal winner of the World Championship. With this badge, you can access Pyramid's state-of-the-art training facilities, market and exchange platform that is connected to all the organization including Supremes. You also get access to our library. Our collection is equal to that of the Supremes, and in some areas greater than Supremes, she informed me. Hearing that, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. With this badge, I could access their library from any part of the human territory in grim battlefield, but some of the knowledge could not be accessed remotely, the books on runology. I will be staying at Orkaz City for at least a week. I will try to read as much as possible in the coming days. I am sure I will find something great in Pyramid Library. It is quite famed for its collection. Mitchell, before you go, I have to say something to you. Not as the leader of Pyramid, but as the leader of Crystal Domination, Lady Hera said, and her eyes became even more serious. Michiel, when you choose the supreme, consider us, the crystal domination, she said. Hearing that, I opened my mouth to deny, but she cut me off. I know you will not be thinking about this subject soon, but once you break into Emperor stage, you will have to think about it. Even Her Excellency Catherine had to choose supreme. There are some things that only we supremes could provide. When you consider supremes, consider us as well. There is nothing that we cannot provide that Wisdom Tower and Hawthorne Sea can provide. The only thing we did not have the blueprint of Her Excellency's inheritance, which I am sure you will soon get from the Academy. I am sure you have heard enough about us to give us a chance when you consider a supreme. She finished, feeling her eyes on me. I nodded. I do not have any intention to choose supreme, but I am also aware that there are things that only supremes could provide. Still, I will try to stay in the Academy. Only if I do not have a choice, I will choose the supreme. And if I were to change the organization, there are only two in my mind, Hawthorne Sea and Wisdom Tower. Hawthorne Sea had the greatest resources of all supremes, while Wisdom Tower is the weakest supreme, but they have their unmatched library, that even combination all supremes libraries could not compare. Crystal Domination is also good. It is one of the oldest supreme, unlike the Hawthorne Sea, which the newest. There are many things about them that I did not know. If I ever think about changing the organization, I will consider the Crystal Domination. I am sure Lady Hera had something to back that confidence of her. Seeing the look on your face, your meeting with Lady Hera seemed to gone well, Aunt Georgia asked. I nodded in affirmation. It had gone better than I had expected. The privileges that the Blue Pyramid badge gives are amazing. Do you want to talk to the media, or I drop you off the mansion directly? Aunt Georgia asked. Drop me off directly. There is no need to talk to the media now when they are going to have my pieces in the evening, I said with a laugh. Though I know I should not be harsh on them, seeing they are doing their job, but the question they asked me to make me sweat all over my body. I would rather fight a war than deal with them. In the evening is the after party of the World Championship, where anyone who is anything will be present, and so is the media. And that time, I would not be able to run away from them like I am now. Okay then, Aunt Georgia said, and just as we walked out of Pyramid, and before any media person could ask any question to me, I disappeared with Aunt Georgia. Soon the evening approached, and we got ready for tonight's party. It will be a huge party, way bigger than the teacher's birthday, but this time, there will be no battle. That is a little regretful. I wish duels had been allowed. Like the teacher's birthday, it would have helped me pass the time quite easily and not do the dreaded social interactions with the people. At least my friends will be there. That's a good thing. I've not talked to some of them properly despite being in Orcaz City for a month. I hope they are staying few days. I would love to meet and talk to them. Seeing it is time, I got from the bed, freshened up before took out a newly tailored suit from the covers and wearing it. It fits perfectly with me. It is very fitting but not tight. Wearing it, my average self begins to feel handsome. After wearing the suit, I looked at myself for a couple of minutes before walking out of my room. Wow, Michiel, you look really good, Elena said, and as I appeared in the common room of the mansion, nearly everybody is here, including Professor and Elena, and all of them looked very good. Elena is wearing a flaming violet slit gown, a little scandalous in design, but it looked amazing on her. Compared to her professor, is wearing a long backless gown which shows every curve of her perfectly. You look good as well. I am sure you are going to turn lots of heads today. I complimented her before greeting Professor and others. Teacher was able to come. She wanted to, but she could not. She will be present at the party, though, through the projection like many important people. Professor had said that even an old monster would be present at the party, which is extremely rare. It had been centuries since any old monster had attended after party of the World Championship. This championship was no ordinary World Championship. The grim monster appeared in it, which had never happened ever since the Orcaz City is built, not for the participation of the host of the Abyssal Star Inheritance and me, the host of Celestial Inheritance. It is time, let's go, Professor said a few minutes later. With that, we got up and walked out of the mansion. As we did, I saw a carriage in the garden of the mansion, attached to 4 very beautiful white horses, moon dust horses to be specific. These horses were big, twice bigger than the normal horses, but when one sees their level they would seem like dwarfs. These horses are not ordinary horse monsters, they tyrants. They may seem gentle and soothing, but they destroy the cities instantly. These horses are from the professor's private collection. She had found them in ruin more than a year ago and brought them back. She had taken quite a risk doing that. Bringing such powerful creatures from the ruins is not only very expensive, but also very risky. If these monsters release the smallest burst of power during the transmission, they would be flung into space sea outside of the world, where even old monsters would be hard-pressed to survive. She first had to tame them into the ruin, which is a gargantuan task among itself when one has to do it in a limited amount of time before bringing them back. Soon we walked into the beautiful carriage, which is far bigger than one could see outside and extremely comfortable. This beautiful carriage is the Academy's property, crafted by Headmaster Vasilis about 800 years ago. This carriage is one of his proudest creations. This carriage is also one of the 3 official carriages of the Academy's headmistress. She had loaned this to her successor, me, for this special event. Arriving by the air carriages in the after-party of the World Championship is an old tradition. It is a little ostentatious by today's standards, but it is a tradition that binds us to our past nobody wants to let go. Nay, nay, nay. The tyrant horses neighed melodically. Before they took the air, their flight was very gentle that we did not feel the slightest shock. Auntie, these moon dust horses are beautiful. I hope you will give me a pair when I reach the tyrant stage, Alina said excitedly as she watched horses walking on air while sending the moon dust energies off their body. They looked very beautiful doing that. Snort, little girl, gather your toys on your own. You are too old to depend on your elders for that, Councilwoman Marla quipped before Professor could open her mouth to reply. Hearing that, sad expressions couldn't help appear on her face. She seemed to love these horses. Of course, I give them to you, my lovely niece. As long as you became tyrant and tame them perfectly, they will be yours, Professor said and gave Councilwoman Marla a look that made her close her open mouth. From what I had heard, Professor really loves horses, and she collects them whenever she found them. The moon dust horses are one of the best horses in her collection, but she promises to give them to her niece Alina. Is really lucky to have an aunt like that. A few minutes later, the horses begin to descend, and soon the carriage landed on the ground with gentle noise. Everybody ready? Alina asked excitedly. No one said anything except for me, who nodded shakingly. You take too much stress over small things, Mitchell. The reporters are not going to eat you. She and we got out hand in hand after Professor exited the arrived. As I walked out of carriage with Alina, I come across thousands of camera flashes. I stiffened for a moment before relaxed. I could not let this weird anxiety to me. Every time I see reporters, I have to smile and face them with the calm heart. While I couldn't help but said when I saw the ballroom where the party held, I have to say, I am impressed. I had spent about an hour answering the reporters' questions before I finally entered the ballroom, which is really impressive. It is not only but also glittering in magical lights. Yes, wow, Alina repeated as she took a complete view of the ballroom, where more than 1,000 people have already gathered. All the people here are finely dressed, and not a single weaker than the king. Members of all organizations are present here, and so are people who were in the top 100. All of them were mingling with each other, but when they noticed us entering, all of them stopped and nodded gently before continuing with their conversations. It took you all long enough, said the woman wearing a long blue gown as she came toward us. We are right on time, mother, Alina replied as a teacher came toward us. She's wearing a long emerald blue gown. It is very regal, and it looked amazing on her. Teacher, I greeted. Come, Mitchell. There are too many people who wanted to meet you. I don't if this night will be enough to meet with all of them, the teacher said as she took my hands off from her daughters and take me to meet some people. The projection is not simple. It is corporal projection. Bodies made by them had the strength of the average knight, so except for eating and fighting, the projection does everything else. Teacher wasn't joking when she said there are a lot of people she wanted me to meet. Most of these people are from Supremes. We met people who command Supremes, from elders to leaders to old monsters. All of them had indirectly asked me to consider their organization. A lot of them even promised to come to the mansion for the private meeting. I hope when they came, teacher and professor deal with them. I have a lot of things to do in these few days in Orcas City. So you finally got time for your girlfriend? Myra asked as she gently took a sip from her drink while looking at me. Seeing her look, a sigh couldn't help but escape from my mouth. The teacher took nearly 3 hours to introduce all the important people she wanted me to meet. While I was doing that, Myra often caught my eyes and invited me, but I could not see the teacher had a lot of people who wanted to meet with me. I did not answer her, just gave her a small apologetic smile. I might not be good as Alina in interactions, but I still know enough about when to open my mouth and when not. Saying anything is not wise. Whatever I say will going to have the opposite effect. So I better smile to mute whatever burst she's going to have. Seeing my smile, Myra glared at me fiercely before her expression softened. By the congratulation on winning the battle. I had not said it before because I wanted to congratulate you personally, she said and kissed me on the lips. The kiss had lasted for a couple of seconds only, but when it was over, all the anger in Myra's eyes have disappeared. Your performance was great in the final battle. My parents were quite impressed. They have asked me to invite you for dinner, day after tomorrow, she asked with a smile. Of course I will come, I replied with my brightest smile. To be honest, I had better plans than spending nearly a night at my girlfriend's parents', but seeing the smile on Myra's face, I know I have to go. The price of not going will be very difficult to bear. Myra and I talked for about 15 minutes before her brother came and took her to meet some people while I went to meet my friends, and to my surprise, I found 3 of them together. Jill and Ellen are sitting in the corner of the bar, talking softly with each other. They're also Madeline with them, Ellen's fiancé. Oh, look who it is, Mitchell the Great, slayer of werewolves, host of celestial inheritance, Ellen said in an outlandish fake voice. It good they have enveloped themselves in the sound barrier, otherwise it would have created quite a scene. Oh, stop it, I said and took a seat beside them. You really kept quite a secret, hun Mitchell. I thought my bloodline was great, but here you come, creating your own inheritance, Ellen said while finishing the drink in a single gulp. You are unmatched, love, Madeline said as she snaked her arms around Ellen and kissed her. Really, it was quite a surprise knowing you have clear heart inheritance, Jill said. To that, I just smiled. Both of them seemed fine on the surface, but I could tell the World Championship have given them quite a shock, especially Jill. I could tell how hard she is trying to appear cheerful. How are you guys feeling? I asked after a few minutes of talking, hearing that both of them became sober and their real emotions showed on their face. To be honest, the strength of werewolf and you defeating it was shocking. If any of us had been in your place, we would have died in the first attack of it, Jill said with a sigh. You know, before the championship, I was considering myself quite a big shot. Having this inheritance made me think I am invincible in my level, and except for Ellen, nobody is capable of challenging me, but my defeat by Elijah and you are defeating the werewolf have given me a quite big reality check, she added and picked up a new drink and finished in a single gulp. I have decided that unless I could defeat someone with the strength of werewolf in a single attack, I would not level up from the king stage, no matter how much time it took me to get that power, Ellen said with conviction. Me too, unless I could burn monster class emperor in a single attack, I would not level up to emperor stage, Jill repeated, and as she said it, her eyes began to burn in the abyssal light. I again smiled at that, and this time I don't what I could say. They both at the peak of king stage and had plans to make the breakthrough after the championship as they had felt they had harvested they could from their inheritance and bloodline at their stage. And now they want to harvest even more power, and this time amount of power they are planning to harvest is not small. It is huge that they will have to go through many life and death situations, and it might even take years for them to do that. If others had something like that, I would have laughed at them, but with these two, I believe they can do it. I think that not only because they have the most powerful inheritance and bloodline, but also because these two are the most hard-working people I know. Once they put their mind into something, they will not stop till they accomplish the thing they wanted. Finally home, Professor said, and as we teleported back to the academy, the week after the championship was really hasty. I had to do too many things with little time. Still, I wish I could have more time in the pyramid's library. It is beyond amazing. I could have stayed more if I wanted to, but I have everything I need in the academy till I reach the Emperor stage. Once I reach the Emperor stage, I will spend at least a month in the library of the pyramid. That time my access would also go higher, and I will be able to read more important books. GOOGL, letter 1D07, search, letter 1D55F, letter 1D560, letter 1D567, letter 1D556, letter 1D55D, letter 1D557. Academy also had quite a huge collection after Her Excellency left. All the headmasters and headmistress actively tried to collect as many as books they can. In 3,000 years, they have amassed quite a collection that only Supremes and Pyramid could beat. Professor said all those exclusive books would be available to me, and that is good. It is time I should get those hands on them. To create amazing Emperor stage inheritance, I will have to do the great research. 70 research materials I have in me in the form of those 7 books that Hidden Being gave me, while the 30 I will have to collect myself, which Academy have. The only thing I have to do is pour all my mind into the research and create the best inheritance. Let's go, the headmistress is waiting for you, Professor said, and the next moment, we disappeared again and appeared in front of the administrating office of the Academy. As we appeared, we immediately attracted the gazes of everyone, and soon, the crowd begins to gather. I could people taking pictures and videos from their holowatches, and if not for the powerful aura of Professor keeping them at bay, I would be surrounded by the mob within a second. Click, we walked into the administrative building, and minutes later, we were in front of a teacher's office door, which opened immediately as we appeared in front of it. Michiel Josie, the teacher said as I entered the familiar office with the professor. Now let's talk about your future, she said and looked at me askance. I am planning on staying in Academy for 3 to 4 months till I reach the peak of King Stage before leaving, I said, and the teacher's eyes flashed brightly. Absolutely not, you have to stay in the Academy till you reach Emperor Stage. Even then you have to change with the artifacts and use fortified fake identity before you can go out. Your face and ability are known to all once Grim Monster knows about. They will directly send tyrants with powerful jammers to kill you, the teacher loudly said, clearly disagreeing with me. I know that, teacher, but I think I should leave within 4 months. Grim Monster would not have been expecting me to leave this early, not to mention by the time I had reached Peak King, I will be easily able to masquerade as the powerful Peak Emperor, I said, and suddenly aura changed. My aura is of the peak stage, emperor even with the teacher's senses. She could not pick anything wrong with my aura, and that had shocked both of them. Currently, I could easily masquerade as an above-average emperor, and if I did not have lots of research to do, I would have left within a week, but I plan to stay for 3 to 4 months. It will be enough time to do my research. When I am done with it, the only thing that will remain is fighting and collecting experience before breaking into emperor stage. Teacher opened her mouth to object, but stopped by Professor. He is right, Marina. With such perfect aura and help of that artifact, he will not have any problem disguising himself, as long as he changed the looks of his inheritance armor, did not show his signature moves in that monster of his. Even tyrants will able know his true identity, even if they scan him deeply, Professor. Teacher opened her mouth to object, but a closed and thoughtful expression appeared on her face. You both are right, she said with a sigh. It looked it is time for us to take out that artifact, she said softly, and the professor nodded while I looked at them in confusion, but both of them did not seem to care for it. I do not know what artifact they are talking about, but seeing how mysterious they are acting about it seemed quite important. Now, the question is where he would go. A weaker place will offer no chance of advancement to him. It has to be a dangerous place with a lot of challenges. Professor said the teacher's eyes had widened a little at suggestion, before she nodded hesitantly. She perfectly understood that people like me would need to go to a dangerous place to train, even though she did not want me to send to such places. She would have to only dangerous places could help me advance. If got to normal ones, I would regress. The fake identity is good, but I think real identity will be even better. Mitchell, what do you think about masquerading someone real? Teacher asked, and this time there was little mischief in her eyes that I had only seen in the professor's eyes. Her suggestion had shocked Professor and me greatly, but Professor recovered quickly, and the same mischief appeared in my eyes. I am sure we could find someone who Mitchell can copy from aura to inheritance, the professor said. Seeing the mischief in the sister's eyes, I know the coming months would not be as calm as I had initially expected. Nearly 4 months have passed since the World Championship ended, and a month since I've disappeared from the eyes of the world. Like most would expect, I am still in academy, but hidden what others did not know that I would leave soon as a completely different person, while they would still be expecting me to stay at academy for a few more months. When they know I am gone and try to find me, they will have a lot of problems. I will not leave as fake, but as a real person, who is real as the real person. I had woken up 10 minutes ago, but still had not gotten up from my place. I still staring at the empty space beside mine. It had been more than a month since Myra had left, but I still miss her, some days more than most. She had come to academy a month after the World Championship, and stayed for nearly a month before she left like me. She will also disappear soon. It will be quite a while before she and I could meet again. While she was here, she had stayed with me, and I always had been a little tired when I was with her. Like Ellen and Jill, she had also decided to, unless she gained the strength to defeat the werewolf that I had fought in the final, she would not level up to Emperor stage. When I had fought with her the first day she had come to academy, I was shocked to see her progress in just 1 month. She was able to make immense progress. When she was here, we used to fight once a day, and each spar ended her crashing on the wall of the arena. I had no intention to beat my girlfriend badly, but it was she who insisted that I had beat her till she couldn't stand anymore. Due to the daily fights, I was able to map her progress, and it is shocking. She had worked hard, and that aroused her bloodline, which made her progress astounding. It won't be long before she gains strength equal to the of werewolf, which is quite shocking, as I had expected it might take her years since she was planning on gaining such strength without breaking through. But now, within the next month, she will have that strength. If Myra is making such progress, I am sure Jill and Ellen are also making progress at such speed, and I have heard from Jim and both Rachel and Sarah also working hard. Hearing Sarah is working is hard. I am not surprised. She is a maniac for combat. I would have been surprised if she hadn't been working such hard. What surprised me is Rachel, she too working hard as her sister. Rachel has never been much into wanting to gain the highest strength, though she worked hard. Her motivations are different from her sister. She just liked to be strong, not zealously strong as her sister, but this world championship seemed to have widened her perspective a little. While others are working such, there are 2 of my friends who did not seem to care about it. The twins Sophia and Reina are chilling. They are traveling with an old monster, their teacher. Such visible traveling might easily get assassinated by the grim monsters, even if they are traveling in the core of human territory, but with Patriarch Bradford, that old monster, they don't have to worry about their safety. Even among the old monster, he is one of the most powerful ones, the same level as Matron Mavis and Grand Tower Mistress Angel. Even grim monster of a similar level came. They will have to try very hard to kill Patriarch Bradford before other monsters arrive. My friends are not the only ones that are making progress. I am to making it, and it is quite good, except for supreme combat exercise. Everything is going very well. Till now, with all my research and daily spars with Alina and Myra, while time in hospital and few weekly lectures. I had not much time, but when I leave the academy, I will focus on it. I still remember my goal of having a second diamond seal before making the breakthrough into the Emperor stage, and I will make it. The benefits of it are too great. I continued to lay on the bed for a couple of more minutes before I got up and freshen up. I had walked into the kitchen and about to prepare for late breakfast or lunch when formation on my living room lit up, and Alina walked in. "You are preparing for lunch. It looks like I have come on the right time," she said, sat next to the kitchen counter. "I am in the academy, but at a secluded space where only council members and headmistress could come and Alina. There is formation in my living room, which connected to two others' formation, on our in council chambers while other in headmistress personal quarters, and since Alina could not enter the council chambers, she came from the teleportation formation in mother's personal quarters. It seemed very good. This recipe is above 400th, right?" Alina asked. I nodded as my two hands and two vines coming out of it are moving in perfect sync as we cut the meat and vegetable in perfect control. In these 3 months, I've also made quite a progress in cooking. I had mastered 416 recipes, which means each day I would master at least 2 recipes. This speed is phenomenal and also benefits the final battle of the championship. That battle had widened my perspective and given me quite a lot of benefits, including huge advancement in control. The ways I pushed myself to morph the vines into runes without making a mistake had advanced my control and thus helped me cook. Though control is the only factor in magical culinary art, it is an important one. God, I wish I had such control. If I had, I would not have been stuck into the 300th recipe, she said while giving clear jealous eyes. "It's seriously good. Mom never lets me eat anything that I've not mastered," Alina said as she took the first bite of the food. "All the recipes in the tome are good, but the higher one goes, the more delicious they became and also harder to make. In these 3 months, both teacher and professor had made great progress in tome. Both of them had gone above 600, but after that, their progress had slowed very much. Teacher, who had always had a lead of 50 recipes over the professor, now shrunk to 9 recipes, but the professor told me the 9 recipes are unbreakable gaps that she will have to try very hard to overcome. Both professor and teacher had begun to practice their energy control from basics. The teacher said that if she did not start the cover from the beginning, she would never have enough energy control to reach the 700th recipe. The tome had helped professor and teacher greatly. Their strength had risen explosively, especially teacher's healing arts. They have improved very much. Fortunately, Alina and I did not have a problem due to the teacher's guidance. Our energy control had no flaw. We just need the practice to make it better. 20 minutes later, lunch is over, and it is time for me to meet him, as I am doing for the past 2.5 months. "Let's go," I said, and Alina nodded. Alina and I walked toward the formation and changed the coordinates in it before walking into it with Alina, and soon we both bound ourselves into the small room. As we appeared in a small room, I took a deep breath as I did that. Alina disappeared and appeared in the corner of the room. "That artifact is quite scary. I don't know how you use something like that," she said, and I smiled. With her access, she does not have access to know about this artifact, but seeing she is the daughter of the headmistress and my friend, and passed through all the loyalty tests that the council had put on her, they decided to let her know about the artifact. I tapped on my temple as I did. A white ceramic mask appeared on my face. The simple white ceramic mask had a soft, weird smile on its face. Anyone who sees the smile would be creeped out by it. The name of artifact is Smiling Torture. Others might really be confused by it, but those who used it will know its fitting name for the artifact. Novels today. The Smiling Torture is one greatest heirloom artifacts of the Academy, found in ruin by the headmistress Marcella Roosevelt, teacher of Ramona Hawthorne and mother of Catherine Roosevelt. The most notable user of this mask was Ramona Hawthorne. She used it when a Supreme was hunting her. Its grade is above that of that Tyrant grade, and it is a body training artifact, but it also has a different function that is copying the physique of others. It is an amazing artifact, but its problem is it is extremely painful. As my mask appeared on my face, I closed my eyes, and a second later, the melted and seeped inside my face before disappearing. As this happened, change begins to happen in my body. Crack, crack, crack. My skin begins to inflate. If thousands of maggots are crawling inside me, they begin to change my skin, move my bones, and also inflate them. I started to become muscular. My nose became bigger. The color of my eyes also changed to violet, and my hair turned green. Everything inside me changed from skin to bone, which made this process very painful. When I first time wore this mask and changed my shape, I had screamed out loud till my throat became dry by screaming. This artifact is great, but it is so painful. In over 3,000 years, less than 20 people used it. The one before me who used to was a teacher. Her purpose was to research the human body, but still, she had to experience this inhuman pain to do that. If I did not experience the pain regularly, I could have just stayed in this form as I could, but I do not like it. I like my body. I am using this mask to change the form because I have to if I go out showing. I will be hunter within a day. 3 minutes later, the squirming of muscles and moving of bones had stopped, and I became a different person. I am now a muscled man in my late 20s with short green hair and violet eyes and have a predatory grin on my face. Let's go, I said to Alina in a very thick voice that is way different from mine. Click. She nodded and soon we opened the door and walked inside, and a minute late, I opened the door and came in face to face with a man who looked just like me as he saw me. Rage appeared in his eyes. Bastard, he with gritted teeth, but unlike the first time I had met him, he did not leap at and with killing intent. Sam, it's time, I said with a grinning smile. He looked at me with hate before getting up, and an opening door opposite to him and walked in, and we followed behind, and we entered a big arena. The man I looked at and the man looking me to as he wanted to torture me to its heart's content is Sam Duffy, a rapist and murderer, the stain that the Academy should not have. He is also a peak Emperor powerhouse with above-average strength even among the above-average. He is one of the best. There are not than 20 emperors in an academy that could beat him. He had committed rape and murder. If he'd been a duke or prince, he would have been executed, but he is a peak emperor, a powerful one at that. Academy or organizations, including the Supremes, does not kill such powerhouses. They are too valuable to be killed. They were sent to a special place to repent, a place where no one in their right mind would dare to go, where I am leaving for in few days. Let's get this over with. I have to take a nap after this, he said, and the next second, green fire covered him, and a moment later, the green fire turned into green inheritance armor, a goblin fire inheritance. A quite powerful inheritance, hidden in one of the ruins that the Academy controls. It isn't easy to find that inheritance, and even those who find it did not have compatibility with it. Only 5 to 7 people in every century get this goblin fire inheritance. Seeing the inheritance armor appearing on his body, a peak emperor aura blasted out of my body, the aura feels exactly like his but more powerful. As the aura released from, green fire came out me and covered me whole, this green fire giving of same aura and flavor as Sam's, and a moment later, my body had exact green inheritance armors as his. Seeing the green armor appear on my body, hate in his eyes burned brighter, and a green bastard sword appeared in his hand. At the same time, similar bastard sword appeared in my right hand. The green bastard sword in my hand is an artifact, but with my energy powering it and rules-bending power doing its wonders, even tyrants will have a problem knowing it is an artifact, as I merged an incredible amount of rule-bending power inside it in the past 3 months. Goblin's vengeance, Sam shouted and came at me as green fire lit across his sword. This attack might be uncountable to the normal emperor, but to me it is nothing. Goblin's vengeance. I shouted back with having the same voice and pitch as his, moved toward him with the flaming green sword. About 4 months ago, when the teacher said and asked to copy a real person, I accepted as it is the best cover and begin searching for the best candidate. The candidate I choose had to have 3 qualities first. He should be a man. The second, he should be at emperor stage, preferably at high or peak level of emperor. The third has to his inheritance should be easier to copy. It did not matter whether his inheritance is powerful or not. The only thing matter is that an easier copy means it should straightforward moves that could easily be recreated without complexity. These 3 conditions may sound easy, but they are very hard. That by the time we have gone through the details, only 2 fits criteria, and I immediately this Sam Duffy. The reason for me choosing him because he is a criminal and he will be leaving for a very dangerous place. 1/3 of the criminals that go there did not return from that place, but those who able to return have their criminal record erased and they get admitted to elite armies of their organization. Though these people's movements are restricted and they are kept under close eyes, as long as they provide the necessary merit, which is huge by the way, they will be completely free. The battle began and I started to fight like it, copying it to core. From the way he swung his sword to the way his body moves, I had learning researching him for 3 months, and I have done a better than I had hoped. Teacher even said I have a great talent to be an actor. Copying him is necessary. People from the Academy will be closely watched by grim monsters, and humans the slightest could reveal my identity and have tyrant assassins after me. While I will be him when I go outside, I will also fight with my own style as long as I am away from spying eyes and confident I could kill the enemy. I will not hesitate to use my real moves and power, and the place I am going to have plenty of chances to do that. That place is very special, only emperors could survive there, and they have to quite strong to do that as the environment there is not merciful. It even kills the emperors if they are not careful. This criminal bastard was being sent there to repent for his crime, but now I am going in its place, and it couldn't help but make me excited. I wanted to go that place, though most of the people who sent there are a criminal and free person with sane mind dare to go there. People still go there. About 20-25 of people there are free. Bang. He hit the arena wall and fell down. He was already quite injured, but after the crashing on the wall, he became even more injured. It happens daily. It may seem cruel for me to do that, but he fights with killing intent, and if he gets a chance, he will kill me in an instant. One time he even attacked Alina, who always stayed at the edge arena. He had to pay quite a price for attacking her. She had burned him to very inch of his life. If not for me quickly giving him a potion, he would have died. Still, her attack was powerful enough to put him out of fighting condition for a week despite drinking potions. Since the championship over, Alina is working very hard. Though she did not say it, I know she is also planning to gain that werewolf strength before she makes a breakthrough into Emperor. With her hard work and Phoenix bloodline, it is possible, and in months of training hard, she had already reached quite close to her goal, and within 2 months she will be able to accomplish her goal. You don't have to beat me this hard every time, you bastard, Sam said as she caught the potion bottle I had thrown at him. He caught the bottle, drank the potion before looked at me. You seem quite powerful today. Have you leveled up? He asked. Yes, just yesterday. I had made the breakthrough into the peak level of King Stage, I answered. I have finally reached peak of King Stage in 12 days. I will leave for that place with other Emperor Stage criminals from the other organizations. Are you ready to leave? Teacher asked. Ready as I ever could be, I replied. You know, you could still change your mind about going to that place, the teacher said. I know, I said. Hearing my answer, teacher let out a sigh, knowing I will not change my mind. Today is the day I will leave for that place, a dangerous place filled with vicious criminals. Not only criminals are dangerous there, but also the environment. Even emperors die there if they are not careful. The worst thing about that place is the teleportation won't work there. Only the tyrants well versed in the place dared to teleport their space. There is not so firm as the other places. Do you have everything you need? If you need anything, just ask, the teacher said. No, I have everything I need, I said. I had checked my storage 10 times. I have everything I need. From the resources to break through the Emperor Stage to the food supply for more than a year, everything is packed. The airship will come in the afternoon. I nodded. Good luck, my student. I hope you return safely in 8 months, she said with a sigh. Yes, 8 months. Through the airship, it will take about a month to reach that place, and I will spend 6 months there. That place open to IPs twice a year. I talked to teacher for a few more minutes before I walked back into my quarters. As I walked there, I showered and changed into a white prison jumpsuit with Academy emblem and the name Sam Duffy calligraphed on it. With the jumpsuit on, I had tapped on my temple, and a second later, a mask had appeared on my face. As it appeared, I closed my eyes for a second, and the next moment my body begins to change. The painful process begins, and it lasted for nearly 3 minutes before I fully transformed to Sam Duffy again, unlike before where I only transformed for 2 or 3 hours most. This time, it will be a little more permanent. For the next 8 months, this will be my main body, and I will rarely be transformed into my original body. With everything ready, I walked toward the formation and changed the coordinates toward the place where I only go weekly. A white energy screen appeared. I found myself in the room. The room is neither big but not small either, and is completely white and only has a single bed and nothing else. This is the place the Academy knows Sam Duffy is staying. As I walked into the hall, the teleportation gate sank into the latch that opened below it, and a few seconds later, the floor had become smooth with no sign of a teleportation gate. Seeing it disappeared, I sighed and laid on the bed. I just now have to wait for Sir Isaac, who will take me to the airship, which will come in the afternoon. Seeing there is some time before Sir Isaac came and take me to the airship, I closed my eyes and went to my inheritance place. In these 3 months, I had made quite a progress from mid-level King Stage. I had to reach the peak level of the King Stage, and the next breakthrough would be into the Emperor Stage. I've already finished with 70 of its design, and while 30 I will finish in the next few months or sooner. This design is going to revolutionary. I had this idea during the battle with the werewolf, and the more I research it, the more amazing it seemed. The best thing about this new armor is going to be a defense. Its defense is going to be phenomenal. I even dared to say that barely any emperor will able to beat in defense unless they have any special artifact. Even then, I would not be much behind. It will be my proudest upgrade. I just hope that the place I am going to live up to its reputation. I want to collect as much data as possible to make the upgrade even better. Time passed by as I continued to work on the upgrade when suddenly I opened my eyes when I felt a presence. As I opened my eyes, I saw the door opening, and a blond man in his later 30s came in and looked at me with piercing blue eyes. He is looking at me as I am the wretched thing he had ever seen. This is Sir Isaac, a tyrant-level powerhouse, part of the law enforcement department of the Academy. He is the one who had solved the rape and murder case that the original Sam had committed and hunted him down when he ran away. Sam Duffy, it is time for your penance to begin. I hope you will enjoy the Devil's Gate. Sir Isak said, hee hee. I am sure I will, Isak, I sure will, I replied in a grinning, taunting voice, just like original Sam. Sir Isak is truly professional. There is not a shred of anger that appears in his when I taunted them. Good then, now stand straight and let me put this collar on you, Sir Isak, and next moment tyrannical pressure descended on me. This pressure is so powerful that if Sir Isak wants, he could immediately turn me into the puddle with the aura alone. The tyrants are completely different from other stages. The change that happened in the stage is too huge that even the most emperor have a problem in contending against the weakest tyrant. Click. As Sir Isak locked me with pressure, he took out a thick black collar that looked like it is made of magma stone, took the collar and placed it on my neck with a click. As the collar clicked, Sir Isak touched the red switch on the collar. As he did, the runes lit up, and the collar liquefied and began to spread neck down, as did, my strength is got sealed from within. A few seconds later, my whole covered in a black suit, it had suppressed my strength so much that my current strength is no greater than a knight. Let's go, Sir Isak said and clasped my shoulder and took me out of the room. I did not resist when he used the heavy hand. Whether I resisted or not, nothing had a matter in front of this tyrant's strength. As we walked out of the door, we disappeared and appeared in front of a huge armored black airship which had 7 marked on it. This airship is Pyramid's prisoner transport ship, one of the best in its class. Its defense is so strong that even tyrant could not destroy without putting in time and effort. Not to forget, there are 3 tyrants on the ship that could deal with any threat that came in its way, and if there is a threat they can't deal with, they could always call for reinforcement. As long as they are in the human territory, the reinforcement will come in an instant. The door of the armored airship is opened, and by it, a middle-aged woman, raven-haired woman, is standing, wearing the Pyramid's prisons department's uniform. Warden Estelle, I will hand the shame of our organization to you, he said, and gently pushed the grinning me toward Warden Estelle. She just gave me a look before looked at Sir Isak. It feels quite weird to be called to be the shame of the organization, seeing for the past 4 months I had been in the pride of the organization. She had enveloped me with thick energy, which feels like a cast of iron. This energy cast did not give even tinies of moving space. She just covered me in her energy and took me inside. As I entered inside, I saw small, opaque glass rooms, and more than half of them, filled with criminals, seeing me coming, begin to shout and scream, but I did not hear any of them. Click. You will get a meal twice a day and interface inside your box had books. Read them if you are bored, Warden Estelle said in a bland voice, and pushed me inside the cell unceremonious before locking the door with a click. These cells may look like they are made of glass, but they are not. They are made of a powerful alloy that could not be destroyed by emperors. Only tyrants could do something to them. As I entered the cell, the people in cells beside mine begin to move their hands in sign language. What they are trying to convey is very obscene and full of curses, so I showed them my middle finger and laid on the bed. Since this airship is picking up emperor-level criminals from all close-by organizations, it will take nearly a month to get there. I will use this month to work on my inheritance. In the past 4 months, I never had a chance to focus on inheritance exclusively, but now I will have a whole month to completely focus on it, and in this time, I plan to make huge progress. Days passed by as the airship continued its journey toward the Devil's Gate while stopping now and then at organizations to collect the prisoners. While inside the cell, I couldn't feel much, but I know that the airship is going very fast. The Devil's Gate is very far, near the edge of the central continent. The airship had to be very fast to go there. While the airship travels to Devil's Gate, I fully occupy myself with my research and inheritance. The 7 books that Hidden Being gave me contained vast, endless knowledge. At every page, I learned something new, and this something new further helps me improve my inheritance. I'm making huge progress in my inheritance with every passing day. The shell and most of the design are already completed, and now only small parts have remained, which I plan to finish within 2 to 3 months or less. The werewolf I had fought was monster of Emperor stage, but not the most powerful, like the monsters in the King stage that are weak and strong. Such monsters also present in Emperor stage. The werewolf was barely middle-level monster. Of Emperor stage, there are Emperor stage monsters that are much stronger in humans and grim monsters, and I want to fight them all. The Devil's Gate where I am going is one of the places where such powerhouses are gathered. Aside from the very dangerous place, it is also one of the finest training grounds for the emperors. Be it a criminal or crazies, all flock to go there. The place is going to be amazing. I just wish that I did not have to go there with this identity. I do mind being considered a criminal. I experienced being a criminal once, and will not experience the second time. What I mind is the restriction this identity poses on me. I am a healer as much as I am a fighter, but I could not heal with this indemnity. The slightest reveal of my healing abilities, and people will connect the dots instantly, and I do not want that to happen. I had worked hard to create this identity, and I don't want it to lose it before it's served its purpose. So even if it hurt me not to heal, I will not heal after I finished in this place. I could go back to the academy and work in a hospital as I did after returning to the academy after the championship. Hun, we are near, I said after I felt strange suppression spread deep into my soul and body. This suppression had gone deeper than that of the collar I am wearing. It is the natural suppression of Devil's Gate, and as we got closer, the suppression will become stronger and stronger. This suppression is also one of the reasons why no kings are allowed in Devil's Gate. Only emperors could bear this powerful suppression. Kings do not have a problem bearing it, but when the sudden suppression tides came, they bring out a powerful suppression that only emperors have the power to resist. As time passed, the suppression kept increasing as we reached closer and closer to the Devil's Gate. In 1 to 2 days, we will reach the Devil's Gate, and that couldn't help but make me excited. I have heard so much about it. I have read the personal notes of many seniors who had gone there, including teachers and professors. Yes, they have both gone there and went on their own violations. The teacher had gone here as the healer and professor as a fighter. I have researched everything about it, and I hope everything I had read is true. 1.5 days passed by when I felt the airship descend. Seeing that smile couldn't help but appear on my face as we had finally reached the Devil's Gate. Thud. A few minutes later, I felt the airship land gently and the door of it had opened. Few people walked out of it before coming back a few minutes later. All right, we have reached the Devil's Gate, and now all of you can come out. I want no mischief from you. Those who do something will pay a heavy price. Warden Estelle's voice rang out in my soundproofed cell. Click, click, click. The doors of the cells began to open one by one as we walked out. We felt a slight pressure. It is not of unnatural suppression of the Devil's Gate, but the pressure from Tyrant. There is a warning hidden in the pressure if someone decided to make some mischief. Wardens could punish them, and they even kill them. They have full permission to do that, and they do kill. In a place like Devil's Gate, it is important to maintain discipline, and they maintain that by fear. The Devil's Gate is an important territory, and seeing the powerhouse it produces, there are a lot of tyrants here to maintain the rule of law and had even old a monster taking personal coming. Soon, I got out of the airship, following behind a man in my mid-30s, and the first thing I saw is beautiful sunshine. The Devil's Gate has such weather all year round, which is probably why it also has another name, the Sunshine Hell. As I walked outside, I felt beautiful sunshine fall over me, and if I had not felt this unnatural suppression of the Devil's Gate, I would have thought I am in a vacation state and not in one of the most dangerous places in the world. One criminal after criminal got out of the airship, and soon a total of 63 people gathered in front of its airship. Good, from now on, you will be free. There will be a very restriction on you. As long as you follow the rules and collect the required merit, you will be able to back to your ore. Good weather. It's been a while since I tasted the freedom. A thin man in his early 30s interrupted Warden Estelle and took a slow yawn. Thud. Slowly Warden Estelle turned toward him, and when he saw her looking at him, he even grinned, but the next second his grin disappeared, and he fell on his knees loudly. Crack, crack, crack. As he fell on his knees, his bones begin to crack, and blood begins to come out of his skin. One could be seen he is in extreme pain and even opened his mouth to say something, but no sound begins to come out. More and more bones, cracks, and skin split as blood came out of his body. He wanted to scream, but no sound came out. This is the tyrant's might. Without even lifting a finger, Warden Estelle brought down a peak emperor to its knees. Just by an aura alone, if she wanted, she could easily squish it into the blood paste. Listen to me, you worms. You might think just because you are emperors we will value you, but listen to me. You have no value here. If I kill you right here, nothing will happen to me. I will not even get a slip, she said and looked at Thin Man. Bloop. A sound came out of the Thin Man, and next second he had turned into the paste. I watched in horror how she committed the murder of another human being without batting an eye. I knew law enforcement here are given free leases to do whatever they want with criminals, but this casual murder was shocking. Though it had shocked me, I did not feel sorry for him. Everyone here had committed a murder in cold blood. They are the worst of worst criminals, and they deserve to be killed. The only reason they were not is because of their power, but here, that did not seem to matter at all. As I was saying, you follow the rules and earn merit and can go back to your organization and earn your freedom. If you commit the slightest crime here, you will be punished and executed without a thought, she said and looked at each of us in the eyes. Everything she said is not completely true. She could not kill without any repercussion. She had to explain it with all the paperwork. But one thing is true, she will not be punished for killing a criminal. Not to forget, all the people that are posted here, especially tyrants, are heavily tested for moral standards and other tests, and these tests are yearly. The biggest reason she had killed him was to make an example out of him. Everyone here criminal who committed a heinous crime, but even among the worst and most fearless fears the death, and casually killing the man she proved that she could kill anyone she wanted. That man was really an idiot. He should have some common sense. Making an example is quite common. He should have just kept his mouth shut for a minute and everything would have been fine, but he just had to open his hope. I hope you all will earn enough merit here, and at your organizations to earn you freedom, she said and disappeared, leaving us alone in the airstrip. Hee, it should be fun, said the woman in her mid-30s as she cracked her neck. Warden Estelle had left, leaving us to our own. From what the teacher told me, the Devil's Gate is just like a normal grim battlefield after entering here. We have to register Pyramid before finding a place for one to stay. The only way it is different is that the mortality rate is quite high. More than 1/3 of people that come here die, but those who survive here became quite powerful. There is a usual danger of other criminals and grim monsters, who are also present here. There is no way our mortal enemies would not use such a place to train their people like us, and like us they also send their criminals here, who are the worse than the human criminals. But the grim monster and criminal humans are not the biggest danger here. The biggest danger here is the environment of the Devil's Gate, which kills directly and indirectly, mostly indirectly. The suppression tides are one of the direct ways it kill, while there are too many indirect ways there are for me to mention. Hey cutie, do you want to be my toy for tonight? Said a pretty blonde woman in her mid-30s. She had that girl next door vibe, which made everyone comfortable around her. No one would expect she is one of the worst criminal here. Wanda, the SCX deviant. This woman is a serial torturer and killer. She likes to torture her victims. While having SCX, she sometimes even killed them. There is solid proof that she had killed 6 people, but investigators of her organizations believe that she had killed double that numbers. FUCK off, I said after giving her a look and began to walk away, without care for the feral look that appeared on her face. Little bastard, I had asked you nicely, seeing those nice muscles, but since you dare to impolite, I will teach you a good lesson, she said, and directly appeared in front of me and moved her lightning-covered dagger toward my stomach. Wanda is at the high level of Emperor stage and has powerful lightning inheritance, which is speed-oriented. I smirked seeing her dagger coming, and my hand moved at lightning speed, and before she could move her hand away, I grabbed it in an iron grip. Stupid, you should have stayed silent, I said grinningly, and the next second, green fire erupted from my hand and covered her whole. She screamed out loud as green fire covered her while I began to walk away as if nothing happened. It took Wanda a few seconds to get rid of fire, but when she did, light blisters have appeared all over her body. She looked at me with hate but did not do or say anything. A few minutes later, I forgot that incident when I walked out of the airport. Just as I felt faint but powerful soul senses, feeling them, a slight surprise couldn't help but appear on my face, despite knowing about it. Teacher had told me that the whole city is constant under the tyrant's eyes, except for few places. All the public areas are under their surveillance, and feeling these couple of soul senses scanning me, she seemed to the right. This surveillance is too heavy. The soul senses of tyrants may feel faint, but they could see everything, sense anything. I'm sure if I revealed my king-level aura, even for a moment, I would find a tyrant in front of me. After conforming, there was no soul senses targeting me. I took the air. There is no restriction on flying. The population of the city is very low compared to other cities, so anyone could fly, even criminals. The Devil's Gate, which is also the name of the city as the area, looked like a normal outpost city, and it is, except it is a city of emperors and tyrants. The Devil's Gate is special, and its environment is also special because initially, it was not part of our world. The Devil's was dangerous emperor-level ruin, which crashed into the world and began merging with it. The crash had happened about 2,000 years ago, and it took a little more than a century to merge with our world. Though it had merged with our world, its natural qualities have remained just as it is. Most of the treasures had scoured in more than past 1,000 years, but now and then something pop out which creates quite a buzz. During the professor's time, a gigantic cavern had opened. It had killed 80 of those who entered, but rewards were surprisingly good. While I may be quite powerful, I have to be careful. There are many people who are more powerful than me, and not to forget, there are tyrants. I have to be careful about not revealing my identity. Soon I reached the pyramids at Adventure Paradise and registered there. I got my required weekly mission and some information I need. I spent more than an hour there before coming out and opening my holowatch to search for the resident before finding a small brownstone house. With the money the academy had provided me, I will only be able to live in it for a week, but it is fine. Tomorrow, when I got out, I will be able to hunt enough grim monster to stay in that house for more than a year. Though I have my storage which had enough treasure to any emperor's eyes red with greed, I could not use any of that visibly. Especially in the first week, I am sure in the first week, there will be some people who will keep track of me. Since the day I disappeared from the academy a month ago, all the people from the academy who left are under the eyes of everyone. They are looking at everyone carefully to find me. Even here, I will be tracked for a few days. The possibility of me being Sam Duffy, the famous academy's stain, is low, but they will still look, leaving no stone unturned. I woke up at dawn by the alarm I had set up last night. Before sleeping, I had slept through the night without much problem. There was a tiny disturbance, but it was an expected one. I had sensed the tyrant's soul sense investigating me, and this soul sense had been quite probing. The tyrant did not find anything odd about me. After more than 10 minutes of probing, I had been quite prepared for it. My teacher trained me well against such probes, and I can fool them without using any artifacts. For 3 months, I had been constantly probed by faint soul sense. It is so faint that one could sense. Hell, even powerful emperors would not be able to sense it. My teacher had the greatest energy control I've seen on anyone, and the same goes for her soul control. When she first began to probe me, I could not find her soul sense. I have tried many things, including being awake for a long time. It took me a while to understand that it is tyrant powerhouse I am dealing with, and there is the reason why they are called the tyrants. So seeing there is no way I could sense her soul sense the conventional way, I decided to create a formation, and due to unique inheritance runes, enormous soul power, and rule-bending power, the formation worked. There was quite a shock on the teacher's face when I first caught her soul sense. I had never seen her such shocked before. When I asked, she told me that even some tyrants would not be able to sense probing as I did, which I clearly think some exaggeration. The formation I had created to sense her soul sense turned very useful. Though it still can't detect her soul sense when she gets serious, it is more than enough to detect the soul sense of other tyrants, which is ostentatiously crude. I did not stay on the bed for more than a minute before I got up and walked to the bathroom. The small brownstone I am staying is quite good even if it is a place where the prisoners gather. The prisoners are emperor-level powerhouses, a true powerhouse. Even the most mediocre residence is great by King's standard. After freshening up and showered, I opened the meal box that was delivered earlier and ate it. Compared to what I usually eat, it is bland, but I have no choice but to eat it. I can't take the risk of showing my excellent culinary skills or eating from pre-packaged food I had prepared for myself, at least not in the city. With everything prepared, I walked out of the brownstone and flew towards the city gates. Yesterday, I had received the mission. It is not rare. Every criminal who entered the Devil's Gate receive it is more like a task than a mission. Every week, one has to submit head of one emperor-grade grim monster, which I have to say is quite a task. This task alone would have killed quite a lot of people. It may seem an easy task, but it is not an exceedingly hard mission. For normal emperors, even those with above average strength, it is a gargantuan task. In the emperor stage, the inheritances began to reveal true power. It means one has a lot of trump cards and fighting experience that, if the battle gets fatal, one could simply run away. Even an above-average emperor will have a problem catching up below-average emperor. When it comes to death, one can burst with incredible strength. Fighting in competitions is a lot different than fighting in reality. In the competition, one would lose just a battle, but in a real battle, one would lose one's life. Still, I will hunt an emperor today. It had been a long while since I had fought real life and death battle, and I wanted to fight one, not to forget. I had collect roses. The roses made of grim monsters' essence are turning out to be very helpful. The totem artifacts made by them are not only very powerful, but they are also giving a person certain immunity toward the grim energy. The teacher and other professors involved in that project kept a close eye on the people who had used the roses crafting the totem artifacts. The grim monster essence is behaving like any other material used in crafting of totem artifact. Still, one could never be too careful when it involved the essence of the grim monsters. Despite the risk, the benefits of the essence roses are too great, not only in crafting the totem artifact on the other things, but also in alchemy and research on grim inheritance and grim monsters themselves. Teacher had told me to harvest as much as roses I could, and I planned to do that. These roses are one of the ways in which I could finance the resources I need. My rune's appetite has grown beyond what I had expected, and I make the further breakthrough, and my runes get stronger, their appetite will also become bigger. I do not want to strain the academy too much with my demands. Even though I could, an academy will hardly give them to me. As a successor, I came to know many things, and even though academy has a humongous amount of resources, but its expenses are also great, especially now when so many good seeds are entering the academy. I could not hog its resources, no matter how much I deserve it. I will collect as many resources as I could. Soon, I reached the gate, where I had to spend few minutes doing some formalities, listening to some instructions about the danger of outside before I was allowed to go out. As I walked out of the gate, I felt the change. The suppression had increased immediately. It is far greater than what I had felt in the airship and the city. City has formations to lessen this suppression, and so had the airship I have come, which should not be surprising seeing the city may be of the emperors, but only emperors does not live there. There are many non-combat lower-level persons. They are necessary people to run the city. A city could not be run by the powerhouses only. I took a deep breath and felt the suppression that had seeped inside me and knew that this suppression had suppressed 35 of my strength effectively, and this is just a beginning. The magic that created this suppression is very high level and very hard to deal with. I could feel how it had suppressed my body, soul, and energy. If I want to find a way to deal, it will take months. If it had been normal suppression, I would not have much problem dealing with it, but this suppression had affected a tyrant-level curse that is hiding inside me, so one could imagine how powerful it is. I spent few minutes observing this suppression before I begin walking away. In front of me there is open ground for few kilometers, but after that there is a vibrant forest, and from what I heard, it is as beautiful as it is dangerous. I did not fly away or run at high speed, I simply walked, enjoying the beautiful sunshine that had enveloped the whole region. This sunshine is not the result of geography, but a high level of magic that is involved in this piece of land. The level of magic this sunshine is from above that of the suppression. It is theorized that it is sunshine that is powering up everything. It seemed unbelievable seeing this sunshine is just normal sunshine to me. There is nothing special about it, except for being faintly golden and slightly soothing, that one wants to remove all one's clothes and sunbathe. Many people do sunbathe in it. I have seen quite lots of people do that on their rooftop, as unlike the normal sun, which does not affect us anymore due to our power, this sunshine affects us as if we are normal people. This is the reason why there are a lot of tan people around. I am sure many of my friends love to get an exotic tan from sunshine. Half an hour later, I reached the forest and walked inside unhesitatingly and felt another change. The trees inside the forest are special. Most of the trees here are of the common variety, but they are anything but common. These trees are not only strong, but they are also releasing some faint waves that seem to want to destabilize my energy. It is a very peculiar feeling. I've never felt something like it. I observed the waves for a couple of minutes like I did suppression before I started walking again. I did not resist the waves, as they could be resisted by expanding some strength instead. I let them affect my energy. These waves are a great way to test and increase one's energy control over energy, and who I am to throw away a great chance of training. The suppression and these energy-stabilizing waves would increase as I go deeper into this humongous forest, and I would even experience the strange things that would affect my body and soul too. This forest is humongous, and it is said that in the central part of it, the suppression and these strange feelings became so intense that no emperor could survive in it, and only tyrants could reach close to it, but they could not enter the central region. The entry of tyrants barred from there, and it is said that even old monsters from humans and grim monsters could not be passed through it despite using all their strength. It is quite amazing that even after ruin had merged with the world, the environment of this place remained the same. Most of the time, when the ruin merged with the world, its restriction began to dilute till there is barely anything remain, but in this piece of ruin, nothing had changed. I may be overestimating saying these, but I want to try to reach the central part of the forest, which many sounds overconfident, seeing even very monster. Emperors did not able to reach close to the central part, only tyrants reached there before getting repealed. I will try it. I am here for 6 months, and who knows, I may be able to craft the anti-suppressing formation and become powerful enough to reach there. It would be amazing for training if I can do that. I walked into the forest a few more minutes before I stopped as it is time. You can come out now, I said to Ashlyn after half an hour of entering the forest. The teacher had warned me specifically not to let Ashlyn out, but I could not that. She had become extremely bored in 1 month of travel and wanted to come out badly, so I let her out, and it's not like she will be discovered by tyrant. The forest is huge, and soul sense here is heavily suppressed. A tyrant can track everyone. There was a sliver of soul sense tracking me since I had left the city, and it tracked me till I entered the forest before letting go. So whether it is risky or not, I am letting Ashlyn out. Choo-choo. A faint chirp sounded as Ashlyn came out of me, and if anyone familiar with Ashlyn to see her now, they would be quite surprised as she is quite small, very small. Her current size is no bigger than 3 inches. She looked like a baby chick, extremely cute that I just want to hug her to his cheeks and shower her with kisses. Choo-choo. She gave me a look as if sensing what I would do before chirping and disappeared with a flap of her wings. Her speed is quite fast. She is faster than me. Even if I used all my strength to run, she would still beat me. I had tested it 3 months ago. She had easily beat me, that I still don't know how fast she is. Now that the Ashlyn is out, it is time to hunt something. It had been quite a while since I had fought something challenging. I hope I will find something challenging. Ashlyn, find me a good challenge. I asked Ashlyn. She bobbed her tiny little head and flew away at a surprising speed that even Emperor will have difficulty seeing. With her gone, I had just had to wait, and soon I will have the challenge I had been waiting for all these months. Whether it is the monsters of the forest or the grim monster I want to fight to harvest, I will have my challenge soon. Choo-choo. 15 minutes later, Ashlyn returned, bringing the news of my challenge. Good girl, I said to her and disappeared from my spot. Now that she had found the challenge, there is no need to take things slow. I moved through the trees very fast. Everything became a blur in front of my speed, and as I go deeper and deeper into the forest, I could feel the suppression and energy destabilizing waves are getting stronger slowly. I let them all into me without creating even a shred of resistance. I want to be powerful. The more powerful they are, the more they will push me to improve, and that is why I have come here to a dangerous place to improve. Thud. I landed in front of the 8 meters tall grim monster, holding a beautiful green staff that had a glowing green gem on top of it. It is amethyst armor, snakemen. Only these bastards have natural crystal amethyst armor like this. Its amethyst armor is not only beautiful but also very powerful, especially when it merged with the power of its tribal inheritance. It is peak Emperor stage poison master, and a powerful one at that. It had natural field poison around him that would poison anyone who would enter 10 meters of its stange. The shrubs and grasses around him are already poisoned deeply. If any normal king puts their feet on them, they will die within seconds. That how powerful its poison is. Finally, someone came. This forest is so fucking big that I had to spend hours just to find some human, it muttered. While coming here, I did not suppress my presence. It had sensed it, and despite that, it did not hide or run. It seemed quite capable of its abilities, like most special profession grim monsters are. Human, I hope you are a little powerful. The last human I had fought was not even able to take a single attack of mine, it said, and brought his armor down. Thud. The ground shook as it brought down his staff fast and hard. As it did, the huge green gem shined brightly and released thick poisonous fog, which begins to turn all the shrubs and grasses into ashes. The fog is spreading at the speed of lightning, and it will not take even a moment to reach me. Seeing that, I did not move but activated my inheritance. Instantly, the green armor of goblin inheritance have completely covered me, and a moment later, the poisonous fog struck it, doing nothing. Your poison is really good, the best I've experienced from any poison master I had fought in the past, I praised. It was not joking when he said a human was not even able to bear the single attack of it. This fog is powerful enough to destroy a king within seconds, but it is nothing in front of the defense of my armor. He said nothing at my praise, just grinned, showing his poisoned fangs. Well, I hope you will like my next then, it said, and the green crystal on its staff begins to glow brightly. Garden of Aranes, Arrows of Zartan. It launched 2 attacks back to back. The first, Garden of Aranes, is a domain type attack, and Arrows of Zartan is a pure offensive attack. A garden with beautiful trees materialized around me. The trees are beautiful, especially flowers. They looked so real that princes and those below them will consider it a real garden. Sup, sup, sup. As the garden appeared, hundreds of huge 5 meters long arrows materialized around it and came at me with very fast speed. These arrows looked like lances to me, given their sheer length. It took them all but a moment to appear in front of me, and now there is a distance of only meter between us. A chuckle rose from my throat, and a green sword appeared in my hand and moved toward the arrows that are coming at me. Clang, clang, clang. My sword moved at blurring speed and clashed arrows, destroying one arrow after another at incredible speed that by the time I had taken back my sword, all the 9 arrows that were able to pierce through me have been destroyed, while the rest pierced on the ground behind me, creating the huge holes in the ground before turning into the smoke. Spiral of Zartan. It said without missing a beat, and neat, next moment and arrows begin to materialize one after another, and soon there are over 1,000 poison arrows in a spiral form, and that spiral of poison arrows is coming me faster than the arrows earlier. I couldn't help but surprised by the power of this attack. This is no simple poison arrow attack, it is a powerful attack in which all the arrows are targeting me, and this time I will not be dealing with the single attack but each arrow that will have a strength of arrows behind it. Goblin Burst. I said green fire covered my body. The green fire is just a show for the first boost I have activated. As I activated the first boost, powerful energy burst out of my runes, giving a huge burst to every single cell of mine. The first boost is powerful, and with my runes eating up the bloodline of werewolf in the last 2 breakthroughs, it had become even more powerful. Even I don't have any idea how much. In the last 5 months, I did not find anyone who compelled me to use all my strength. However, I had fought with my full strength many times against few people and been beaten badly by them. Still, those people did not count since they were all tyrant. Just thinking about the fights, painful memories couldn't but flash before me, which I had quickly shaken away as a powerful attack is on me. The spiral of poison arrows are on me, a single arrow at the star bearing the force of all the arrows behind it. If it had been an attack like the previous, even with thousands of arrows, I would have been able to deal with it without using the first boost, but this attack is powerful enough to use the first boost. As the spiral came at me, the green fire covered my sword, and it moved toward the arrow. Clang, crack, crack, crack. My sword clashed against the arrow, leading the spiral. As it did, a metallic sound rang out as both spiral and sword stopped on their tracks before cracks began to spread on the arrow. First, the cracks were on the leading poison arrow, but a moment later they began to spread the arrow behind it. They spread with such speed that they took mere second to spread through over 1,000 arrows. Dhub, a loud D-hub rang out as all the arrows, over thousands of them, had turned into the dust. Seeing that, a shocked look couldn't hello but appear on its face, but it disappeared a moment later. Hee hee, you are good, it said with a cruel grin, and the next moment its body begins to shine in the green as a very powerful aura released from it. Ilser's perfume, it said, and the next moment, a very light smell began to release from it. The smell is very light, but it is wonderful. It made me take a deep breath to smell it better. Normally, special profession grim monsters do not use such attacks, or do not use such attacks when they are not protected by the group of powerful protectors. But the attack the amethyst snakeman had launched is not simple. It is an extremely powerful poison with soul element. Just a single whiff of it made one enthralled in it that one would forget what one was doing for a second was, and when one knows what is happening, it is already over. The real effect of the poison would already begin to take effect. I could feel the poison I had inhaled had poisoned my energy, and once it poisoned, my energy will harm me. Not to forget, I will not be able to control this energy when I need it. Tree of Zartan, it said as right after I had inhaled the poison and got a lost look in my eyes. As he said, a very realistic 20 meters long tree appeared behind it. The tree is violet-green in color and looked majestic. Seeing it, one would not guess it is a tree of poison, every single part of poison. Kings would die immediately if they get even a 10-meter distance from it. Rustle, rustle, rustle. As the tree appeared, all of its branches moved toward me while rustling soothingly, a soul sound that would enhance the effect of the poison I had inhaled earlier. It is a powerful attacking combination and also quite sinister, very suitable for the poison master like it. The branches of the tree are very fast, much faster than the arrows earlier. They have appeared in front of me in a second, and now coming at my fatal spots with a sharp end. I could see the amethyst armor snakeman grinning as if knowing it had already won, and it would have if it had been original Sam Duffy. Sam is stronger, but you can't use the normal battle standard on the Poison Master or any other special profession grim monsters. They have the strength to fight the much stronger opponent than them. One has to be hard and fast dealing with the Poison Master. If you delay even a little, and they get their chance to launch a couple of attacks, you will be finished before you know it. When the branches were just a hand distance away from me, my eyes became clear, and poison that had been trying to infect my energy burned to ashes. The snackman's eyes shot in alarm as it saw the change, but it could do nothing as the fire covered my blade, and it moved toward the branches with the speed that is invisible to the eyes of the snakeman. Clang, clang, clang. My sword clashed against one branch after another, turning it into the dust before moving to another, and in a moment, every branch that came at me had been destroyed. But I am not finished. There is one more thing I had to do. The green fire covered my right leg, and I brought it down hard as I had said earlier. One should not give any poison master or any special profession grim monsters any chance to attack. If you do, then you will lose your life before you know it. From the moment it launched its first attack, it had been preparing for the huge attack. The attack before the poison domain and the attacks that came after it, all their power had been merged into the poison domain. The domain maybe look like it is getting stronger slower, but it is getting stronger and stronger after each attack. So even when everything failed, it still has a grand attack that would be stronger than every one of its attacks, since this one will have nearly all their powers. Bang. My foot crashed on the ground, and a shockwave of green fire was released from it, which begins to burn everything that is poison. The poison had tried to fight back, but just as it touched my fire, it had no choice but to burn. After sucking the bloodline of Golden Fire Tribe Werewolf, my runes have begun to give my fire a huge boost. When I had seen its power the first time, I had become quite shocked. Within a second, all the poison had been burned. Nothing had remained of the grand attack it had been preparing since the beginning of the battle. "Do you anything else?" I asked grinningly on its horror-stricken face, which had all the color drained from it. Bang! For a second it did nothing, but then suddenly it had exploded powerfully, enough to destroy everything in 100 meters area. Even those few Emperor-level trees have got destroyed. I had not moved away from my spot. I had just covered myself with a thick energy shield. Not even using my defensive method, the blast was not powerful enough to compel me to use my defensive method. "You are not going away," I said, and two thick green fire chains came out of my hands and moved toward the amethyst armor snakeman. It did not self-destruct its core. It had used some device to create a blast and ran away. It is quite a great strategy. The blast was powerful, even enough to injure a powerful emperor heavily, and by the time one recovered from it, it would be gone far away in the Wast Forest. Not to forget, the suppressed soul sense cannot track the person for long distance, and that makes running way a little easier here than in other places. "You dirty human bastard, fight me directly if you dare." The amethyst snakeman roared as my chains brought it in front of me. I couldn't help but laugh at the irony of its words. Hearing a poison master saying those words is truly laughable. Ha ha ha. I laughed for a while before I stopped, and my eyes became serious. Throughout the fight, I had kept a careful eye on it even when it created blast and running away. I had always had eyes on it, and capturing it was no big deal for my vines, which are disguised as green fire chains. You are too loud, I said, hearing it scream, and before it could protest, I wrapped the fire chain around its mouth, so it would not scream with what I am planning on doing to it. Putch, putch, putch. I brought its huge 8-meter-long body directly in front of me, feeling myself quite tiny compared to it. I observed for a second before piercing my sword into its chest, neck, and head in very quick succession. My attacks were powerful and near fatal. They had brought it near death but not killed. I do not want to kill it. If I do, I will not be able to harvest the perfect essence rose out of it. No amulet, I said with a smile. The people that came here, be it criminals or crazies, have a lot of treasures with them. Some of them are given by their organization or tribe, and some of them obtained by themselves from killing or exploring a lot of ruins or other means. I do not know whether this amethyst snakeman is criminal or crazy. What I know, it might have a protection amulet that is merged with it, as I did not see it wearing any. It would be bad if I started harvesting it directly and its protection artifact activated, and it somehow runs away, and that would be a very bad thing for me, as it will know it me, and within hours grim monsters will begin hunting me in a wild abandon. I do not want that to happen, so I attacked it, bringing it to a near-death condition in which the protection amulet activates, and seeing no protection amulet had been activated, I could now safely harvest it. My fiery chains burrowed inside it, growing longer and longer, covering more and more of it, and soon, most of it got covered in the fiery green chains. As my vines begin to do their magic, recognition flashed inside its eyes, and I felt it began self-destruction, which is a good thing. Instead of my vines sucking energy from it, its core is giving me energy on its own. After the episode with the werewolf in the championship, I had made some small changes to my vines, especially in dealing with self-destructing grim monsters. Now my vines could deal with self-destruction core without giving me a huge headache due to the management of huge amounts of energy. It is quite a great change from the splitting headache I used to have in such cases. My vines continued to suck more and more of its essence without letting it die while I observe it carefully, hoping that thing to happen, but nothing happened as my vines suck it more and more of its essence. Its bloodline did not awaken, no matter how much I wish for it to happen. Unlike humans, all the grim monsters have a bloodline of their totem spirit, but like humans, a very tiny fraction of them able to awaken it. My essence sucking is quite a great way to activate the bloodline in grim monsters, as I am sucking its lifeblood. This action activates most primal responses into one, drawing out all potential the grim monster have, and in such, a bloodline might awaken just like the werewolf's bloodline had awakened during the harvesting process. Soon all the essence of the amethyst snakeman had been harvested, and essence rose to begin to form. Though I am quite disappointed, I know the chances of it happening are quite high. I would have harvest tens, even hundreds of grim monsters before I turn lucky, and some grim monster begins to awaken its bloodline. When I was at Prince Stage, I had harvested hundreds of grim monsters, but not a single one of them had activated their bloodline, which is not strange at all, just me slightly unlucky. There are over billion princes in grim monsters. There are numbers that are too huge, but emperors are the best of the best. Not everyone could reach this stage, and that makes chances of them awakening their bloodline higher. I hope I will come across a grim monster that had already awakened their bloodline. Alas, those grim monsters quite rare, but in this place there is hope. Powerful emperors gathered here, and quite a few of them have the bloodline. The only thing I have to do is find them. I want to at least harvest 3 bloodlines before I make a breakthrough into the emperor stage. The benefits I will get after the breakthrough will be amazing. My vines came back to me and revealed the essence rose of the poison master. A beautiful amethyst color rose, though not as luminescent as the golden rose from werewolf, but still very beautiful. Teacher had told me to harvest at least 100 roses, which is a huge task seeing it is emperor stage grim monsters I will be harvesting, not some princes I used to a year ago. Still, I think I will be able to harvest them. The forest is vast, and everything is suppressed. It is a perfect environment for me to do my job without getting noticed. I was about to put back the essence rose in the box before storing it when suddenly Nero called out from the egg, wanting to eat the essence rose. I was not surprised hearing his request, as he had consumed the essence roses before when I was in the prince stage, but now he is asking for emperor-grade essence rose. Essence rose may look beautiful and gentle, but is filled with enough energies that even 1/4 of them is enough to blast into pieces. I thought about it for a while before I relented. As I did, I felt the egg expand till it filled my whole body before it begins sucking the energies from the essence rose. His speed is ravenous. I could visibly see the huge amount of energies draining from the rose, and a minute later, the whole essence rose had been consumed, and the egg returned to its normal form. Sigh. It took me a while to come to myself, and when I did, I couldn't help but sigh. Both of the monsters I have are really weird, they couldn't be measured by common sense. Ashlyn, help me find another opponent, I said and walked toward the direction Ashlyn had left while checking the grim monster's storage, which is filled with resources and some human bodies. Seeing the human bodies, the old memories came back. It had been more than a year since I had hunted the grim monsters and found humans' bodies in their storage. When I first time begins hunting grim monsters, I saw the human bodies in their storages. I had vomited and had nightmares for days, but after seeing them on a daily basis, I had gotten used to it. Now seeing them after a year of break, I feel like vomiting again, and rage burned through my mind. If there had been any grim monsters around me, I would have cut it apart in a single move to vent out the rage I am feeling. Sadly, there is none, so I unconsciously said the prayer in mind, which I used to, and stored the bodies in the morgue which had not seen the humans' bodies in more than a year. After dealing with the human bodies, I looked at the other stuff of the grim monster storage, and I have to say there is a lot of stuff, a lot more than I had expected. It should not be surprising to me seeing the storage I am inspecting is of the emperor and not of some king or prince. Having this much stuff should not be surprising. There were many resources, especially poisonous ones, which is to be expected seeing it is a poison master. Though these resources are not particularly rare, they are still worth a lot, and some are even useful to me. It took me few minutes to go through the whole storage, but when I finished with it, there was a small smile on my face. A huge amount of resources in the storage make me want to kill even more emperors. With a smile on my face, I continued to walk. A few minutes later, I stopped suddenly, as I saw the ruins of the huge building. It was used to be a huge palace. It had appeared from the ground about 300 years ago, and when it did, it had created quite a commotion. Thousands of emperors have entered inside it, not only emperors, but also tyrants. The things inside the palace had forced them to enter inside. Like always, people died, but people also found great things inside it that helped them greatly in their practice. I watched the destitute palace for a few moments before I continued to walk. It had been more than 15 minutes since Ashlyn had left to find the monster and grim monster, but till now, she had not found one for me. She had found a monster, but she had killed it herself. Like me, she also wants to hunt, and when she found a quite strong monster, she fought with it and killed it. Another 10 minutes have passed by. She did not find anything, so I went deeper to follow her. I also increased my speed, as with speed I am walking in this vast forest, I will get nowhere. I wanted to hunt close to the city since it is my first day, but seeing there is barely anything for us to hunt, we are heading deeper but not actually deeper, seeing the sheer size of this forest. This forest is so big that even if I use all my speed, it would still take me more than a day just past the outer circle to the forest. At the end of the outer circle, there is suppression of about 70, which is inhumanly huge, but people go there and beyond that. As I have said, there are people here who are a lot stronger than me. If they had any bad intentions against me, all I could do is just run away. Stop. Suddenly a feminine voice rang out behind me, stopping me in my tracks. As I stopped, I saw a chubby woman in her late 20s coming toward me, wearing a sweet smile on her face. Sam Duffy, the famous murderer and rapist of Riverfield Academy, right? She asked. Hearing her question, a grinning me smirk couldn't help but appear on my face. Yes, that's me, and who is your delicious self? I said as I licked my lips toward her. Instead of disgust, a seductive smile appeared on her face as she reached close to me. That now between us, there is barely a distance of a meter. She seemed very familiar, and I know I had read about her from the records that the teacher had provided me, but I am having a problem recalling any information about her. I have read about thousands of criminals. It is impossible for me to remember all their information and names even with my memory. I am Reagan Hall, and Sam, if you are intelligent, then you would quickly hand over all your storages quietly without any resistance, she said while sporting the same seductive smile on her face, while at the same time drowning me with a powerful aura of peak emperor, which is more powerful than Sam Duffy's, whose face I am wearing. Reagan Hall. Now I remember Reagan Hall of Silverstone Academy. She had confessed to killing more than 10 people. She is a very dangerous criminal who was sent here 2 years ago. What will you if I don't give you all my storages? I asked while sporting a little cowering expression. What will I do, you ask? Of course, kill you. I rather like looting the dead bodies than the live ones, she replied casually while drowning me with very powerful killing intent, showing me how serious she is about her words. Her killing intent is enough to tell me how serious she is about killing me. If I did not give her what she wants, she would not hesitate to launch the fatal attack on me, as she had said. How many humans have you killed here? I asked. My question seemed to me had caught her off guard, as this is not the question I, Sam Duffy, would ask in such a scenario. She looked at me sharply at my question before her face cracked, and she begins laughing madly. Ha ha ha. Asking me such question, since when did you become such saint? She asked while laughing madly. She laughed for quite a while before she suddenly stopped and looked at me seriously. I am going to kill you now that you have asked that question, and since I am going to kill you, I don't mind satiating your curiosity, she said as she gripped my neck at lightning speed. Her movements were amazingly fast. She gripped my neck with her meaty fingers and brought me closer, till there is barely a distance of 5 meters between our eyes. We are close, that I could smell peachy flavor bubblegum she is silently chewing in her mouth. Listen well, little Sam, it is the last thing you are going here before you die. Till now I had killed 231 people. I had killed most of them in ruins, but I had killed some in outside, even killed 3 in the premise of my organization, and since I came here I had killed 29 people, she said with a grinning smile. I am shocked hearing such count. Her confession said that she only killed little more than 10 people, but in reality she had killed 10 times more of that. I am utterly shocked and immediately made my mind that if in the future I had the power to influence how the world works, I will make rules to execute such monsters, no matter what their level, even if they are tyrants. If they committed needless murders, they would be executed. There will be no forgiveness for them. Now that you heard my confession, it is time for you to die, she said with a grin and clutched her meaty fingers to crush my neck, but no matter how hard she pressed them, no sound of cracking came from my neck. It is like my neck is made of iron. Putchai, a monster like you truly deserve to die, I said, and the sound of piercing came out. The meaty fingers on my throat loosened a little beat as Reagan looked down at her chest, where she found red-green vine piercing her chest. She did not see a burning green chain, but a delicate diamond vine of mine, which had become famous across the whole world. You, she said as the blood bubbled out of her throat, as a flash of recognition appears in her eyes. I could have used the fiery chain to finish her, or directly hacked her head apart instead of risking my identity and using my vines, but I did. I did it because I wanted her to know it is me who killed her, and it is also for me. I did not want to kill her with the identity of a criminal but my own. A few seconds later, all the life disappeared from her eyes. She is dead from now on. She will not be able to commit any crime. A silver fire released from my hands and burned her within 10 seconds. Her body turned to ash while the artifact and the clothes she was wearing remained intact without the slightest damage. I let her ashes flew by the wind before picking up her storage and walked away. As I looked at her storage when all the things inside were sorted out, I was shocked by the sheer amount of things she has here. It is more than 10 times what Grim Monster had in its storage. In her storage, there are barely any normal resources. All the resources she had are rare and precious, and there are even some extremely precious resources that, seeing them, my eyes begin to shine. Seeing there are no regular resources in her storage, she likely had traded them for rare resources back in the city. Otherwise, her storage would have filled with much more resources. She had been here for 2 years. In that time, she would have not only robbed and killed fellow humans, but she would also kill many grim monsters in these past 2 years. The quality of resources inside her storage is proof that she had killed a lot of humans and grim monster. There's also a mountain of mana crystals, which is very welcome due to me harvesting grim monsters into roses. I did not have the luxury to waste grim monsters for the mana crystals, but now that I had got them from her, I am quite happy. Choo choo choo, I was checking the resources when I heard the familiar chirp in my mind. It is from Ashlyn. Hun. I let out a surprise as I understood what she means. I had first thought she had found me grim monster to fight, but it is not the case. What she found was something more crazy. A suppression tide is coming, and within 5 minutes it will reach where I am. Suppression tides are a regular occurrence. There are at least 2 to 3 of them every month, and if the month is particularly bad, the number goes to 6 to 9 suppression tides a month. Suppression tides are dangerous. A low-level one would suppress the strength of body, soul, and energy, but a high-level one would turn even Emperor Puddle. These tides are unusually fast and hard to predict, and they kill people, especially the medium and high-level ones. The low-level ones just injure the emperors if they are too weak. If they have above-average balanced strength, they could bear the suppression tide without getting injured. As to what grade this tide is, Ashlyn couldn't tell, nor she cares about it. As always, the suppression here did not affect her, but she did say, I will be able to bear the tide without any injuries, which is quite a relief. The tide is coming, and I am not running, not that there would be any use of running away. I want to experience the suppression tides ever since I come to know about them. Though it will be dangerous since I am still basically a king despite having the strength of emperor, I think I will be able to handle it. Ashlyn had said so, and I have no doubt about her word. The tide will be a little hard on me, but I did not care. It will give me quite a bit of data I need, and it is also a great training opportunity that I could not let go. The warning had begun to blaze from the city even at such distance. I could hear it very clearly. A few minutes after the warning begins, I sensed few humans running toward the city. The suppression tides originate from the center of the forest, where it is strongest. As it moved outward, it gets weaker and weaker. These tides are also one of the reasons why many people did not try to reach the central region. With no prediction on tides, it would be dangerous to go near the central region, where tides are most powerful. So, unless one has a very powerful special artifact that helps with suppression, people don't try to get near the central region of the forest, and the people don't have to. One could find many important things in the outer region and the middle region. Time passed by, and now I could feel the tide will be on me in a few seconds. The suppression around me began to climb steadily higher. The energy destabilizing waves are also getting denser. Seeing that, I turned off my inheritance and opened all restriction, conscious, unconscious, I had placed on my body, soul, and energy. I want to be completely open when it hit me. Seconds passed when suddenly, I felt the sunshine had brightened up a little, as I felt that suppression and other few peculiar feelings hit me like a sleigh hammer. Ah, a faint scream couldn't help but come out of my mouth when suddenly everything hit me at once and made me so vulnerable that I had a small panic attack for a moment. A great suppression came over my body, soul, and energy, lessening their power at a record pace till I can use only 2 of my strength. That is just a suppression working. There are other 3 things that have also hit me. The things that hit me, I had never felt before, but I had read about them. After the suppression, 3 types of waves have hit me. The first is energy destabilizing waves, which I had been familiar with since I had entered the forest. The other 2 soul destabilizing waves and body destabilizing waves. These 3 waves have hit me so hard that not only my energy wanted to go haywire in my body, but my soul also affecting my thoughts and body, which I am barely able to control right now. My knees are shaking as I am on the verge of falling down simultaneously. My thought process is in shambles, that I can barely control my thoughts. As for energy, I am instinctively controlling it from going haywire into my body and damage it. I had spent thousands of hours on my control, that some of the things have become part of my instincts, and these instincts were able holding it from going haywire. Seeing everything I had worked hard is on the verge of falling apart, I first time realized how shaky my foundation is. The foundation that I had loaded to be most robust among my level is such shaky. Though I know it is happening due to 3 powerful energy waves, and I do have a very robust foundation for my level, but seeing everything is on the verge of breaking, I have decided to work on it all over again. I am very lucky that I had decided to come here. If I had gone to other places, I would not have found such grave weakness and leveled up to Emperor stage without any thought. For some people this may not be a weakness, seeing it is work of destabilizing energy, and me still standing is proof of my immense control, but to me it is a shaky foundation. No energy should be able to take my control, no matter how strong that energy is, no matter how peculiar that energy is. I need to have full control over my body, soul, and energy. Until I got it, I will not level up to Emperor stage. This place had helped me find the weaknesses I have, and this place will help me fix them. I have already decided to train in control, and for that I have to go deeper, as I could not always depend on the tides, which only come few times a month. I will have to head deeper into the forest, where the suppression and destabilizing energies as dense as what I am feeling in the tide, though it will be very dangerous. Seeing if the tide will turn fatal for me. Still, it is the risk I will have to take to get the benefits of this wonderful environment of the Devil's Gate. Seconds passed by as tide continue to wash over me. Each second is a battle itself to keep my body, soul, and energy in check. If I lose control over one of them, I will lose control over the other 2. It will be bad for me. Uncontrollable soul and energy would do a lot of damage, which will take time to heal, and I don't like that, especially in this environment where powerhouses are everywhere. Finally, 50 seconds later of it hitting me, the tide began to weaken up, and 20 seconds after, the suppression and destabilizing energies of the tide have disappeared, but my knees are still shaking as before. FUCK, I cursed as I slumped on the ground with drenched clothes. The tide had been really something far more dangerous than I had expected. No wonder lots of people died by it. I had not expected the tide to be something like it, something this dangerous with my current strength. I do not underestimate myself. I know I am powerful, and there are only a limited number of emperors that could pose a threat to me with such power and my envious control. I had not thought tide would affect me much, but it did. Not only affected me, but it had also let me see the reality of control to which I had been so proud, and to be honest, I am not sad. I am quite happy instead. I had thought my control had reached a very high level, that now I will have to progress very slowly. My mentality had made my progress slow, thinking I had reached close to the peak, but now, seeing the real state of my control, I am sure I will improve quickly if I worked hard. I remained on the ground for a few minutes before I got up. Now that I returned to normal, it is time to start the adventure again. I was planning on returning to the city early today, but now I do not think I will return soon, as it is the best time to hunt. For 3 days there will be no tide, and powerhouses from both sides will enter the forest in great numbers. Since the forest merged with the world, there have never been within 3 days of the first tide. It means 3 days from now on, there will be no tide, which means more people now swarm in a forest. The terror of tide is too big in people's hearts. With such great timing in hand, how could I go back to the city, leaving behind all those precious grim monsters who are wont to be harvested into the roses and even want to give bloodline for my runes to eat. So without wasting any time, I head deeper into the forest in the hope of meeting a strong grim monster, and since there is a great scout like Ashlyn, I am sure I will find some powerful grim monster to harvest. Time passed as I head deeper into the forest with blurring speed on the way. I've even spotted few humans who just looked at me but did not do anything. Not every criminal is suicidal, some of them are very smart and rarely act idiotically as the reagent acted. Choo choo choo, about 25 minutes later, Ashlyn finally found someone, and when I looked through her eyes, I found this grim monster pretty powerful. Feeling excited, I increased my speed and burst toward the grim monster. Thud. Little more than 10 minutes later, I landed in front of blood-eyed Hyanama, which had its huge long sword ready as it sensed me coming toward it. It is high-level Emperor Stage Grim Monster with red eyes from which it had got its name. It is about 8 meters tall with a skinny frame and 6 meters long sword, which steely gray blade and dark blue wooden handle. The most notable thing about it is its aura powerful, more powerful than what I am projecting, which why it had relaxed a small and cruel smile that was present on its face widened slightly. Human, you recovered quite quickly from the tide, it commented while looking at me from top to down carefully. You too. I would have expected you to be still down on the ground with your tongue out like a dog, I said. Just as I said it, its red eyes became redder, and a look of rage appeared on its face. Hyenamen of any tribe did not like to be compared to a dog or anything related to a dog. They hate it. Human, you will pay the price for saying that. When I defeat you, I will tear you apart, limb by limb, and drink your blood while you are alive, it said slowly and softly as if wanting to make me memorize what it is saying. Since when did you become a vampire? I asked back in another insult, which angered it even more, and this time it did not reply to me with its words. Instead, it came at me as it activated its inheritance, which covered it head to toe in blood-red armor, which looked like it was made of blood-soaked wood. Blood Tree Inheritance, I said in surprise when I saw it appeared on its body. Blood Tree Inheritance is not inheritance exclusive to blood-eyed Hyenamen tribe, it is inheritance of all grim monsters, inheritance those by who had blood element affinity. Though not all people who had blood affinity could get this powerful inheritance, if they had, we humans would have had quite a few problems due to it. This inheritance is very powerful, but its compatibility rate is low, which is good because, in the big battle, this inheritance is terror where blood runs like water and gives this inheritance a huge power. I don't know why the grim monster let the Holder Blood Tree inheritance come out here. The host of it usually fights in a place where huge battles happen, where they could show their true potential. Well, it is a good thing it is here for whatever reason killing it. I will be doing a favor to my race. It appeared in front of me in an instant and moved its sword directly at my chest. Its skill is quite good. Its movements are precise and clear, without wastage of any energy. Looks like this one had quite a fighting experience. I moved my sword in the counter. Seeing it, a smirk appeared on its face and it suddenly increased speed of its sword and moved its wrist a little and moved its sword toward my neck. Seeing it perform a little trick, my lips couldn't help but curse as I fluidly followed as if its trick means nothing. There is quite a surprise seeing me do that. Clang, I stopped its sword at the middle, not letting it get even an inch inside of my personal space. Try a little harder, little hyena, I said as its angry face had gotten even angrier hearing me. Good human, you have some spunk. I hope this spunk will not go away when I drain every drop of blood you have from your body, it said, and a bloody aura burst out of it. Blood cuts. It said and attacked. A dark red layer of thickly covered its sword, and when I looked at it, I had a feeling that I am standing in the middle of a bloody battle and my side is losing. The soul illusion is very powerful, and it would have been even more powerful. If it had been a bloody battle, the blood of the enemy gives its inherent strength. It does not matter if the blood had been brought out by it or other, as long as it is the blood of the enemy, it will get stronger. I have to be careful not to bleed too in this confrontation. The blood of energy makes it stronger. My eyes cleared by illusion, and I moved my blade toward the coming sword. Clang, our swords clashed, and a huge amount of bloody energy came at me. This bloody energy is powerful, and it wants to lacerate my body apart to make my blood flow out like a river. But just as bloody energy touched my armor, it immediately sucked by runes, leaving behind nothing. The energy simply disappeared. It also sensed its energy disappearing, and a frown appeared on its face, but it did not spend any time thinking about it. Instead, it decided to attack with an even more powerful attack. Clang, clang, clang. Our sword begins to clash at the blurring speed. If an emperor sees it, they will only see the flash of green and red and powerful shockwaves released from our attacks, which the trees would immediately absorb. These trees are one of the main reasons why one could barely hear the sound of battle. They absorb not only the shockwave of the attacks, but also absorb the sound of it. If anyone is out of the 500 meters radius of our battle, they would barely hear anything. If they are 1 kilometer out, they will hear nothing, nor they will sense anything. If we had been fighting in the regular forest, we would have turned the thousands of trees into powder by the shockwave alone, and the sound of our battle would have been heard about for hundreds of kilometers. Here there are barely 5 trees that have been destroyed, and they are not even destroyed fully. If we leave them as it is, it will not take them more than 2 months to grow to their former heights. The whole Devil's Gate is strange, but I liked it very much. It gives huge privacy during the battle, and there are a lot of powerful challengers and things from which one could progress. Ribbons of death, it said, and thousands of blood-red ribbons begin to materialize around us. These ribbons are long, and they looked very sharp, sharper than the sword. They would not have any problem cutting through my naked flesh. This attack of it is powerful, far more powerful than what it had been fighting against me. It is definitely one of its trump cards. Human, I have slain armies with this attack before. You shall feel pride that I am using my army-slaying attack on a single person like you, he said with a laugh as more than 5,000 ribbons appeared us. Now die under the might of my ribbons of death. It shouted and motioned its sword toward me, and as it did, thousands of blood-red ribbons came toward me. This is the might of the Emperor. The Emperors are known to be army slayers. They could single-handedly destroy the armies, and this move is a real army kill move. The thing is, this move is not at its full strength. Half of its strength had been suppressed here. If it was able to show its full might, it would have been even more amazing. The ribbons came at me bearing the power of death. If there had been any other king in my place, they would have shown the fear, but me no, I am excited seeing it had finally used to some good move. Goblin's Rage, I said and activated first boost. My runes have released thick energy inside me which spread through every cell of my body, giving me a huge boost in power. The power, even under such great suppression, is amazing. Finally, the ribbons reached me. As they did, I moved my flaming sword towards them. I am going to cut apart each of these bloody ribbons before I cut that hyanaman bastard. Shuo. A ripping sound rang. If one is not looking directly, they would think that my sword is just ripping through the air, not through the ribbons. If it had been ripping through the air, there had been some sound, but there is none. Unfortunately, my sword is ripping through the air. These blood-red ribbons are getting ripped apart before my sword even touched them. The air above my sword is enough to cut them, and green fire is burning those ribbons into ashes, destroying any hope of using them for attack again. In 3 seconds, I burned apart all the ribbons, and the thing is, my sword hadn't touched most of the ribbons. The green fire covering my sword had spread through the ribbons, burning them to ashes before they could cut by my sword. I looked at my blood eyes hyanaman, who is looking at me with a seething fury that its red eyes are literally blazing. You bastard, I will burn you alive, blood burning, it said and shouted out the last 2 words. Hearing blood burning, my expressions couldn't help but change. The blood burning is the most powerful move of blood tree inheritance at every stage. Every host of blood tree inheritance may have different moves, but they always have blood burning, and it is always the strongest move of blood tree inheritance. Blood-red aura had covered its whole body as if all its blood had turned to smoke. Not only that, there are blood-red crystalline veins that started to appear all over its body, giving it a very sinister look. It is a very dangerous move for normal grim monster and humans, but for it is not. As long as it used it for a limited time, it would not feel much weak using it. This move became a true terror in Tyrant stage, where it could suck the blood of its enemies and burn it for more power. As long as there is the blood of enemies, hosts of blood tree inheritances became unstoppably. Human die, it roared and appeared in front of me as it teleported and swung its sword, which is even faster than its speed. The sword had already closed half a distance and closing even faster toward my neck, seeing that I had finally moved my sword. Clang. Our attacks clashed, creating a shockwave of blood and sending powerful bloody energy at me, which like liches, ready to devour my blood. But just as it touched my armor, it had disappeared, and a second later, the force field and sound also got sucked by the trees. It startled by the way its attack is death and raged burned brighter in its eyes as it swung its sword at me, and this time there was 3 times blood energy covering its sword. Clang. Its attack clashed with, and like last time, as the bloody energy touched by armor, it disappeared, which again made rage in its eyes burned brighter and attack with even more power, seeing its attacks are not making even shake from my spot. Clang, clang, clang. Attack after attack came, with each attack being powerful than before, but no attack of it was able to shake me. All it did feed my runes, and this result made it mad and began to send it into a frenzy. Each failed attack sent it deeper into a frenzy, until it completely lost its mind and became a mad beast that only knows how to attack. Emperor stage grim monsters go to a frenzy like regular grim monsters, but their frenzy is controlled used to maximize the power of their attacks. The werewolf I had fought in the championship had also gone into a frenzy, but its frenzy was controlled, and when needed, it immediately came out of it. But this grim monster is in a mad frenzy. It had completely lost the sense of self like a normal grim monster, which is quite rare among the Emperor stage grim monster, but not so rare among the hosts of blood tree inheritance. The Blood Tree Inheritance is a very powerful inheritance, so powerful that Pyramid had posted a special reward for killing any host of Blood Tree Inheritance. Their one disadvantage that Blood Tree Inheritance has, the host of it, is susceptibility to madness. From what I read, the host of this inheritance has to go through years of training before going out. This bastard is definitely criminal. It would not have been here, and would not have such poor self-control to go into a frenzy quickly. It is fine by me. The more powerful the opponent, the more fun I have, and now I want it even more powerful. I am getting bored. Do you have something powerful? Use it, or I will kill you in 10 seconds, I taunted. While it might have gone to frenzy, but it still understood the taunt. You, it said in Horde's voice, and the next moment a very powerful aura had burst out of it, or I might say auras. Dark red blood auras have covered it densely, that only a silhouette of it could be seen from it, but I am not looking at that. I am looking at 3 distinct auras, and only one of them belonged to it. No wonder it had gone mad this easily, I said to myself. To normal people, the aura will look the same, but kings and emperor would easily able to see the 3 distinct auras in blood red auras. It had stored the blood of the enemy inside it, and not one enemy but 2 enemies. The host of the Blood Tree Inheritance could do that, but only Tyrant stage it banned for any other stage Grim Monster from doing that, as it had detrimental effects on body and psyche. Human die. It said in a strange mad voice and attacked, and the attack was really powerful. Its power had reached near equal to the first attack that Werewolf had launched against me. Its strength was good, but not good enough. It was close to the monster, and now it had become a monster. The host of Blood Tree Inheritance deserves to die for the potential of destruction they posed toward us. More power came out of my runes as I moved my sword to deal with its attack. Clang! I stopped its attack perfectly as I did earlier. It may have become stronger with borrowed blood, but that does not mean I am weak. I am perfectly capable of killing it in a single attack. There are reasons why I am not doing that. First is I want to collect more data. I needed data to design better inheritance. There is another greater reason why I am not killing it in a single attack, and that is I am preparing it. After going back to the academy, I have done great research on bloodline awakening. Aside from natural awakening, there are other ways of bloodline awakening. One is extreme emotions, and the other is near death, and if one used both of the methods together, chances increased even more. I am fighting slowly because I want to peak its emotions to the highest and then take it closer to death. I am already taking it close to extreme emotions, and in few seconds I will take it close to death. If I am lucky, I might be able to awaken its bloodline. It would be amazing if that happens. Clang, clang, clang. Its attacks are getting stronger and stronger, and not just stronger, so strong that I had to draw out more and more strength from the first boost to contend against it. When it begins to burn blood, the 3 blood energies were not working properly, but as it attacked more, it somehow merged the power of 3 blood energies, which made its strength rose explosively. I am so happy that I did not finish it off a few seconds ago when its strength come to a standstill. If I had, the battle would have ended before it even really begins. Now it was miraculously managed to merge all 3 blood energies. Its power has skyrocketed, and it is giving me quite a challenge, which I love very much. While I am fighting against it, I am also observing the tree merged blood auras also. The way it had increased its energy is really amazing. I am also always working on formulas of my inheritance energy to make it stronger. There are 7 elements in my constitution, and a combination of these 7 elements makes my inheritance energy. I had tried thousands of combinations to make powerful inheritance energy. The current inheritance energy I have is the most powerful one, made from all the 7 constitution elements. I did not have to use all the 7 elements of my constitution to create the inheritance energy, but through my experiments, I found that using all 7 elements gives me powerful inheritance energy. I just hope that I will able to reach the 7th floor of my refinement tower soon. When that happens, power of my inheritance energy will rise explosively hell. Seeing the results of my experiments, even the 6th floor of the tower will also make my inheritance energy stronger. My refinement tower had a unique ability, and that is fusing the different energies. It fused energies far better than my runes. Currently, I am on the 5th floor of my refinement tower, which means I could only merge 5 energies. When I merged my best combination of 5 energies into tower, the result I got was amazing. The combination of 5 energies I got from the is only about 10 weaker than the current inheritance energy I am using, which is a combination of 7 energies through the runes. When I reach the 6th floor of the tower and merge 6 energies, the energy I will get will be much stronger than the energy inheritance energy I am currently using. 5 minutes passed by when suddenly, its attack began to get weakened. It is no surprise to me the blood it had sucked had been nearly spent. Unlike its own blood, the sucked blood burned quite quickly. If it had been on the battlefield or I would have been bleeding heavily, it would have sucked my blood to power up its attack. But here there is no blood. The only blood it could burn is its. It is time to end it. I said in my mind it had given me all it could, and before this bastard goes far and begin to burn its core, I will have to harvest it. With that thought, I disappeared from my spot and appeared in front of its chest and pierced my sword through it. Putch, something happened very fast, as my sword had pierced through its chest and about pierced through its heart when suddenly something appeared over its heart and blocked my sword. A defensive layer. I asked myself it looked like a defensive layer seeing how it had stopped my attack. I did not have any chance to think about it, as at that moment it stopped my sword. I felt a repelling force attacking, which is exactly 10 times stronger than my attack. Bam! I shot out from the grim monster like a cannonball, like a ragdoll. Still, there is no panic on my face the moment I shot out. A globe of green fire came and enveloped me, and after that, another globe came and then another. In a single moment, 3 green fire globe enveloped me. Others could only see a single globe from outside, as the 2 other globes are hidden inside them. These globes are the facade of my defensive method, rose petals. I had been prepared for something like that to happen. The 10 times repelling force is a little surprising, but it is still something I could handle. Bang bang bang. Fiery globe crashed against the trees and then another tree before it stopped. While the crash had destroyed the 2 trees and made the 3rd tree quite damaged, nothing had happened to me. I am perfectly fine under the protection of my defensive method. Seeing all the repelling force had been destroyed, I let go of the defensive method and looked at the hyena, whose eyes had turned sane and now looking at me with my shock. Seeing the sanity in its eyes is quite surprising, as I had not expected it came back from its deep frenzy, but it looks like such close contact with death will make anyone sane. How do you survive? It asked in shock. I totally ignored its question and looked at the filmy energy layer enveloping it. The protection from the protection amulet is not gone. It had made things a little tricky, but only a little. So you have a protection amulet, I stated, surprised human bastard. With it protecting me, all your attacks will be repelled at you by 10 times. You can forget about killing me now, it said with a mocking laugh. Really? How long does your protection will last? 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes? I asked it teasingly. Hearing me, his expression had a sudden chance as if it had just understood something. Human bastard, you will not be this lucky when we meet next time, it said and began to run away without looking back. Net cage, I said as I saw it running away. A net of green fire burst out from the ground and formed a huge dome, confining its running figure immediately. The grim monster did not seem to think much about it as it went toward it without stopping, as if believing it will be easily able to pass through it. Bam! It crashed through the net of the dome and had to take steps back to avoid the embarrassing fall. The repelling force surrounding it did not react as it had hoped when it crashed through the net cage. The net is not an offensive method. Even the fire covering it is not dangerous, and since there is no danger, the repelling force will not act. I don't know how this idiot became an emperor and still not know about the working of protection charms and amulets. It looked at the fiery net in horror-stricken expression as reality had finally dawned upon it. Unless attacked, the repelling force of the amulet will not act. It is imprisoned, and it will till the protection amulet's powers are consumed, and as for it breaking it out of it, it is impossible for it. Those are my vines that are blocking its way. Only when it had something like attacking amulets, which are very rare and act as repelling amulets, will it have the chance of breaking through it. I had just thought that when I heard it scream, only to see it is gathering strength to attack the net. Bang, bang, bang. It started to attack the net, and what attacks they are. They are quite powerful. I had not thought even after burning its blood, it will able to produce such power, but it did. It launched attack after attack, in every direction, from sides to up. It had even attacked the ground thinking there, but sadly, this cage of spherical in nature is equally protected below as it is above. There is no way it is going to get out of the cage, and it seemed to know it as it begins to turn into more and more frenzies as time passed. The protection amulet is not going to protect forever soon. Its protection will be gone. 10 minutes passed by since its protection had activated, and now finally, the change could be seen in it. I had begun to turn pale, and each second it is turning paler and paler. Within a minute, the protection will be gone, and it seemed to know as well as it had gone batshit crazy, attacking anything and everything its eyes fell on while screaming like a mad. I watched it all with great interest. It is emotionally charged up, which is great news for me. The more its emotions will boil, the greater chance I will have in awakening its bloodline. Finally, 40 seconds later, the repelling force had disappeared. As it did, I moved my vines toward it simultaneously. I felt a powerful aura burst out of it. It begins to burn its core. As for why it did not do them before, it is likely because the protection amulets had not let it do that. Those protection amulets not only protect one from enemy attacks, but also protect one from the intense self-burning. One's core is intense self-harm. Putch, putch, putch. It had just lifted its weapon to attack my coming vines when it found the vines in front of it and pierced through its body from all directions, stopping it from its track. As the vines pierced through it, they begin to harvesting process a few seconds later, It had become sane for a moment due to intense pain, and recognition flashed into its eyes, and its horror becomes even greater. It understood the moment I appeared in front of it, its fate had been sealed. No matter what it had done in the battle, its fate would have remained the same. It looked at its eyes for a moment before focusing on harvesting, seeing if the bloodline of it awakened as its essence get harvested, but I saw no sign of bloodline awakening. 2 minutes passed by, and nearly all of its essence had been harvested, but the bloodline did not awaken, which is not surprising, but I am still disappointed. It was a very lucky fluke that the bloodline of the werewolf had awakened during the battle. Still, I will not stop. I will continue to harvest grim monsters, and for bloodline, even if I have to harvest thousands of grim monsters, I will do it. The bloodlines are too important for me to give up, and it's not like hunting grim monsters is going to impede my progress. Hunting the grim monster is my job. The awakening of bloodline is just going to be a big boost to me, that is all. In few seconds, the hyaenamon got completely harvested of its essence and turned to husk, while harvested essence began to turn into the essence rose. A minute later, a black color essence rose appeared in front of me. It is black as red night dots all over it. It looked very beautiful. Like earlier, Nero begins to demand the essence rose, but this time, I did not give it to him. This rose will go into my storage. I still have to fulfill the quote of essence roses that the teacher had given me. I can't give all of it to Nero. After placing the rose into a delicate wooden box, I stored it before picking up storage and artifacts of Grim Monster and dealing with Husk, which had not flown away by the wind. I do not want any proof of my presence here, so it is better than I wipe out all the proofs of my being here before I start hunting for another Grim Monster. It took me few minutes to clean the battlefield and erase all the proof of me being here. After I did that, I disappeared from that spot in search of another prey. Beep, beep, beep. My holowatch beeping with yellow flashes for the past few seconds with an important notification, but all I could do is grit my teeth and not shout, no matter how much I want to open my mouth and shout out loud. I am lying in a thick herbal pool that is made from rare and precious herbs, and my body is sucking it all as if it is a sponge. I am currently training using the smiling torture. The process is very painful and horrifying to look. There are thousands of warts appearing on every part of my body before disappearing for a second. These warts would suck the herbal energy from the pool and provide it to my internal organs and bones, which are currently expanding and compressing to fuse the herbal energy inside it. The process is very painful, but the benefits are also extremely great. With the help of the above tyrant-grade artifact, I was able to refine my body at a phenomenal rate. The progress rate is even faster than what I had in I Ruin. Still, there is a price to be paid for such benefits, and it is pure torture. It is extremely painful that across the years, very few people had trained with this artifact for more than a year. Currently, I am at the first level of training, and it is this painful. Second level is 10 times more painful than this. I had read the records, and they are shuddering. There are many levels of training in this artifact, but most people, including the past headmasters and others, stopped at level 3. In over 3,000 years since this artifact in Academy's hand, only 5 people could go over level 3. I am planning to 6th. I nearly finished with the first level of training, and if it not for me is still a king, I would have finished it with this level a while ago. The lower the level is, the more time it will take to finish its training regimen, but the lower level has its benefits. The base of one became stronger and firmer, and provided a great boost when one level up. The training lasted for about 10 more minutes before warts on my skin disappeared forever. With training done, I looked at my holoworked and opened the yellow mail I had received from the guild. The yellow mail is important to mail, but it is nothing like the purple one where I have to leave everything and do what it wants me to do. It looks like Devil Gate will not be silent for quite a while, I said as I read the main. A new structure had come out of the ground in a forest a few hours ago, and both humans and grim monsters are investigating it, but preliminary investigation they have done states that it is Treasure Palace. This news is going to create a huge wave. Loads of people will leave toward it. This Treasure Palace hut appeared inside the middle region of the forest, where the suppression is very heavy. It will not discourage people at all. People will still flock there. The treasure palaces that appeared in the Devil's Gate had a reputation. They are very dangerous, but the treasures one could get from them are also amazing. Especially those enhancing potions, they are very good. People kill for those potions as they help one make progress that would take 1 month and years to make, and they have no side effects. The alchemist of the world did not skills to make such potions. They could only be found in ruins. I read the mail word by word before I got out of the tub and walked into the bathroom. There I showered, washing away all the herbal dregs I have on my body before coming out and wearing new clothes. In the living room, I took out food boxes from my storage and heated them with my fire before eating them. Ashlyn is not a big fan of packaged food, but I can't cook right now. It had been 6 weeks since I had come to the Devil's Gate, and after 10 days of coming here, I had begun cooking, but today I will not do that. I have to go to the treasure palace that appeared, and it would take me more than a day since it is the middle part of the forest. It will be very dangerous if the tide came. The last tide came 8 days ago, but I am willing to take the risk. In these past 6 weeks, I had trained hard, especially focusing on my body, soul, and energy. I would hunt in the forest for 4 days, and 3 days I would train. The progress I made is amazing. Not only Emperor grade upgrade had reached near completion, but I also had huge progress in the control over my body, soul, and energy. If I had not been going for the treasure palace, I would have been training till midnight. Still, not everything had gone according to the plan. The bloodline, which I had been hoping to awaken in Grim Monster and harvest it later, did not awaken. Of around 100 Grim Monsters, I was not able to awaken the bloodline in the single Grim Monster. My luck is so bad that not only was I not able to awaken bloodline of Grim Monster, I was not even able to find the Grim Monster who actually has awakened its bloodline. Still, I had not lost hope, and it's a good thing I had not, as now that Treasure Palace had opened, I am sure I will find many Grim Monsters with awakened bloodline. Those powerhouses Grim Monsters would surely come running toward the Treasured Palace, and I will just have to kill them. Though the Treasured Palace will be dangerous, I am sure I will get huge benefits out of it. There seemed to be quite a crowd, I thought as I flew close to the city gates. There are thousands of people flying through the gate every second. I had expected a lot of emperors to move toward the Treasured Palace, but did not expect their numbers to be this much. It seemed like there is going to be quite a bloodbath this time, and even I don't know whether I will survive or not. The Grim Monsters are not the only danger I will have to watch out for. Soon, I flew through the gate with thousands of other people. A few minutes later, I was in the forest, where Ashlyn sneakily came out and flew away. The forest is vast and adds suppression to that, which will increase with deeper I go. I will need more than a day to reach the middle region of the forest, where the Treasure Palace had appeared. It is a good thing the Treasure Palace is not too deep in the middle region of the forest, otherwise it would have taken days for me to reach there. The suppression is huge in the middle region, and I know how much my strength will be suppressed there. It is different for everyone. It completely depends on their strength. Still, I think my strength will be suppressed by around 70. It could little more or a little less. The middle region is for monsters. The above average will find all of their strength suppressed. So I will have to travel according to the strength of Sam Duffy. If I show too much strength, people will suspect. It is a good thing in the past 6 weeks I had shown my strength bordering to monster. It brought me more scrutiny from the tyrants of the city, but it had turned beneficial to me. Now I could go to Treasure Palace without attracting too much attention. Though there will be some scrutiny, I am sure I will be able to handle it without a hitch. I moved at Sam Duffy's highest speed, which good, but I used my real strength. I could have gone much faster. I wish I could just burst out with my real speed, but it is too much of a risk. It will waste all efforts I've made in creating this identity. Time passed by as I traveled through the forest. The more distance I covered, the greater suppression I would feel and have to reduce my speed according to it. 12 hours had passed, and I had covered quite a distance, but there is still more I have to cover, so I continued. 2 hours later, I had gone furthest in the forest. I had gone before, and now the journey forward would be completely new, and I am looking forward to it. Soon, a whole day had passed, and I have reached very close to the boundary of the outer region. If I continue with my current speed, in 2 hours, I will reach the middle region. I am lucky I have Ashlyn as a guide. Without her, I would not have such a clear path without any monsters or grim monsters wasting any of my time. 2 hours and some more minutes later, I reached the middle region, and suppression had sudden increase for a moment. I thought as if suppression tide had hit me. It is just a sudden increase in suppression, and it is not just suppression that hit me. The soul destabilizing waves and energy destabilizing waves have also hit me. These two waves had hit me during the tides, and now like tides, I have heavy suppression hitting me and also have all the destabilizing waves crashing into me. I couldn't help but feel pressure when everything had hit me. I rested for a few minutes, got everything under control before continuing with my journey with much decreased speed. As I entered the middle region, the suppression and 3 energies increased at a faster rate that I had to reduce my speed continuously. The others around me had also been affected quite badly. Some of them had directly collapsed. That a few minutes later, they begin their return journey toward the outer region. It is happening. More and more people kept collapsing. Most of them decided to return, while some of them stubbornly forged ahead. Sam Duffy had not collapsed, yet it won't be long before he has to land and continue to journey on foot. Thud. 3 hours later, Sam Duffy landed on the ground and began to run through the forest like the others. Now, most of the people are running on the ground. There are very few who are flying and fewer who are flying very fast. I had spotted few people who are flying so fast that I could not match their speed even if I wanted to. Those are the very powerful people. If I come across them, I will have to run away as fast as I can. I continued running for 6 more hours before I had finally stopped as I reached my destination. The The suppression at this place is very heavy. Sam Duffy's 95 power had been suppressed here. I am too heavily suppressed. About 72 of my strength is suppressed. Except for the 3 tides I had experienced, my strength had never been this suppressed. In front of me I saw thousands of people, all of them are emperors, and if I were to guess their number, it would be around 3,000, which had blown my mind. These people are no ordinary emperors, they are all monsters. Only those who reach the monster level could come here, and this is just beginning. There will be more people in a day or two. Opposite of humans are grim monsters. Their numbers are more than double than humans, and like humans, they are staring at the square building with a huge gate that's shimmering in blue light. It may be called a treasure palace, but it did not look like one. It looked like 200 meters long and 150 meters wide block of marble, which had a huge shining blue gate attached to it. It seemed like the treasure palace appeared 3 days ago, found by the human roaming in this area. She was barely able to save her life, as by the time she had found it, there already been around grim monsters gathered around it. 15 of them had chased her. They had chased for nearly a day, till she reached close to the city. When she entered the city, she was quite bloodied, barely hanging to her life. Still, because of her, we were able to secure this site before it was too late. Sometimes when the treasure palaces appeared, and one side secures them so tightly that the other side did not even know they had appeared. Sometimes even if they know, they don't go for it, as the price of going after is greater than they are willing to bear. But most of the time, both sides share, as the price of not sharing is too great. We humans barely let have the grim monsters any advantage. Even if it cost us arms and legs, we still go for it. The treasure palace had appeared, but it had not opened yet. Nearly all the treasure palaces that appeared before opened within 9 days of coming out. So this treasure palace will open within 6 days, or even sooner if this treasure palace had appeared later than we have expected. From what I heard, even grim monsters did not saw it appearing from the ground, so it may have appeared 1 to 2 days ago before the grim monsters have discovered it. I hope that's true. I want to enter this treasure palace as soon as possible. I walked around the humans, listening to the conversation they had before I picked up a lone tree at a distance and sat in its shadows. It had been an hour since I had reached treasure palace, and in the hour, few hundreds more have joined. Some come crawling and running, while rare few come flying. I looked at those who came flying, memorizing their faces, and seeing if they are in the criminal database I have. The more I know about them, the better they might pose a threat to me inside the ruin. Like us, the numbers of grim monsters are also growing, and their numbers are greater than us, and they are looking at us like hungry sharks. A slight spark of conflict and huge battle with erupting here, the battle of the emperors. Even if our strength is heavily suppressed here, they are still the emperors, capable to bringing untamed destruction. The higher-ups are acutely aware of that, and which is why both of the camps have a healthy distance between them, and both of them are covered in an invisible energy shield that would protect us from an initial volley of attacks. I was sleeping under the tree like many people when I felt faint soul sense scanning me. I did not create any sudden movements, not even the tiniest ones, and continued sleeping. This is one of their best attempts, yet the soul sense is very fine. Not as fine as what the teacher could make, but still fine, and this soul sense had burrowed inside me, scanning the strength of my body and soul. I could feel it being surprised when it saw the strength of my body. Like energy, I did not cloak my own soul. They are extremely strong by King standard and even strong by Emperor standard, but nothing is shocking. Sam Duffy is known to have a strong body, and one time they even saw me doing body strengthening exercises. So I don't have to worry about them suspecting too much than they already have, which is close to nothing. This surveillance will last few more weeks, and as long as I keep acting as I had planned, they will find nothing. Time passed by, and people kept coming every hour, but every hour their numbers would lessen. By the day the whole day is over, there are barely 10 people coming at every hour. Sleeping on the hammock had been a little uncomfortable, but this only luxury the higher-ups are allowing. They have forbidden us from taking out our abodes. It is the right decision. The abode makes reactions slower and time to attack. It is always greater to sleep in open, and seeing how many sentries are taking eyes on everything including emperors, it is impossible to launch the sneak attack. A few more seconds hours have passed, and now less than 10 people are coming every hour when suddenly, the huge blue gate turned green, and it began to open with a loud sound. Even I, who was working on my inheritance, heard it inside my inheritance space and opened my eyes. It had finally opened, I said as I got up and walked toward the humans who are crowding near the gate of the treasured palace under the lead of 3 tyrants. The grim monsters are also standing behind the 5 tyrants who are talking to the 3 humans tyrants. Others could not hear what are they talking about, but the exchange seemed very heated, and they looked like they could attack each other at the moment. Seeing the heated discussion, nearly all of the people from both sides took out their weapons as they created distance from respective races tyrants. The moment Tianats attack, the emperors will join the battle as well. The discussion lasted for nearly a half hour, and while it is happening, I really thought both parties might attack each other, but it is over without a launch of a single attack. "Everyone line up," Sir George said, ordered Sir George, an old black man who looked to in his early 60s, but he is over a century old, is one of the powerful tyrant posted in the Devil's Gate. Hearing the order, everyone begins to line up. There was no choice. It is like we are a piece of a puzzle and falling into our respective place. People here have gone to enough ruins to know what happened to those who create chaos, and it is Devil's Gate, where tyrants could kill you if you annoy them. Both sides lined up their participants and started to enter inside the gate. The humans have the one line, which the grim monsters have two lines. They are only letting inside two grim monsters for one human. I could understand why they had been discussing so hard. The grim monsters have 3 times more numbers than us, and they likely want 3 of their members for one human, which we will not accept under any condition. It really sucked for the grim monsters, though. They must be wishing we would be here in higher numbers, seeing that when all the humans entered the gate, the rest of the grim monsters will have to stay outside. They could only enter with humans when all of us entered inside. They will also not able to enter. Our higher-ups will not let them do that. The line worked extremely fast that every minute, 10 minutes, 1,000 people will enter, and there are around 8,000 humans are present in the like. Soon nearly an hour passed, and I reached closer to the gate, seeing that I activated my inheritance. A few seconds later, I was in front of the gate. I only had a moment to stare at the faint green screen before I stepped inside. I had expected myself to find myself in a room or some forest, but I found myself in black space. Welcome participant YU-897 in Xander Challenge. Clear 5 challenges and win the prize. At the completion of each challenge, you will receive the reward. The sooner you complete each challenge, the greater your reward would be. At completion of all 5 challenges, you will receive the grand prize, which has only 100 slots, the automated voice said, and before I could ask anything else, I found scenery in front of me changing, and I found in a forest. No, it is not a forest. The forest did not have such huge gray walls. First challenge, the maze. Completion time, 1 week. An automated voice rang out in my ears. Is it a maze? I asked myself, seeing those walls large as a mountain. These walls must be at least 300 meters tall. I looked at the towering walls around me and flew into the air. I was a little surprised. I could fly. I thought there would be some restrictions, but I did not feel any. Hell, forget restriction. I did not feel any suppression at all, but for some reason, that did not make me happy at all. Taking my gut feeling at heart, I became a little cautious and spread my soul sense, and I received the biggest shock of all. My soul sense is not coming out of my body. It feels like there is something that is blocking it. I could spread it around my body, but as I tried to bring it out, it hit the wall that I could not breach at all. Seeing that, my expression couldn't help but change drastically. It had been years since I had been without a sense, and that couldn't help but create an uncomfortable feeling in my chest. My soul sense has never been in such conditions. Even when it got suppressed by the tides, I could bring it out and move it around for a few meters. Bam! Oh, I screamed out loud as I hit my head hard for a moment. I thought I was attacked, and a moment later, I understood that I had hit the invisible wall. I moved my hands up and found myself touching an invisible wall. It looked solid thing made of invisible energy. Bang, bang, bang. Wanting to test its strength, I took out my sword and hit the invisible wall and found having a reaction to my attack. The attack of mine was powerful enough to hack an emperor into 2, but here against the wall, it did not even created a vibration. Seeing that I had put down my sword, I know even if I had attacked with all my strength, I will not be able to breach the wall, but that does not mean I am giving up. There is one more thing I will have to try before giving up. I took out a couple of different types of drones and made them fly up toward the invisible wall. Sometimes things like drones passed through the invisible fields like there were humans and weapons. Could not I wanted to use all my options before giving up. Ting, ting, ting. The drones crashed into the invisible wall. They also could not be passed through, which is quite regrettable. The invisible wall at 200 meters, and there are still 100 meters more before reaching the top of the walls. Thud. Seeing the way toward the up, I flew down on the ground. It is not wise to move up in the air, seeing there will both humans and grim monster will be present. Some of them I could not deal with my current strength. I am sure the others have entered the maze too. All of them are emperors, and there is no lack of smart people among the emperors. If I want to get a good reward, especially those strengthening potions, I will have to finish this maze early, which would not be easy, seeing I am competing with thousands of highly intelligent emperors. The first thing I decided to do was get closer to the wall. Only after seeing it will I decide which way to follow, as there are 2 ways to solve the maze, a smart way and a dumb way. In a smart way, one has to look for proofs and devise the way out of maze. The dumb way is to pick one direction and continue to follow it. Eventually, one would find a way out of it. Both ways have their advantages and disadvantages, and I would choose the way I want to follow after I get a good look at the walls. I soon reached the gray wall, which looked smooth, but when one is touched, they would feel the faint roughness of micros granules on the wall's surface. Clang, clang, clang. Touching the wall for a few moments, I took out my sword and began hitting it with all my strength, but I stopped after a few attacks when I found my attacks are not making even a scratch on them. Shaking my head, I begin to observe the wall, seeing if there is something different on it. I looked left and right for 15 minutes and about to give up when I suddenly spotted something. It is a thumbnail-sized thing. Shining in golden light, it looked like a small dot in a giant wall that simple glance would not be able to find it. It is about 120 meters above the ground, and I quickly moved toward it, and soon I appeared in front of it. There are a rune and numeric number, 43. On it the rune is a common rune, there is nothing special about it, and it is a similar case for the number, only other numbers and runes were added mean. Seeing the rune, I know I had found the way to get out of this maze. There might be other ways, but I am going to go by this way. Runes are my thing, and if I did not use them, it would be waste of my knowledge. So after noting down the rune, I moved to search for another rune. I did not find the runes on that large, but half an hour later, I found another rune marked 76, numerically, and found another rune 15 minutes later on another wall. Each wall had a single rune, and those runes could be on any place on the wall. Seeing that, I had instantly created a formation that would help me find the runes. My eyes are sharp, and my mind is fast, and most of the time I caught the rune, but sometimes I do not see it despite it being there, as it is small as a fingernail in the gigantic wall. So I created formation. It took 1 hour to create, but its use is evident. I had a look at the whole wall, and I will find them instantly. With that way, I begin to find more and more runes. I wish I could use the drones, but drones could not see those runes. They only appear to the eyes, which is shameful, as the drones would help immensely and made this way quicker. Still, the formation is working fine, and I am finding more, and some numbers and runes begin repeating themselves. Seeing that, smiles couldn't help but appear on my face. The numbers and runes begin repeating themselves mean there are limited numbers, which means I had to find selected numbers, and when all of them repeated few times, I will stop. As I collect and more runes, I understood what I am collecting. The runes are part of the runic equation, and the number is just order. When I collected all the runes, I will get an equation whose answer I will have to find. Another hour had passed when suddenly, I felt my senses tingling, and I felt like I am getting attacked by all the directions. Feeling the threat, the green armor instant appeared on my body, and sword in my hand. Just as it appeared, I saw 3 grim monsters coming toward me from all 3 directions. They were werewolf, a scarlet ape-man, and alabaster snakeman, which I had not seen since I had left my native continent. All 3 of them seemed to hide, and when I appeared in their range, they leaped at me. It had been hours since I had appeared in the maze, and I did not come across human and grim monsters. It had made me wonder whether I am the only person in the ruin to not. Clang, clang, clang. My sword clashed against theirs and repelling their attack with ease, surprising them greatly. They all may be the peak emperors, but I could handle them easily, especially after a month of training hard where my strength had the obvious increment. The surprise on their faces had worn off a moment later as they looked at each other. Their numbers and their levels seemed to give them the confidence to fight against me. This bastard is strong. Attack him together. The werewolf said and came at me with exploding aura. It had used the moves, and now moving its claws to shred me into pieces. The snakeman and ape-man also came. The snakeman appeared behind and swung its sword with the intention of crushing me, while the ape-man appeared directly in front of me and brought down its warhammer to turn me into the patty. Goblins burst, I said, and fire covered my body. The first boost had activated, filling every inch of my body. These 3 grim monsters are quite powerful. Without using the first boost, I will have problems in dealing with such powerful attacks, and with it, it's child play. I let their attacks came closer to me, and when they were halfway, I had finally moved my sword, and it moved with blinding speed. Clang, 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 step, step, step. My sword clashed, gained 3 of their attacks, and as it did, it had sent 3 of them back uncontrollably before stopping their huge bodies at 10 meters from us. They looked at me in shock before rage covered their eyes, and I could feel a powerful aura bubbling inside them. Friends, let's crush this human. After we kill it, we will feast on it together, said the ape-man, and the next moment blue flames began to cover it. Areth's Forge, Moon 7-ring blades, Morgzoa steel. All 3 of them attacked. The snakeman launched very powerful energy blade arcs, while ape-man and werewolf came at me, bearing a crushing aura. This will be fun. Seeing all the 3 attacks coming toward me at the same time, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face as I harnessed more power from the first boost. If I want to, I could easily dodge the attack, but I have no intention to do that. I want to deal with this attack without taking a single step around. Hee hee. I let out a chuckle as the attacks reached me before swung my sword to deal with them. Rip, rip, rip. My sword first clashed against the blade arcs, cutting through several of them in a single swing, before moving my sword toward the warhammer of ape-man and claw of the werewolf. Clang, clang. Stab, stab, stab. I dealt with 2 of their attacks where they were mere inches away from me and sent them taking steps back. This time my counter was powerful as they not only took the steps longer distance, but they also used more strength to stop. The footmarks on the ground are proof of the force they used to stop themselves. I did not follow them, I stayed on my spot and watched them with a smile on my face. I had expected you guys to have some strength, but you guys are no better than the initial stage emperors, I teased. Hearing me comparing them to the initial stage emperor, rage couldn't help but blaze in their eyes. You bastard. All three of them screamed at me in unison, and came at me with even more powerful attacks that made my heart beat in excitement. Only when the grim monsters used such a move do the fight became excited. Clang clang. A loud metallic sound begins to ring out as our weapons clash. The grim monsters have finally stopped holding back and begin to use everything they have. Their attacks are powerful, but I am dealing with them without feeling stress. They could make their offense stronger than this, forcing me to draw even more strength, but these idiots are being stuck on their idiocy. All three of them are pretty powerful peak emperors. Not only that, but their strength also suits one another. If they are willing to put a little more trust in one of them, and they could create powerful teamwork. But they seem to distrust each other greatly, not willing even a little trust in each other. It is not surprising. Rare grim monsters of different tribes would trust each other. They only do it when their tribes are allied, or they have an agreement of some sort. Clang clang clang. The battle continued with loud metallic sounds and huge shockwaves, but those standing in 400 meters would not hear a thing about the fight. There may be no suppression, but the trees are still the same as an outer range of the forest outside. They are even more powerful as they immediately sucked away the sound energies that came out of our battle. I was pretty surprised when I saw their sound-absorbing properties. It amazingly good. Such powerful absorber capabilities only trees in the middle part of the forest have. Bastard, just die. The ape-man screamed as it attacked furiously with its warhammer, which is covered in dangerous blue energy. Not only it, others are also attacking me furiously. The attacks are coming at me from the three sides, and it is fun fighting with three. Since I had entered the Devil's Gate, I had only fought the lone grim monsters. Fighting three together, the old memories couldn't help but surfaces in my mind. There was a time when I used to fight 10 to 15 grim monsters at once. The attacks used to come from all sides, and many times the blades of the grim monsters used to huge cuts that by the time's battle's end, I was used to be all bloodied. Those were good old times. The Emperor usually attacked with such numbers. Clang clang clang. Use something powerful, or I am going to kill you all. Next moment, I said as I pushed them back with my attack. My words stopped them on their tracks, and they looked at each other before they suddenly bolted. Seeing them running, I thought giving them an ultimatum will make them burn their blood, but these cowards did not even dare to do that. Hearing my ultimatum, they directly bolted. Fire cage, I said, and a cage of fire surrounded us. This is different from the net cage I used. It had completely surrounded grim monsters, and me, others watching sneakily, would not be able to see what is happening inside. As the cage covered me, 3 fiery chains came out of my hands and surrounded grim monsters who were ready to launch their final charge, seeing themselves caged. But now I had lost the interest. Puch, puch, puch. As the fire chains surrounded them, they pierced through them and began to grow inside their bodies. A few seconds later, the chains had covered their bodies inside and outside. As the vines completely covered them, they begin the harvesting process. A process is completely silent. Not the slightest sound could be heard from them. The grim monsters are still struggling and trying to scream as the pain they are feeling is very torturous, but they could do nothing as the fiery chain has binded them too fast. More and more essence is getting harvested from the grim monsters, and in 3 minutes I will have 3 essence roses. 3 is my usual haul after a whole day, but here I am, getting them in a single fight. If I continued to come across grim monsters in groups, it wouldn't be long before I finished the quota teacher had given me. I was busy with my happy thoughts when I suddenly sensed something from the left vine's spear. Sensing that, my expression couldn't help but froze for a moment. The thing I had waiting for to happen for so long had finally happened. Bloodline. The bloodline is finally awakening after a month of trying. I had nearly lost hope awakening the bloodlines in grim monsters. I had been just hoping to find the grim monsters that had already had a bloodline. The ape-man started to awaken its bloodline, seeing that I slowed down ape-man's harvesting and the other 2. I want ape-man's bloodline to awaken completely and increase its power. That way, I will be able to harvest more power from it. As for why I slowed down the harvesting on the other 2, because I wanted to focus on ape-man, who is awakening its bloodline. Its bloodline is awakening rapidly. It won't take long for it to awaken fully, and when it does, I am going to harvest it. It will be going to make my runes very strong. Seconds passed by, and its bloodline had awakened more and more. I watched it with anticipation. I am not the only one that is waiting in anticipation. I could feel the reaction from my runes. It is the second time my inheritance runes had reacted on their own. The first time was when I was selecting my reward from the vault, and now it is the second time. I had not used the thing I had gotten from the vault. I am going to use it during my level up to the Emperor stage that way. I will be able to get maximum benefits from whatever that thing is. Buzz. Finally, about 35 seconds later, the bloodline had fully awakened, and it begins to enhance every part of its strength, raising its power explosively. I watched with anticipation as its strength begins to rose explosively. My eyes begin to shine. Seeing that, and I begin to hope, its strength rose more and more. As for worrying it will get out, I am not worried. The reason is not because of the hidden being and Ashlyn, but because I have full confidence in my vine's capabilities. While it is true that the bloodline awakened during the moment of crisis burst with tremendous power, but I am not afraid my vines are more than capable of dealing any amount of strength it will burst out with. Since the championship, my vines had great change. They have not only become stronger with the bloodline of the werewolf they have consumed, but they had also gone through 2 small upgrades which made them even more powerful. The grim monster is growing strong. As it did, I could feel it is resisting against the harvesting with the power of its bloodline. While it is true with I could not harvest the bloodline, it is above my capabilities. I could harvest its essence just fine with some efforts, despite the resistance the bloodline is putting. The hidden being and Ashlyn had not reacted yet, but I know they will reacting soon. The bloodline is still providing the power to 8-man the moment it stopped. Both of them would react. Seconds passed by and bound 8-man begin to struggle more and more, but no matter what it does, it was not able to move more than a few inches, and that is because I am little it to create a false sense of hope, so it would harvest more power from its bloodline. I do not fear taking too much power from bloodline, as drying it as bloodline have unlimited power, and it harvesting more power from it will materialize more power in bloodline. The bloodlines are from the very powerful beings, the beings that are so powerful that they just need to breathe, and while the world would turn to dust. My plans seemed to work out as having a false sense of hope. It had begun to harvest more and more power from its bloodline, and its strength begins to go higher and higher till it's reached that golden fire tribe werewolf that I had fought in the arena. Its strength became powerful as werewolf when it finally awakened its bloodline, and the thing is, its strength is still growing. Its strength continues to rise for 5 minutes before it stopped growing, and now it had become very powerful. For a moment I wanted to release it and battle with it having such power. The battle would be very amazing. Buzz, but I did not do that. As I was having such thoughts, the hidden being and Ashlyn had finally reacted. The green and silver runes begin to spread through my body before they branch a vine that connected to the 8-man, covering very vines that are inside and outside of it with runes. A few seconds later, they begin to harvest bloodline, and as always, it got divided into 4 parts. I could feel the pure primordial essence merging with me. This essence is extremely strong, belonged to the extremely powerful being which strong beyond my comprehension. Both of them helping me get that strength without their strength. I could have never dreamed about having such power merge with my runes. This primordial essence of bloodline is advancing my runes from the very core. Every part of them is advancing. I couldn't help but be ecstatic, but seeing my runes getting strengthened rapidly. No other thing, no resources could be strengthened by inheritance runes like bloodline. Seeing how they are advancing, I finally felt all my efforts of the past month truly worth it. In minutes, more than half of the bloodline and essence had been harvested. The bloodline came toward me while essence went toward where the essence rose is forming. The whole process will be over in a minute, and I will focus on harvesting the other 2 grim monsters whose harvesting had reduced to the trickle. Another half a minute passed, and I was watching the merging of bloodline with my runes when suddenly I sensed bloodline power, and it is not bloodline of 8-man. It is a completely new bloodline, and it is awakening from Alabaster Snakeman. Sensing that, a shock couldn't help but form on my face. A second bloodline, I muttered in shock as I could not believe this is happening. One more bloodline means another merging with ancient power. I could not believe my luck. For more than a month, I had harvested near 100 grim monsters, but wasn't able to awaken the bloodline from the single one. But here, in my first battle, 2 grim monsters have awakened their bloodline. I don't know the exact reason for the bloodline's awakening second grim monster, but I have 2 guesses. One guess is that it is random. It is triggered by something I don't know or understand. The second reason, which I am in more favor of, is that awakening of the 8-man's bloodline had triggered the awakening of Snakeman's bloodline. It is a proven fact that, in places where a high density of bloodline users exist, the bloodlines people awakened are more in numbers than an average place. I noted that reason and looked at Alabaster Snakeman's bloodline, which is awakening rapidly, far rapidly than the 8-man's, and its power seemed to greater as well. The 8-man's bloodline had seemed to sense awakening of Alabaster Snakeman's bloodline, and a huge power burst out of it, and it begins to grow stronger. This seemed to affect the bloodline of Alabaster Snakeman as it begins to rise even more rapidly with more power. My expression couldn't help but froze for a moment seeing the competition of the bloodline. I did not know things like that even happened. Here, two bloodline are competing and bursting out with even more powers. The thing looked unbelievable, but it had made me very happy, as I could feel the purified bloodline power that is merging with my runes have become denser. The huge ape-man that had become an old husk by harvesting had begun to come back to its original form, and soon it regained its former shape and started to struggle again harder and harder. Like last time, I again gave it false hope, let it struggle as I harvest its essence and bloodline, both of which are growing stronger by the seconds. As the competition between the bloodlines is happening, I moved all three of the vine cocoons closer, close enough that three of them begin to touch one another. I have done in the hope that werewolf also awakens its bloodline. While the werewolf had no change, me placing them close to Snackman and Ape-Man, but the bloodline of Snakeman and Ape-Man roared again when they came in such close contact. Within a few seconds, the bloodline of Alabaster Snakeman fully awakened and began to spread its power around the Snakeman, making its strength begin to rise explosively. With the power of bloodline, the Alabaster Snakeman got stronger and stronger. It took mere seconds to reach the power of Golden Flame Werewolf and surpassed it. It continued growing for little more than 5 minutes, till its strength had grown so much that it begins to move my vines with its strength alone. My vines are a lot stronger if they want strength to break my vines. They need to lot stronger. I can say that confidently that barely any emperor possessed the power to break my vines, and after vines digest the energies of these two bloodlines, the only tyrants will have the power to break through my vines. Buzz. As the bloodline of Snakeman consolidated, the green and silver runes moved toward it, and a few seconds later, the harvesting process of the Snakeman's bloodline began. Ah! A slight painful noise released from my mouth as both of the purified bloodlines begins to come toward me. These bloodlines are so powerful that when they entered my body, they put a strain on me. My body was more than enough to bear the strain of the ape-man's bloodline, but when the bloodline of Snakeman joined in, it became little straining. I do not mind some strain with the power I will be getting from bloodlines. The little strain is nothing. I'm even looking forward to Werewolf, hoping for Werewolf's bloodline to be awakened, but nothing is happening there. Everything is silent. I couldn't help but sigh, seeing that I would be very happy if Werewolf bloodlines awakens with it. I will have 3 bloodlines, and could easily level up at moment's notice when I finished with the big upgrade, which I am very close to finishing up. Months ago, I had decided that I would only level up when I have harvested at 3 bloodlines. 3 is not some magical numbers, but the number of bloodlines I could hope to get. 10 is an unrealistic number that might take a year or more not to forget. My body and soul would not be able to bear the strain. The runes will take 3 or at most 4 before my body and soul reach its limit. My runes may be able to merge with as much as bloodline possible, but my body and soul, which house the ruins, will not able to bear the strain of such powerful inheritance runes. I could increase the limit, but the process is slow. That is why I hoped I could get one of those strengthening potions. If I am able to increase the strength of my body and soul tremendously, I might able to make space for another bloodline. Finally, I was able to suck the whole bloodline of the ape-man, and now all the runes became focused on the Alabaster Snakeman, whose bloodline is struggling with its all but capable of doing nothing in front of the green and silver runes. While Alabaster Snakeman is getting sucked, the werewolf had no change. Even after only 10 of its essence of it is left, seeing that sigh couldn't help but escape my mouth, as I don't think I will get a bloodline from werewolf, which is a little regretful, as now I will have to find a third bloodline from other grim monsters. A minute later, the last drop of essence and bloodline had been harvested from the Alabaster Snakeman. The werewolf too had turned to husk a few seconds ago. Buzz, my runes vibrated. The next moment, huge amount of energy poured from them in my body and soul. The amount of energy is so much that I had never experienced before. It begins to fill every corner of my body and soul, strengthening rapidly. Feeling its effect, I felt like I had eaten so much and now feeling very full. The feeling did not feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, it feels very relaxing. Every pore of my body opened up to make a space for this new energy as it begins to drill into every part of my body. The feeling is very soothing. There is no shred of pain as energy merges into my body and soul. More and more energy came out of the runes, strengthening my body and soul even further. This time, the increase is going to be really great, above my imagination. I can now say that even if I come across those powerful emperors, I will not have to retreat in from of their power. Even if I were not able to defeat them, I would not have to run from them. There are now very few possessed threat to me. Kill me. They will have to try very hard, even go as far as burning their core. Of course, I will not let the battle go that far. The energy transmission lasted for 3 minutes, compared to minutes in the time of the werewolf, and I could feel my strength have taken a huge leap, and not just due to an increase in body and soul. The increment in the power of body and soul is minor. The most important increment is the power of my runes that have increased further, and now my moves have become even stronger, especially my vines, which had the biggest increase in strength of all my moves. I took a deep breath and watch and feel the power coursing through my veins. The The strength I got amazing. I feel like I could destroy the mountain in a single punch, which is an exaggeration a little, but still, the power coursing through my veins is frightening. I now want to fight someone powerful, a powerhouse that I did not dare to face off against before. It took me a while to control my fighting urges, and when I did, I walked toward the 3 essence roses of the 3. 2 of them are shining in power, while the third one is a little pale compared to the 2. I looked at the 2 roses. They are slightly more powerful than the one got from harvesting the werewolf. They will sell for quite a price if I sell them in the market. They will go to the Academy's coffers. I stored the 2 roses in my storage while fed the other one to Nero, who's still hungry even after consuming 2 bloodlines. After cleaning the husk of the grim monsters and storing their artifacts in storage, I did not call off the fire care cage. Instead, I tapped on my forehead and closed my eyes, and the next moment wave of flesh ran through my body, and my bones began to move. The change is painful as always, and it lasted for a few minutes. When it stopped, I looked myself in the mirror and found a thin, scrawny, tall body looking back at me as if a thin man gained some weight. He'd be extremely handsome, but now he just looks ugly and malnourished. The long sword had also turned into the black falchion with a design of flowers around both sides of. Now that I am in the treasured palace, I do not have to maintain the persona of Sam Duffy, so I changed. This persona is Nathan. He is not a real person like Sam Duffy. It is someone I had created and his inheritance. This persona will not have any constraints like that of Sam Duffy. I will not face any problem if I show too much power. As long as I do not reveal the original form of my moves, my original identity would be protected. After I took a second look at everything, I removed the fire cage and looked around for any sneak attack. I was hoping someone strong would attack me, and I get to fight with it, but no attack came. Sighing, I moved toward the wall where I was going before the grim monster had attacked me. As I moved toward it, I noticed my movements had become a lot freer than before. The increase in physical strength had taken me needing a lot less strength than before. Soon I reached the wall and noted down the number and rune before moving toward the next wall speedily while looking for the grim monster. Well, I did not find any grim monsters, but I find some humans. All of them seemed to be looking around for something as they checked the new nook and cranny on the ground and trees. I did not disturb them. I just continued noting down more and more runes from the wall. I feel like I am getting closer in few hours. I should have all the runes I needed. "What are you doing?" a voice asked behind me. I looked back without surprise and looked at a blonde-haired young man with an average face and body, but his strength is not average. "Gathering runes," I answered truthfully. "There is nothing wrong with fellow humans. There are runes on the wall," he asked in surprise. "Yes, every wall has them," I replied and showed him the runes I had just noted down from the wall. "Yes, there are rules," he said as she looked at the golden rune before his eyes turned to me. "You think the runes contain something?" he asked back. His eyes turned slightly sharp when he asked. Yes, I had collected half of them, and I feel like they contain an equation one will have to solve. I replied. A surprised expression couldn't help but flashed in eyes hearing that. "After you collected runes, will you be able to solve the equation?" he asked back. His eyes turned very sharp when he asked the question, but I ignored them. "Yes, I am pretty good with runes," I said with a confident laugh. "Good, you collect the runes and solve the equation and tell me when you found a map out of it," he said, and I brought down his powerful aura at me. Feeling his powerful aura, my expressions couldn't help but change. Not in fear, of course not, but in ridicule. "This bastard is too much. Why in the hell would I solve the equation for you and tell you the answer?" I asked in ridicule. Seeing the way I am looking at it, it got angry and increased the power of its aura on me. "Because if you did not do what I told you to, I would break all the bones in your body," he said while laughing cruelly. "I will give an example of what I can to you now. You won't dare to question me again," he said as blue inheritance armor appeared on his body, and he came at me with his aura blazing. Anger couldn't help but blaze in my eyes seeing its actions. I had answered all of its questions as a fellow human, but this bastard wants to bank on my knowledge and even want to break some of my bones. If I did not break some of his bones and teach him a good lesson, my name wouldn't be Michael. As he appeared next to me, a black inheritance armor appeared on my body, and my hand moved at lightning speed before he understood what is happening. He found his neck gripped by my hand. When he noticed what happened, he got shocked. He is now looking at me in fear, understanding the hornet's net he had touched. "Listen, you little bastard, I had tried to help you as fellow human, but you thought my help as weakness and tried to extort me and even tried to threaten me with breaking my bones," I said. He opened his mouth to say something, but immediately found he was going down very fast. Bang! I had blasted him on the ground hard, breaking some of his bones, which is not enough. I will have to treat this bastard a lesson that he will never forget in his life. Bang, bang, bang. I released his next and began to kick him hard. Each of my kick would break several bones of it. He tried to resist and run away, but my fast kicks did not give him any chance. I did not give in to my anger after the sufficient bones broke. I stopped kicking him. "Let this be a lesson to you. You should always help your fellow humans and not threaten them with violence when they did what you told them to," I said and walked away toward another wall. He did not attack from behind despite looking very angry, just stared at me with hate as I walked away. I know my beating him wouldn't change his views, but next time when he tried something like that, he will think about it 10 times before doing it. After the episode with him, I went back to collecting the runes on the way. I come across few humans and 3 lone grim monsters, which I had killed within a minute of fighting. The grim monsters were too weak. I would have fought them for a longer time before I had such a huge increase, but now, with such increase, it too much for me to hold back too much, so I finished the fight after giving them a chance to use their strongest move against me. 5 hours had passed, and I collected more runes, but most of these runes are the same I had collected before, but there is still some I had yet to collect. This maze is huge. There seemed to be no end to it. There are thousands of huge walls, and as I checked more and more walls, I had come across more walls. I come across more and more repeated runes, but now then I would find original runes while I do that. I also kill all the grim monsters I've come across. I killed all them in minutes before I harvested them, and not a single one of them I had killed was able to give me some challenge. Another 3 hours passed when I finally stopped as I had collected all the 91 runes. As for why I'm sure there are 91 runes, because all the 91 runes repeated at least 5 times, and I had no other runes than 91 of them. As I collected the runes, I found a hidden spot and activated my abode. This time, I used the underground mode of the above since there is no soul sense. It will be very hard to find me through the soul sense. Once in the abode, I sat down on the table and looked at the 91 runes I had collected. As expected, I said slowly when I arranged 94 runes in order, they formed an equation, or it could be said formation, a damn hard problem if you ask me. Seeing how difficult the formation seemed, I wanted to get out of my abode and search for the blue boxes like those idiots. There are blue boxes all around the maze. Each box contained a piece of the puzzle. When one collected all the puzzles, one could connect them and get a map to get out of here. Some of the grim monsters I've killed had these boxes in their storages. I had looked at them and found each of them contains thumbnail-sized pieces, and one would have to collect hundreds of pieces to make the map. And like the runes, the pieces also get repeated, and unlike runes, there are little blue boxes. It won't be long before the real bloodbath begins for the boxes. The formation is difficult, and it might take me nearly a week to solve, which is a lot of time, but I have a solution, my inheritance space, where time runs much slower. It should not take me more than 2 days to solve the formation, 1 day if I am lucky. I want to start on formation, but I am feeling quite hungry, so I decided to cook myself a nice dinner before working on this very hard and exciting formation. As I finished eating dinner, I walked into the bedroom and laid on the bed before closing my eyes. A second later, I am in my inheritance space. I walked to my usual chair and sat on it before drawing out the formation that I had memorized in front of me. As the formation appeared, I carefully looked at it. There are hundreds of methods of solving the formation, and many of them could be applied to solve this formation. Finally, after thinking for a few minutes, I decided on the method and began to solve it. I began to draw rune after runes. That hour later, 2 meters square in front of me filled with runes, but I am nowhere close to the solving formation. As I had said, it is an extremely difficult formation, and I would need around a week to completely solve it. It will be stressful and amazing at the same time. Hours passed by, and hours turned into the day after working for nearly a day, every surface around me filled with the runes, and I am feeling extremely tired. After leaving the inheritance space, I slept for the night before beginning to work against it the very next few days. Time passed in the inheritance space. I would work long hours before taking some rest and begin working again. The formation is very difficult, and many times it had frustrated me, but this difficulty is also a challenge that excited me. With hours passing, I got closer and closer to solving the formation, and finally, at the 128th hour since I had begun, I had understood the answer to the equation. This runic equation was a learning experience. It is completely different from anything I've solved before solving it. I got inspired much time. What I learned from it is going to be very useful in the future. Buzz. When I finally put down the last rune, all the runes buzzed and began to shine brightly. The runes shone brightly, and soon they became so bright that I could see them anymore. They kept shining for half a minute before the light begins to die down. All the runes that spread around the room had disappeared, and in its place, a runic half-meter diameter runic circle appeared. The runes on it were not normal runes but the ancient runes. Sup, I was staring at it when it speedily came at me while shrinking and stamped itself on my hand, and the next moment some information entered my mind. Reading that information, a smile couldn't help but form on my face. I had some doubts about the formation, but after reading the information, all my doubts have been cleared. I did not waste any time and walked out of my inheritance space. I opened my eyes and looked at my hand with my intention. The blue runic circle appeared back of my hand. I got out of the bed. Before getting out of the abode, the runic circle is no map, it is a gate. As long as I activated it, I will be transported out of the first challenge. I wanted to stay more and hunt some more grim monsters, especially the ones with bloodline, but the allure of quickly finishing the challenge and getting good is too great. It's not like the grim monsters are going to disappear. I am sure I am going to meet them in the next challenge there. I could kill as many of them I want. Hun. I had just stored the abode in my storage and about to activate the gate when I saw a powerful sword arc coming toward me. This arc dangerous if it touched my body. It is going to hack it into two. Immediately, the black falchion appeared in my hand and moved toward the coming blade arc. Rip, my falchion cut through the huge blade energy arc and looked at the person who launched it. A crocman from common crocman tribe, but when one sensed its strength, they would find it is anything but simple. It is the strongest grim monster I've ever come this close. Is it even stronger than Ape-Man and Snake-Man after their bloodline awakened? It is 8 meters tall and has 6 meters long gray sawtooth blade, which looked very dangerous. It is blazing its aura loudly even without soul sense. I could sense how powerful this grim monster is. Nice counter, it said with a toothy smile while accessing me with its calculating eyes. This wasn't much. Your attack is too weak, I said. Anger blazes its eyes, but it did not say anything, just continued to walk toward me. Hun, when it was just 20 meters away, runes suddenly reacted. They are reacting toward the grim monster, seeing that I couldn't help but feel shocked before ecstatic emotions filled my heart. Reacting to the grim monsters is not new. It had reacted to bloodline of Snackman, and now it is reacting means the bloodline is present in Crocman. Though this Crocman is extremely strong, I have confidence in my abilities and knowledge. I will be able to defeat it if I tried hard enough. Good, I like people with little spunk. I hope you last more than a minute, it said while flashing a toothy smile at me, which seemed extremely dangerous. As it flashed the smile, a powerful aura blasted out of it, more powerful than what it is already blasting up, and green bloodline armor began to appear on its body as it came at me. Clang. Our weapons clashed as I looked at it in surprise. This attack was extremely fast. It had appeared in front of me at the speed of teleportation and had hacked its sword at me. If I had not activated my armor at the same time as its and reacted very fast, I would have found my 2 pieces on the ground, which would have been the end of me. Hee, it suddenly laughed. Its laugh is a little weird, and hearing it, I felt tingling all over my body. Feeling such feeling, I know something dangerous will come at me any moment. King Crocman's blades, it shouted and came at me while blasting the powerful aura. As its sawtooth blades came toward me, I saw swords phantoms coming out of his sword. There are 10s of them and all of them felt real as its sword, and I have to no doubt each of them possessed a similar power as his sword, and if I missed a single one of them I would pay a heavy price. Dark fire burst, I said, and a dark fire burst out of me as the first boost had activated, and when it did, the power released from it is unbelievable, so unbelievable that my eyes went wide experiencing it. It is my first time activating the first boost after my runes consumed the 2 bloodlines. The grim monsters I had fought before were too weak. They did entail me to use the first boost on them. As the power of the first boost coursed through me, my sword moved, and it moved at such speed that even I was surprised the strength of the first boost more than I had expected, and it took me a moment to control my speed. Clang, clang, clang. My sword moved and it begins to clash with one sword, phantom another, and I have to say, these phantoms are strong, very strong. I was right about their strength. As my sword began to destroy one sword, phantom after another, it tried to move the phantom away by making their moments even more complicated, making things even easy for me. The more complicated it's tried to make the moves, the slower they will become, and the more times I have to deal with them. If there had been someone else in my place, they would have had problems dealing with such complicated movements and found themselves torn to pieces by 10s of huge phantom blades. Clang! After destroying all its phantom blades, my sword clashed against its sword and stopped it in its tracks. Sometimes during such moments, I couldn't help but laugh inside me. The difference in size between us is huge. It is more than 4 times bigger than me, and its sword 6 times bigger than my sword. The black falchion I am holding is just a meter long. Good, I had been feeling quite bored here, seeing there is no human who could last a minute against me, but now you have come, the battle sure is going to be interesting, it said with a laugh, and smoky green flames came out of it. Those smoky flames had formed the phantom of Smoky Crocman behind it. It looked just like it, just more mature and felt a lot more dangerous, even if it is just phantom. King Crocman's blessing, it said as the phantom dissolved and smoke merged back into it. As it did, its aura exploded, and bloodline armor also had the slight change. It became glossy, and there is little detail had been added there. Human, I hope you will survive, it said with a laugh and appeared beside me with its word direction coming toward my waist, wanting to bisect me into 2 from the waist. Clang! I moved my falchion at lightning speed and stopped its huge steel gray toothed blade. As I did, a large amount of bloodline energy have attacked me, and this bloodline energy is heavy and held some sort of momentum in them which had the power to crush through anything. As this energy entered my body, I felt as if several meteors had attacked me, but the moment I felt that the runes had done their magic, the runes sent out the net that captured all these meteorites and crushed their momentum before disappearing. A flash of surprise appeared in its eyes when it felt its bloodline energy disappeared, but that surprise is gone as it had appeared, and it launched another attack with more than double the power of previous. Clang, clang, clang. Storms of attack begin to come at me. These attacks are not only powerful, but they are also very skillful. Its battle skills are a little above mine, which is quite hard for me to believe, seeing the work I had put into it. Technically, I am better than it, but there is a mysterious rhythm in its attack. This rhythm is not only making its attacks powerful, but also making them hard to gauge their power, direction, and speed. I had only seen something like this from the ghouls in the I Ruin, and I am quite sure this grim monster is not old enough to have such experience. It is likely due to its bloodline. Some powerful bloodline had not only provides the strength, but also knowledge, and this knowledge is not transmitted, but merged into one's consciousness, so this knowledge will become theirs as if it had been acquired by them. It is one of the facts of bloodline I am most jealous about, but I am not bitter about it. I have my advantages. My runes are powerful as bloodline, and as they consume more bloodlines, they will get further stronger. Clang, clang, clang. Soon we have clashed thousands of times, and I could see the frustration appearing on its face. It had likely expected to see some results with its power and skills, but my defense is airtight. No matter which method it's used, it couldn't get inside my airtight defense. I continued defending a few seconds more when suddenly, I changed my style. From only responding to its attacks, I became proactive, and I began to attack it. This change had caught it so off guard that my sword was able to get few inches deeper into its defensive space before it was stopped by its sword. Bastard, accursed as it had stopped my sword. I usually like to be on the defensive till my opponent used all of its trump cards, but sometimes I go on to the offensive too, like this time. Clang, clang, clang. As it stopped my attack, I whipped back my sword before launching another attack, and then another. I began to shower it with my attacks. While I am attacking, it went on the defense, and it is not having much of a problem defending against my attack. But that does not mean it is happy. It is visibly irritated, and its irritation is increasing with every passing moment. The grim monsters liked it when they are offensive, and when they go on defense, especially against us humans, they do not like it at all. If I had been in their place, I would have felt the same. A little human pushing back against something big is a weird sight, and let's not forget that everyone is conscious about their size. Enough, you bastard. The Crockman roared as it stopped my sword. It looked very angry. It is angry at the battle's progress. It had been more than 10 minutes since the battle had begun, but it was not able to lay a single scratch on me, much less draw out blood. It is time to finish this battle, it said, and there is that cruel smile returned on its face with quite a bloodthirstiness in it. King Crockman's avatar, it shouted, and a phantom of regal Crockman appeared behind it. The phantom of Crockman that appeared behind it is more distinct than the one that appeared earlier. Its aura is also more powerful than the one earlier. As it washed over me, a faint shudder couldn't help but come over me. The vivid phantom of regal Crockman was behind it for less than a moment before it came back into its body, and as it did, the great change begins to occur in it. Its armor begins to change. It started to become even more elaborate, and on top of that, its size begins to increase rapidly. I wanted to strike against it, but I decided to wait. It had been quite a while since I had gigantified Grim Monster, and since I had made many improvements to my vines, I want to test it against it. Seeing it growing bigger, the fiery black ribbons came out of me and began to wrap around me. Soon, they wrapped me whole and that I could not be seen through them. They did not form a cocoon like my vines have done during my battle against the werewolf, doing that would be announcing my own identity. The black fire ribbons are just wrapping around me, making me bigger and bigger. Both of us continue to grow bigger and bigger before we finally stopped a few moments later. When we reached a height of 50 meters, we have become giants. While it looked like a huge form of itself, I looked like a fiery mummy, which is wrapped up in thousands of fiery black ribbons. I have to say, it creates quite an effect that even Crockman has gone serious. Though my giant form is not the only reason that made it serious, the main serious it became serious is an aura that I am projecting. It is no less weak than the aura it is projecting. You surprised me. Human, I had not expected you to have a giant form, it said, and flashed toward me. It took less than a second to appear next to me and swung its gigantic sawtooth blade at me. Its speed is even higher in its giant form than when it is in its original form. H-E-H-E. A slight laugh came out of my mouth as I saw its blade coming at an extremely fast speed. It is exciting. It is due to such challenges. Getting powerful is wonderful. The more powerful you became, the greater challenges one will receive. CLANG. My flaming black sword disappeared from its place, and the next moment, the deafening sound of clash rang out along with a powerful shockwave which crushed the tens of trees before these trees were sucked of its whole energy. You will have to try harder than this if you want to do anything against me, I teased as I effortlessly stopped its attack. Don't worry, human, it was just a simple testing move. What comes next will be my real strength, it said, and a powerful aura burst out of its body. The aura alone is powerful enough to kill a regular king without a problem. King Crockman's burst. It shouted as a powerful aura flared around it and attacked. Its attack is so fast that even powerful emperors would have hard times against it. Inside the Vine Giant, my expressions have also become serious, and I harness more power from the first boost as I swung my sword to counter its powerful attack. CLANNNG. My sword clashed against its, raising the ground. We are standing. The ground is not the only thing it had raised. It had also raised tens of trees around us. The first move was just a beginning, as the next moment, it disappeared from its spot and appeared behind me and attacked at even greater speed. Not having the soul sense make tracking of such attacks are very hard. It's a good thing I had created many eye moves, and with the help of my rule power, I could track my opponent's movement without the help of soul sense. CLANNG. I turned back and whipped my sword toward its at great momentum that it was able to stop its sword immediately, but it was just a beginning as the Crockman disappeared, and at that same moment, its attack came from my left. CLANNNG, CLANNNG, CLANNNG. It begins to attack me crazily, with each of its attack being powerful than earlier. That in just 10 seconds of battle, we have raised quite a lot of ground and destroyed hundreds of trees, which is very hard for even powerful emperors to do, seeing the defensive and absorbing abilities these trees have. Crushing strikes, the Crockman shouted, and a very heavy aura covered its giant body and its sword. As its sword came toward me, I felt like the maw of a gigantic crocodile coming toward me. The attack, as it is named, is crushing. If it crashed into me, it will be quite nasty. Seeing the powerful attack coming, I did not waste any time and moved my sword toward it while finally activating the weight enchantment in the totem artifact and projecting its power into my flaming sword. I could not counter this attack perfectly with just power. I will also need the weight. Fortunately, I have it. CLANNNG. Our crushing attacks clashed, creating the shockwave like never before. The shockwave had destroyed the many trees before the trees were able to suck off all its power. CLANNNG, CLANNNG, CLANNNG. After the first attack, the second attack came, and then the third. The Crockman is attacking me relentlessly. Ever since we have gigantified, it had not stooped for even a second. It had been attacking non-stop with one move after another. I am a little surprised by its strength. I had not thought it would be able to produce such power, but it is producing it, and it is not the end. I could feel there is still some power that it had not used. I had gone back to my passive state after attacking actively for a while. Despite my passive state, not a single one of its attacks had been able to enter my immediate range, much less attack my body. This Crockman is powerful, and it is quite skilled. It is due to its skills I had been continuously fighting it. If not for it, I would have harnessed more power from the first boost and finished it off already. Collecting data is important. It is not only to improve my own skills, but also to improve my inheritance. Every kind of data is important in improving my armor. The more I have, the better I could make the improvements in it. You bastard, you just won't die, will you? It shouted in great indignation, and its aura flared like never before, and this time its aura had a tinge of sanguine with a peculiar smell. Seeing the shade and smell coming from it, I know it had activated some move which burns a small amount of its blood. With blood burning, even in small amounts, the move of it's going to be very powerful as its blood contains the power of the bloodline. Twisted rage. It shouted as its eyes became red with rage, and it came at me. I do not have time to think about the power of its attack. When it came at me, I simply reacted. I harnessed a huge amount of power from the first boost as I had never harnessed before and moved toward it. It is time to get active again, and this time, I will only stop when I kill it. An expression of surprise had appeared on its face when it saw my giant form moving from my spot, but that surprise disappeared as it appeared, and as it swung its toothed blade at me in great strength same time as me. CLANNNG. The world around us rumbled as our weapons clashed. The power behind our attacks had been so great that it had brought quite a destruction in this place, and for the first time, Crockman shook under the attack. Its shaking was faint but very visible. It had shocked it before rage returned in its eyes, and it is at a greater intensity than before. One could see its eyes, and also how the more bloody aura spread around it as it begins to burn even more blood. Human bastard. It roared with rage and came at me and swung its sword, which is covered in the sanguine glow of the blood. Seeing the bloody aura, a toothy smile couldn't help but appeared on my face as I harnessed more power from the first boost and moved toward it. CLANNNG. Our weapons clashed again, even with more strength than before, bringing even more destruction, but I do not focus on that. I focused on its reaction. As in this clash too, I was able to shake it, and this times the shake is greater than the last time. The rage in its eyes became blinding, and madness begins to cover its eyes as it came at me. CLANNNG, CLANNNG, CLANNNG. It started to attack me madly. The madness had covered its mind. But unlike the madness of other grim monsters, the madness of the Crockman is very controlled. Seeing that, smile couldn't help but appear on my face, as I want to see how long it will able to control the madness before it's lost control over it. So without wasting any time, I harnessed more power from the first boost and started the barrage of attacks. Each of my attacks would shake its giant body at greater intensity, forcing it to burn more blood. The madness is increasing, but it's still in Crockman's control, but it would not be for much longer. CLLANNNG, step. Our weapons had clashed again, released another destructive shockwave, but unlike before this time, Crockman did not shake at all. Instead, the giant had taken a huge step back. This action took its madness over the edge and finally lost all control. Human, it roared and came at madly. It is very mad, so mad that one could taste its emotion on their tongue, and also its whole aura turned sanguine as it begins to burn its blood without care. CLLANNNG, 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 step, step, step. As our attacks clashed, it took a step back again, and this time it was not just a single steps. Unlike before, I did not give it any chance and attacked again, making it take several steps back. Each of my attacks started to make it take several steps back. It begins to burn even more blood, but it's no use as it continues to get pushed back by me. It is time to finish the battle, I said a few minutes later when I had senses no increase in power from it. I had continued to fight it because of its ever-increasing strength, and now that its strength reached the limit, it is time I finished it off for good. It is time to finish it, I thought, and without wasting any time, I acted. The fiery black ribbons that had wrapped around me opened in the middle like a maw and moved toward the Crockman. The Crockman's eyes widened seeing the ribbon, but due to it being in its mad stage, instead of running away, it roared and came at me with the dense, bloody aura covering its body and soul. CLANNNG, CLANNNG, CLANNNG. Its huge-toothed sword moved at extremely fast speed and power that it can even repel several of the fiery black ribbons, only several among the hundreds that begin to wrap around the giant Crockman. It barely took a moment for the fiery black ribbons to wrap the grim monster completely that it became incapable of moving even an inch. As my vines bounded it, a sphere of black flames released from me and completely covered huge bodies and mine grim monster. I could feel the several gazes watching the battle, and I don't want to show what happened next. Though the ribbons would have been enough to hide what will happen, I want to be extra careful. I am very aware of how sensitive my identity is and what will happen if anyone learns about it. As the black flaming sphere enveloped us, the rest of the fiery ribbons around me wrapped around its huge body, forming a cocoon with me inside. I looked at huge Crockman, who is completely bound but still struggling to get out intensely. The madness that was present in its eyes has all but disappeared, and cold hard sanity had returned. I looked at it for a second before I controlled my ribbons and made them pierce through its body. As they did, it let out the mournful scream. It's a good thing its mouth is bound, and we are wrapped in a cocoon from where no sound could go out. As the ribbons pierced through its body, a flash of recognition had flashed in its eyes, as only my vines could do something like it, and it is one of my identifiers that higher-ups of grim monsters made them memorized. It was able to recognize me finally, and tried to open its mouth to say something, but unfortunately it couldn't due to ribbons binding it. Hee. I smiled and began the harvesting process. As I did, it started to burn its core for self-destruction, wanting to take me together with it. Regretfully, it is not going to happen. My vines have tightly wrapped around its core, sucking all the energy it is releasing. There is no way I will not let it self-destruct. Usually it is quite easy to harvest the essence of grim monsters once they are bound and helpless, but it is not the case when it comes to bloodline holder. Bloodline interferes a lot during the harvesting process. Now, I am harvesting at 5 times less speed than I usually do, and concentrating 90 of my efforts on my heart to suck away all the energy it releases. I will have to bear it for a few moments. Once the hidden being and Ashlyn acted, everything will be easy. Few more seconds have passed when finally silver and green runes come out of me. They covered me first before they begin to spread through the vines, and within few seconds they have covered the vines densely. Buzz. Ah. The runes buzzed lightly and lightened up. As they did, mournful muffled screams begin to ring out from the mouth of Crockman as the hidden being and Ashlyn begin to harvest its bloodline. A huge amount of energy begins to come inside me and begin merging with my inheritance runes. This purified bloodline energy is far more powerful than the energies of the 2 bloodlines I had earlier. This energy had a feeling of heaviness, a flavor of crushing strength. The bloodline of the Crockman is of pure strength, which is not surprising seeing it was common Crockman and not an elemental type, but despite that, its bloodline is powerful and full of potential. As the runes sucked the bloodline energy and merged with my inheritance runes, I am able to see its strength, and I have to say it is mighty. Despite having such a powerful bloodline, the Crockman could not harness its true power. If it had, I would have been utterly crushed by it in a single move. If I had such bloodline, I would have tried my all to harness as much as power from it I could. Still, I am quite happy by the battle. Though it did not make me use all my strength, the battle was challenging with the strength I am using. I am not worried about finding a challenge that will make me use all my strength. If the auras I had sensed outside is any proof, then I would have no problem in finding the challenges that will make me use all my strength. There are some people on both sides that are powerful enough that if I come across them, the only choice I will have is run. I continued harvesting of bloodline. The process is painful, and the bloodline had fought against tooth and nail to not to get harvested, but the silver and green runes are too powerful. They slowly continued to harvest more and more bloodline. In its struggle, the bloodline got powerful, which made the Crockman powerful, but the amount of increase in strength was not even enough to shake the ribbons that binding the Crockman. Though I had loosened the vine a little bit to give it a false sense of hope, and it worked as its strength had increased a little, even a little bit count in the grand scheme of things. Soon the harvesting process is complete. The runes have not only harvested its bloodline, but also its essence, transforming into the beautiful essence rose. Buzz. I had just removed the ribbons when buzz rang from my runes as they lighted up and released a huge amount of energy that started to strengthen my body and soul rapidly. As I had said, it is a strength-type bloodline. The increase it's giving to my body is greater than my soul. I could feel my physical strength getting higher by a second, and very much looking forward to an immense increase in strength. What a strength, I said as I turned my palms into the first. The runes have just finished releasing the energy, and the physical strength they have given me is amazing. I feel like my body is storing a tsunami of energy, and I just need to release this energy with it. I will be even able to crush the mountain, which of course is an exaggeration. I am nowhere close to gaining the strength to crush the mountain with a single fist. Very few people throughout history were able to do something like it. Sigh. A few seconds later, a depressed sigh couldn't help but escape from my lips. It is the last bloodline my body could handle. While I am in king stage, I had reached my limit. Now, if I want to consume even more bloodlines, then I will have to level up to the emperor stage, and if I do not want to level up, then I will have to increase the limit, which I could do by strengthening my body and soul, which may seem easy but is exceptionally hard. My strength had increased immensely just now, but it is still not strong enough to handle the consumption of another bloodline. I will have to take the strength of my body and soul a notch higher. The easiest way to do it is to create Diamond Seal. The special energies of Diamond Seal would easily help me consume another 3 to 5 bloodline, but how easy it is to create a Diamond Seal. I had been trying to create a second one ever since I had finished with one, and I had made great progress, but I am still a distance away from having a second Diamond Seal. The other option I have is to drink a potion that will increase the strength of my body and soul enough that enough space for consumption for another bloodline to be made. Such potions are very rare, and few could get hands on them outside, but here, there is some hope. The treasure palaces are known to house such potions, but getting them is hard. I will try for those potions. The stronger I am before reaching the emperor stage, the better, as I will able to get more benefits when I finally reach the emperor stage. I shook my head of those thoughts and cleared the battlefield. I erased all the proof that will help anyone connect it to my real identity. It took me few minutes, but I was able to clean the battlefield thoroughly after doing that. I did not call back the black sphere which is covering me. Instead, I had activated the gate that is imprinted back of my palm. There is no need to deal with those who are waiting. They are weaklings anyway. If they had some strength, they would have attacked me by now, but they did not. Buzz. A faint buzz rang out, and runic formation lit on the back of my palm before it flew off my hand and started to grow bigger. It continues to grow bigger till it became 3 meters long. I looked at the huge gate, marveling at the beauty of runes before I went inside while having a great hope for the reward I want. As I walked out of the gate, I found myself in the white hall. The hall is neither big nor small. It is fully white in color, and it is completely empty that I could not even spot the door. Congratulations, participant YU-897 for first to clear the first challenge, and thus you have right to choose your reward, the mechanical voice said, and as it finished saying, about 100 palm-sized bubbles appeared around me. Seeing the bubbles appearing around me, my eyes couldn't help but widen up in shock. Each of the bubbles contains a treasure, and when I focus on the single bubble, a little information about the object inside appeared in my mind. There are many amazing things are present in these bubbles: potions, weapons, formations, plates, rare and precious herbs, books, and many other things. My mouth couldn't help but drool seeing all these amazing things. There are many things I need, but unfortunately I could only choose one. The mechanical voice did not explicitly say I could only choose one thing, but it was implied. Still, I will try to see if I could get a second thing, but I should choose the thing I want from the 100 bubbles before that. I was lucky first to complete the bubble, which gave me the opportunity to choose my reward. If I had been second or any other number, I would have gotten a reward directly. Those after the first did not have the luxury to choose their own reward till they reached the last challenge. I looked at things inside the bubbles, looking at their appearance and info about them. In half an hour, I am finished looking at all the bubbles, and I had chosen more than 10 things, but regretfully, I could only take one. Of the things I had chosen, they are potions, herbs, and books. Each had their use to me, and I have to choose the thing that will help me the most. And after more than an hour of things of thinking, I had finally chosen the potion. The potion I had chosen is the 3070 strengthening potion. It will strengthen my body by 30 and my soul by 70 drinking this potion. The strength of my body and soul will become equal. If I am lucky, it will able to increase the limit of me enough that I would be able to consume another bloodline. Pop. As I touched the bubble containing potion, a popping sound rang out, and a small bottle containing purple and red color liquid appeared in my hand while the other bubbles disappeared instantly. Sigh, seeing that, I couldn't help but sigh. I wanted to get my hand on that book, but unfortunately, I could choose only one thing, and I choose this potion. Participant YU897 will rest for 97 hours before escorted to the second challenge, along with rest of participants. If participant do not want to participate into the further challenges, say, leave, and participant will be teleported out, the mechanical voice said as I was observing the small potion bottle in my hand. As it said it, the color of the white hall dimmed, and it became creamy, less harsh to the eyes, but other than that, there was no change. The room is still blank as before. I am not surprised to hear that I will have to spend 4 days here. Some of the treasure palaces that had appeared before had similar rules like this. I looked around the hall for a few minutes and even attacked the walls a couple of times with all my strength, but nothing happened to the walls. My attacks were a touch of feather to the walls, not a single mark appeared on them. Sighing, I took out my space abode and went inside it and directly went to the training room. I wanted to shower first, but seeing this potion had the small cleansing ability, showering before drinking the potion would not be wise as I will have to shower again. As I reached the practice room, I took out most of my clothes and sat cross-legged before opened the cap of the small potion bottle. Gulp. I looked at the potion for a moment before I took it to my lips and gulped down the whole potion in a single swing, and I have to say this potion is nasty. It tasted like vomit. The maker should have worked on its taste a little, not made it taste like vomit. I was reeling from the taste of the potion when a new sensation filled my mind. The new sensation is not pain, it is something worse. I felt like there are thousands of ants crawling on my body and mind. These ants are not biting me, they are just crawling around with their light steps. And every second, the number of ants would increase, making this feeling even denser. It is a very uncomfortable feeling that is making me want to tear my skin apart to give these ants a way out. I controlled this impulse and stayed still. The feeling might be worse than pain, but I could do nothing about it except for bearing it silently as the potion is working. I could feel that my strength is rising. My body and soul are getting strengthened rapidly with the speed that is surprising even to me. I had heard about these strengthening potions and how good they are, but did not expect them to be this good. This is the lower level potion that the Treasure Palace offers. As I complete more challenges, the levels of rewards will also increase. The reward of the second challenge will be better than of the first challenge. As time passed, the feeling became more and more intense, and with it, strengthening also became faster. The strength of my body and soul is rising rapidly, especially my soul, which is strengthening at the double speed of my body. Other than the strengthening, there is some cleansing also going around my body. The impurities are coming out of my body at a rapid pace, and with it, they are bringing out a thick stench. There are very few impurities present in my body. I like to keep my body clean as possible, but they are present in everything they gather no matter what I do. I feel like I am stuck in between a rock and a hard place. On one side, there is that intense, uncomfortable sensation of the thousands of ants crawling around my body, and on the other side, there is this horrible stench of the impurities coming out. I bore the horrible feeling and smell and stayed still, without moving even an inch. It is harder than it seemed, seeing there are thousands of ants crawling on my body. I made staying still a challenge to my control over myself, and when I consider something a challenge, I give my all to that challenge, no matter how painful and uncomfortable it is. The feeling had lasted for little more than 2 minutes before it was over, and when it did, I found my strength grown further. Seeing how strong my soul and body have become, a smile couldn't help but appeared on my face. The strength of my body and soul had reached high enough that now my inheritance runes could consume another bloodline. Consumption of another bloodline means more strength, and when I level up to the Emperor stage, that strength will multiply many times more. After checking my body and soul thoroughly, I got up from my place and walked into the shower to clean up the impurities that had piled into my body. I spent more than half an hour in the shower before I got out, wore new clothes and walked into the kitchen and started to cook. An hour later, a simple dinner was in front of me, which I ate alone. After finishing dinner, I did not sleep even though I wanted to instead. I went to my inheritance space and began working on my inheritance. I am very close to finishing the big upgrade in few days. It will be ready, and I will be able to level up into the Emperor stage whenever I want. I worked on my inheritance for few hours before I opened my eyes, rested for a half hour, and went inside the tome. There I again spent a few hours learning and honing my cooking skills before getting out. Fresh chapters posted on letter 1D55F, letter 1D560, letter 1D567, letter 1D556, letter 1D55D, letter 1D557. A minute after getting out of the tome, I was in a deep sleep. Days passed by, and before I know it, 4 days had passed, and now less than 10 minutes are remaining till the second challenge began. A runic gate appeared in front of me, and I walked inside without hesitation. Pat, pat, pat. The first thing I felt when I walked through the other side was rain. There is heavy rain going around me, and it is hitting me like bullets. This rain is unnatural, as it is too ferocious. The raindrops are so powerful that they will tear a prince apart in a second and harm regular kind grievously. But despite being so powerful, they are behaving like normal raindrops in this environment. As they crashed against the trees in the ground, they are not tearing through the trees or making huge holes in the ground, which only means one thing: the ground and trees are a lot stronger than they seemed. That's not the only thing I am getting suppressed in this layer. Not only my soul sense is completely suppressed, but my other strength had also been suppressed by a quarter. This suppression is huge considering how much my strength had increased. I should not be under such suppression, but I am. I looked around the place I appeared, which looked like a rainforest, with tall trees, a humid environment, and the sound of rain. Second challenge: survival. Collect the 100 badges from the other participants to move to the next challenge in a 1 week's time, the mechanical voice said when I was thinking about what I have to do here. There's also a red star-shaped energy badge had appeared on my chest. I tried to remove it, but my hand directly passed through it. No matter how much I try, different methods I try, the badge isn't coming out. I gave up after a minute and began to think about the challenge. Defeating 100 participants in a week is not a hard task, but it will become hard, very hard, if I reduce this task to 4 days to 3 days. The forest, no doubt, is vast here. The greatest challenge is not fighting, but finding an opponent. It will be easy after a few days when most people had some badges in their possessions after fighting, and I will just have to defeat them. Each opponent will give me several badges. But I don't have much time. I want to finish this challenge as soon as possible. I want to become the first to complete TH's challenge if possible, and get the privilege to choose my reward as I did in the last challenge. It will be a hard thing to do in the second challenge. In the first challenge, I had a unique advantage which I won't have in this challenge, as there are lots of emperors here who are much stronger than me. I spent few minutes thinking about the strategy I am going to use to complete this challenge. I decided on the simple strategy: find as many grim monsters as fast as possible and kill them at the greatest speed, and get their badges. I have to find 100 grim monsters and kill them for their badges, and also bloodline if they have any. I do not plan on attacking the humans for their badges, which is a little idiotic, but I will not do it. I will only attack them if they attack me, and I am sure lots of fellow humans are going to do that, so I don't have to worry about not getting the badges from the fellow humans. I moved through the forest at the blurring speed, my eyes scanning everything with my many ocular abilities, not daring to miss that is far or hiding. Running through the forest, I wish I had been in the normal forest due to the heavy rain. Visibility here is shit. Even with all my ocular abilities, I could not see much far. It would have been great if my soul sense hadn't been locked in my body with it. I would have been able to sense far and wide. The only good thing this locked soul sense that I am not the only one whose soul sense is locked. Other participants' soul sense had also been locked. I was busy with my thoughts when I spotted some movement. Seeing it, a smile couldn't help but appeared on my face and moved toward the movement. Scarlet Snakeman, I thought when I looked at the body of the grim monster. The Scarlet Snakeman had its armor active and radiating aura. As I drew near it, I was able to sense its aura. This Scarlet Snakeman is peak Emperor powerhouse, and a powerful one at that. It had seen me as I reached close to it. Human die, it said, and blasted its aura as it came at me. This Snakeman does not want to waste any time. As it sensed me, it burst out with great power and came at me with its huge sword in hand. Hee. I smiled, seeing it coming toward me, but did not take out my sword. I just increased my speed and moved toward it at the blurring speed. When there was just 20 meters distance between us, hundreds of fiery black ribbons came out of me and moved toward the Scarlet Snakeman at lightning speed. A look of caution appeared on its face seeing my fiery black ribbons coming toward it, and it activated another of its attack as dense scarlet energy had covered its sword. Clang, clang, clang. Its scarlet sword clashed against my ribbons, repelling some of them back, but despite its attack being extremely fast, It was able to stop less than 10 of my ribbons while hundreds have moved toward it, seeing that it had activated its defensive method. Putch, putch, putch. My ribbons tore through its defensive method as if it is made of paper and pierced through its body and top to bottom. There was not a single body part of it where my ribbons had not been pierced. As the ribbons pierced through it, they began to cover its body, and within seconds, its whole body was covered in ribbon, making it look like a fearsome mummy. No bloodline, I said with a sigh as I looked at essence rose I got from the Rhinoman that I had just killed. It had been 5 hours since the second challenge had begun, and I had killed 12 grim monsters and collected 20 badges. The number 21 is visible on my badge. I am acting very fast, always killing the grim monsters in a single attack. The only thing I spent the most time in on harvesting, and even with it, I finished within 2.5 minutes before moving toward the next target. I picked up the rose and began moving at the blurring speed through the forest. While I do, Nero sucks the energy from the essence rose like always. I give every other essence rose I harvest to Nero. Nero seemed to have an insatiable appetite, eating every essence rose that I feed him. When Nero first transformed into the egg, I had not expected he would spend such a long time in the egg or consume such an immense amount of energy. He's not only consuming the essence rose, but also bloodlines too. He also gets a similar amount of bloodline share as my runes, and despite consuming an immense amount of energies, there is no sign of him coming out of the egg. I had read lots of books to get the idea, but I found nothing. Nero is a unique life. There is no reference of life like Nero in any books I had read. The only thing I could do about him is feed as much as the energy he needs and wait for him to break out of an egg. It took Nero less than a minute to consume the whole essence rose at first. He used to need more than 3 minutes to consume Emperor-grade essence rose that held less energy than the essence rose it had just consumed. He is growing stronger as he consumes more energy. His rate of improvement is greater than mine. I can't help but get excited whenever I thought about the strength he will have when he break out of that damned egg. Stop, a voice said as I was moving through the forest. Hearing that, I couldn't help but sigh as I stopped, and a few seconds later, a fat guy in blue inheritance armor, holding 2 crystal blades, appeared in front of me. He looked at me from up to down before stopping his eyes at my badge, where his eyes became greedy. I also looked at his badge, which had 6 flashings. He had collected far fewer badges than me, but despite that, there was no fear in his eyes, only unconcealed greed. You have been quite a lucky mate, collecting as much as 21 badges in 5 hours, he said with a smile on his face which does not reach his eyes. Now, would you be kind and give me your badges? I really need those badges, he asked while putting out a slimy smile on his face. FUCK off, Chad. If you leave within a second, I will not do anything to you, but if you dare to linger even second more in front of me, you will not like what I will do you, I said to him, which immediately changed his expression on his face. This fatty is Chad Conway, or more appropriately, Chad the Looter. He had thousands of robberies in his name and 7 murders which are proven. Oh, you seem to know about me, so you must know that even if you're stronger than me, you will not be able to do anything to me. Only tyrants are a threat to me, he said with a nasty smile on his face. Yes, your famed defensive artifact, I said, and the next moment, 9 vines came out of the ground and wrapped around him, and they opened his mouth especially. As I did that, black runes appeared on his body till they covered every inch of him. This bastard had been very lucky in his life when he was knight. He had found a bond-type defensive artifact, which made it impossible to harm him with the same level as him. Only tyrants have the power to kill him with that artifact protecting it, and that made this bastard very unbridled. Not to forget, this bastard is powerful in his own right. Yes, I know about your bonded defensive artifact, and I also know that as long as there is no visible harm to you, I could do anything I want to you, I said while sporting a cruel smile on my face. Seeing the smile, his expression couldn't help but change for the worse. I did not give him any time and appeared beside me and took out a bottle of potion and poured it into his mouth before he could do anything. Ah, a mournful scream rang through his mouth as potion entered inside him. The potion I feed him is a harmless nerve agent, but it makes one feel the torturous pain. You should leave your old ways, Chad. That artifact of yours will not protect you forever, I said, and quickly swiped its badge and storages he has all over his body. I could not touch the badge of mine, but I could touch the others, though it disappeared a second later, and numbers of it added to my badge. As I watched, the number on my badge had become 28, and now I just need 72 more badges before I clear this challenge. With that thought in my mind, I continued my journey. As for Chad, he disappeared. With its badge gone, he had been sent out. People like Chad do not deserve this opportunity, and I am more than happy to send them out as I did 2 other criminals in the past 5 hours. 9 hours had passed since the second challenge had begun, and things are going better than I had expected. In just 11 hours, I was able to gather 52 badges from 19 grim monsters and humans. All of the participants of the second challenge wanted to finish the battle as soon as possible to get a better reward, and due to that, all of them doing their all to collect badges. I have seen humans attacking humans and grim monsters attacking grim monsters. Everyone is trying their all to collect 100 badges they are required to collect to pass this challenge. While badges are piling up on my chest at great speed, and if everything goes well, I might be able to finish this challenge within a day, there is one thing that had disappointed me, and that is not harvesting a bloodline from the grim monsters. I was mulling over not finding a grim monster with bloodline when the feeling of intense danger came over me. The feeling is intense. I had not felt such an intense feeling of danger ever since I had fought with the werewolf. Whatever is coming toward me has the power to harm me fatally, and I could not let that happen. As I sensed the danger, my sword appeared in my hand, and First Boost activated immediately. As the power of First Boost coursed through me, I swung my sword toward the danger, which had become even more intense. CLLANNG. My sword clashed against a 7-meter-long copper-colored energy spear. The spear had shattered on TH contact, but it had transferred all its power and momentum at me. Step, step, step. My runes immediately dealt with the huge amount of energy, but to deal with momentum, I had to take several steps back. I had not expected you would dodge my attack. A rough voice as grim monster in copper armor walked toward me leisurely and looked at them on my chest with a smile. Copper mane lionman, I said in my mind as I looked at lionman with luxurious coppery mane. The mane looked like it made of millions of hair-thin copper wires. I became extremely alert, seeing the ease the copper mane lionman coming toward me. The attack earlier had been very powerful. If I had not reacted fast, I would have found that thick energy sphere pierced through my chest, and I don't want to admit it, but my armor wouldn't have been able to stop that attack. So I harnessed the full power of the First Boost, which I had never done before. It would have felt immense to me if I had not just experienced its attack, which is obviously just a casual attack from it. I would have loved to play with you, human, but as you know, we are time limit, so I will have to finish you quickly as possible to get 100 badges I required, it said with a laugh, and coppery energy spears begin to materialize around it. Soon, around 100 huge coppery energy spears appeared. Seeing a look of horror couldn't help but appear on my face, and I immediately made my mind run away. This opponent is not something I could deal with. Just a minute ago, I was thinking about finding a worthy challenge since all the grim monsters I had fought never forced me to use all my strength. But this bastard is so powerful that even if I used all my strength, I would be nothing to it. There are very few powerhouses who bear such strength, and I have come across one of them, and now I am running as staying means death to me. Hee hee, sup sup sup. I heard the laughter of lionmen and felt intense danger, which is many times more of what I had felt earlier. Earlier, I had only had to deal with one energy spear, and now I have to survive 100 of them. I really wish I had my soul sense with me. It made tracking attacks very easy, especially attacks as powerful as this, but unfortunately, it is locked. Searing 100 spears coming toward me, and I will have to deal with it if I did not want to skewed by them. I moved my body to face them without ruining the momentum of my run. I had trained specifically to fly backward, though when I trained, I had made use for soul sense here. I could only use my instinct and power. As I moved back to face the spears, I harnessed every bit of power I could from the First Boost and swung my sword toward the spears that appeared next to me with power like never before. CLLANNG, CLLANNG, CLLANNG. My sword moved with the speed of lightning, crushing one spear after another. Each clash felt like I am crashing against the mountain. The power and momentum of these spears are huge, and I used to create more distance between lionmen and me. PUCH, PUCH, PUCH. My sword is not fast enough to defend against all the energy spears. Some of the energy spears missed my sword and nicked my shoulder, waist, and thighs, giving out gruesome injuries. It was a good thing I had been using every bit of power of the First Boost, which helped me dodge some of the attacks, and some only grazed by me, but their power was so great that simple graze had left behind the huge injuries. Finally, after a few seconds, I was able to deal with all the coppery energy spears. Though it had left me with heavy injuries, none of them are serious enough to be a danger to me, and they already begin healing. Seeing the runes had already sucked away all the foreign energy from them, which could impede the healing process. I had dealt with its attack, but I am not out of danger, yet the copper mane lionman is following me silently, and I have a feeling that it would not be easy for me to get away from it. Little human, you sure are slippery, it said from a distance. Hearing it, I did not even look at it. I just continued running, trying to create as much distance between it and myself. But you will not get away, it said, and I felt intense threat building behind me. The threat is intense, far more intense than the one I had felt earlier. Feeling such a threat, I couldn't help but look back for a moment, only to see a dark coppery spear in its hands, and it is slashing that spear at me, creating coppery arcs of energy that gave me a feeling of death. Everwings. I activated without a second thought, and patchy wings made of the fiery black ribbons appeared on my back, and immense strength begins to course through my body. Everwings plus first boost power is immense that just as I had activated it, I had felt power like never before. I felt like I could do anything, crush the mountain in a single first, and split the seas in a single slash. I was riding on the feeling of might when a feeling of intense death brought me back to myself. The coppery arcs are coming toward me, and they want me dead. Each of these arcs is many times more dangerous than the energy spears, and it would not be wise for me to face them head on, and nor I am planning to. Flap. As the coppery arcs had reached me and I flapped my wings gently as I did, I disappeared from my spot and appeared more than 100 meters away. Slice, slice, slice. While the coppery arcs are that was about to cut me, cut through the trees as if they are hot knife and trees are butter. These trees are emperor-grade trees and much more powerful than the trees present in the last challenge, but these coppery arcs have still cut through them. With me dodging its arcs, I had thought it would launch another set of arcs in large numbers or attack me with other long-range attacks, but I did expect it to attack me directly. Die human. It said as it directly appeared beside me and attacked me with its huge coppery spear. Flap. Seeing it this close, horror couldn't help but appear on my face, but I did not lose my cool due to that. Instead, I flapped my wings, and this time the flap is not a gentle one but a swift one. As I flapped my wings, I disappeared from my spot, missing the spear of the lionman by inches. The Everwings is not just an attacking move or strengthening move, it is also a running move as well, and that is its first quality. When the idea of Everwings had first come into my mind, it had come in the form of a running move. I wanted to design a move that would help me in running away from enemies that are much stronger than me. Bastard. I heard its curse and felt it coming toward me at a much faster speed than before. I could feel the lionman is incensed, and it would not stop until it has me. Flap, flap, flap. The Everwings alone would not have been enough to get away from it, but with the first boost, I have hoped to escape from it. Little human, I will not let you escape. It roared from behind me and came at me with the burst of aura. It poured even more energy into its attacks, which immediately increased its speed. I also used all the energy I had flashed through the forest. My speed was so great that everything had become a blur. I had to use my ocular abilities at their highest to not to crash into anything. In the forest, my human size is way better than its huge size, though the lionman had the strength to crush through everything, which inevitably reduces its speed by little, which is a great help to me. For the past few seconds, I had been maintaining a healthy distance between it and myself. Currently, there are 300 to 400 meters of distance between us. I tried to widen it further, but the lionman did not seem to want to let me leave. Bang, bang, bang. It had again started attacking me from long-range attacks, and these attacks are fast and powerful. If a single one of them hit me, I would lose my life. This lionman is the strongest opponent I've ever faced, and unlike the werewolf, no tricks would work against it. The difference of power between us is too great. If not for me designing the Everwings with intentions of running away, I would have had my chest pierced by its spear by now. Human, you have forced me to use it. Copper Mane Lionman roared from behind. An exact second, I felt a huge aura blasting off its body, and it rapidly closing the distance between us. It seemed to have used its full power to get a speed boost, and if I did not do anything soon, it would be caught up to me in less than 2 seconds. It seemed like I have no choice but to use that, I said with a sigh, as I really do not want to use that option. Second boost. I activated the second, and next moment, an immense amount of energy produced through my body, and I shot up like a rocket. I began to burn my blood, and with my body's strength, the strength I got from it is huge. I begin to create hundreds of meters between us every second, and by the time 5 seconds were, I lost sight of it but still kept going. I kept going for 45 seconds before I turned off everything and hid in the gap of a tree, covering myself with killing energy and rule-breaking power. As I hid into the tree gap, I covered myself thickly with the rule-bending power, creating a field that will make me part of the environment itself and also isolate even the tiniest part of the aura and sound of my breath. I am very happy that I had worked on this hiding method. I wanted something for this scenario when I have to hide from the powerful powerhouse. I had been chased many times in the past that I have to do something like it. Now it is the test of this sophisticated method I had developed, though there is no sole sense to give it an extra edge. There are many other ways one could find people that are hiding. Some ways are even more efficient than the soul sense, and where even my sophisticated hiding method would turn useless. Thud. A loud thud rang out as the copper Mane Lionman landed on the ground a few hundred meters away from me. It must have landed with quite a huge force, seeing I was able to hear the sound of it despite trees around me absorbing most of the force. Little human, I know you are hiding here somewhere here, and I will find you, and when I do, you will wish you have never avoided the chance of swift death I have given you earlier, it said. I thought its attack would come a very next second, but there was nothing, except for the sound of heavy rain I heard. For a moment I even thought that the lionman had said those words to scare me, and it might not even have an idea I am here, or it had just left instead of wasting time to search for me since every second count in this second challenge. But I did not listen to those thousand instead. I burrowed deeper and deeper into the gap of the tree and waited for it to do something. Seconds passed, and nothing happened, and as such a minute had passed, and some more second. I desperately wanted to walk out of the hole, but I controlled myself and stayed hidden in the hidden hole. Sup, sup, sup. About 4 minutes later, the copper-maned lineman had finally reacted, and through the small hope, I saw hundreds of coppery blades falling from the sky in the dense rain. These coppery blades looked like a scythe of the Grim Reaper, coming toward me to take my life, and they have power to even if a single one of them were able to hit me, but unfortunately they will not. The tree hole I had found is not only well hidden naturally and by my rule-bending power, but also quite deeper toward the roots, and the way these blades are moving, they are going to chop the trees from the roots, but they will not go too deep into the roots. Chop, chop, chop. I watched as the blades fall down on the trees and begin to cut them. These blades are extremely powerful that they are cutting the trees like they are butter, and they are hot knives cutting through it. The trees are powerful, so powerful that the average emperor would have to spend hours to cut the single tree, some even not even able to cut it with their strength seeing how quickly they heal, but these coppery blades are having no problem cutting through the trees. A single coppery blade is cutting around 7 trees before it disappears. I watched as trees cut down one after another, and soon it was the number of the tree where I am hiding. Chop, the coppery blade had cut through it smoothly, leaving a perfect cut. I felt smoothly the blade had cut through it as I was just a few meters down in the roots. Within 3 seconds, the trees between 400 meters in diameter had been cut down by the coppery blade, but my whereabouts have not been revealed. I could feel the heaviness in the air as if the grim monster is looking at every inch of the space it had just chopped. Seeing that, I poured some more energy into the formation and controlled it more finely so I would not be revealed. That heavy feeling in the air lasted for more than 5 minutes before it disappeared, and now there is only rain remained. I did not get out feeling the suppressing presence disappeared. I stayed in my place hiding, and it's good I did as a minute later, I saw lionmen flying above me, covered in a coppery circlet of dense grim runes. It seemed to use some sort of method to sense me, which surprised me, not the method, but it's still trying to find me. Me able to running away despite having a huge difference in power seemed to have irked him greatly, that it was willing to sacrifice its chance to greater chance to getting a first reward or better rewards of the second challenge. Every minute it spends here is giving the others a chance to finish early, and also worsening my chances of finishing this challenge with a better rank to get a great reward. Though I was aiming for finishing this challenge first like I did the first challenge, I know how hard it is. This challenge requires impressive strength and luck, both of which I have in a small amount. So I aim to get a good reward by getting a good rank, but for it searching for me like a hound of blood affecting my chances, but there is nothing I could do about it. It flew around the area for more than 10 minutes before it disappeared. I did not get out and waited for it to appear again, but it never did, and nor its attacks still. I waited for 40 minutes before I crawled out of the hole, and even then, I remained extremely careful. Only after 10 minutes was I able to heave a sigh of relief, and knew it had truly left. If it had not, it would have attacked me by now. I should collect the badges as soon as possible, I said to myself as I had become completely sure of copper-maned lionman leaving. That grim bastard had wasted nearly an hour of mine, and I am sure it had already cost me few ranks. If I still want to get a good reward, I should not waste any time and start as soon as possible, and that brings me to an important question: which direction should I go? The lionman had been pretty silent when it left, and since I was hiding down in a tree hole, I did not see it leave. I do not want to choose the wrong direction and end up meeting with it. That would be very bad. I was able to get away from it one time, it would not let me get away a second time, and not to forget, I am still feeling slightly weak due to the blood I burned. It would take some time for me to recover. I thought for a while and tried to find a clue about its direction, and when I did not find anything, I chose the random direction. I had already wasted enough time, and I do not want to waste any more of it. Every minute counts here, and the more time I waste, the more chance I give others to get my much-deserved reward. I moved with the blurring speed. I had already collected more than half of the badges, and with the time that had passed, I am sure I will have to kill less than 10 grim monsters before I collect the rest of the badges. 7 minutes after I left, I spotted a ratman in which had 5 flashing on its badge. Seeing it, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. A look of alarm flashed into its eyes as it saw me coming toward it and tried to run away, but it was already too late for it to run away. Pudge, pudge, pudge. Black ribbons were released from my armor and pierced through its body without much resistance, and 5 seconds later, It was completely wrapped in fiery ribbons like a mummy. As my ribbons completely wrapped it, a dark fiery field covered myself and the Ratman, which deactivated 2 minutes later. Any sign of Ratman had disappeared. There is not even dust of its husk had remained. The Ratman did not have a bloodline, nor it activated when I harvested, but it still gave me 5 badges, storage full of treasures and essence rows, which I had safely stored in my storage. After dealing with the Ratman, I did not waste even a second and begin hunting for other grim monsters. I found my next prey 12 minutes later, and it was not a grim monster but an idiot human who attacked me with intentions of taking my badge. I broke a lot of its bones before I took his badge. He had 7 badges collected, which is a nice number. I hunted one prey after another for badges, and nearly 2 hours later, I had 98 badges collected, and now I just need 2 more badges or a single prey with 2 or more badges, and I will finish with this challenge. It did not take me long to find my last prey. 8 minutes after finishing my previous prey, I found my last prey, a scarlet snakeman whopping 17 badges, who is moving toward me speedily. It is the second grim monster who had more than 15 badges in his kitty after coppery maned lineman, which had more than 50 badges. Its eyes scanning every inch of the area around it as it moved, searching for the prey, and soon it spotted me, and a cruel smile appeared on its face. It opened its mouth to say something, but froze up when it saw the fiery black ribbons coming toward it with the blurring speed. Its expression became serious immediately, and long, thin golden moved toward my ribbons with great power, and at the same time, a defensive layer enveloped it in just one look. It realized the danger my ribbons represented and acted appropriately. Unfortunately, even its good instincts are not going to save it, as its strength does not match its instinct. Clang, puch, puch, puch. Its sword was able to clash against the single fiery black ribbon of mine, and only because I let it, while all the other ribbons pierced through its defensive field before piercing through its body. If this scarlet snakeman had been powerful, I would have fought it, but it is quite weak compared to me, and I don't want to fight it, no matter how interesting it is, especially when I am on a tight leash of time. Soon my ribbon finished wrapping it like a mummy, and I employed black fire field to stop anyone from seeing the harvesting process. Just as the harvesting process begins, a sound of surprise but escaped from my mouth. This scarlet snakeman had a bloodline, which is quite surprising, as its armor looked quite similar to inheritance armor rather than bloodline armor. I would not have this problem if I had the soul sense. The inheritance energies and bloodline energies are quite distinct, and I would have known it had bloodline the moment I sensed the aura of its attack. A few seconds later, the green and silver runes covered my body before they covered the ribbons, and harvesting of the bloodline had to begin. It had lasted for more than a minute before it stopped, as Scarlet Snakeman had turned to a husk. Buzz, buzz. My runes begin to release the power energies through my body and soul to strengthen it, and at the same time, my badge had transformed into the runic gate as I collected more than 100 badges. I did not immediately step into the runic gate. I waited till my runes finished spreading their energy in my body and soul. The moment my runes finished distributing the energy, I stepped into the runic gate. Congratulations, participant YU897, on finishing the challenge at 49 rank, the mechanical voice said as I entered through it. I had found myself in a similar stark while hall as before, but unlike the previous time, there are no hundreds of bubbles for me to choose from. Instead, there is a single chest made of light on the white marble stool. Since I had finished 49th, I could not choose the reward I want. That luxury only available to those who finished the challenge first. I looked at the chest, which looked like it is made of yellow light and is about the size of my hand. I touched the yellow chest, and as I did, the chest disappeared, revealing a beautiful brown petal flower with violet lightning streaks. Violet streaking lily, I said in my mind. This flower is a very precious emperor-grade resource, which is more rare and expensive than many tyrant-grade resources. Violet streaking lily is extremely rare because of the environment and luck it needs. Violet streaking lily is a rare offshoot of Olaf lily, a common emperor-grade resource. It is created when it absorbs the powerful lightning that fell on it, and it manages to suck all its power without getting destroyed, which rarely happen, as almost all the time. The lily destroyed by lightning, or the lightning that fell on it, is not powerful enough to create the lightning streaking lily. It is a very precious resource, the one that is not suitable for me. It would be great if the resource is related to one of the elements of my constitution, but unfortunately, it is not. Though I could still use it during the breakthrough, I will not use it. It will be a waste of such precious resources, and I have all the resources I need to have for my breakthrough into the Emperor stage. Participants will stay here for the 6 days and 7 hours before transported to the third challenge. If participant want to leave the treasure palace, the participant have to say leave and the participant will transport it out, the mechanical voice said. It is same as the last time. Seeing I have to stay here for more than 6 days, I had wasted no time in summoning my space abode. As I got in, I removed my clothes and walked into the cold shower. While in the shower, I looked at my body and soul. Earlier, I did not see the result of strengthening detailedly due to the appearance of the runic gate. As I had expected, after consumption of bloodline, I again had reached the limit, and this time the increased limit would be hard. The potion of last time would not work, I would need something even stronger. The best choice would be to create the second diamond seal, but it is a work in progress seeing the difficulty I am having. Even I don't know when I am going to create the second diamond seal. If I wanted to finish it early, I am going to need a great simulation. Only through that way will I be able to create another diamond seal. The consumption of bloodline has given me a great increase in strength. If I had come across the lineman now, I would have an even better chance of running away and might not even have to burn my blood for more power. As for the strength needed to defeat it, I do not have it currently. The difference between our strength is great, and currently, only reaching the Emperor stage would I able to defeat it. I have decided to gain the strength to defeat it while I am still at the King stage. It will be very hard seeing I have to create a diamond seal and might even need to consume a few bloodline after that, but I will still try. A few minutes later, I got out of the shower, dried myself with my fire, and wore new clothes before laying on my bed. A few seconds later, I am in my inheritance space looking at the upgrade that is nearly finished. There is still some work had remained, but I will be able to finish with it 4 days max. I am thinking right now, I had a wonderful idea, and for it, I will have to make some changes to it. The changes are not big, but they will extend the finishing of the upgrade by few days. In this dangerous treasure palace where there are many powerhouses that could kill me, I want to level up to the Emperor stage as soon as possible. But if I do that, I will lose the chance of making my inheritance even better, and I don't like that through at all. After much thinking, I decided to go with the changes, though it is very risky not to have Emperor grade upgrade ready when I need it. Still, I will take that risk to make my inheritance even more perfect. With my mind made, I did not waste any time and begin working on my inheritance. I worked on it for hours before I got out and practiced my cooking with the tome. Before sleeping, I used the mask for an hour. The painful process not only helps me refine my body, but it is the only way through which I am making progress in creating the seals of supreme combat exercise. The pain is a great simulation to create the seals, but even with torturous pain, my progress in the supreme combat exercise is slow. To make fast progress in supreme combat exercise, I will need something more, something different than the pain, and I hope I will find that thing while I am in the treasured palace. Days passed by as I trained and worked on my inheritance, and soon the 6 days had passed, and now only an hour had remained before the gate for the third challenge opened. I waited for runic door to appear. It will appear within a minute. The past 6 days had been a blur, most of my time spent on training and working on my inheritance, which would have been finished by now if not for the new changes I am making. It will take a few more days for an upgrade to complete. I am doing it while in a dangerous place like this is quite risky, but it is a risk I am willing to take. Buzz. Finally, the runic gate had materialized, and I walked inside it without hesitation. A moment later, I found myself in front of a huge crystal blue lake. The lake is huge and also very beautiful, and it had gigantic crystal lotuses floating on it adds another charm to it. There is also unnaturally powerful suppression. This suppression had not only fully suppressed my soul power, but also my energy. I could not project any form of energy outside my body. There are also several restrictions on using it internally. Even my physical strength had been suppressed to the huge degree that I could barely project the strength of night, and that is making me feel powerless. People are appearing around me by seconds, not only humans but also grim monsters, but not a single one dared to raise their weapons to attack. All of them are looking at the lake, as everybody is quite sure that this challenge is not about fighting, and that is worrying. It means this challenge is going to be harder than the previous 2 challenges, and that is not a good thing for the people who had planned to rely solely on their strength to conquer this treasure palace. Third challenge, the Lake of Will. Cross the lake to reach the beacons in a 1 week's time. The mechanical voice said. It did not explain anything else, but just as it finished speaking, bright beacons lighted up from the other side of the lake. The challenge may seem simple, just to cross the lake, but I don't think it is. There must be something sneaky about the challenge. As expected, I said without surprise. While I was thinking hard about this challenge, some people acted and entered the lake, and as they step inside it, they immediately stopped with shock and surprise on their faces. It seems like the water of the lake is something special. People are having a problem moving through it. Their expressions are clearly saying it. Dip. I watched them for few seconds before I took a step inside the lake, and I have to say the pool is really something. As my knee completely dipped inside the water, tiredness has spread all my body and soul. The water of this lake seemed to be able to suck the life out of me as I felt tired as if I had fought an hour-long battle. Dip. My vitals are stable and my heart rate is normal, but somehow I am feeling quite tired, and this feeling of tiredness had increased when I dipped another foot into the lake. I stayed still before I take a step ahead, and as I did, I felt an increase in tiredness, and seeing that my expression couldn't help but change. If the tiredness has remained stationary, it would not have been a problem to cross this lake within a day with some efforts, but with it increasing at every step, the challenge has become even more difficult. I begin to take one step after another through this shallow, clear lake, and the more steps I took, the more tired I became, and when I increased my speed of walking, I found I became tired at a faster speed. Like run, here one has to maintain one's speed. If one goes too fast, one will get tired quickly. Still, walking while maintaining the pace is difficult. One would get tired eventually, and seeing the length of the lake, it might take days to reach the shining beacons. Also, one could not stop and expect the tiredness would go away. The tiredness would still increase, only at a much slower pace, though the lake seemed to have some things that help one get rid of them instantly. The huge crystalline lotuses that are floating around the lake have seemed to ward against this feeling of tiredness that lake water projecting on everyone. As long as one sat or laid on it, their expression eased instantly, and looking at the expression of people, it seemed to be doing more than easing the tiredness. It seemed to give one comforting feeling as people sitting on seemed to smile too much. Even grim monsters, who only smile cruelly, seemed to be smiling in content too. Seeing their content expression, I also wanted to experience these crystal lotuses, but I had stopped myself. The things could not be such simple. I don't believe these lotuses are so good and helpful. There must be some game here, and I was right. I was able to see it when people begin to get off the lotuses. As they got off the lotuses, their expression changed drastically. It is like one moment they were in heaven and hell in another. As they step into the water, the tiredness seemed to hit them into full force, and this force seemed to really something as I saw the knees of few people shaking as they stepped back into the water. Though they got control over themselves after some time, still the effect is quite shocking, and most importantly, these people are still at the edge of the lake. The deeper they go, the more forcefully the tiredness going to hit them. Now the question is whether I should use the lotus or not. If I do not use it, the tiredness will continue to increase as long as one is in the water, but if they used it, the tiredness is going to hit them at full force, which might make things very difficult for some people. It had been 10 hours since the third challenge has begun, and I have barely crossed the 10 of the lake. I feel like I had fought a day-long battle with hundreds of powerful enemies, exerting a huge amount of my strength, and now I am dead tired. To be honest, I would have preferred it if it was a huge battle with lots of enemies. Adrenaline will have kept me going even if I am dead tired here. Everything is monotonous and utterly boring, which affects the tiredness that water is projecting even more intense. Walking through the water is boring, and tiredness that increases with every step makes this process even more exhausting. The only fun thing I could do here watch the sad and miserable faces of others. The ones who designed this challenge must be true sadists. If they wanted to test the will, they would use the pain, but no, they had to use tiredness, which everyone is familiar with, but no one liked. I wish I could do something to shift my focus from this tiredness. The more I continue to focus on it, the more tired I became, which made everything worse, but sadly, there is nothing. In this challenge, I could not use my power. I could not control worldly energy. Hell, I couldn't even use rule-bending power. As the pressure of whole treasure palace descend on me, there are restrictions everywhere. Sigh, another sigh escaped my mouth as I continue walking through the lake at my designated pace, which is slow. There are thousands of participants ahead of me, and my competitiveness wants me to move faster to surpass them, but I control my urge and continue at my designated pace. Others can go fast if they want, but I will continue to move at this pace which is most balanced. Unless something changes drastically, or I find some way to relive this tiredness other than sitting on those damned lotuses, I will not change that pace. I had just thought that when an idea appeared in my mind, in these past 10 hours, I had tried everything, even tried to enter my inheritance space, but the restrictions of this place are powerful enough that I was not able to enter my inheritance space. I was such an idiot for not trying it before, I said to myself, and had not wasted any time before I began to circulate for Amethyst Seal. With the new changes in Supreme Combat Exercise after I created Diamond Seal, a new energy pathway had appeared. This new energy pathway is longer, but unlike the pathway before, this long pathway creates the Amethyst Seal directly instead of the regular seal. I now need to create the 7 Amethyst Seals before the Ruby Seals form from it, and with 10 Ruby Seals in my temple, the second Diamond Seal will form. The process seemed simple enough, but it is extremely hard. It had been more than half a year since I had last created the Diamond Seal, and ever since then, I am trying to create another one, allotting at least a small amount of time for it. Compared to others, I had made huge progress, as 99.9% of people who practice the Supreme Combat Exercise never able to create a Diamond Seal, but some exceptional people were able to do it. Both professor and teacher have created the Diamond Seals. I don't know much about the professor, but the teacher had created 5 to 6 seals, which is a huge number seeing how the difficulty of creating it increases with every seal. Few seconds after I began circulating the exercise, I had stopped as I found myself getting tired rapidly as I circulate the Supreme Combat exercise. The circulation of it is very strainful, and adding to tiredness the water is projecting in me. It is natural that I am going to feel tired. It is very disappointing as I was hoping that this exercise circulation would help me diverting my focus from the ever-increasing tiredness. I wanted to give up the circulation of exercise as it is making me more tired, but I did not. I begin circulating again. Even if the circulation of it making me more tired, it is still diverting my mind from the tiredness, and if I am able to focus 100 of my mind on it, I will be completely able to divert my mind from the ever-increasing tiredness. Though it will be difficult, there is the possibility that I will be able to do it as the tiredness I am feeling is not a real thing, and if I tried hard enough, I might be able to divert my mind from this fake tiredness. With that in mind, I begin to circulate even more furiously, not caring about how tired I am becoming every second due to it. I am resisting the tiredness it will overpower me if I was not able to completely focus my mind on the circulating and forget anything else, and for that to happen, some time is needed. I hope before it happens, I might be able to create at least one amethyst seal. It will be good for motivation and help me concentrate better, but as I had said, it is not easy to create the seals, especially at this stage. Still, I will try as it is the only option I have. Hours passed as I kept circulating, trying over and over as I am unable to complete a circulation. This continued repetition and ever-increasing tiredness as I go deeper into the lake made me want to give up every second, but I hold on to it. 8 hours had passed as such, and now I am very close to completing the whole circulation as I passed 22 times. The energy is moving so slow that if it continued moving at such speed for 30 more seconds, the circulation would break again like past 22 times. This time I am not planning to let that happen. I had tried too hard to reach this stage, and my energy never been this faster, and now the only thing I have to do is make it even faster so the circulation will not break, and in few minutes, I will have the amethyst seal I need. Buzz, a faint buzz rang through my temple as the amethyst seal began to form. I had done it. I had formed the 194th amethyst seal, and now I just needed 6 more before I could have a diamond seal. As the amethyst seal begins to form, it begins to suck a huge amount of energy from the refinement engine. I am not worried about the energy requirement. I could still use my refinement engine, and it has enough energies to supply for the seal. My huge energy storage is rapidly getting drained under the amethyst seal that within a 15-second, 50 of it had been emptied, but I am not worried about it sucking the whole energy. According to my calculations, the seal would suck 80 to 90 of my energy, which is huge considering the quality of my energy that is stored in huge storage. Another 10 seconds passed, and the seal stopped sucking the energy after it sucked 87 of my energy. 5 seconds later, it revealed its form and began to release the cooking energy, which felt slightly comforting. The energy that amethyst seal is releasing is in quite a great amount, but compared to ruby seal, they are quite lacking, and the increase they give it to me is minimal. At my current strength, ruby seal and diamond seal could give me the needed enhancements, and speaking of ruby seal, if I am able to create it, I will be in quite a trouble as unlike other times, I could not supply the energy it needs from the outside source. Soon, the seal stopped releasing energy and went back to its place in my temple. With this seal being created, I now need to create another 6 seals, and I had wasted no time doing that, seeing how tired I am becoming by second. The circulation has become even more difficult with another seal being created, but that did not stop me. I am intent on creating another seal, and this time, I want to create it faster. 6 hours passed as I continue to circulate the exercise. I would not rest for even a second after each failure before trying again. As the day passed, visible changes began to occur in the lake. Nothing had happened to the lake or beacons, which seemed to be getting brighter and brighter with my every step, but changes could be seen. The faces of people have become extremely tired, and they reduced their pace to a tenth of what they had started. I began to cross the people that were in front of me. There were more than 1,000 people in front of me, and now only a few hundred of them had remained. I had not thought that before, but the number of people in the third challenge more than it should have been. Including the grim monsters, there have not been more than 30,000, and when one calculates second challenge, where one has to eliminate 100 to get into the past the challenge, the number of people should be in less than 300, seeing some people would have been eliminated in the first challenge too. But here I could easily count more than 10,000 people, which is very weird. It's like people have been barely eliminated in the past challenges. There could be only 2 answers to this question. Either both sides have brought out lots of numbers after we entered, or another connection of the treasured palace had opened somewhere. Both of the scenarios have had happened before. More people means harder challenge. This challenge is utterly boring, but it is also extremely hard. Of more than 10,000 people who are attempting this challenge, only half of it will able to finish it, and even they will take nearly a week time to finish it. Even I am not sure whether or not I will be able to finish walking through the lake before the 6 days. I wish I could avoid the feeling of tiredness with my rules bending power, but this projection of tiredness is too strong. When I tried it, I felt as if the whole treasure palace is bearing down on me. What kind of fucking challenge is this? You cannot fight others, you cannot talk to others. You can just fucking walk in this fucking lake. I don't want to stay another minute in this fucking challenge. I leave, shouted on the young man, and second later he disappeared. Such outbursts are way too common here every hour. Some grim monster or human would burst out cursing in anger and leave right away seeing them. I also wanted to leave right away from this boring challenge, but I steeled my will and continued. This challenge isn't called Challenge of Will. For nothing, this challenge will bore you so much that it will take every speck of your will to continue with the challenge. Only those with higher will continue with this challenge till last. Every part of me wants to leave this challenge, but I will not leave it, even if it takes me 7 days to walk to the beacon. I am getting tired with every step, but I am also expanding more effort in the circulation of the supreme combat exercise, and these efforts are taking me closer and close to creating another amethyst seal. Bang. Finally, after 7 hours of effort, my energy was finally able to break through the final wall that had been stopping me, and the creation of amethyst seal begins. Amethyst color swirl appeared in my temple, and it begins to suck the energy from my refinement engine. It is a good thing I had refined the energy and filled the storage a few hours ago, otherwise, I would have to refine it hastily right now, and it would have taken minutes for the seal to form instead of the seconds that it would take now. Slowly but surely, I had got lost in the circulation of the supreme combat exercise. It was very difficult, and for the first 2 days, I have thought about whether it is even possible for myself to lose in the circulation of the supreme combat exercise. It had taken more than 2 days and 3 amethyst seals before I was able to focus solely on the circulation of supreme combat exercise and nothing else, hypnotizing myself to do one thing, and one thing only is really difficult, and if not for current desperate conditions, I would have not able to do it. It is the 3rd day, and I am walking forward with a blank look in my eyes as all my eyes focused on the supreme combat exercise that is circulating inside me with great ferocity. While my focused self is circulating the energy with great ferocity and focus, he is still failing and trying repeatedly. The greater focus does not guarantee instant success even with such focus. I will have to try hundreds of times before I could succeed, which is still better than the thousands of times I used to try before. With the greater focus, I will need less time to create the seals, even if the efforts of creating them would increase exponentially with the creation of each seal. Another amethyst seal is very close to being created. If I continued circulating with such increasing ferocity, then there is a chance that I will be able to create the amethyst seal within an hour. The speed seemed far-fetched, seeing it had been barely more than an hour since I was able to focus my every thought into practicing the supreme combat exercise, but it is the truth. Buzz. Minutes passed by, and 35 minutes later, a light buzz rang through my body, and the creation of the amethyst seal began inside me. While that is happening, my circulation did not stop. I had begun circulating for another amethyst seal. With the seal formed, I would need to create another 3 amethyst seal, and I hope my focused self would create them all today. The sooner I create the diamond seal, the better. Through the amethyst seals, I had observed that the strength of my body is growing, and only half of the strength I get from it is being suppressed. There are chances that I could be wrong thinking this, since the increment that amethyst seals give me are minute. I hope I am not wrong about this. If I can create the diamond seal, my strength will increase exponentially, which will increase my walking speed and help me cross the lake faster. Nothing could be said right now. I will know about it concretely when I create the diamond seals, as, unlike the other seals of supreme combat exercise, diamond seal does require energy from the host. The diamond seal takes one type of worldly energy that one can't sense or control. Not even tyrants. This energy is far more powerful than the regular worldly energy we sense and control. A minute passed by. The seal is safely created. As it did, it begins to release the energy in me, while a few of my thoughts split up and begin to refine the energy that is going to need for the next amethyst seal. I had hypnotized myself to create the seals, and that involves providing the energy for the creation of the seals. The circulation continued, and like always, it has become harder than the previous, much harder as I got closer and closer to create the diamond seal. Despite the difficulty increasing, my focused self did not lose the focus that I feared it would and continued with the circulations. While my focused self is circulating the supreme combat exercise to create the seals, my body is walking with a blank look on the eyes. The eyes do not always remain blank sometimes. Emotions flashed into them. The emotions flashed when tiredness takes a toll. My body is still walking means with every step, the tiredness is increasing. Every second my focused self not only circulates using all his thoughts, but also fights off the tiredness that increases every second. Many times the focus will come close to breaking point, but I would bear it with the force of my will. In my life, I had experienced many extreme things, and that made my will as strong as steel. While I was able to hypnotize myself to focus all my thoughts in circulating the supreme combat exercise, if not for strong will, I would not have been able to maintain this focus. Buzz, 3 more hours passed, and the creation of another amethyst seal begins with this seal. I now need 2 more amethyst seal before the diamond seal could form. I had reached very close to the diamond seal. It is within my eyes, and as long as I did not lose the focus, I will be able to create it. Buzz. Within a minute, the seal is created while it was happening. The circulation continued inside me, and it continued for nearly 4 hours before another amethyst seal begins forming. That left only 1 amethyst seal, and when my focused self begins to circulate for the last amethyst seal, I had nearly broken out of my extreme focus. The circulation for the last amethyst seal has become extremely difficult. The difficulty had reached 10 times of the previous circulation, and due to it, my focused self begins to reach the breaking point more frequently. Still, despite difficulty in reaching the breaking point many times, my focused self continued circulating, reaching further and further into the circulation after each failure. Buzz. Finally, after more than 10 hours of trying, I had succeeded. The last amethyst seal needed for the second diamond seal had begun forming. It had sucked energy for nearly half a minute, emptying my energy storage by 98 before it was created. The amethyst seal finished releasing the energy and went toward other amethyst seals in my temple among the other 9 amethyst seals present there. Buzz. As it took place among the 9 amethyst seal, a buzz rang through my body, and the 10 amethyst seals left their place and formed a circle before they started spinning. As they began spinning, they began to suck the energy at a crazy speed every second. They would take 20 of my energy, and within 5 seconds, nearly all my energy storage had been emptied. My focused self is refining energy at his greatest speed, but the energy required by the ruby seal is too much. Everything he is refining is getting sucked by the swirl right away. A huge amount of energy is getting refined by every second, and all of it is getting sucked by the ruby seal zealously. The consumption of the ruby seal is not surprising. It gives a substantial increase in strength, and this increase depends upon the strength one had, and with my strength, I will have to supply it an insane amount of energy. 90 of my thought power is occupied by my refinement energies, while the rest, 10, is still trying to circulate supreme combat exercise, in which he is repeatedly failing. If it had been any other ruby seal, my focused self would have been able to circulate freely, but it is the 10th ruby seal that is being created, the last one before the diamond seal is formed. Due to it, one could not circulate the supreme combat exercise. Only when the diamond is fully created will the circulation will start again. Swirl continued to suck the energy with crazy speed. I wish my focused self could access his storage, where energy potions are stored there specifically made to supply the energy to the seals. Finally, after more than 3 hours, the swirl stopped sucking the energy after taking an insane amount of energy. With it finished sucking the energy, the swirl started to spin faster and faster as it begins to concentrate, and its color also began to change from amethyst to ruby red of ruby seal. Buzz. Finally, after 11 seconds, the bright, beautiful ruby seal emerged, and as it did, it vibrated gently and released the bright red energy into my body. The quality of energy that ruby seal released is way above that of the amethyst seal, and as it flowed through my body, I could feel it enhancing my body and soul. The energy flowed through me for nearly 3 minutes before it stopped, but the enhancement it gave me is pretty amazing. If I had been fully conscious of myself, I would have been happy seeing the changes, and even more happy when the strength I had gained through it is only suppressed by half. After releasing the energy, the ruby seal went back to its place among the other ruby seal. Buzz. As the 10 ruby seals aligned in my temple, nothing had happened to them for few seconds. They remained stationary for 9 seconds before they moved silently and formed the circle and buzzed. The circle of ruby seals began to spin, but I could not sense anything from it. I know that every second it is sucking up an insane amount of invisible worldly that I could not sense and feel. If it not for me going through the process once before, I would have doubted whether it is the process of creation of the fabled diamond seal, but it is. The color of the swirl began to change slowly first. It was ruby red, but slowly, the shades started to become paler and paler until there is barely any shade of red that could be seen in the swirl, which too disappeared a few seconds later. Slowly, a diamond sheen begins to appear on the swirl, and that sheen started to become denser and dense till the whole sword began to shine like a diamond. Finally, the swirl had stopped, and the diamond seal revealed itself, and it is as majestic as the other diamond seal present in my temple. Buzz. The seal had stayed silent for a moment before it buzzed loudly and released flood energy into my body. The energy that diamond seal had released is thick and looked like it was made of melted diamond, and as that energy hit my body and soul, my focused self had nearly broken its concentration. The feeling of diamond energy merging into body and soul is so good that my focused self is having a problem keeping himself focused. The feeling this energy gives is as good as that of orgasm. My strength begins to increase drastically as more and more energy merged with me. If I had been fully conscious of myself, I would have found my strength is increasing at its fastest speed. My strength had never increased such fast. Every second there will be a shocking increase in my strength, and due to that, my speed walking is also increasing with every step. I had hypnotized myself to increase the speed of walking with increment in my strength. The more my strength increases, the greater my speed will be. There is also another thing that would have shocked me if I was conscious. The tiredness that the lake is projecting had decreased drastically, that barely 30 of it could be felt. The diamond energy seemed to be muting the effect on the projection of tiredness, which is a good thing and also a bad thing. With the diamond energy muting its effect, my focused self feeling less pressure, but once the diamond energy is gone, the tiredness will come back in full force. It is just like sitting on those crystalline lotuses, which immediately make your tiredness disappear. I just hope that my focused self will able to bear the full force of tiredness, as I do not want my focused self to stop at the second diamond seal. I want to create as much as seals I want, and this extreme focus is a great opportunity to do that. After nearly 5 minutes, the flood of diamond energy began lessening, and a few seconds later, it had completely disappeared. As diamond seal finished releasing all its energy, it went back toward the first diamond seal and floated there, while the tiredness which had been muted by the diamond energy came back in full force. The tiredness had hit my focused self like a sledgehammer, nearly bringing him out of his focused state, but due to it being extremely focused on the circulating supreme combat exercise, he was able to survive the tiredness. The diamond seal had increased my strength exponentially. Even with the suppression, I am feeling a lot stronger than before. If I were fully conscious myself, I would have been shocked to see my speed of walking in the lake, and the humans and grim monsters I am leaving behind. Some of the people I left behind are familiar with me. The coppery-maned lionman, whom I had to run away from, is glaring at me fiercely as I had just left it behind, and now in front of me, there are less than 40 people in front of me. It is seething in rage seeing me walking past it, but shouted expletives loudly, and of course, I did not hear any of that. Not because I am extremely focused, but because I could not hear it in the lake. All the conversation is banned. The only words that could be heard are not directed at anyone or directed at Treasure Palace, like the frustrated expletives people shout about the challenge now and then. Of course, my real self is not thinking all these thoughts. I am just subconsciousness, which is taking all in that is happening as I always do. Nearly 3 days had been passed, and 70 of the distance had been crossed by me, and with my current speed and I would need around a day to cross the remaining distance. I continue moving toward the beacon step by step, while circulating for the amethyst seal with even greater ferocity as its difficulty had also increased. The creation of a second seal had polished my will further, that made some things easier to do, like circulating the supreme combat exercise with far greater ferocity than before. Before I know it, the amethyst seal begins to form in my temple. The seal had taken only a little more than an hour for me to create, which is about 10 times less than what I had taken to create the last amethyst seal. For the third diamond seal, I will need to create 100 amethyst seal. It would be hard to create 100 amethyst seal while I am still in the king stage, seeing how close I am to reaching the emperor stage. Still, I will try to create as many seals as I could before reaching the emperor stage. The greater number of seals will help me gain greater strength. 14 hours had passed by, and only 10 of the distance had remained, and I now have only 5 people ahead of me. 2 of them are grim monsters, and 3 of them are humans. All of them have extremely tired faces, but will is burning their eyes as they move toward the beacons. As I get close to the beacons, I could now predict their size, and they are huge. Each beacon is about 50 meters tall, and it is emitting bright light, which for some reason is not painful to eyes when looked at directly. If I had been fully conscious, I would have made my steps quicker, but since I had hypnotized myself into moving with the balanced speed, this speed will not increase unless my strength increase. Lucky for me, my strength will increase soon. I had already created 9 amethyst seal and circulating for 1 more. Once I have done with it, I will be able to have a ruby seal that would increase my strength by a few percent, which will increase my speed. Buzz. Minutes passed, and about 20 minutes later, I was able to create the amethyst seal. After it finished, the 10 amethyst seals begin to spin and suck the energy from my storage. Again, my focus reached the breaking point, as this time my focus self is not only beginning to circulate for another amethyst seal, but also running the refinement engine at top speed to feed the insane amount of energy to Ruby Seal. My focus self is walking on edge as there is another thing to worry about, too, the never-ending tiredness, which increases with every step. There is a very high chance that my extreme concentration could be broken at any time. There is nothing my focus self could do about it other than endure the pressure it is getting from all the fronts. The more he endures, the more benefits he will gain. Buzz. Only after nearly 4 hours did not my focus self found some relief, as he had finally able to supply all the energy that Ruby Seal needs, and a few seconds later, it materialized before he started releasing the energy, which begins to nourish every part of my body and soul. While it was happening, my other self had created another 2 amethyst seals, and very close to creating the third one. Also, only 6 of the distance have remained. Ruby Seal had increased my speed that within 1 hour, I was able to cross the human in front of me, and half an hour after that, a grim monster, leaving only 3 people ahead of me. Only 3 people remained ahead of me, and seeing me quickly covering my ground, they began to increase their speed, but I slowly started gaining ground over them, and soon only 1 human and grim monster had remained ahead of me. Another hour passed, and the human disappeared as she reached the beacon. If I had been conscious, I would have been cursed aloud seeing that and would have increased my speed, but I could nothing other than continue to walk with a balanced pace. The grim monster and I are now walking at about a similar speed. Though grim monster tried to increase its speed, it is not having much progress. There are only 500 meters of distance remained between us and the huge beacons we are moving toward, and those of us who touched the beacon first would be second to clear the challenge. The will to win blazed in Grim Monster's eyes as it tried it all to gain the greater speed, while I continued moving with my balanced speed. I continued to take one step after another, and soon few minutes have passed, and I appeared in front of the beacon. The beacon is few steps away from me. As long as any part of my body touched it, the challenge will be complete. The Grim Monster and I moved, while I moved with monotonous face. Grim Monster is gritting its teeth to take every step faster and faster than me, but till now it had not been much successful. I even several steps ahead of it. Buzz. Finally, the Grim Monster and I reached the beacon, and its elongated hand and my head touched our respective sides' beacon at the same time, and disappeared from places without ascertaining who touched the beacon first. I came to myself as I entered the white hall through the beacon. The change in environment was too drastic for me not to come out of my extreme focus. As I did, I closed my eyes for a moment to remember the things I had observed unconsciously, though I am not able to remember everything, as my memory is not that good, especially when I am in such a focused state. I still able to remember some things which gave me a rough idea of what I had experienced during the crossing. Congratulations participants YU897 on finishing the 3rd challenge at 2nd rank, the mechanical voice said, interrupting my ride to the memories. The 4th challenge will begin in 3 days, 2 hours and 12 minutes, the mechanical voice added. A moment after hearing the voice, a bright smile couldn't help but appear on my face. With its hand stretched, I had thought the Grim Monster had beaten me by the microsecond, but it looked like that is not the case. It is I that came into the 2nd place, not it. Like White Hall before, there was a white marble stool, and on it is a pink chest made of light. In the last time, the chest was that of the yellow color, but this time, it is of the pink color and it twice the size of the previous chest. I walked toward the chest with great anticipation for my reward this time. My rank was really great, and seeing it as the 3rd challenge, the reward should be good. I just hoped the reward would not be similar to the last challenge. The flower was very rare and precious, but it was useless to me. I don't want something like that. I reached the marble stool and touched the pink light chest. As I touched it, it disappeared, revealing my reward. Seeing it, a bad taste couldn't help but appear in my mouth. An artifact. I said with distaste, an artifact is the last thing I need. Due to my strength, there are very few artifacts suitable for me. The enhancements they offer are not that helpful when compared to my totem artifact. Only artifact like the mask I am wearing are useful to me, but such artifacts are extremely rare, even in runes, and this artifact in front of me sure is not of the same level as the mask I am wearing. The artifact in front of me is a long black coat. It is beautiful, designed to perfection. With it, I just need a hat and cane to look like a cultured gentleman. I sighed and touched the coat. Whether I like it or not, this artifact is my reward. If I do not like it, I could sell or give it to others. As I touched the coat, its information entered my mind. I did not even have to insert my consciousness in it. All the information revealed itself, and I have to say, the coat type artifact gave me quite a surprise. The name of artifact is Coat of Silence. It is a quite powerful artifact that even tyrants could wear it, and it had only one function, and that is warding off others' soul sense. It is powerful enough that it could ward off the soul sense of tyrants, of course. It will only be able to do it if I can provide it with enough energy, which I am sure I will able to do it. Other than warding against the other's soul sense, it did not have any other functions. Most of such artifact have some complementary defensive functions, but it did not have any, though I could change its design and color from the 300 templates that are provided inside it. Overall, it is a good artifact still. I would have liked it if I could have got something that would help me increase my strength in the immediate future, or at least something that would help me greatly in the next challenges. I got over the artifact info for a few minutes before I stored it inside my storage. I do not know what I will do with this artifact. I might wear or give it to my friends or academy. After I stored the artifact, I took out my space abode and walked inside it. I have about 3 days and there is so much for me to do, especially finish the upgrade. I had worked on it long enough that it is time I finished it. As I went inside, I did not directly go to the bathroom as I wanted to seeing how tired I am feeling. I just wanted to sleep instead. I went to the training room. There is one thing I have to before I shower and sleep. I entered inside my training room and sat crossed-legged inside it and closed my eyes. See, I found my refinement tower in front of me, which had its 5 floors lit up with the runes. Today, I will reach the 6th floor of refinement tower. I had tried to reach there hundreds of times but always been unsuccessful. But today, I will be successful. I know I will. I had freaking created the 2nd diamond seal today, and I will refine my energy on the 6th floor of the tower. I did not immediately start building the momentum to break into the 6th floor. Instead, I began to take a deep breath to calm my mind. Only when I felt calm did I begin to gather energy. It took me less than 10 seconds to gather all the energy I need, and when I gathered it, I began to build my momentum with it. If I want to break into the 6th floor, the momentum had to be strong. The hundreds of times I had tried before, I was not even able to create a single crack on the wall, but this time will be different. Forget a crack, I will directly blast through it. I started to build the momentum and continued to build it till I could not control it, and when that happened, I released it all on the base of the 6th floor. Bang. The momentum moved like raged hydra and crashed through the base of the 6th floor. As it did, it had directly blasted through it, crushing the base of the 6th floor into many tiny pieces, giving me a great deal of shock. I am shocked to see myself succeeding on the first try, though I had expected to succeed this time. I had not expected to succeed the first time. It is quite a surprise. I quickly calmed down from the surprise of breaking through the 6th floor and started to build momentum for the 7th floor. Though I know it will be extremely hard to break through the 7th floor, I want to give it a try. The benefits of reaching the 7th floor are too great not to give it a try. Bang. I build momentum for more than a minute before I let it strike against the base of the 7th floor. The momentum struck across the base, but not a scratch appeared on it. I was not surprised seeing it, but still couldn't help but feel slightly disappointed. Bang, bang, bang. I did not stop after my first failure. Instead, I tried again and again, building greater and greater momentum, but all my efforts were for naughts, as even after trying more than 50 times, I failed to make the faintest mark. After more than 50 tries, I decided to give up and focused on the thing I have to do after opening up the 6th floor. I peered into my runes and dug out the inheritance energy formula that I had created quite a long ago. I had created this formula more than a year ago, but could not use it due to not reaching the sufficient floor of my refinement tower. Each floor of my refinement tower helps me merge the energies of my constitution, like the 2nd level floor helps me merge 2 energies, and 3rd help me merge 3 energies, and so on. My runes could help me merge the energies to create the inheritance energy, but the merging process is not as perfect as it is done by my refinement tower. The refinement tower merged the energies so perfectly that the 5 energy formula merged in tower is more than 20 stronger than the 6 energy formulas that I had merged with the help of my runes. With me reaching the 6th floor, I could merge the 6 energies, which is great. The formula of 6 energies I had created is very powerful, many times more powerful than the other inheritance energy formulae I had created in the past. This inheritance energy formula is only weaker than the 7 energies formula I had created. I will be able to use that formula when I reach the 7th floor of the tower. Till then, I will use this amazing 6 energies formula. Buzz. Without wasting any time, I had activated that formula, and soon 6 color energies begin to gather. As they begin to gather at the base of the tower, I took them inside and began to refine them through every floor to the 6th floor. Finally, the energy refined through the 6th floor and moved into the storage. This new inheritance energy is white in color with a faint silver shine in it. It looked like delicate smoke, but there is steel hidden inside it. This energy is going to be very powerful, and I wanted to try it immediately, but I did not. Instead, I continued refining the energy to fill the energy storage. It took me quite a while to fill my new expanded, already large energy storage, and I was quite tired when I am finished. Refining energy is quite straining on the newly opened floor. It will take me a while to get used to such strain. I got up and walked toward the bathroom as I finished refining the energy. Now I just want to shower and sleep. I had been awake for 4 days, and I had experienced quite mental strain in 4 days that I just want to curl in my bed. I let the ice-cold water cascade over my body, and it felt good. As I relaxed under the shower, I looked inside me earlier due to my focused state. I did not get a chance to see the enhancement I had received from the diamond seal, and when I looked at the enhancements, I couldn't help but whistle internally. The second diamond seal had given me greater enhancements than I had thought it would be with such enhancements and special energy of diamond seal. A huge space opened inside me for the consumption of bloodline. With such a huge space, I will at least be able to consume 4 bloodlines and 6 if I am lucky. These bloodlines will provide me with huge enhancements. Even I did not dare to imagine how powerful I will be after all those enhancements, but I am very sure that very few people would be able to contend against me. The diamond seal had not only enhanced my body and soul, but it also changed my runes like last time, turning even more diamonds and making many changes in them on a deeper level. I now wish the copper maned lionman would be here. I want to test my strength against it. I feel like with my current strength I will be able to contend against it even if I were not able to beat it. A relaxed retreat would be no problem. Now that the diamond seal had been created, my next target is to finish the Emperor upgrade. Once I had done with that, I will be able to level up to the Emperor stage whenever I want. I have a feeling that I need to Emperor to complete the challenges of this treasure palace successfully. 15 minutes later, I walked out of the shower, wore new clothes before went to the kitchen. I heated already cooked food due to me being very sleepy and did not want to cook fresh food. Half an hour later, I finished eating and went to my bedroom, where I fell asleep within few seconds. The next 3 days were a complete blur, most of the time focused on working on my inheritance. I had worked on it so much that I had only opened the tome for an hour only each day. My hard work had finally paid off as I had finished the upgrade in 2.5 days, and as I expected, it is absolutely perfect.